Is it really that amazing? We have to try it. What are these strange things? I've never seen them before. I don't know how to use them. Don't worry, the wood shopkeeper will teach everyone. The wood shopkeeper stepped forward. First, move these tools to the edge of the field. One team goes to fetch water. Another team carries the long wooden tubes to the field. The village chief's son called everyone to action. They were eager to see the devices, and their hands and feet moved quickly. They carried water to the field and poured it into the water bottles. The wood shopkeeper called 2 people to carry the water bottles, while he turned on the water valve. He shook the handle a few times, and the water bottles turned into sprinklers, spraying 6 streams of water. A large area of land was watered, and the surface became wet. "Don't just stand there, start moving," said the wood shopkeeper. The people holding the water bottles realized what to do. They carried the buckets around, watering half an acre of land with just 2 buckets. The villagers exclaimed in surprise, "Can these buckets really produce water? 2 buckets can water half an acre, and the land is still wet. If we walk a little slower, the ground won't dry out." Some worried. It takes 3 people to water the land. What if there aren't enough people? What about the water carriers? This is so troublesome. It is indeed hard work, but water is scarce now. This is the best way to save water. Everyone stop standing around and start working. I'll shake the handle. Let me try. For new things, everyone wants to try and have fun. They carry water, shake the handles, and carry water jars, each finding their own task and getting to work. In 3 days, they irrigated the entire 1,000-acre field. Among the remaining land, a few hundred acres are planted with sugarcane and mulberry trees. Some areas have been sown with jute seeds to grow jute for spinning fibers. Finally, the day of silkworm climbing the mountain arrived. Su Lisher and Su Lingyu worked hard all morning and finally took a rest. They saw movement at the Snakehead Mountain construction site in the distance. Su Lisher stood up to look. "It seems like many people have come." Su Lingyu told the servant, Aunt San, ask Ague to go forward and find out what's happening. Tell them to be careful and not damage our land." Okay. Su Lingyu stayed in the silkworm house, not knowing what was happening over there. When Ague returned and said, "General Shaosun is bringing a group of disaster victims here, apparently to share the unclaimed land with them." Su Lisher was twisting ropes and said, "That's quite generous of them. They don't have to pay a penny and get the land for free. There isn't much land left, so giving some to the disaster victims isn't a bad deal." Su Lingyu told Ague, "Bring 2 pots of tea to quench their thirst. Also, invite General Shaosun to come for lunch." Okay. Su Lingyu checked the silkworm house and saw everything was fine. She asked her grandmother to watch the silkworms and went home to prepare lunch with Liying. To entertain guests, they needed to slaughter chickens and ducks. Su Lingyu made a simple boiled chicken because it was the fastest to prepare. Before she finished stir-frying the black fungus, General Shaosun arrived at the courtyard gate. "Third son, what delicious food are you making?" Hearing the voice, Su Lingyu asked Liying to serve the dishes first. By the time she brought the food to the table, Sun Wei was already eating. "I didn't expect you to come today. It's a bit rushed. Next time, I'll treat you to a good meal," Su Lingyu said. "No problem, these are enough," Sun Wei replied. "You don't know, I eat in the military camp every day, eating with soldiers. My palate has become quite dull," Sun Wei said. He scooped rice and soft meat dishes, saying, "I only knew I could eat meat today, so I came here." Getting to the main point, Su Lingyu sat down and asked, "What about those people? Are you really going to share the land with them?" "It's complicated. They are all citizens of Daliang, but their homes were taken over by the Wei army. It is no longer possible to sell the land to them. Giving it to them for farming for free would be a waste. So we thought no taxes in the first year, then start collecting taxes from the second year. That land would be given to them for free to farm for 1 year." Su Lingyu considered this and asked, "Are you really short of money? Are you not afraid that such harsh treatment of the people will get you in trouble and cause officials to report it? Forcing common workers to dig mountains and open land, then forcing sales and squeezing money. This is a form of corruption. This is politics. You don't understand. Su Lingyu glanced at him and gave Sun Wei a faint smile, telling him to say what he wanted without restraint. Fearing she might get angry, Sun Wei swallowed his rice and said, "The current emperor is foolish, obsessed with beauty, neglecting government affairs, and very suspicious. We seek wealth, and he tolerates it. But if we become too powerful, he will kill us. In short, the emperor cannot stand anyone better than himself. He really is a good emperor." Su Lingyu understood this and personally helped Sun Wei serve food, saying, "Eat more. When disaster victims learn there is land here, more and more will come. I need to set some boundaries and mark the land clearly so they don't cross over." "What do you plan to do? Build a wall around these 2,000 acres? Exactly. With the spiritual spring in hand, building a thorn fence is not difficult. Your father led Wang Jingxing into battle, but you stayed behind. Do you feel resentful?" Sun Wei asked her back, "Are you trying to sow discord?" "Just asking. These things you better not ask. Even if you do, you won't understand." Sun Wei said, "You women should focus on your duties. Don't ask about things you shouldn't." There was a hint of disdain in his words, as if only men could do great things and women should stay behind, snuggling in their men's arms. Su Lingyu stood up from the table, holding the teapot handle, took 2 cups and poured tea into them. "I wanted to comfort you, but since you understand, I won't waste words." "What do you understand?" Sun Wei's eyes showed a bit of pride and contempt. He blew on the tea leaves in his cup and took a small sip. "The general goes out to fight, and to prevent the rear from being empty, the ones left behind are either trustworthy or highly skilled. The reason you stay is only one." Su Lingyu glanced at him and smiled. "It's just to make it easier for you to gather support and lay the groundwork for the future." Sun Wei put away his contempt and focused on eating. This made her think deeply, and she felt shy to argue back. "You've been in the army camp for less than a year, and now you're trusted to handle things alone. I'm worried you might rebel if your subordinates don't listen, and then be punished. You're quite brave."
"Hey, what are you saying?"
"I am both smart and strong. Don't underestimate me." "I never underestimate you. I just hope you rise high like a cloud, reaching the sky, and protect us all." "That's fake. I'm not eating anymore." Sun Wei threw down his bowl, picked up his sword, and was about to leave. Clearly, her words earlier made him uncomfortable. He felt she looked down on him. She didn't believe in his abilities, which made him upset and lose his appetite. After walking a few steps, Sun Wei turned back and asked her, "Who told you to look at me differently?" She wanted to shake her head, but remembered someone. "Actually, there's one person. He lives next door to me, and I really admire him." Sun Wei nodded, understanding. Living next door to her, isn't that Li's family? Did Li Yongji make her see him in a new way? Sure enough, women still like scholars more than soldiers. They don't appreciate warriors. "It's our 4th day here. The fish in this river have already been caught by us. The loaches and eels in the mud are gone. Even the snails only have shells left. What should we do next? We have no food and can't survive. Tomorrow we'll go back to the city and keep watch. We'll find work for sure. Drinking water every day, with no rice to eat, the kids might not hold on. Boo-hoo. They brought us here, gave us land, but there's not much to eat. Are they just going to starve us? Maybe we should go back to the city and beg for food." Wang De patted his younger brother. "Wang Er, look, Wang Ba is stealing eggs again." Beyond a mountain, there's a chicken farm in a valley with fat chickens, ducks, and geese. On the 2nd day after arriving, Wang Ba and others found the place and started to covet it. They learned the situation and decided to steal some eggs again. "Should we go too?" Wang De asked. "No, stealing isn't a long-term solution. If we get caught, we'll be beaten to death." Wang Er turned over and went to sleep. But his stomach was growling so loudly he couldn't sleep. "I slept vaguely until late at night and heard people talking." This time, Wang Ba and others not only stole eggs but also took 2 chickens. "I was very hungry, so Wang Er had to go out to find some water. He saw many people surrounding Wang Ba, flattering him just to get some food. Wang Er looked at them with disdain. When Wang Ba saw Wang Er, he held up a chicken leg and said, "Wang Er, do you want to take a bite?" Wang Er looked at it for a moment and couldn't help but step closer. "If you kneel down and call me Grandpa, I will give you this chicken leg." Wang Er sneered and went to look for water under the moonlight. Seeing this, Wang Ba was very angry. "Someone go kick him, and the chicken leg is yours." The ones who wanted to eat looked at each other but dared not go. "Why not dare?" One person awkwardly said, "Wang Ba, you know. Wang Er has trained before. His fists can kill a tiger. Going to challenge him. That's just asking for trouble." Wang Ba's friend said, "If it were the old Wang Er, we wouldn't bother him. But now Wang Er is like a toothless tiger, just roaring, not biting." Wang Er returned after drinking water. Ignoring what they said, he went straight back to his house to sleep. These wooden houses were originally built for the workers digging the mountain, but now they had become their shelters. Having a house to stay in was better than sleeping outside in the wind and rain. That night, no one dared to bother Wang Er. Even the toothless tiger, they were all afraid. No one went to provoke Wang Er. Wang Ba felt bored, finished eating meat with his brothers, and went back to sleep. He kicked away those begging for food, and didn't give anyone a bite. The bones after eating, he kept as a reward for them. Wang Er and Wang De carried a few taro roots home quickly, eager to bring food to the children and wife. But before they reached the village, they heard someone say, "Wang Er, hurry back. Wang Ba is bullying your wife." Wang Er threw the taro to Wang De and ran back quickly. He saw a group of people gathered, and in the middle, he heard his wife crying out, "Stop, you bunch of animals." Wang Er stepped forward and punched anyone who tried to block him, breaking the circle of people. He knocked down Wang Ba and rescued his wife. Wife was holding her clothes, crying loudly, hitting Wang Er. "Why are you only back now? Why only now?"
Wang angrily pointed at Wang Ba.
"Wang Ba, we are from the same clan. In terms of seniority, Awan is your sister-in-law. You are worse than an animal." Wang Ba moved his arm. "Wang Er, your fists are soft. Maybe you haven't eaten." Wang Er pushed his daughter aside and took off his shirt, ready to fight Wang Ba. Wang Ba stepped forward to fight Wang Er. They exchanged blows, using a set of boxing skills. At first, Wang Er had the upper hand, but as his strength weakened, the fight shifted. He was repeatedly pressed down by Wang Ba. Since the town was raided, they had been fleeing, and Wang Er endured hunger. His hands and feet were not as quick as before. Wang Ba, on the other hand, ate well, and his family was never hungry. He kept stealing or robbing along the way. The others didn't want to stay with him, but since they were from the same town, he was assigned here if he didn't leave voluntarily. Here, everyone was hungry, but Wang Ba was the only one who stole food. In terms of fighting, Wang Er was no match for Wang Ba. When Wang Er's strength waned, Wang Ba gained the advantage and finally knocked Wang Er down with a punch. Before Wang Er could get up, Wang Ba stepped forward and kicked him in the stomach. Weak and bleeding, Wang Er spat out blood. "Wang Ba, stop it. Why hit one? And now another." Wang Ba ignored her and kicked Wang Er's head, knocking him out. His nose and mouth were bleeding. "Hold down Wang De," Wang Ba shouted. A few of his followers restrained Wang De.
Wang Ba proudly stepped on Wang Er.
"Haha, now it's your turn. Being under my foot, doesn't that feel terrible?" "Stop, you beast." Wang's wife ran over to save Wang Er. But Wang Ba suddenly grabbed her. "Junior sister, why don't you come with me? I'll make sure your children have enough to eat." Wang Ku knew. Wang's wife struggled to break free from Wang Ba. Confused and dazed, Wang Er instinctively hit Wang Ba, causing him to step back. Wang Ba steadied himself and moved forward again, kicking and punching Wang Er until he fell to the ground. Seeing Wang Er unable to fight back, Wang Ba kicked him repeatedly. "You have the same master as me, yet you got the true skill, and I ended up doing chores. Is it because I don't obey? If you hit him again, you might kill him." A clear voice interrupted Wang Ba. Wang Ba turned to look at his side and saw a girl dressed in blue silk, sitting on a cow's back, holding a flute. He thought she was just a young girl. Could he be afraid of her? Wang Ba kept kicking, knocking down Wang's wife again, and continuing to beat Wang Er. A whimpering sound began to play. Who's that? That was terrible. That sound is really unpleasant. Stop playing, stop playing. The people around Su Lingyu covered their ears and tried to stay away from her. Whimper, whimper. Ooh, ooh. You brat, I told you not to play, can't you hear? Wang Ba was angry and hurriedly tried to hit Su Lingyu. Everyone's sudden departure gave Wang Ba a clear path to her side. Wang Ba raised his fist to hit her, but suddenly a hunting dog jumped out from behind a cow and lunged at him. Caught off guard and unprepared, he was knocked to the ground. Before he could get up, another striped dog appeared and bit his clothes. Looking carefully, he realized it was not a tiger but a dog.
Ah!
Wang Ba was so scared he kept swinging his fists and retreating, afraid that if he stopped, he would be bitten or worse. Seeing the tiger, who wouldn't be afraid, the onlookers were even more scared. When Wang Ba ran toward them, they all scattered and ran away, afraid he would come close. Don't come near me.
Stay back.
Wang Ba, don't come over. Help me, help me. Wang Ba ran toward the crowd, but no one could really help him. Lying on the ground was Wang Er, his vision blurry. Watching Wang Ba being chased by the small tiger, he suddenly felt excited. He wanted to laugh but couldn't manage a smile. The pain reminded him of the lesson he had just learned. Wang Ba and he were fellow disciples. Since fleeing from danger, he had helped Wang Ba many times out of loyalty. He had settled some disputes for Wang Ba, but instead of gratitude, Wang Ba responded with resentment. In the past, he would have stood up with Wang Ba and fought the tiger together, but that was no longer possible, and it never would be again. Wang Er lowered his head, exhausted. Watching Wang Ba's clothes being torn apart, he felt strangely happy. Before fainting, he still hoped Wang Ba wouldn't be bitten to death. Otherwise, who would he take revenge on? If it was just the young tiger, Wang Ba wouldn't be afraid. He could even kill it to show off a little. But there was also a hunting dog, and its large body was just as intimidating as the young tiger. Its claws could tear his clothes and skin. If its sharp teeth bit his throat, he wouldn't survive. With this thought, Wang Ba dared not stop. He kept dodging the tiger and the dog, trying to stay safe. He is like this, unaware that both tigers and hunting dogs see him as a toy, sparing his life when attacking. They make him their favorite target. He flutters around happily, quite amusing. Selingjia sits on the blue ox, looks around at the crowd. Many are watching, but no one dares to step forward. These people are numb and indifferent. They see their fellow villagers being bullied, but do not speak or help. They see others in trouble, but do not dare to use tools to assist. Awang and Ahu have grown up eating meat, and usually only bully chickens, ducks, and geese. If someone picks up a tool and pretends to hit, they must follow her commands, and will not continue otherwise. This problem might be caused by either a loss of morality or the crowd's coldness. Ahu, Awang, enough. Come back, she said. The two mischievous ones, reluctant to leave, wag their tails and return to the blue ox. Selingjia holds her flute in her left hand, looks at the crowd, and speaks. Everyone here is from afar and fellow citizens of Daliang. I shouldn't doubt so easily, but I still need to ask everyone a question. My family has many chickens, 215 adult chickens and 316 chicks. Early this morning, 2 fools counted and found 5 chickens missing. Do you know who took them?
Before she finished, someone pointed at Wang Ba.
Wang Ba, dressed in torn clothes, checked his injuries, which were minor, and looked worried. When someone pointed at him, he immediately retorted, "It wasn't me, it was him." He pointed at Wang Er and Wang Da, saying, "It's those 2 brothers." Wang Ba said, "We came from Wudong town together, traveled here, and were assigned to this place. We work hard to find jobs." He went out for a while, not only to find food but also to take good care of his family. Look at them. Look at those children. Aren't they all full of energy?
He's lying, miss.
Those chickens were stolen by him, Wang Da shouted. Wang Ba, afraid Wang Da might say something worse, quickly interrupted loudly. Stealing chickens isn't something one person can do alone. Who else was with me? Who has such skill to steal chickens quietly? Wang Ba pointed at someone. Wang Sanwa, did you see them stealing chickens? Wang Sanwa hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Yes, I saw them. Wang Ba then pulled out another person. Did they steal chickens? You're talking nonsense. That's slander. Clearly, those chickens were stolen by you. Lady Wang angrily said. Seeing the argument might escalate, Su Lingyu quickly stopped it. She stayed silent, just tapping Ahu's head to make it bark.
Bark.
Finally, they stopped. She looked directly at Wang Ba. Are my chickens tasty? I didn't eat them. He did, Wang Ba replied. Using force to bully others can't last forever. It also won't win everyone's respect. When you accuse others, many secretly point at you. At this moment, Ague arrived with a group of people behind her. They looked impressive, holding hoes, very intimidating. She told everyone, I have some chores. Men can fertilize the ginkgo trees, women can the soybean fields, and children can pick silkworm cocoons. If you work hard, you'll not only get a meal but also a few copper coins. People eager for food looked at her with hope, wanting to get work from her. They didn't care about coins, just wanting a meal. They didn't ask for rice soup, just a few taro pieces. Today, we noticed some chickens are missing. You all should catch the thief, using any weapons, just don't kill him. Wang Ba, who wanted to blame others, looked around. Seeing everyone silent, he thought they hadn't made any noise either. He sneered inwardly. These people are timid and weak. How could they listen to her? If they had courage, they wouldn't have watched him beat Wang Er. When Wang Er protected them from trouble in Wudong town, he helped each of them. Who didn't get help from Wang Er? But when he tore his sister's clothes, they didn't step in. When he hit Wang Er, they didn't help either. Now they want to beat him? That's just dreaming. Wang Ba crossed his arms and sneered at the cow. He thought about how to deal with the tiger and hunting dogs. Only they could threaten him. If he killed them, no one would dare challenge him. When they left, he planned to kill Wang Er. After surviving this period, he wanted to open a martial arts school and recruit students. Su Lingyu said, You came here fleeing, with no help from others. Once here, you're unfamiliar with the place, and if something happens, no one will help. I have a good relationship with General Xiao Sunday. If I hurt a few people, no one will ask questions. Wang Badwa felt that something was very wrong. The little girl looked pretty and cute, but her words made him break out in cold sweat. Looking around, he saw that those people were glaring at him fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. He also saw someone pick up mud and stones from the ground, as if they wanted to throw them at him. The surroundings were very quiet. No dogs barking, no children crying. A few people were quietly watching him. Brother, what should we do, Brother Wang? Wang Badwa's followers were scared. They dared to. Who? Someone started the attack, eager and restless, rushing forward to step on the chicken thieves. Fighting 4 against 2 fists was hard, even for Wang Badwa. He couldn't avoid being beaten by the crowd. Ever since Wang Badwa was trained by Master Wang, he became very arrogant and caused trouble everywhere. In the past, they were weak and didn't dare to fight Wang Badwa. When conflicts happened, they would find Wang Er to talk to Wang Badwa. Now they had a chance to take revenge, and they wouldn't miss it. After a few punches, they started trampling Wang Badwa. Wang Da was especially cruel, always targeting Wang Badwa's weak spots, teaching him that he shouldn't be a good person. Ague saw that things were almost over and told everyone to stop. The crowd dispersed and the chicken thieves appeared, some curled up and crying, others lying there unable to move. Su Lingyu pouted. There are quite a few accomplices. Who's the mastermind? It's him. Wang Da pointed at Wang Badwa and said, He not only stole your chickens but also took food from many others. He's getting more and more arrogant and even tries to bully women. What Wang Da said, she saw with her own eyes. That's why she came down from the mountain. She wouldn't hurt people just because of a few chickens. Catching the thief was just her excuse. The troublemakers weren't necessarily the landlord's son. They could also be wandering heroes. Helping others in trouble when you see injustice, that's not her style. She looked at Wang Badwa with a cold tone and said, "You ate my chicken. You must be punished." She turned to Ague and said, "Cut off one of his fingers to teach him a lesson."
Yes.
Ague drew his kitchen knife from his waist and walked toward Wang Badwa. Today, he and Saner were digging wild grass on the mountain when suddenly they heard noise on the flat ground. A few men were surrounding a woman and even fighting a little boy. He knew things wouldn't turn out well. He had experience fleeing from danger before. He had seen many dirty things on the way to escape. "Because I have seen it, I understand what is happening." He didn't want to get involved, but seeing the woman struggle so fiercely, he felt too sad to ignore her. He told Saner about what might happen and asked him for a solution. If Saner said he wouldn't interfere, he would stay out of it. If he didn't. Fortunately, Saner is kind-hearted and told him to find someone in the village to help. Although he arrived a bit late, at least he managed to save one person. Ague went to Wang Ba and covered his face with his shadow. "My name is Mugue. Everyone calls me Ague. If you want revenge, just come find me." Then Ague drew his knife and cut off Wang Ba's thumb. Wang Ba fainted from the pain. No one dared to get close or try to help him. "This matter is settled," Su Lingyu said. "The man will go to the foot of the mountain tomorrow and wait at the mulberry forest. Someone will assign work to you. Women and children, come with me now." She rode on a cow, leading the people behind her back to Lingyu Mountain Villa. Anyone who could stand, even if weak, followed, just hoping for a meal. "Why did you bring so many people back? Do you have enough food for them?" Su Lisher pulled Saner and tapped his head. "This year's situation is different from previous years. There's less water in the rice fields, and the harvest is expected to be smaller. The family's fine rice needs to be saved for eating." Saner, however, brought these people home. "Isn't he just adding trouble for the family? What are you thinking? Didn't you say you didn't want to take on more trouble?" Su Lingyu looked at the women and children harvesting silkworm cocoons. "We can't just watch and do nothing." General Sun didn't just leave. He also looted many granaries. Although people in town are giving porridge, there's not enough rice. In winter, we bought a lot of taro. When they see us not selling it, they suspect we have stored thousands of bushels of grain. Sun Wei drove those people here, probably to make us feed them. Giving them free supplies isn't right, but I don't want to do that either. Better to work for relief. Feed them, and let them do some work. If these people are used well, we won't worry about not having enough workers in the future. My silk spinning is about to start. Silk is always the most expensive. Selling silk threads is more profitable than selling cloth. Silk isn't very durable, but it's very popular. The more sought after something is, the easier it sells. Su Lingyu told her servant, "Third aunt, go pick some strong and able-bodied people to take her to wash the taro and cook it. Without some food, they won't have the strength to work. That taro is delicious. I find it hard to give it away." Although third aunt said this, she was still ordered to find someone to cook the taro. Su Lingyu then called Ague and asked him to bring some medicine to the man who was injured. Third brother has no relation to him, so why save him? Helping someone in need is hard, but helping someone who is already in trouble is easier. If we save him now and he is grateful, we might gain a new friend. Our family is mostly old, weak, women, children. If we rely only on you, it won't be enough. That man has some fighting skills and can help guard the house. At this point, Su Lingyu looked at Ague. "I told you to cut off that villain's finger, but you cut off his thumb."
Why? Agis mile de quardli.
That kind of villain doesn't do evil just once. If I cut off his little finger, he might hide it. But if I cut off his thumb, it will serve as a warning to others. It tells everyone he's not someone to mess with, so they will avoid him. He escaped from danger and saw many evil deeds along the way, so he was eager to punish villains now. Evil people never stop doing wrong. Without being harsh, evil will never be stopped. Third brother is soft-hearted, but just the right amount. He doesn't tolerate evil people, nor does he ignore the helpless. Following third brother's orders, he must do his best. Ague took the medicine bag and went to Snakehead Mountain to see the poor man. Before he arrived, he was recognized and approached politely. "Why are you here? Do you have some work?" Ague smiled and said, Mrs. Kindhearted. So I brought medicine for that man. By the way, who is the man who was beaten? That man is called Wang Zhu, known as Second Brother Wang. He's a disciple of the head coach of Wudong Town. After the coach died, he took over the martial arts school. Unfortunately, he met turbulent times. Gui arrived at Wang Er's wooden house, bowed his head, and went inside. He saw Wang's wife crying softly. How is he? Gui asked. Wang's wife looked at Gui. Manager, why are you here? She shifted aside slightly to hide her red eyes. Mrs. Kindhearted, so I brought some medicine for you, Gui said, handing over the medicine bag. It's mainly medicine to promote blood flow and reduce swelling. By the way, there's a piece of human hair inside. Use it to help him hang on. Wang Dapatong knelt down and said, Thank you, young lady, for your great kindness. You are like our second mother. Get up, Gui helped him. Now is the time to use people. If you want to thank the young lady, let your brother recover quickly. Gui spoke to Wang Yangzi. Starting tomorrow, you will boil the silkworm cocoons and spin the silk. If you have the skills, go and do some work to earn food. Gui patted Wang Da and said, Rest well today. Tomorrow, it's time to work. Yes, yes. As the silkworm cocoons were brought down the mountain, Su Lingyu selected many good silkworms, and the rest were boiled. The cocoons were brought down the mountain. Su Lingyu picked out many good silkworms, and the rest were boiled. The cocoons went down the mountain. Su Lingyu chose many good silkworms, and the others were boiled. First, they killed the cocoons, then they spun the silk. Using spiritual spring water to cultivate the mulberry trees and raise the silkworms, the silk produced is not only abundant but also of high quality. 10 cocoons can produce 3 strands of fine silk, strong and suitable for making silk and brocade. Su Lingyu gathered a few people and sent them to Lingyu Mountain Villa at night. The villa was completely dark. Shortly after the men entered, they disappeared. They were taken to the inner room of Lingyu Pavilion, where Su Lingyu spoke to them. This time, your trip is officially to sell cloth and fine cloth, but secretly, you're selling white sugar. This sugar is sweeter than cane sugar and more expensive. You must insist on a price no lower than 30 coins per jean. If one shop refuses, ask a few more. You can ask grocery stores, restaurants, and pastry shops. Our cloth is good. It should be sold to the dyeing factory. Also, check the prices of silk threads. This trip is to lay the groundwork for future big business. It's a prelude to our village's rise. As long as you find the right way, every household will make good money, and everyone will have meat to eat. The men listened, their faces flushed, eyes shining brightly. During this trip, everyone must follow Uncle Lishan, the village chief's son. He knows how to deal with people. If disputes arise, everyone should follow Uncle Li. Safety comes first. Losing goods is okay, but saving your life is the most important. After thinking for a moment, she added, Stay united. That's the way to survive. Do you understand? Understood. They answered in unison, shouting out their determination. Load your goods and prepare to leave. Several carrying devices were placed on the ground. They planned to depart at night to avoid detection. This time, Su Lingyu wanted to form her own trading team. Before succeeding, she needed to hide from Wang Long and Fu Xing's spies. Su Lingyu secretly asked Li Shan, Your main goal on this trip is to find out the price of raw silk. White sugar is limited. Buying and selling raw silk is our main business.
Okay.
I will have a Wang Yu to Laohu Ridge. Once there, it will be dawn. You can rest for a while, then cross the mountain with the local villagers. Sanner, don't worry. The tigers at Laohu Ridge are gone, so there won't be any danger on the road. I still have one concern. During the war with De Wei, although we are safe here, Wei soldiers might be guarding the trade route. You need to be careful. Li Shan said, Fuqing is at war, and southern traders all go through Laohu Ridge to Daliang, which shows there's no real danger here. You can trust us. Li Shan joined the team, carrying the goods with his friend's help. Sanner, go back, he said, leading the group down the mountain. They dared not light torches at night, relying on the moonlight to see the faint path. They were familiar with the mountain trails, walking steadily. Once they disappeared into the forest, Su Lingyu lit a lantern, returned to her room, and lay on her bed, not daring to sleep deeply. She kept thinking about the matter, waking several times during the night. She looked at the moon outside, then lay down again. In the past, handling millions in business, she had never been this anxious. In a world where human life is as cheap as grass, a small mistake could cause many deaths. These were close families she interacted with regularly. If something happened to them, how could she explain it to their relatives? Thinking of this, she couldn't sleep. She stayed awake until dawn. When Awang returned, she saw him holding a red silk cloth, which reassured her. She went to a platform at Lingyu Pavilion and hung the red silk. She had told them that as long as their husbands were safe, the silk would be red. If something went wrong, it would be white. From the top, she could see the red silk, which made her feel much more at ease while working. Seeing the red silk, she could finally sleep peacefully. She slept until late morning. The maid Chui brought her a bowl of warm water, making her stomach feel cozy. Before she finished dressing, Chui helped her put on her shoes and prepared a comb to style her hair. Su Lingyu didn't want to trouble anyone. She enjoyed braiding her hair, but Chui kept nagging. So she let her, making a small side bun and inserting 2 decorative flowers. Standing on the hillside, she looked up at the darkening sky. Is it going to rain? Chui happily agreed. That's what everyone says, that it will rain. Although the rain is 2 months late, it's better than no rain at all. Suddenly, thunder roared. It's thunder. It might rain soon. Miss, let's go down the mountain quickly, Chui urged. Su Lingyu skipped breakfast and went straight to the workshop to tell them to bring the silkworm cocoons back. Before she could give the order, they had already started putting things away. Liang directed them to take back the damaged items. It's going to rain. Let's go home first and check the rice fields to keep the water in the fields. We're leaving too, they said. Only villagers from Dongquan village dared to say this. Those who had moved from elsewhere were afraid to go back. Sanner nodded and said, It's going to rain. You all go back. Today, you'll get half a day's wages. Thank you, Sanner. Thanks, landlord. After they left, Su Lingyu asked her third aunt to share some taro with the women who had little food. Once they were gone, Lingyu Mountain Villa became quiet. The more peaceful it was, the louder the thunder became. Booming and rumbling, it woke up many plants. Shush, shush, shush. The long-lost spring rain started falling. Villagers from Dongquan village, wearing raincoats and holding hose, went to the fields to check the water levels. Suli looked at the water flowing from the eaves, pouring down in streams and spreading across the ground. Sanner, feeling sorry for her old age, didn't let her go to the fields. She didn't know how the crops were doing either. She looked at her embroidered daughter-in-law and Mian, sighed softly, and thought of her family members far away. Her son's letter said that Su Shan's wife was not gentle and was quite bossy. She was worried she wouldn't like Sanner, so she told them to come to the capital later. If those people couldn't stand Sanner, she could stay here and live. She would grow up with Sanner until she couldn't anymore. Sanner read the letter and also didn't want to go to the capital, so she decided to stay with her.
But.
Ague ran back in the rain, holding A, then ran out again. Mian's eyes lit up. She wanted to follow, but she saw that Grandma wasn't paying attention to her. She quickly slipped away to the backyard with her cats, taking Ah-Hu and Ah-Wang to play in the water. The heavy rain didn't last long. It stopped in less than half an hour. There's less rain this year. I don't know if it's the same elsewhere. The harvest is smaller, so food prices will definitely rise sharply, Su Lingyu said as she changed her clothes and spoke to her grandmother outside the screen. She handed out the wet clothes and said, Your grandson in the capital is probably going to go hungry. If he's hungry, let him be. We've lived through hard times before. Missing a meal or two isn't a big deal. Su Lisher held the clothes on her arm and asked, How is Daliang? We haven't heard from him in several days. Last time, they said there was a big victory, but now there's no news. Su Lingyu changed her clothes and went out, hearing Su Lisher scold Mu Mian. What's wrong? Miss Mu Mian took Ah-Hu and Ah-Wang to play in the water. They came back soaking wet, laughing as they ran, which made the old lady unhappy. Chui Chui said. Su Lingyu, wearing a cloak, walked along the corridor and stood outside the door. She saw Su Lisher changing Mu Mion's clothes. Mu Mion giggled happily, still in a good mood. Sanner, come drink the soup to keep warm. The soup brought by Liang was hot, and she took a sip, but it was very spicy and made her nose tingle. She didn't like it much, but took a sip to give Mu Mion some. Mu Mion frowned before drinking, covering her mouth to stop herself. Drink some to keep warm, or you'll have to take bitter medicine, Su Lingyu said. Hearing her sister's words, Mu Mion took a small sip. But after just a little, she turned away and refused to drink more. She didn't even hide behind her grandmother, but slipped behind her sister instead, so her sister couldn't force her to drink the soup. Never mind if she doesn't want to. Take her to wash. Boil some water for her to bathe in. Sanner, a Gui called from outside the door. Su Lingyu carried a clay bowl and went out, sipping her soup as she walked. Have you drunk the soup? Oh, I forgot about that. Third aunt, give him a bowl of soup. If he gets sick, Alon will blame me, Su Lingyu said with a smile.
How could that happen?
Sanner is her top priority. Whatever Sanning orders must be done immediately. If there's even a slight delay, she'll scold us, Ague replied. Ague took the soup, drank a hot sip, and then said, that Wang Er and his family have come. They say they're here to thank you with a bow. They're just outside the main gate. Go out and take a look. She casually hands over a ceramic bowl, waiting for someone to take it, then pulls her cloak and steps outside. Wait, Sanner. Drink the soup first before going, Liang calls out. The more Liang calls, the faster Su Lingyu walks away. Everyone can see that Sanner doesn't like soup, which is why she is rushing out so quickly. Mu Mion only then realizes that her sister also doesn't like soup. Little Mu Mion covers her mouth to stifle a laugh. If someone asks her to drink soup, she would say, my sister doesn't like it either, so I won't drink it. Thanks to the medicinal aid from the Miss of the Su family, Wang Er was able to survive. He had just started walking again and was eager to bring his wife and children to thank them. He gazed at the plaque above the gate, inscribed with Lingyu Mountain Villa. He felt a faint sense of disorientation and a feeling of relief that he was still alive. Someone came out from inside the gate, walking closer and closer, allowing him to see who it was. When he saw the young lady on the ox again, he dared not look too long, lowering his head and waiting for her to approach. Her footsteps grew nearer, and before she stopped, he heard her say, Are you Wang Er? Wang Er knelt down and kowtowed to her. Wang Er thanks the young lady for saving my life. He lifted his head and kowtowed again. Get up and speak. No need to kneel here. Wang Er stood up, still lowering his head, but he looked up slightly at the young lady. Your health is better now. Don't move around too much. Rest well at home. If you don't have enough food, you can come to me to borrow some. Wang Er knelt again. I am willing to sell myself into slavery, to serve the young lady like a horse or ox.
Su Lingyu frowned.
She didn't dislike having servants, but she didn't usually take them involuntarily.
Why?
Are you worried about not having enough food? If so, there's no need to worry. You can come to me to borrow, and you can pay me back with your wife's labor. Grateful for the young lady's generosity. It's just that I am in deep trouble this time, Wang Er said. Wang Ba is narrow-minded and vengeful. If I don't kill him now, he will surely come back to seek revenge next time. The villain was injured by Wang Ba. It will take at least a year and a half to recover. If they stay at home, they will surely face danger. I humbly ask the young lady to let my family stay under your roof for safety. Su Lingyu asked Dagui, Is that wicked man dead? I don't know where he ran off to. I haven't seen him. People who hold grudges tend to seek revenge when they get a chance to breathe. It's best to be cautious. Since that is the case, you all stay and sign the contract of service. If you work hard, I will not mistreat you. If there is a chance in the future, you might even get official positions. She turned to Ague and said, Arrange for them to live near the silkworm house. It's good to keep an eye on it. The house is made of wood, which is easy to catch fire. If a villain sets it ablaze, it would be a big loss. Gui nodded. Should we clear a small room first or build new ones? First clear a small room, then gradually build more houses. She paused and added, build a few more rooms, more people will come. All right, then you should draft the contract. Yes. Su Lingyu turned inside and said, come in everyone. She took out ink, paper, and brushes and wrote the contract, including the background of Wang Er's family and the reason for selling their labor. She was not soft-hearted. Since they became servants, they should act like servants. Otherwise, after a while, they might start to see themselves as half-owners. Here is some money. Take it, this is your payment for selling your labor. Since we've sold ourselves, we can't do as we please. We have to get up at dawn. Men fetch water and chop firewood. Women wash pots and cook. After breakfast, the boys go to raise chickens, ducks, and geese with their sha. Girls of age learn embroidery and serving others with mu mian. Seeing that Madame Wang was reluctant and worried about her children suffering, Su Lingyu said, if you work diligently, it's not impossible to let your children go out. Being able to join my Su family is your luck. I wouldn't accept just anyone. Wang Er and his family kneeled and said, we are grateful for Mrs. Great Kindness. She didn't take such words of gratitude to heart. There are many who pretend to be grateful, but are not. Once, she funded a university student to study abroad. After graduation, instead of being grateful, the student took research results from her company to repay her. Such a heartless, ungrateful person, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, who doesn't understand what conscience is. Gui, take them to tidy up the silkworm house. Yes. He lowered his head and started drafting a few contracts, thinking that this was a good opportunity to buy a few people. It was to help raise assistants for Su Zhong and Su Shan, and also to train some helpers for herself. She no longer wanted to be slapped or humiliated. She didn't want to suffer shame and then be told it was her fault. She went to discuss with Madame Su Li. I want to buy some people. What kind do you think I should get? Madame Su Li said, find 2 who have worked before, to accompany Li Ying. The rest you decide. She smiled and said, find 2 agile men to come back and serve you. If you don't like them, you can sell them. She then began planning how many people to buy, taking some time. She needed 3 men, 6 or 7 young boys, 2 older women, 2 women, and 4 or 5 girls. She prioritized those who had families so she could control them better and prevent them from turning against her. The trade route opened by Wang Long made it easier for Li Shan and others, with trips every 3 days. They not only sold goods but also brought back good news. Great Way's flood has eased, and the food shortage has been helped by supplies from Jin. But their demand for silk remains unmet. Clothing from Jin isn't suitable for the people of Great Way. The price of cloth there has risen to 130 coins per piece. Many dyeing workshops have closed. That's actually a good thing, Su Lingyu said, pouring tea for Li Shan. How are the prices for raw silk? Prices are naturally higher in Great Way, but it might not be safe. The patrol officers check everyone, searching them. If I didn't know someone, I might not get out. For safety, it's better to sell most of the raw silk in Nanyang. I'll think about it, Li Shan replied. Su Lingyu said, let's sell the cloth first. You go back and rest for 2 days. I'll let you know when it's time.
All right.
If they sell cloth, they need to buy threads, which are softer when mixed with silk. For raw silk, they can only go to Wang Long. So, Su Lingyu made a special trip to the city to talk with Wang Long and Uncle Tong about the trade, and she also stamped the official seal on the sale contract to ensure they would recognize it. With the official seal, if someone ran away, they would be considered escaped slaves, and the government could help track them down. At the border, Fucheng was lively, while the people in Daliang City went about their daily lives. They weren't afraid, but they had experienced many similar situations when armies approached. With General Sun's elite soldiers guarding, they weren't worried about the Great Way army coming. They still traded and chatted openly, but inside, they were somewhat nervous. Early preparations were made at home. If news of the enemy approaching reached them, they would pack up and leave immediately, not daring to stay. In this relaxed yet tense atmosphere, Su Lingyu rode her donkey into the city and stopped under the tea house with the Wang banner fluttering outside. The tea master quickly came forward to help her hold the donkey. Uncle Tong is in the room, waiting for Miss Third. The third miss went straight inside. Yes, she replied, taking out some tea leaves from her. The rest is for you. Thank you, Miss Third. This Mengding tea is truly unmatched by other teas. The tea master, craving Mengding tea for a long time, finally saw the first batch of this year's tea leaves. In the E-character tea room, the door opened. Uncle Tong, with a smile on his face, happily blew on his tea and sipped it. His guard saw Su Lingyu and first reported inside, then gestured for her to come in. Uncle Tong is in such a good mood today. Is he waiting for me? Uncle Tong was genuinely very happy, smiling before he even spoke. Just received news that Lord Wang Jingxing personally killed Su Hai's son in battle. The famous Wei General Su Hai was not satisfied and led troops to attack the general, but was heavily defeated. Our soldiers achieved a great victory. Uncle Tong pounded the table excitedly. If the news hadn't just arrived here, he might have jumped up shouting loudly about the victory. Is the news accurate? How is my big brother? Absolutely accurate. In less than an hour, the message will arrive. The flag soldiers are faster than pigeons. Soon, the flag soldiers will rush past here, waving their banners and shouting loudly, "Great victory! Great victory!" General Sun has heavily wounded Su Hai of Wei, and Wei soldiers are retreating from Fucheng. Uncle Tong's neck veins bulged as he grew more excited, eager to share this news with everyone. Su Lingyu, inspired by this passion, also felt happy. Uncle Tong asked me to meet here just to see the flag soldiers enter the city.
Exactly.
How can we miss such a proud moment? Uncle Tong took a sip of tea and calmed down a little. If you hadn't come to find me, I would have come looking for you, he said. Your batch of raw silk should be ready now, right? Your sharp eyes see through everything. I didn't come to find you, Here they are, here they are. Suddenly, Uncle Tong stood up, walked to the window, and said excitedly, "It's the general's cavalry." The general actually sent cavalry to deliver the message. Clad in armor, the cavalry held high banners, galloped wildly, and shouted loudly, "Great victory! Great victory! Fucheng's victory!" As expected, the news brought back by the cavalry matched Uncle Tong's guesses perfectly. He was so excited that he leaned on the window frame and shouted outside, "Light the firecrackers." All the Wang family's properties should celebrate with firecrackers. This news was more exciting than rain, and the shop not only brought out firecrackers but also drums and gongs. They beat drums, played gongs, and set off firecrackers to celebrate our army's victory in Fucheng. Some shop owners have even closed their stores and headed straight to the government office to hear the latest news. Seeing the streets filled with people rushing to the office, she asked, "The shop owners just left like this? Aren't they afraid someone might steal their goods?" "It's not likely," he replied. "First, people's hearts are honest, so theft is rare. Second, stealing can be deadly. Risking their lives for small gains isn't worth it." After the cavalry passed, Uncle Tong became quiet. Da Feng sat down, drank tea, and calmed his mind. Su Lingyu sat beside him. "After this, I think there will be promotions and honors. Don't you think, Lord Wang?" Maybe. Uncle Tong smiled again. "I hope my brother can earn some credit from this." Su Lingyu poured him a cup of tea. "Please ask around about the safety of our loved ones on the front lines." "Of course. Yu Hai has been badly injured, but he will likely return soon. Good news will come, you can rest assured." Wang Long followed the soldiers, either seeking military achievements or doing business in the camp. He's really good at making deals. Earning in the camp could support Wang Long's family for many generations. On the street, firecrackers went off loudly, so they had to wait for the noise to pass before talking. Once the excitement died down, the smell of gunpowder drifted into the private room, making her cough. Uncle Tong closed the window and said, "Today, we probably won't have time to discuss business. If you have goods, bring them over no matter how many." Su Lingyu took out a note. "These are the items I need. Bring them, especially more thread. It would be best to find a few skilled craftsmen who can operate weaving machines and are flexible."
All right.
Should I send someone to take you back?
No need, I have people coming.
When leaving, she brought Wang Er and Tsue. On the way, she wasn't worried about anyone causing trouble. They went downstairs and Uncle Tong and T-Scholar exchanged greetings like during the New Year. The difference was, they said congratulations instead of Happy New Year. You're leaving already? The Mengding tea is just brewed. Won't you have a sip before you go? T-Scholar quickly poured 2 cups of tea and reached out to give one, but Uncle Tong didn't want to accept. Good things deserve good tea. Daliang still has good generals. Uncle Tong took the cup, sipped, and felt happy. He exclaimed, "Excellent tea." Su Lingyu waved her hand, refusing the tea. "No more. Go back early and tell your family this news. One day, someone will send Uncle Tong some Mengding tea. The new tea has already been sent to the capital, but if you want more, you'll have to wait for the second batch." All right. It's okay to wait a few more days for good tea. The good news came, reassuring the people at the border. Those refugees from Fuqing were hopeful about returning home someday. "The enemy has retreated from Fuqing. Your husband will probably come back soon," Liang asked with a smile. The general was badly wounded, and his son was executed. "The soldiers of Wei probably won't come again," guessed Su Lingyu.
Liang smila tapili.
She was really looking forward to her husband's return. Since her husband left, she had been worried and afraid of bad news. At night, she woke up and couldn't sleep. She held her husband's clothes and prayed for his safe return. Now that there was a great victory, her husband could come home. She thought about preparing 2 sets of summer clothes for him, since it might be summer when he returned. She wanted to take fabric from the wardrobe and make clothes for him. Su Lingyu laughed at her worries. Her eldest son had been away for over a month, and she didn't know his size or how big he had grown. How could she make clothes that fit? This made Liang give up her idea. In the next couple of days, many people were filled with joy. The refugees from Fuqing were eager to go home. But this made everyone restless and distracted from work. Su Lingyu had to call a meeting. A large group of people sat on the ground, women holding children their fingers, men fiddling with their feet. The good news has spread, and the whole country is celebrating. You are from Fuqing and want to go back, which is understandable. But have you thought about whether Fuqing and your villages are still the same as when you left? War has caused destruction, stones smashed, houses burned down. Do you have enough to rebuild your homes? If you go back now, there will be no food or shelter. What will you do? Why not stay here for now? Earn some money and wait until things settle down. Everyone can understand simple truths like these. If you want to leave, then go. I only provide work here. I don't keep you against your will. No one has signed a contract binding them. You are free to come and go as you wish. If you plan to leave and steal something on the way, don't even think about it. The checkpoints are controlled by officials. If I report you, escaping won't be easy. Whether they stay or leave will be up to them. Su Lingyu won't force anyone to stay. She told Ague, people who behave badly and make too many mistakes should be expelled. Don't let them ruin the business. Yes, he replied. She then said to Wang Er, many of these people are your fellow villagers. If you can't manage them, let my people handle it. You eat from my family's food and use my silver, but if you can't do your job well, I will sell you. Wang Er bowed and dared not reply. Since coming to the Su family, he had learned about the master's temper. Although third son was a bit strict, he had a good heart. He did things with principles and cared for others. But if third son was not allowed to be tolerant, it would be hard to survive here. The local gentry or wealthy landowners might use tricks to make fellow villagers submit. But third son's young lady didn't need that. When she called out, the entire Dongquan village followed her. This was because she made sure the villagers had enough food. She cultivated rice seeds that increased water rice yields and brought good harvests. Not only in Dongquan village but even in the whole Daliang city, no one dared to oppose her. Behind her were not just the Su brothers, but also the ruler of Daliang city, General Sun.
He was smart.
Once he uncovered these secrets, he knew staying was more beneficial than leaving. Moreover, he would keep his brothers and Wang De with the Wang clan. To calm and suppress unrest, She turned around and sent someone to call Li Shan to the mountain. Is third son planning to send us away?
Li Shan asked.
If we go to the border of Dai, it would be very dangerous. This time, we go straight to Nanyang. Su Lingyu took out a note. This is the address of the dye shop in Nanyang City. You take the people and carry the goods. We're not selling cloth but raw silk. Go to Nanyang, talk more with foreign merchants, and find out the price of raw silk. Tell them about our situation here. 1/4 of silkworms produce 10,000 shares of silk. 10,000 shares? Travelers from all over love to exaggerate. If you tell the truth, they won't believe you. If you exaggerate a little, they'll be more likely to trust you. If they want to come back and see for themselves, let them follow.
All right.
Do they really believe that? Li Shan asked again.
They will.
Out of 10 sentences, 7 are false, 3 are true. They will tell truth from falsehood themselves. Li Shan was skeptical but still followed third son's instructions. Soon, they packed their bags, hitched the donkey, and set out. It wasn't that they didn't want a carriage, but the horses had been conscripted. It's hard to find horses in the market. Having a donkey was already good enough. That day, Su Lingyu was relaxing in a rocking chair, with her maid Chui Chui fanning her and Hong Er peeling March red lychees for her. As the chair rocked forward, she bit into a lychee. As it rocked back, the lychee meat went into her mouth, with half the shell left in Hong Er's hand. She enjoyed eating the meat and spitting out the pits, savoring a good life. Go make tea. Fu Sheng is coming. Soon after, Uncle Tong's carriage appeared on the mountain path. Feng Sheng, the energetic horse, jumped down before the carriage even stopped. You really enjoy yourself, Fu Sheng said with a smile. He took a palm fan and gently tapped the nearby lounge chair. Sit. Your bones are lazy, so I won't bother with formalities. Uncle Tong threw himself into the rocking chair, placing his feet on the footrest, rocking back and forth. This pavilion is nice. Sitting here, you can see who comes in and out of the village, Fu Sheng said, shifting slightly. It seems like you don't care about anything, but in fact, nothing escapes your watchful eyes. That's flattering. She could only manage her small territory. Beyond that, she couldn't control much. This year, with less rain and a bumper lychee harvest, farmers are giving or selling many to me. Bring some back for your wife. Your wife is too fiery. She can't eat lychees, Fu Sheng said, picking up a lychee, peeling it, and eating the flesh. Su Sanner, you're not being fair. You have nearly 20,000 silkworm cocoons and at least 5,000 strands of raw silk. You gave Uncle Tong 2,000 top-quality silk strands and me 1,000 medium-quality strands. Where did the remaining 3,000 go? Fu Sheng added, my people say a small trading team went out, claiming to be from Dongquan village. Are you trying to establish your own power? Su Lingyu smiled but said nothing, as Chui Chui brought tea. She changed the subject. Come have tea. The second batch of Mengding tea tastes better than the first. Fu Sheng picked up a cup of tea and said before tasting, luckily, Wang Long went to Fucheng. If he were still here, he would have cut off your supply. He's not an easy person to deal with. Over the years, under his pressure, I could only stay here. Yes, I understand, she replied. I have quite a few businesses, fruit, vegetables, poultry, herbs that I can sell to you. I want to sell the raw silk and textiles myself. Even if you can't sell directly, you should compare prices and choose the best. Letting Wang Long's family dominate isn't good for me. Ultimately, she is still a businesswoman. Maximizing profits is what she wants. I can't beat Wang Long, but I have a way to deal with him. Once I persuade my older brother-in-law to come to Daliang City and work with you. You don't need to worry about travel expenses or anything else. Just focus on producing silk. You should sell the silk to me at a low price. What do you think? Su Lingyu looked at him. I plan to open a shop here and run it all the way to the capital. Outside Daliang, we will sell there. As long as you guarantee to give me 10,000 shares of raw silk each year. Just a 3-year contract.
Dial, Fu Sheng Said, Koling Kui Kui.
Get the ink ready. I'm about to show my skills. Fu Sheng was so eager because he wanted to strengthen himself while Wang Long was away. Otherwise, when Wang Long returns, it will be hard to grow further. How will you price the raw silk?
Fu Sheng asked.
Based on Nanyang's prices, Su family's raw silk is 10 copper coins cheaper per share than in Nanyang City. That's good. Transporting raw silk from Nanyang to Beiyang City earns at least 20 copper coins profit. If it's 10 coins cheaper, that's 30 coins profit. In a year, that's 300 taels of silver. What if it's turned into silk fabric? The profit here is enough to tempt anyone. With this contract, I won't worry about convincing my older brother-in-law. My Suji desserts are opening a branch in Nanyang. Do you have a way?
Su Lingyu asked.
Yes. As long as it's Nanyang City, I can help find a place for a branch or even a workshop. Leave this to me. Fu Sheng sipped his tea and looked at Su Sana nearby. This young girl was even better at making money than he was. He had monitored the Suji dessert shop. The main store and branches together earned at least 20 taels of silver. This was during turbulent times. When Daliang City returns to its usual lively state, the earnings could be even higher. If managed well, it could rival Fu Sheng Tower. After observing for a few days, he had figured out some strategies. The Suji dessert shop releases a new treat every 7 days, and older items are discounted every 3 days. The discounts attract customers and boost sales of new products. Selling an old item at a loss of 2 or 3 coins, but earning 4 or 5 coins on a new product, this may seem like a loss, but it actually makes more profit. She is a clever girl, and Fu Sheng secretly admired her. Is the Su Sanner you mentioned of marriageable age? Not even 10 years old. How could she be married?
Fu Sheng said.
His older brother-in-law was surprised. A child? Yes, just a child. She just turned 9 this year. I originally thought her family's rise was thanks to her father and brothers. But after spending more time with her, I realized that most of these arrangements are made by her. Look over there at the rice fields, the houses, and the workers. They're all because of her. If her father and brothers hadn't deliberately kept it hidden, she would be the top talented woman in Daliang. Looking at the terraced fields, the ginkgo trees, and the busy workers, Yuan Dai was amazed. Before she was even an adult, she managed to earn all these assets. She's truly remarkable. What has she done?
Yuanda asked.
Quite a lot. Fu Sheng detailed Su Lingyu's growth story, exaggerating many parts. Not only Yuanda was stunned, but the workers nearby also listened intently. They didn't know that Miss San had such amazing abilities. Look at these spinning wheels. They seem similar to others, but if you look closely, you'll see they are much faster than usual. She and the shopkeeper from Mutong discussed this. Most people haven't thought of doing it this way. She really is a special woman. We should have a proper talk, Yuanda said. He then looked down at the woman beside him and asked her about the reason behind these innovations. Fu Sheng acted quickly. Within a few days, he brought his older brother-in-law to see the raw silk. At first, the brother-in-law didn't believe it. But when he saw the lively mulberry forest in Dongquan village, he had to believe it. There's a water shortage everywhere and grain is hard to transport, yet you managed to grow this large mulberry forest. Amazing. All thanks to Miss San. Look at the mulberry forest. See all the bamboo underneath? Each bamboo has its joints opened, allowing water to flow from the ground into the bamboo, then out through tiny holes directly to the roots of the mulberry trees. It's efficient and saves water. Fu Sheng took his brother-in-law to see the water tanks. Positioned high up, they use gravity to deliver water to each mulberry tree. Such a clever woman. Simple ideas everyone understands, but few put into practice. This mulberry forest feeds the entire village. Every household raises silkworms, so our silk production won't fall short. The brother-in-law waved Fu Sheng to lead the way from the mulberry forest to the silk spinning area. Since only women work in the silk reeling workshops, Fu Sheng didn't plan to take the brother-in-law inside. Spinning silk into thread is not an easy task. Today, I saw women spinning thread and felt that their work was quite simple. I saw a woman holding silver thread in one hand, stepping on a wooden board with one foot, and pulling the spun thread with the other hand. Before long, she spun a bundle of raw silk. Su Lingyu wanted to go to meet Boss Yuan, but on the way, she met Agui, who was gathering news. Agui said, there are changes in Fucheng. Wei's army sent Zhao Wen to command the troops. Zhao Wen has 10,000 soldiers pressing nearby, saying he wants to avenge Major Su and forcing General Sun to hand over the young Master Wang. If General Sun doesn't give him the person, they will fight. The two armies are facing each other again, and no one knows how long this will last.
Agisiged.
She thought the war would end soon, and the young master would return home quickly. But just when one battle ends, another begins. When will this war be over? The rise and fall of De Wei and De Liang have nothing to do with her. What worries her is the young master. The young master is kind and considerate to others and cares for Big Fool. She hopes nothing happens to him and that Sanner won't be sad or upset.
Está lang okay? Su Lingyu asked.
Agui snapped back to reality and quickly replied, the young master is safe. He went to battle once, but there was no danger, and he earned a small merit. That's good. Tell Li Ying about this. Say it nicely, so she won't worry about her husband and have a miscarriage. Understood. You can rest assured. After seeing Agui off, she walked down the mountain and saw Boss Yuan watching women spinning and asking carefully about new spinning methods. This is like secretly learning skills. To spin silk faster and better, she and the wood shopkeeper improved the silk reeling process and the spinning machines. She even made some improvements to the loom, adding springs. When good methods are learned by others, it only creates more rivals for her. She was careless and didn't take proper precautions. From now on, every worker must sign a contract. Those who leak secrets will pay large fines or be reported to officials. This is not enough. She also needs to build a wall and set up strict entry and exit rules to block outside views. Sanner is here. Good fortune, shopkeeper Yuan. Fuxing said that. I half believe it. Today, after seeing it myself, I can't help but admire Miss Su's intelligence. Someone capable of making such a device is definitely not an idle person. Yuan said. Isn't this made by an idle person? Who else would make these things if not them? They have nothing to do but think about these gadgets, Su Lingyu said with a smile. Miss Su, you're joking. Not everyone has your talent. Yuan, I don't doubt the silk production, but what about the quality? Don't worry, I won't let you lose out, Su Lingyu said, waving her hand and inviting them to the warehouse. Inside, there were burlap sacks piled up. The woven sacks were full and firm. Pressing down on them, you could feel the bounce. The sacks were tightly packed with no gaps. Each sack weighs 50 jin, with 120 strands of silk thread, Su Lingyu explained. Yuanda walked around and asked, there are at least 3,000 strands of silk here. How did you do it? Did you gather the whole town's effort? Not exactly. All from our own production. The silkworm farming in Dongquan village is the best, she replied. Talking about this, she couldn't help but admire the hard-working common people. They produced less than 3,000 strands of silk in less than a month. Although technology was not advanced, and everything relied on manual labor, they worked very diligently. Low wages, high intensity, yet they didn't oppose it and worked tirelessly. A simple lunch with some meat broth made them grateful. She felt like she was a greedy capitalist exploiting the people, squeezing their sweat and blood to build a paradise for herself.
Corruption.
Too corrupt. Shameful, very shameful. They didn't understand the importance of caring for people. She scolded herself in her mind, but in action, she enjoyed it. Walking on paved stone roads, drinking fragrant Mengding tea, rocking in her chair, and sighing that time was passing like water. Yuanda was more interested in the burlap sacks. He touched one and said, this kind of thing is very different. Lighter than rice bags, but sturdier than mud bags. If you want some, just tell the village. Any amount you need, she replied. These sacks had a tree sap added to the jute thread, greatly increasing their toughness. If we coat them with paint or wax, I believe they could be waterproof, Su Lingyu thought, imagining making finer, more durable threads, dyeing them blue, and turning them into durable trousers. Such wear-resistant, dirt-resistant pants would be very popular with the people. She untied the ropes and opened a burlap sack. This is medium-grade silk. Slightly less glossy, but still very tough. It can be made into high-quality silk fabric. Whether the silk thread can be dyed well depends on its quality. Yuanda checked the raw silk carefully. Having confirmed the quality of this batch, he began to plan new business ideas for the year. Miss Su, let's discuss the transportation costs, Yuanda said. Throughout history, transportation has always been a key part of trade. Goods can't be sold if the roads are blocked. Goods can't be sold if transportation costs are too high. Transportation costs reduce profit and increase expenses. Buying and selling become harder because of this. Regarding transportation costs, she has already thought of other methods. Boss Yuan, do you see more of that kind of people? Boss Yuan? That's what the master means, no other intention. Who is doing the work? Women, wives, and girls, Fu Sheng looked and said. Women do more work, so they earn more money. When women earn more than men, how will the family's status change? Yuanda thought for a moment, who has more money, who is stronger? When women are respected and men are lower, it might cause problems. It would go against the traditional view of men being superior to women, and many conflicts could arise. Actually, arguments have already started. Once, a woman was naturally bossy. Now, with more income, she goes home every 7 days to take money, which makes her look down on the men in the family. This caused a big fight, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law came forward, asking her to quit and stay home to take care of the children. Because of this, Su Lingyu had to step in to mediate. So we need another plan to balance the status between men and women. I plan to set up a trading caravan to send raw silk and bring back thread. They will deliver goods, and the income from sales will naturally increase. There are many good products here, but the problem is transportation. Fu Sheng's eyes sparkled. Are you planning to compete with Wang Long? Not exactly. Eventually you will. You're not just selling. The goods here are not so simple. But selling these alone won't sustain the caravan. Yes, but what can we do if not? If she only transported goods like this, she couldn't support the caravan. Her goods are more than just these. Some things don't need to be fully revealed, only hinted at slightly. Smart people like them can understand without explicit words. Here, there are 3,000 raw silk, with an average of 1,800. You need to pay 60% of the price for medium-grade silk and 50% for low-grade silk. This has been agreed upon. Do you all agree? Before coming, Yuanda initially disagreed, insisting on further negotiations and even forcing the Su family to make concessions. But after seeing the raw silk, he had no objections. Good products are not afraid of advance payment. However, he didn't bring many silver notes and might not be able to pay the deposit. When he looked at Fu Sheng again, he saw Fu Sheng pat his chest, signaling that everything was ready. The troubled heart finally calmed down, and I said to Su Lingyu, everything is ready. Let's sign the contract. On the old Tiger Creek trade route leading to Nanyang City, there is a steep on the left and dense forest on the right. Bandits often appear here, blocking the way for travelers and small caravans. One caravan, carrying goods, was passing through Tiger Creek. They carried machetes and looked around cautiously. Their caution was right. Halfway up the mountain, a group of bandits was hiding. They were concealed in ditches and grass, watching the caravan closely. If Su Lingyu saw this, she would recognize one person. That person was Zhang Matzi, who once tried to sell her but was scared away by Wang Jingxing. Who knows what luck Zhang Matzi had? He found a mountain hideout and became a bandit, even learning some strength from a master. With a bit of cleverness, he managed to become the leader of the gang. Boss, what's in this caravan? Why are so many people sent to deliver the goods? Boss, with so many goods, should we rob them? If we do, it could be trouble. Zhang Matzi slapped him and said, are you blind? 1 cart of goods with 5 guards. Do you think we can take it? One person muttered. What a pity. If we could steal it, we'd be happy for a whole year. The strategist said, look at the flags on the cart. That's an official flag. This caravan has official backing, at least from a high-ranking official. Those managing Daliang City are all tough fighters. Stealing from them would mean certain destruction. I know these people, the third gang leader said, wrapping his hands. They come from Dongquan village. Except for Wang Er, who has some skills, the rest are just fools. If we rush down with our blades, we'll scare them so badly they'll their pants. Is that true? Zhang Matzi asked. The strategist stopped him and said, Boss, don't be reckless. They managed to move goods once, so they can do it again. First, find out who supports them, then act. Zhang Matzi hesitated for a moment. Let them go for now. After years of luxury, craving wealth, greed took hold of his heart. Seeing something good, he wanted to take it for himself. If this caravan was truly, as Wang Ba said, weak and easy to take, then maybe they should just rob it. They could take the goods, hide in the mountains, then sell them in other towns, enjoy themselves, and return later. Boss, look, those people are back, and there are so many carts again. The people sent to watch reported that the cart was filled with strings. Although strings are cheap, they are worth more when exchanged. Zhang Matzi dared not move recklessly. Their people outnumber us, and their weapons are sharp. If we rush in, it's just asking for death. You can try to block them if you want, but if you succeed, it's yours. His subordinates didn't dare to act anymore. They were greedy, but also afraid of death. Since the boss said they couldn't stop it, there's no point risking their lives. Zhang Matzi was tempted, but the strategist went to gather information. Without knowing the details of the caravan, he didn't dare act rashly. The bandits in action allowed Wang Er and others to return safely to Dongguan village. They collected their wages and went home to rest. Su Lingyu opened the letters brought back from Nanyang City. Some were from the capital, others from Fucheng. Su Shan shared funny stories from the capital and suggested that the family visit there. Then came Su Qingqi's message, worried about his family's safety, and he advised everyone to go to the capital. He also mentioned Li Yongji was getting married and invited everyone to the celebration. The remaining letters were from Su Zhang's family, mostly caring and thoughtful words. Mu Mian felt happy when she heard her mother mention her. Like a little glutton, she enjoyed the snacks sent from the capital, snuggling beside her sister and talking to her mother from afar. The most important message was from Su Zhong. Su Zhong wrote that the generals of the Great Wei had been replaced, with 100,000 Wei soldiers stationed at the border, demanding Wang Jingxing's surrender. Wei soldiers wanted revenge for Major General Su and pressured General Sun to hand over Wang Jingxing. General Sun refused, but the army had fewer than 50,000 soldiers, making it hard to fight Wei's forces. The court decided to negotiate peace, which would take 5 days, and the negotiation team was on its way. If talks failed, Wang Jingxing might have to be handed over. General Sun wanted Wang Jingxing to hide, but Wang Jingxing refused to leave. He read the letters aloud to his family, and Li Shi sighed in relief after hearing them. Such a good young man like Wang Xiao, how could he be handed over to the enemy and be killed? Li Ying was very worried about her husband's safety. If there's another war, will my husband have to go to the battlefield? Su Lingyu folded the letter and put it into an envelope. We don't know what's happening outside. We need to send more people to gather information. If war really breaks out, we'll have to go to the capital. If fighting resumes, Wei's army won't hold back. They might even attack Daliang City. Going to the capital might mean abandoning this land and our family's home. Prepare for both options just in case. If a fight really happens, we will go to Kyoto, said Su Li. Next, Yuanda's raw silk order must be completed as promised. Failing to do so would harm our reputation. Don't tell outsiders about going to Kyoto to avoid causing trouble, Su Lingyu warned her sister-in-law. It's important to tell the truth. We need to inform others that Wei's army has once again gathered in Fucheng, and fighting may start again. Let them not rush back, Li Ying said. The situation in Fucheng is serious, and they will find out anyway. The returning merchant guards will tell them. The fighting in Fucheng worries her a lot. When she entered the silkworm room, she thought about them spinning silk. She made plans, set routes, and thought about the safest way to escape if war broke out. She trusted a few people to go and check the roads. If something happened, they would have a place to retreat. Fucheng is noisy, but life here continues and business goes on. She sent men to villages to collect silkworm cocoons for spinning silk. The cocoons of different qualities could only produce lower quality silk threads. Selling to Fuxing isn't good, but selling to other merchants is also a business opportunity. Night fell, hot and humid, with constant insect sounds. Su Lingyu put up mosquito nets and opened the window to sleep. She also poured water inside to cool the room. Suddenly, there was a loud snap and clap sound. It was noisy and annoying, but she didn't care, turned over and kept sleeping. She muttered, "Is it going to rain?" After a while, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. Su Lingyu was startled awake and drew a dagger from under her pillow, stabbing outward. The person was faster, dodged the dagger, and covered her mouth. "Sho, Miss San, it's me, Ashan."
Ashan?
Isn't Ashan one of Wang Jingxing's guards? Why is he here? Unavoidable, Miss San, please don't be angry. My young master is injured, and I had to come to ask for your help, Ashan said. Su Lingyu brushed his hand away. Bring me my clothes. She was still in her pajamas. Aware that this was inappropriate, Ashan stepped back and handed her the clothes from nearby, bowing slightly. Sorry for the intrusion. It's fine. Su Lingyu put on her outer garment and cloak. Where is he? Back Mountain. The back mountain of the Su family. There are many wild animals there.
How is his injury?
She asked as she looked for her medical kit. Perhaps the action of carrying the box woke Cui Cui. Cui Cui asked softly, Miss, are you thirsty? Would you like some warm water? The water on the stove is still warm. No need to get up.
You can sleep now.
But Cui Cui, instead of sleeping, got up from her bed. Where is the miss going? Cui Cui will hold the lamp for you. Ashan hinted that he could knock Cui Cui out, but Su Lingyu shook her head to refuse. She stood outside Cui Cui's door and said, lie down and watch the door. If someone comes looking for her, say she is still sleeping. Can't the miss sleep anymore? Cui Cui can keep her company and talk. Cui Cui wanted to go out, but the door was held from inside and outside. It was the miss's wish not to let her go out, so she could rest well. Cui Cui felt helpless and said, be careful, don't fall again. Sana was a girl who cared a lot about the miss, more like an older sister, and she didn't say much. When she couldn't sleep at night, she didn't want to disturb them. The miss was deep in thought, worried about many things, which made her unable to sleep at night. She didn't want to go out or return to her room. In the past, she would wait nearby, worried that the miss might be cold or hungry. But sometimes, the miss wouldn't let anyone follow her, afraid they might overhear her secrets. Cui Cui felt pity for the miss and didn't want to cause her trouble, so she didn't go after her. If the miss didn't sleep, Cui Cui also couldn't sleep. She lay on her side, waiting for the miss to return, hoping she would cherish herself and come back early to rest. The Lingyu pavilion had 4 servants, 2 rough-mannered older women and 2 maids. Besides Cui Cui, no one else got up, which saved her trouble. Carrying a lantern, she followed Ashan. The night was dark and difficult to walk, but Ashan's big steps quickly led the way ahead. Su Lingyu couldn't keep up, as her steps were small. She accidentally hit her toe on the stairs and nearly fell. Ashan finally noticed she wasn't following and turned back to pick up her medicine box, hanging it on himself. He squatted in front of her and said, come up. I'll carry you over. Life was at stake, so she didn't hesitate. She leaned forward, allowing Ashan to carry her across. I don't know how to check pulses, and I'm not a doctor. Coming to me is useless. I have some pills prepared by Grandpa Lu. Maybe they will help. Su Lingyu also said, first, tell me how this happened, so I can find the right medicine. Yunlong explained, yesterday, the general was ambushed. Young master protected him with a sword, but the wound wasn't deep, though the sword was poisoned. Young master took some antidote, but he's weak, his legs are soft, and he can't even hold chopsticks. Today, officials from the court arrived outside Fucheng. We heard they planned to hand young master over to Wei's army. General Sun told us to leave with young master first. On the way, we met a small squad of Wei soldiers trying to take a mountain path behind Fucheng. We had no choice but to fight. During the battle, young master's condition worsened. After we managed to kill the enemy, he grew even weaker. He only asked us to find you and then lost consciousness again. His poison hasn't fully cleared, and with the enemy nearby, the poison might be spreading through his blood all over his body. She opened her box, took out a small porcelain bottle, and poured out 2 pills. She then took a wide-mouthed jar, handed the bottle and pills to Yunlon, and said, "Give him these to drink." They used the original Nyohuang detox pills mixed with spiritual spring water, hoping to save him. He still has a fever and needs cooling. Also, you 2 brothers need to stop the bleeding quickly. Come with me, there are more medicines at home. Her sincerity was clear, but they dared not go with her to Lingyu Mountain Villa. It wasn't distrust, but they didn't want to endanger her. They escaped from the military camp. Though General Sun protected them, officials sent by the court wouldn't give up easily. Tomorrow, a wanted notice would be issued. If they appeared here after being reported, not only they, but the Su family would face severe punishment. Seeing their hesitation, Su Lingyu said, "I have a way to get past it. Lift your people and come back with me." The women preparing to work saw the Su family's carriage returning from the city. How did Wang Er get back so early? Did he stay out all night? Stop talking nonsense. Wang Er is sincere to Sister Wang. Don't stir trouble. An informed person said, he just returned from the mountain villa with fresh fish. I heard the old lady was greedy for edamame last night and had stomach issues all night. Before dawn, Wang Er was sent to the city to call a doctor. Now the doctor has returned. Is that so? Should we go visit and see how they're doing? Let's go together. Everyone who cared came to visit the Su family. After learning that the old lady had a mild poisoning, they all shared their home remedies. Each one claimed to be effective. Ling didn't know which one to try, so she simply thanked them all and asked them to leave. They went to work. Some came to visit, others came to check on her, and the house was lively for a while. The Li family brought good gifts. Su Lingyu and Ling dealt with them for a while before they left. After closing the small door and entering the inner room, they saw Dr. Lu Yong giving Wang Jingxing acupuncture. Since the men in the family were not at home, Wang Jingxing was sleeping in Su Li's room, which was quite suitable. He wouldn't be seen easily, and it wouldn't cause gossip. Under the cover of night, Su Lingyu woke Su Li and asked Ash and Yunlon to send the person inside. Using Wang Jingxing's poisoning as an excuse, they called the doctor. They also used the doctor's advice that he shouldn't be exposed to wind to block outside visitors. Poison has entered his lungs. The later we act, the harder it is to save him, said Lu Yong. I will first use acupuncture to block his meridians. After he takes medicine and expels some of the poison, I will remove the needles. Thank you for your effort. As long as there's enough silver, it's no trouble, Lu Yong smiled. Everyone was amused. Because Su Zhong and Lu Li were classmates, the Su family and Lu family had a good relationship. Even if the Su family had no money, Dr. Lu would still come. They could discuss medical supplies without damaging their friendship. Take me to see the other 2 people now. They are badly hurt, Lu Yong said. Follow me. Su Lingyu led Lu Yong out. Liang closed the secret door and sat beside her grandmother. Thank you for your hard work, Grandma. It's just acting. It's not hard, Su Li said as she looked at Wang Jingxing in bed. When Sana was born, your father was tricked into thinking he was going on a business trip. All the family silver was taken, and we ended up with nothing. Seeing the family's food running out, I went begging in the village, asking for a bowl of rice from door to door. Even then, I was met with scorn. Luckily, his uncle saw us and gave us a bag of millet. It helped us get through the tough times until your father returned with silver. The Wang family helped us a lot. Yes. Kind families will be rewarded. Wang Jingxing woke up from his dream, sweating profusely, as if a drowning person had been given new life. Through the black curtain, he saw a shadow outside. He wanted to speak, but found it hard to open his mouth. When he did, his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Who is outside? Bringing some water? You're awake. Ha, you are quite lucky. This gentle, slightly teasing voice told him who was outside the curtain. His tense heart eased a little. Just then, the curtain was pulled aside, and it was not Su Lingyu but her grandmother, Su Lisher. Wang Jingxing gave a weak smile. Thank you. Don't move. You still have silver needles on you. Drink some water first. You'll need medicine later, Su Lisher said. After drinking a few sips of water and gaining some strength, he pressed his pillow and took deep breaths. After a while, he realized he was shirtless and had many silver needles inserted. Such rudeness was not suitable for meeting Su Lingyu. Do you still have strength?
Su Lingyu asked. Yes.
Grandpa Liu has returned to the city. He said you would wake up today. If you're strong enough, you can remove the needles yourself. If not, call Yunlon to help you. She added, Yunlon is currently in disguise outside and can't come into the mountain villa. If you can, remove the needles yourself. Silver needles are inserted into acupoints. Not just anyone can pull them out. If done carelessly, it could cause him to go astray in his qigong practice and harm his cultivation. Removing needles should be done by a doctor or a martial arts expert. He just woke up from his illness. Where would he find the strength to remove the needles? You're also a martial artist.
Why don't you help me?
Wang Jingxing asked. I'm afraid of needles, especially long silver needles, she replied. If it were just needles or 4 drips, it would be fine, but these silver needles are different. They range from half an inch to over an inch long, and she's very afraid. Wang Jingxing chuckled inside the curtain. You're afraid of something too. Imagining her stubborn look made him feel a bit better, and his frustration eased. Third son, go check if the medicine is ready. It's time to take it, Su Lisher reminded. Please get well soon. This is my first time serving someone. Letting me serve you, you really have a big heart. Although she said this, her actions were gentle, and her manner was kind. Maybe because she was close, I could see her face clearly. Her skin was smooth like polished jade, and her rosy cheeks matched her lovely face. I noticed her smile and heard her teasing tone. Great kindness doesn't need thanks. You'll be repaid someday. Whether you repay or not, we won't talk about it. Just get well soon. After 3 more days, Wang Jingxing was able to get up and walk, but his steps were light, and he lacked strength. The poison had been cleared out. He just needed to rest well. Immediately, Su Lingyu gave him a set of blue clothes, told him to let his hair down, and disguised him as a woman. Under the cover of night, she took him to Lingyu Pavilion. Few people come and go here, so you can stay comfortably. As she spoke, Su Lingyu said to Tsue and others, This is Mr. Wang from afar. He's here to teach the Guqin. Please take good care of him.
Yes.
Tsue's eyes lit up as she flattered Wang Jingxing, busy taking care of his stay. Su Lingyu tapped her with an umbrella. Are you planning to betray your master? Not at all. It's rare for Miss to want to learn the Guqin. You should take good care of the teacher. Tsue added, You've been blowing the flute for 3 or 5 years, but there's no progress. It's time to change to a different instrument. She also said, I'm just trying to help you. You've been learning the flute for 3 or 5 years, but learning the Guqin takes 5 or 6. We want to serve you well, let the teacher stay longer, and not get upset and leave so quickly. Goodness, Tsue, you really don't think much of me. That day, Su Lingyu and Wang Jingxing were on Yuntai, enjoying the rain scenery and drinking Mengding tea. They saw Yunlon wearing a raincoat, coming down from above, likely having cut her green wall, and entered. It seems I need to build a wall. 1 layer of spicy thornwood can't stop people like you. Yunlon bowed to her master and asked Miss Third, Who are these people? Just joking. Yunlon brought news, saying, I've already informed the general about Wei Jun's movements. The general ordered us to secretly monitor Wei Jun. The general suspects that the negotiations with Wei Jun are fake, and the delay is real. Wei Jun can't delay any longer. They lack enough food, Wang Jingxing said. They probably have other plans. Cloud Lan looked gloomy and said, Wei's army demands that we give up Fuqing and pay 30,000 taels in military expenses. That's ridiculous. How can a victorious country have to pay? We think the same, but the officials on the civil side disagree. The general strongly opposes, but the 9th prince is uncertain and undecided. Wang Jingxing clenched his fists. We can't stay here. Let's go back. Going back is like sending ourselves to death, said Su Lingyu, who was drinking tea. She poured herself another cup of tea. The most unpredictable thing in the world is people's hearts. Things that seem impossible will happen. If our side isn't firm, it means they will get what they want. Are you not surprised at all? What's there to be surprised about? War is your thing, men's work. I just farm on the back lines. And this isn't a big deal. History is full of victories followed by land loss and payments. It's not something I worry about this time. She set down her teacup. You guys talk, I'll go for a walk. If I don't go out, I'll go crazy. After she left, Wang Jingxing and Cloud Lan discussed again. They didn't know what they said, but that night, Cloud Lan took her people and left. It was better to leave, so they wouldn't attract attention. Because of her preferences, Ling Yu Pavilion built a balcony. Standing there, she enjoyed the mountain forest scenery and the early summer night. Such a pleasure. Tonight, someone couldn't sleep and stood outside the balcony, disturbing her sleep. Draped in a thin veil, holding a fan, she sat by the window lattice, fanning herself and asking him, "What are you thinking about?" Master said that great people hide their thoughts and don't easily show what's in their hearts. For some reason, he was willing to share his feelings with her. Not because she was young and naive, or because she was exceptionally clever and thought differently from others.
He simply wanted to tell her some things.
Will this negotiation really succeed? He asked. I don't know. I'm not involved directly, and I don't have much information. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you all. No matter who is in charge, it has nothing to do with ordinary people like me. What you should worry about is how you will return to the army camp after the negotiation, and how you will be rewarded for this battle. She gently fanned herself with the fan. If you can't sleep, let's go for a walk downstairs to change our mood. When we come back, we'll be able to sleep. After saying that, she changed into new clothes, took her fan, and handed him a lantern that was lit. Cui Cui led the way in front, Wang Jingxing carried a lantern behind, and the girl walking in the middle found it very easy. Recently, candles are quite expensive, and pine oil has been raised in price 3 times. The prices in the city are getting higher and higher. Many people are struggling to keep up. Those living in the city are thinking about moving back to the countryside. The war won't last long. In less than 3 months, everything will settle down. The guard man saw them and stepped forward to ask, "Miss, are you heading to the silkworm house?" "Yes, summer silkworms need more care than spring ones." "You guys go patrol." A Wang went with the patrol team, while a Hu ran into the forest to play. He wouldn't come back for a few days. Su Lingyu patted a Wang's head. "Be careful. Someone might be a bad person." At the foot of the mountain, there was a row of silkworm houses with about 30,000 silkworms inside. Before getting close, they could hear rustling sounds. People who are easily frightened wouldn't dare approach at night. Those with a fear of crowded spaces wouldn't enter the silkworm house either. Each silkworm house had guards, usually 3 to 5 people. She went inside and saw someone holding a quilt, leaning against the wall and dozing off. Without her reminding, the nearby person would wake her up. The fresh mulberry leaves were just delivered. "Sanner came earlier than usual today," said the manager.
"It's okay. You all rest."
"I'll check inside," she replied, leading Wang Jingxing inside. It was Wang Jingxing's first time in a silkworm house. Holding a lantern, he looked at the faint glow and saw the white powdery worms eating mulberry leaves. After visiting 2 or 3 silkworm houses, Wang Jingxing realized how many there were. This row alone had at least 10 houses, not counting the ones used for storing mulberry leaves. "How many silkworms do you raise?" "Over 30,000, which is 1,000 more than in spring." She said, "Spring silkworms are usually better than summer ones, but this year, due to little rain in spring, the mulberry leaves weren't as good. I think this batch of silk will be the best of the year." Large-scale breeding isn't difficult, but many people can't do it well because they fear silkworm diseases. How do you solve this problem? He had studied since he was young and knew farmers were most afraid of crop diseases. Fixing the disease problem means solving most of the difficulties. It's not hard. First, treat the mulberry trees. Second, improve ventilation in the silkworm houses. Third, understand the silkworm's habits. By doing these, you can greatly reduce damage. If you're interested, I can write a book about it someday. You can read it yourself. I won't say more. To increase profits and reduce costs, she has already figured out some methods. Writing a book like Silkworm Cultivation is also an option. She always speaks confidently, never lowering her head, unaware of humility or modesty. No one can compare to her. Her calmness and pride, her honesty and arrogance, make her a unique person. Watching her inspect the silkworms with her head bowed, Wang Jingxing took out a sachet from his pocket. This sachet saved his life. He initially wanted to return it to her, but in the end, he kept it. He promises to repay her kindness someday. You are truly impressive, he said sincerely. Impressive? Not really. I just had no choice, she replied as she walked toward the next silkworm house with Wang Jingxing. When the war started, the border people fled, and Sun Wei just left others behind. To prevent more crimes, we had to find ways to support them. Giving them free food made me feel uneasy, but I was afraid they might become ungrateful, so I kept planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms. I had them build bricks and silkworm houses. They cleared paths, repaired roads, and laid stones. If I didn't have some savings to fall back on, I might have gone broke too. Being able to thrive amid difficulties is remarkable. Brother Su should be proud of you all. Su Lingyu stopped and turned to look at Wang Jingxing. After a few moments, she withdrew her gaze. Next door, Xiao Wang changed. He went from being like a divine figure on a cloud to a temple statue. He lost some of his fairy air, but gained more earthiness. Once, he was the pride of heaven, riding a tall horse, with a stern face, looking down on ordinary people. After traveling, most of his sharp edges were worn down, but his gaze still held a sense of superiority, with a hint of disdain. In officialdom, he softened his edges and learned to speak nicely. It's hard to tell whether he's become more adaptable or simply more influenced by his environment. I just hope he doesn't become ordinary and that her investment doesn't go to waste. Xiao Wang, stay firm. She's betting big, waiting for great returns. Don't withdraw too early and ruin her investment. When fate bestows great responsibilities upon a person, they must endure hardships and labor tirelessly. These setbacks are not insurmountable. As long as we live, there's always a chance to rise again. Thinking she wouldn't understand, she continued a little more. Some people endure humiliation and carry heavy burdens, hiding their talents, waiting for the right moment to soar. They aim to enter the court as officials or ministers. You must believe in yourself one day. Enough, he said, giving her a look that said, Do I still need you to teach me these things? The expressionless face returned again. Next door, Xiao Wang was back, clearly determined. People like us, born with talent, can become famous with just a little effort. In less than 3 years, I will be the richest person. Are you showing off? I'm just stating facts. You're not very modest. With the help of the spiritual spring, tall trees grew around the water pool on the mountain, blocking the blue sky and hiding people's view. She, who liked coolness, didn't want to go to the mountaintop anymore, so she went straight to the water pool to practice in the morning. Her sword moves looked like Tai Chi, better for health than fighting. To be blunt, it was just fancy moves, good for scaring people but not for hurting them. Watching nearby, Wang Jingxing was very suspicious. Was this the same person who once showed internal strength? He couldn't help but step forward to test her. You're not good enough. No real combat experience. Let me fight you. If enemies appear, I have ways to handle them. Okay. She had forgotten about the mountaintop incident and didn't realize Wang Jingxing was testing her on purpose. Without real combat experience, she was easily knocked down by Wang Jingxing's sword in a few moves. Again, she was not willing to give up. All right. This time she attacked first. Before reaching Wang Jingxing, she was blocked, and then her wooden sword was knocked away. Again. Okay. Seeing her determined to try again, he responded carefully. They exchanged 3 moves, and he managed to suppress her stance again. Did she really have internal strength? Before he could ask, she said, Let's stop here. Rest for a moment, then continue. Okay. You lack real combat experience. If faced with an enemy, you need to use your internal strength to quickly defeat or scare them. All right. She adjusted her breathing and reflected on her mistakes. After a fragrant moment, they fought again. This time, she managed to land 5 moves on Wang Jingxing. At first, it was very difficult, but gradually she became more fluent. After practicing together, they were both sweating profusely.
Stop.
Let's try again tomorrow.
Okay.
He confirmed one thing. Su Lingyu had no internal strength at all. He had been fooled by this little girl. This little liar. So annoying. In the following days, they trained swordsmanship together every day. Like students who just got their driving licenses and couldn't resist the urge to drive, she fell in love with sparring. This caused trouble for Xiao Wang, who was next door. He couldn't scold, hit, or dismiss the young girl. Even Cui, who was serving nearby, was annoyed. This gentleman clearly came to teach the piano, so why is he practicing swordsmanship? No, I must remind him not to waste time anymore. After the two finished their morning practice, Cui approached Wang Jingxing. Mr. Wang, you're here to teach the young lady to play the piano, not to practice swordplay. She shot him a sharp look. If there's no piano, how can I practice? He sat cross-legged, meditating. Go find a piano.
Cui stomped their foot.
Even if the young lady doesn't say anything, you wouldn't bring it up? You're not here to teach piano, but to trick food and drink. You're such a big liar. Your young lady isn't in a hurry, but you, the maid, are getting anxious. You don't know, my young lady isn't good at music theory. She's been practicing the flute for years, but it still sounds terrible. Bad people are rational. I just hope you teach her some skills. Go ahead. Cui found the young lady and said, Miss, why don't you buy a piano? Without a piano, having a piano teacher is useless. What kind of piano? We practice sword every day. My hands are sore. My arms hurt. Come help me stretch. Cui stomped her foot and put down her handkerchief. You could buy a piano first. All right, I'll go to town tomorrow to buy one. Good, keep stretching. You should find a ball to practice with. Practicing sword with one hand every day has made your arms thick. It's one thick arm and one thin arm. Looks terrible. What's the difference from that crooked tree? Still, practicing the piano is better. If I practice the piano, I won't need to practice the flute. How wonderful that would be. After Cui repeatedly reminded her, Su Lingyu had to take her to town. She claimed they were going to see a piano, but actually they were going to check the account books. They didn't go to their own shop first, but headed to a tea house. At the tea house, she handed a small package of tea leaves to the tea master. Here's some of the second batch of Mengding tea, a gift for you to entertain distinguished guests. Thank you, Miss San. Wishing you a lifetime of health. The tea master was very happy to receive the tea. Waiter, take Miss San upstairs and serve some tea snacks. The tea master told her, these newly developed snacks are sure to please you. All right. They sat in a private room, waiting for Uncle Tong to arrive. Miss, you said you wanted to buy a piano. Why are we at the tea house?
There's no rush now.
When buying a musical instrument, you need to know which shop makes good ones and which craftsman has better skills. You should ask Uncle Tong for advice, so you won't be tricked. The snacks arrived, surprisingly made from red bean and green bean powders. The red and green colors were clear and distinct, looking very nice. Yes, there's improvement. The taste is good, better than before. The shop assistant smiled and said, That's because I learned from you. You don't know, but the pastries in your shop are so delicious. Even the colors are unique. No one else has them. Many people come to your shop, so our business has been affected. The shop owner wanted to learn too, so he developed these 2 colored pastries. In making food, it's not just about good taste and a nice environment. You also need to keep creating new things to keep customers coming back, Su Lingyu said. Young man, I will pass your words to the shop owner, he replied. Before the assistant left, Su Lingyu shared some of the pastries with Sue. Sue was happy to try the fresh pastries and ate a few more bites, forgetting about buying a musical instrument. Down on the platform below, a performer was singing the new songs of the year. The music was gentle, like a breeze brushing the face or soft whispers in the ear. Listening carefully, it had a special flavor. She liked the small tunes and melodies here. Go, give her 2 coins as a tip, someone said. The young lady is very generous, another replied. Then be even more generous, give 5 coins. It's not easy to earn a meal by performing. Suetsue pinched her handkerchief, counted 5 copper coins, and called the assistant to give the money as a tip to the singer. The assistant thanked the performer on their behalf. Hearing about the tip, the singer changed her tune and sang along happily, thanking the benefactor. After finishing one song, she started another. The tea master brought tea, and also brought Uncle Tong. Counting the days, I think it's about time you came to the city. I've been wanting to see you these past few days, so I sent Xiao Si to meet you at the city gate. But since no one came, I guess you arrived earlier. Su Lingyu poured tea for Uncle Tong herself. There are many things at home, so I can't come to the city often. Once every 10 or 15 days is enough. Uncle Tong took a sip of tea, looked at her, and said, I heard Yuanda went to your place? Oh, Uncle Tong knows Yuanda? Su Lingyu pretended not to know. Yuanda has strong roots in Nanyang and Beiyang. Wangji and Yuanji are like fierce rivals. Is your third brother helping him and competing with me? You know very well, my older brother in Kyoto enjoys a luxurious life and often asks the family for money. I just want to earn a little more silver. The price offered by Yuanda and Fusheng is indeed attractive. If Uncle Tong also offers this price, I could sell not just 10,000 but 20,000 raw silks to you. Uncle Tong, my crop seeds have also yielded a harvest this year. Will you be able to eat them? Uncle Tong looks at the cheerful young girl. She appears small but is quite clever in her thoughts. In a few words, she explains why she cooperated with Yuanda and then tempts you with candies, asking you not to mind the betrayal. When he learns she is working with Yuanda and promises to give 10,000 raw silks, he gets very angry. The price Wang Ji offered her isn't low. Still, she secretly cooperates with others, clearly not valuing her friendship with Wang Long. This makes him so angry, he smashes his teacup. Thinking back, Su Sanner's actions weren't wrong. In business, the main goal is profit. Whoever offers more money sells to them. But he still feels a bit upset and questions her today. Which seeds have you dried? Don't give those soybeans to outsiders. The prices are good, all negotiable. This year's soybeans are made from old soybeans, the third generation of large soybeans, better than last year's. The grains seem a bit larger. Suddenly, there's noise downstairs, like a dispute. They don't seem to care much, but the argument gets louder. Uncle Tong asks the guard outside, what's going on downstairs? Chui, not hearing clearly, says, someone came in from outside and started arguing with the guests at the table. That person mentioned seating Fuching and something about compensation, but I didn't catch it clearly. Tong Shu's guard says, it seems like the peace treaty between two countries has been announced. Our side is ceding Fuching and paying 40,000 taels of silver. Ridiculous. There's no news from Kyoto. How would they know? Uncle Tong slams the table and steps outside, then leaps down from the balcony. Su Lingyu is so frightened she rushes out to see him safe before relaxing. Really brave, jumping down from such a height, Chui says. Uncle Tong grabs the man by his collar and angrily asks, are you telling the truth? If you're lying, I will find out and not spare you. The man wanted to resist, but, seeing it was Uncle Tong, dared not move. Uncle Tong, I wouldn't dare lie to you. It's true. The news from Nanyang City is spreading wildly. My nephew returned from Nanyang City and told me that the higher authorities agreed to cede Fuching, pay 40,000 taels of silver, and demanded the Wei army withdraw. They also forbade Wei soldiers from stationing within Fuching and said no trouble should arise within 10 years. Uncle Tong released the man, his eyes red, holding back anger and tears. Others saw this and dared not approach. The timid quickly stepped back. Why sing now? The capital is about to fall. Why still sing? Uncle Tong shouted at the performers. The performers were so frightened they hid under the stage. Tea Master came over and handed Uncle Tong a pot of tea. Please don't say any more. The common people don't discuss government affairs. Whatever is decided by the higher-ups, We can't control it. Uncle Tong drank a few sips, still upset, and then threw the teapot down. Not long after, he burst into loud crying. Foolish emperor, foolish emperor. How can there be a reason to surrender land and pay money after winning a war? Be careful with your words, be careful.
Ah.
Someone on the throne also started crying. What country do I belong to? Fuqing is gone. Where do I belong? Where is my home? Fuqing now belongs to another country. The people of Fuqing are like floating weeds with no roots. Living back in Fuqing is considered treason. If not judged as treason, they will lose their homeland and native land. During the Spring Festival, whom should they worship? During Qingming and Chongyang festivals, will there be graves to visit? She, who felt little belonging to the Great Liang, was affected and for the first time felt a sense of national identity. The imperial decree hadn't arrived yet, so they still pretended not to know, holding on to some hope. When the decree finally arrived, everything became real, and many people cried. The villagers living on Shitu Mountain cried upon hearing the news, some for 3 days straight. Those longing to return home felt exhausted even just from eating. Although she was an outsider, she also hoped for a good country and good people. General Sun returned to the capital to accept his rewards. It was a great victory, a happy event. As a hero, Su Zhong was also qualified to go to the capital. When they met Su Zhong in Nanyang City, they gave him clothes and local specialties to take to the capital. Also heading to the capital was Wang Jingxing. Since the peace delegation couldn't hand him over, he naturally had the right to go to the capital for rewards. On the day the news arrived, Wang Jingxing left Lingyu Mountain Villa and has not been seen since. The soldiers allowed into the city entered, and Su Zhong was among them. Among the family members, Su Lingyu and others stood in line, waving and calling out, "We are over here." Su Zhong, who had endured months on the battlefield, looked much thinner and his face was darker. Perhaps because of his darkened face or his growth, he appeared more mature. Su Zhong rode his horse, leading Guan Xiaopeng and a Sha to the side. Seeing his family, they were all happier than anyone else. After months apart, their reunion was filled with feelings of longing. Su Zhong dismounted, held his grandmother's hand, hugged his sister, and finally embraced his wife. He gently comforted his family, stopping the tears of his wife and grandmother. Then he said to his third son, "You've worked hard." "It's not hard, it's what I wanted," replied his son. Su Lingyu asked, "When will you leave?" "Only have a meal with my family, then I will return to the camp before night." "Then go back and talk at your place," she said. She arranged for Fu Sheng to set up a shop and courtyard in Nanyang City. When they arrived in Nanyang City, they had a place to stay. Su Zhong carried Mu Mian, supported his wife, and they all entered the house together. They ordered a table of food at a restaurant so there would be something to eat when they returned home. After going out for a walk, De Sha ate even more than before. Guan Xiaopeng looked much more mature than before. "Eat more. These are your favorite foods," someone said. "Eat slowly, no one will take your food," said Alan to De Sha. De Sha held his bowl in one hand and kept grabbing food with the other, eating without worrying about talking. Su Zhong said, "The food in the army camp isn't enough. If you don't eat quickly, you'll only fill half your stomach." Alan gently patted De Sha, saying, "You look hungry." "Eat too," said Liang, helping Su Zhong with food so he could eat. Mu Mian also helped her brother by putting food on his plate, saying, "Eat, brother. The fish balls are delicious." Su Lingyu helped Guan Xiaopeng with a chicken leg and also gave one to De Sha. "Thank you for protecting our big brother," she said. De Sha shook his head repeatedly, saying, Guan Xiaopeng said, "It's the young master protecting us. We haven't done much for him." "Then work even harder and do your best to help big brother," said Su Lingyu. Yes, they all agreed. "Come on, eat more to make up for the days without meat." After dinner, the family chatted for a while. They made an excuse for Su Zhong to rest, allowing the couple some alone time. The couple hadn't seen each other for months. Now that they were together, they wanted to cherish the moment. Su Chong hugged his wife and gently stroked her belly. "I have to go to the capital again, which will take several months. I will try to come back before you give birth." Your safety is the most important. Be careful on the way.
All right.
Stay at home, respect your elders, and care for the younger ones. Please take good care of Grandma. If you're unsure about something, talk to Saner. If there's a big decision to make, listen more to Saner. Yes. Saner can be a bit bossy sometimes, but she always has good reasons, and she does everything for this family. If you're unhappy about anything, write me a letter. Don't say it out loud at home, or it might cause trouble.
How could that be?
I get along very well with Saner. We discuss things peacefully, and I've never lost my temper. That's good. It's hard work for you at home. Soo-chong kissed his wife's forehead and said, although I can't get a high official position this time when I go to the capital, I will receive some rewards. If the villagers try to take advantage of this, don't argue with them. Offer good tea, and if they make unreasonable demands, let Grandma handle it. You're young and shouldn't be the bad cop.
Yes.
And don't be fooled by flattery. Stay alert. Don't lose your reason just because someone praises you. Be careful in conflicts or when being deceived. Those who flatter are usually after their own benefit, so think carefully before trusting them. Even if I hold a high official rank, I am still just a common man. Living peacefully with relatives and neighbors is the way to treat others. Soo-chong felt sorry for his wife. I'm often away from you, making decisions for the family. It's really you. For my husband and our family, I don't mind the hardship.
Thank you, wife.
They embraced each other, cherishing this brief moment together. Before leaving, Soo-chong told Su-ling-yu, Liang is pregnant and might have some mood swings. Don't argue with her. When I return, I will teach her properly. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about things at home. I will handle everything.
Thank you, Saner. Soo-chong felt sad.
I am the eldest son and grandson in the family, but I can't stay by your side. It's a shame for a family to be left alone at home. Su-ling-yu patted him and said, you care too much about feelings. The journey to the capital is long, and you will meet many people. Especially in the capital, where politics and money gather, there are many tricky and dangerous people. Even if you do not provoke trouble, someone may deliberately take advantage of you. When you go out, be very careful and protect your mind. Do not easily trust others or share your feelings. Never do things like revenge or standing up for your friends at the cost of your family. You have a wife, children, and loved ones. You cannot let your friends cause trouble for them. Few people in the world can face difficulties and still stay calm. The saying don't cause trouble intentionally has been passed down for a long time, and it is true. Yes, I will try to return before the baby is born. Soo-jong said goodbye to his family one by one, then took Guan Xiaoping and a Sha back to the army camp. Liang watched her husband leave, his figure disappearing from sight. She didn't want to go back. After being comforted by Su Li, she finally agreed to go inside. Knock, knock. Miss, someone is looking for you, Cui Cui said as she opened the door. Ashan entered and bowed to the woman and children inside. Why did Wang Jingxing send you? Ashan took out a cloth bag from his pocket. Young master heard that Miss San's birthday is coming soon, so he specially sent a gift. Also, he apologizes for leaving the mountain estate without telling anyone. She took the birthday gift. Please thank your young master for me. Tell him to go to the capital peacefully. We will meet again when he returns.
Yes.
Ashan bowed to them.
Goodbye.
The gifts Wang Jingxing sent were simple jewelry. They only expressed his personal feelings, with no other meaning. Su-ling-yu graciously accepted them. Before lying down, she heard someone knocking on the door again. It was someone she knew well, and everyone who knew him was happy to see him. Master? What's going on? Her master? Are you injured? Shun Lang leaned on his crutches and smiled. Just a minor injury, no big deal. No need to worry. How did you get hurt? Su-ling-yu went to help him. Enemy soldiers tried to assassinate Wang Jingxing. I ran into them and was cut twice by accident. Shun Lang endured the pain and sat down. They want me to go to the capital, but I won't go until after your birthday. By the way, your master is also staying in Nanyang City. Tomorrow, I will take you to see him. Okay. Let's stay here tonight. Have you eaten? No, I haven't. You don't know, The food here isn't fit for humans. Cold, hard, and no oil or flavor. If this keeps up, I might have to become a vegetarian. Hurry and get some hot, oily food. Suli held her third child and told her to chat more with her master. She took people to the kitchen to prepare food. Sulingyu poured tea for Shenlang and asked, Master, have you contacted Mr. Qingqiao? Mr. Qingqiao is the sworn brother of her master, and he is Shen Ming's son. Mr. Qingqiao is not a fellow disciple of her master, so calling him senior brother is not appropriate. She calls him Mr. Qingqiao instead. Today he came, and I want to ask you for a favor. Shenlang whispered a request into her ear. Sulingyu nodded. I'll do my best. It must be done with all your effort. Okay. The next day, the army left Nanyang City, heading for the capital. To reassure Liang, she sent people to take Liang and the Suli couple to Shirley Pavilion, so they could see each other one last time. This was a reward from the capital, not a battlefield, so it wasn't very dangerous. The main concern was that Liang was pregnant, and her emotions couldn't be compared to normal people. She wanted to do something, so her needs had to be met as much as possible. Sulingyu brought the 4 treasures gift and went to Shen Ming's residence. This was the residence arranged by Wang Jingxing for Shen Ming. It was quiet but not very secure. Short walls made it easy for troublemakers to climb over, so they worked together to sneak around and thoroughly search the place. Even sleeping people might not notice. Cui knocked on the door. Shen Ming's servant opened it.
Miss Sana.
Please come in. Master, Miss Sanner is here. As Shenlang entered, he saw a handsome man with a beard, tall and strong. He was the most attractive man she had ever seen. Greetings, Master, Sulingyu first bowed. Shenming looked a little weak and raised his hand faintly. Stand up. Why are you here? I heard Master was here, so I came to visit. Also, I wanted to invite you to the mountain villa for some rest. Mr. Qingqiao looked at Sulingyu and saw she was confident and polite, so he admired her. This disciple is better than those others, Mr. Qingqiao said. Sulingyu looked at her master. Are you seeing someone else outside? Don't speak so harshly. I just took in 2 more disciples. Hee. You should go back. I will rest here. Shenming seemed unwilling to go to Lingyu Mountain Villa. Sulingyu stood upright and said firmly, You are my master, and it is right to serve you. The mountains and waters of Dongquan village are good for health, and it's the best place for nurturing. Master, why not go back with Sanner? Shenming ignored her and closed his eyes to meditate. This great scholar's attitude toward her was very unfriendly, and she didn't like it much either. She doesn't like being treated coldly after showing kindness, but last night she made a deal with her master. She couldn't refuse. She turned around and faced Mr. Qingqiao, saying, I am Sulingyu, from a modest family in Dongquan village. The place is beautiful with clear mountains and water, perfect for rest and healing. Master is traveling with Wang Jingxing, worried too much. It would be good for him to relax at the mountain villa. Please, Mr. Qingqiao, help persuade him. Hearing this, Mr. Qingqiao was moved. Father, why don't we? Shenming waved his hand, signaling Qingqiao not to persuade. Sulingyu spread her hands. Master, I did my best. Didn't you try to persuade him more? These days are different from the past. Our family has over 500 members to feed. I am busy managing finances, and I can't spend much time taking care of others. This year, Mengding tea is very popular and has been booked early. If you want to taste Mengding tea, you have to come to my house. Oh, the pavilion in the mountain is ready. From there, you can enjoy the misty mountain views. I have other matters, so I won't bother you anymore. I will take my leave. Wait, you're leaving just like that? You promised me, remember? Sulingyu turned back with a smile. Why bother? Forcing someone isn't what I want. Since Master doesn't want to go, then forget it. She then took Cui and left through the door. Did she really leave? Yes, she really left. Shenlang looked troubled. He wanted to go to the mountain villa, but was worried about his adoptive father and brother. He looked at Shenming. Dad, she personally invited you. Why don't you go? The scenery isn't just beautiful, but the accommodations are better than here. Sin Ming snorted coldly and said to his son, "Look at her pride. If you show her a little disrespect, she dares to give you a hard time. This spoiled girl shouldn't be in contact with you." Cui Cui, who had just entered, overheard this and snorted coldly. She said to Awang outside, "You're better. You eat and wear our family's things, and you protect the master. Unlike some people who live here, eat, take, and wear without saying a word of thanks. Their conscience must be blind." Cui Cui's indirect criticism made Chen Ming blush with shame and look angry. He wanted to curse but couldn't find the words. He maintained his dignity, holding back from insulting others with foul language. Cui Cui stepped forward, supporting Xinlang, and said, "Our young lady sent me to bring the master back. She said it's rare for the master to visit, so he should stay at the mountain villa for a couple of days. Here, Mr. Qing Qiao is watching over, so there's no need to worry about old Shin's safety. Don't pull me, I don't want to go. Why are you using such force?" Shen Lang followed Cui Cui for a few steps, looking reluctant, but his feet kept moving. "Father, elder brother, you must come help me." His actions clearly showed his intentions. It was obvious he wanted to go. His behavior betrayed him. Qing Qiao looked helpless, but he was also curious about that third young lady. Qing Qiao sent his father back inside the house. "Thanks to Miss Sue's care earlier, I need to go thank her properly. Also, to repay her kindness for my father." "No need. As time passes, her brothers will grow up, and this little favor won't matter anymore. My feelings are different from a grown man's. I'm worried she might cling to this small favor. It's better to go thank her properly." Qing Qiao left, and when he returned, he told his father, "Miss Sue met with 2 or 3 teachers. It seems she wants to open a school in Dongquan village. Strangely, she wants the teachers to sign contracts first so they can work for her family. People don't want to do business like that," Shenming said. "That's true. 2 were unwilling, but because of livelihood, some are willing. The Su family is probably doing this to strengthen Su Shan and Su Zhong. This woman has a long-term view. Why don't you like her, father? Why not like her? As a woman, she is too clever. As a woman, she has a big-picture view. As a woman, she is too proud. Such a woman is easily prideful and overconfident. Without guidance or discipline, I worry she might go astray, lose her way, and bring harm to the family." Shen Lang's table was full of pastries, each one he had never seen or tasted before. He saw one he wanted to eat, picked it up, then saw another, and wanted to try that too, unsure which to eat first. He looked at Mu Mian, who was calculating with an abacus. "Which one do you think I should eat? Line them up first, then eat from right to left. When you're done, you'll know which one you like best." Mu Mian was busy with her calculations. She had to settle accounts. Because of the war, many people left Nanyang City, causing housing prices to drop. Su Lingyu was generous, quickly acquiring 5 shops. She opened 5 dessert shops in the north, south, east, west, and center, leaving no room for competitors to oppose. All 5 shops opened on the same day, and no one in Nanyang City didn't know about Su's dessert shops. The staff transferred here were all experienced employees, carefully trained members of the Li family. First, they opened the dessert shops, and the small daily goods stores would open afterward. Yes, it's delicious. I must send some to your master and senior." Shen Lang ate and took food at the same time. "Miss, someone outside delivered an invitation card, saying they want to meet Miss Third." The servant came to inform. Mu Mian stopped her abacus, switched to mental calculation, took the invitation card, and looked at it. She asked curiously, "What kind of business is Chenji doing? Who is Lord Chichen?" "I don't know. The person is still waiting outside." Shen Lang said, "There aren't many familiar people here. No matter who Lord Chichen is, we will find out later. Maybe it's a guest related to the family business. Let's handle it first, and wait for your sister to return before making a decision." "Okay." Mu Mian told the servant, "Tell the person outside that my sister will meet them tomorrow." Shen Lang couldn't bother to continue eating. He bit into a baked bun, leaning on his cane. "I'll go find out the news. One bite won't make you fat." Never open both shops at the same time again. Su Lingyu was exhausted and didn't want to move. The people beside her pounded their legs, indifferent to the basket of money on the ground. She was too tired. Seeing the money, she didn't even want to move. Nanyang City is bigger than Dalian City, with more people. Even though both shops opened at the same time, the flow of customers was split, but it was still crowded beyond capacity. The desserts baked weren't enough to sell. Several people working together couldn't keep up. Opening on the first day at a loss, these earnings can only cover costs. We won't make much profit. Take your share home for supplies. Su Lingyu handed them the account book. You all are trustworthy, and you've learned bookkeeping skills. From now on, every expense and income must be recorded clearly. It's impossible to prevent corruption entirely. As long as they don't steal too much, she can turn a blind eye. But if someone becomes greedier than necessary, she won't be polite. Yes. She gave them a few more instructions before letting them go back. Mu Mian told her sister about today's events. Shun Lang said, Chenji is from a silk fabric family. Their dyeing workshop in Nanyang City is the biggest, and it's their family business. They probably want to discuss raw silk trade with you. In the restaurant, Lord Qi was ordering his favorite dishes. Lord Qi Chen was not someone who liked to be late. He would arrive early if he had a scheduled meeting. Regardless of the other person's status, he didn't want to make anyone wait too long, unless he was truly busy. Chenji Silk Shop is the largest silk trading shop in Nanyang City. Originally, the buying and selling of goods were most active in the Qin family, but recently the situation has changed. Yuanda somehow obtained a batch of high-quality raw silk, taking away a big deal from him. This caused Chenji to lose some income. Chen Xia looked at Yuanda's batch of raw silk and thought it was indeed good. The dyed silk threads not only had a bright color but also remained strong and flexible. Yuanda only took his silk trade, and he didn't mind, but recently Yuanda and that young man from the Fu family started recruiting people to weave cloth. Small conflicts are not a big deal, but ignoring the problem could lead to being gradually overtaken. Additionally, he also wanted high-quality silkworm silk. If Chunji had such silk, the silk produced would surely stand out and be very popular. Chia, Su Lingyu has arrived. This is my master, known as Chia.
Hello, Chia.
Su Lingyu bowed politely, sitting down before he could invite her.
Chia, how did you know about me?
Not asking, not knowing. Miss Su is quite a remarkable woman. In business, even my young son can't compare to you. Chia admired the young woman's talent, but was unsure if the silkworms she raised were truly her own. After inquiring, he learned that the Su family was very impressive. Su Shan didn't say much, but even Su Chong got a good position, and the family's business was quite extensive. This made Chia interested in marrying his daughter into the Su family. He also thought that if Su Lingyu married into his family, it would be even better. Unfortunately, they didn't have many boys at home, so an alliance with the Su family needed careful consideration. Chia, you're joking. I don't know why you've called me here, but what is it? I heard your family raises silkworms, and the raw silk you produce is quite good. Do you still have any of that raw silk? Chia, you're asking too late. This year's raw silk has already been sold out. I'm afraid I can't spare any for you. Is it a matter of price? Each share of raw silk can be sold for 2 more coins than others. Chia offered his terms. Su Lingyu shook her head. Business is about honesty. Since we've signed a contract, we must honor it. I must say, I respect you more, Miss Su. You have such principles. This price is already higher than others. You might want to discuss it with your family. No need. I make the decisions in my family. In that case, it's a pity. Do you think next year's raw silk will be sold out? We can negotiate the price then. This year's harvest is worse than last year's. Next year's harvest is uncertain. Raising silkworms is a delicate task. If not taken seriously, it can lead to losses. It's hard to predict what will happen next year. Chun Chia understood. Since there was no possibility of cooperation, there was nothing more to discuss. The conversation between Su Lingyu and Chen Chia ended unhappily. Chia left feeling very upset. Today, he was rejected by a child, which felt like stepping on a stone and hurting himself. As a prominent person, he was making a deal with a child, which was already a sign of humility, and now he was refused. Truly ungrateful. The housekeeper of the Chin family stepped forward and said, Miss Sue is still young and inexperienced. She doesn't understand the ways of the world. Don't mind her, sir. Humph. Young and reckless? That's false. She's just naive, but she's wise beyond her years. Su Lingyu has big plans. She wants to oppose us and become our rival. Chia looked toward the restaurant. Silk making isn't something just anyone can do. Chui was confused and asked, Miss, why do you refuse him at every turn? Chia is in the silk business, and so are we. We're not showing our strength now, but in a few years, we'll be rivals or enemies. If we befriend him now, we'll just be tearing our relationship apart later. Why hurt feelings now? It's better not to be friends from the start, so when we part ways, it won't feel so bad. After arranging everything in Nanyang City, Su Lingyu and her group returned to Dongquan Village. Shin Ming didn't want to come, but while he was sleeping, Su Lingyu arranged for someone to lift him onto a carriage. When he woke up, he found himself outside the town, on the way back to Dongquan Village. Shin Ming was very angry, but Su Lingyu blamed her master, saying it was his idea. On the way back, Shin Ming was in a bad mood with everyone. Until they reached Dongquan Village and Shirtu Mountain, he noticed that the villagers on Tanj Mountain looked healthier and more lively than outside, as if they had hope for the future. Looking at the land, it was full of various crops, as if they planned to settle here. Shun Ming stopped a woman. When she saw him, she first tried to avoid him, but when she saw the Su family, she greeted him warmly. Is the master back? How was your journey? Would you like to come in for some water? Feeling ignored, Shen Ming felt awkward. Su Lingyu got off the carriage and said, No need. Are you from the Zhou family? Yes. Master remembers me, the woman said shyly. You're a bit lazy. Your son's clothes aren't clean, but your youngest is clever and I favor him, she added. The woman smiled shyly. Su Lingyu casually pointed to a carriage and said, That is the teacher I hired to teach the children to read and write. The teacher who teaches reading and writing? The woman was very happy.
Exactly.
Only then did the woman look directly at Shin Ming. Sorry, madam. I have poor eyesight and didn't recognize the teacher. It surprised her that Su Lingyu was more popular than him, which made Shin Ming feel a bit angry. Thinking that these simple folk didn't know his identity, they naturally ignored him, so he felt less upset. I ask you, where are you from? How long have you been here? The woman replied, I come from Wudong town in Fucheng. I've been here for over 3 months. Fucheng is gone. Aren't you sad?
Sad?
What's the use? I can't go back, so I can only stay here. During festivals, I just bow in that direction. Men are not allowed to go back there. Stay here. You can earn 50 copper coins a day. 50 copper coins? Shouldn't they be starving and hungry? How can they have money? Yes, working for the master, and the master pays us wages. Shin Ming looked at Su Lingyu, realizing she really was supporting 500 people. Su Lingyu waved her hand and called a servant. Take the master around. Then she said to Shin Ming, We will go back to the mountain villa first. If you're tired from wandering, just come back. Go ahead. Shin Ming's attitude softened a bit. Along with Shin Ming, there was also Mr. Qing Qiao. The woman accompanied Shin Ming to walk around the new village. Almost everyone thought Shin Ming was a teacher, here to teach their children. The villagers were very friendly, offering him a few good things they had. If Shin Ming didn't know these were refugees fleeing from danger, he would really think they were local residents. After walking around outside, they arrived at the stone-paved road of Lingyu Mountain Villa. Under the ginkgo trees, the clean road was a visual delight. A group of villagers dressed in blue was chopping trees. They wanted to cut down all the ginkgo trees blocking the view in front of the villa. The sturdy ginkgo trees were felled, and Mr. Qing Qiao felt a little sad. Unfortunately, he wasn't the owner and couldn't suggest anything else. Ague directly invited them to the humble house, where Shen Ming used to live. This place hasn't been lived in for a long time. I just cleaned it. The dust is gone, but the flowers haven't been properly cared for, Egoe said. No problem, go ahead. Egoe didn't leave. He still had things to say and needed to speak a few more words. Not far away are the terraced fields. There are many mosquitoes here, so I have prepared insecticide powder and incense. At night, sprinkle some powder on the ground and light the incense to keep the mosquitoes away. Miss Fourth has raised a small tiger that rarely bites people. Don't be afraid if you see it, but also don't get too close. It only allows Miss Third and Miss Fourth to touch it. Thank you for your help. Mr. Qingqiao, you're too polite. Egoe bows and offers a polite return before leaving. After settling my father, Mr. Qingqiao, and his servant go for a walk. They walk past the rose bushes, out of the green fence, and into the terraced fields. They look at the rice paddies, then turn back, passing a pavilion, a small stream, and arrive at Lingyu Pavilion. They see Su Lingyu sitting by the pond, rolling up her pants, soaking her smooth, delicate legs in the water. Sometimes she lifts a leg to splash the water and kick up ripples. Mr. Qingqiao doesn't dare to look too long. He turns to look at the scenery down the mountain. Do you still like it here? Yes, I do. Seeing her ask, he honestly answers. The mountains and water here are beautiful, resources are abundant, and there are many fun places. Let Second Fool take you around. By the way, Second Fool has raised many white geese. The sky and water are clear and bright, and the reflection of the white geese in the lake is very beautiful. You should go see it when you have time. Thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. Su Lingyu gets out of the water and dries herself off. Take more time to advise Master Shifu. Don't be stubborn. I don't eat people. Miss Su, my father didn't mean to target you. If he made you uncomfortable, please forgive him. It's okay. I don't mind. Mr. Qingqiao frowns. Miss Su, please watch your words. Show respect to those above and care for those below. That's the key. Yes, I understand, she replies perfunctorily. Watching her carefree departure, Qingqiao feels this person cannot be changed. She has her own thoughts, and it's hard to persuade her otherwise. The master has returned home. The staff, now with a pillar of support, are no longer afraid and show more joy. One by one, they come to congratulate. Lingyu Mountain Villa becomes lively again, but the noise gradually fades as dusk falls. Su Li sends someone to bring dinner, and on her way back, she brings Xinlang. Xinlang hands over 3 calligraphy pieces to Su Lingyu. What is this? My father and my brother-in-law gave these to you. Open and see. The first piece, Lingyu Pavilion. The second piece, Lingyu Mountain Villa. The third piece, Virtue Carries All Things. Xinlang looked at the characters and sighed, saying, Are you worthy of these 4 words? Thick virtue carries all things, from the Book of Changes. Heaven moves strongly, and the gentleman strives for self-improvement. The earth is vast and accommodating, and the gentleman bears virtue to carry all things. This phrase is often used to describe morally noble people who can take on big responsibilities. No matter who wrote it, no one would give these 4 words to a child. So Xinlang asked her, Are you capable of bearing it? Who do you think wrote it?
Su Lingyu asked.
Xinlang shook his head, indicating he didn't know. No matter who wrote it, you can't handle it. My father is a great scholar of Daliang. My sworn brother is a famous sage. Whoever gave it to you, they are praising you highly. Morally noble people can take on big tasks. Do they want to harm you? You're young. So, do you deserve these 4 words? Su Li was unhappy. Why don't I deserve it? What's there that I don't match? If they can give it, it means they acknowledge third brother. Don't talk nonsense, step aside. Su Li pushed Xinlang away and rolled up the scroll titled Thick Virtue Carries All Things. I'll hide it for you and find a good chance to have it carved into a plaque. Su Lingyu pushed the remaining 2 scrolls toward her. Let's do it together. If they give it to us, they want us to carve a plaque. Doing it together won't raise suspicion. Okay. Su Li was happily planning to find someone to carve the plaque tomorrow. Su Lingyu and Su Li sat together, both fanning themselves and looking at the starry sky. Su Lingyu asked, Who do you think gave me those 4 words? Maybe Mr. Qingqiao. That Xinming doesn't like you. You know he doesn't like me too. It's obvious. He often stares at you, sometimes praising, sometimes disliking. I think he dislikes you more than he praises. Su Li continued analyzing. Mr. Qingqiao came from outside the village. Seeing the villagers living happily and disaster victims being helped, he probably thought you were impressive and gave you those 4 words. He's praising you, but also reminding you to be a morally noble person. I think he gave the wrong words. He should have given the emperor's favorite. Not thick virtue carries all things. I don't see myself as morally noble. Su Lingyu nodded in agreement with her. No matter who gave it, it's a good thing. It's a way to boost your reputation, Su Li said with a smile. Indeed, it's a good way to raise your status. Imagine you're about to publish a book, and 2 top industry experts write forewords for you. An originally unnoticed book suddenly became a bestseller, its value rising sharply and the price doubling. What a wonderful thing! Considering these 4 words, let bygones be bygones. We will treat the humble house well and serve good food. That's the right attitude. Su Lingyu sent the naive and simple second fool to be a guide, to show Mr. Qingqiao around. The scenery in Dongquan village is truly beautiful, with mountains and waters forming their own unique view. Mr. Qingqiao liked it very much. He followed the second fool into the mountains and wrote a travel journal afterward. The journal is good, but a bit exaggerated. Su Lingyu read halfway and lost interest. She had been to that small flying pond in the mountains before. It wasn't as dangerous or shocking as Qingqiao described. At most, it was quiet and much better environment. When it comes to greenery, her Lingyu Pavilion's small water pond is even better. Thanks to the spiritual spring, the clear little fish in the pond are lively and tasty. In summer, she likes to cook tofu fish soup in a clay pot, using spring water, an unbeatable delicacy. She keeps it hidden and doesn't share it with outsiders. The family sits by the pond, enjoying the cool shade and waiting to eat fish. Everyone's here. Mr. Qingqiao first bowed to Madame Su. Madame Su returned the bow and invited Mr. Qingqiao to sit. Cui brought a stone to let Mr. Qingqiao sit down. Shun Lang sat next to Su Lingyu naturally, staring at the food in the clay pot. Smells so good. Sanner, why are you reaching out to me? Asking for money? Since I came here, I haven't carried any money. While roasting sunflower seeds, Mu Mian asked Shin Lang curiously, Master Shin Lang, don't you know today is the 7th day of May? Dragon Boat Festival has passed. Today is my sister's birthday. After tonight, she will be 10 years old. Shin Lang slapped his forehead. I forgot about that. When I return, I said I would celebrate your birthday, but this battle distracted me. Wait a moment, I'll find a gift for you. Shun Lang used his light skills and quickly flew to the humble house. Qingqiao wanted him to bring an extra gift, maybe his own, but unfortunately, Shin Lang had already flown far away. He could only search himself and find a rare edition book, which he decided to give as a gift. Since I didn't know it was your birthday when I left, I couldn't prepare a gift. Consider this your birthday present. He handed over the rare book, feeling reluctant. Thank you. She quickly handed the rare book to Mrs. Su Li and winked at her. Mrs. Su Li understood that it was a gift for her grandson and accepted it willingly. Mr. Qingqiao, have a banana. This was brought back by the traveling merchants. Mrs. Su Li offered the fruit. Soon, Shun Lang arrived and sat beside Su Lingyu, handing her a sword. This is a treasure sword I found for you. I heard you once cut through plum blossoms in anger until your hand was tired. If you use this sword, you'll be able to cut through the plum trees on the hillside without feeling tired. Thank you, Master, but I don't want to be a wandering hero who fights with a sword. A small dagger that I can carry with me suits me better. All right, I'll find one for you another day. Can we eat this fish soup? I smell its aroma from afar. Shen Lang drooled eagerly. Wait a moment. Sister's birthday cake hasn't arrived yet. It's here. The cake is here. A servant carried a lantern ahead to guide the way, while Ying held the cake carefully and climbed step by step. Soon, she reached the group and gently placed the cake down. Luckily, I arrived in time. The round cake was decorated with various fresh fruit slices, and 9 red thin strips were inserted on top. These strips looked like candles, but without wax or black smoke. "I know the cake, but what is burning here?" Mr. Qingqiao asked. "Those are scented candles, specially made by candle makers. They're inserted into the cake so that the birthday person can them out and make a wish," Mu Mian explained. "Why make a wish?" Mu Mian tried to recall what her sister had said and carefully spoke those words. People only live once. A person's life should be lived like this. When she looks back on her life, she won't regret wasting time or being unproductive, nor feel guilty for being mean or living a dull life. When the end comes, she can say, "My life was as bright as the stars, and I have no regrets." To live a meaningful life, start by setting goals. Celebrating a birthday means you've grown another year older, and a new year begins. When making a wish, ask yourself if you achieved your goals last year. If not, resolve to complete them. If yes, set new goals. These words touched Qingqiao's heart. He didn't realize ordinary people could have such awareness. He carefully pondered the phrase, "When she looks back on her life, she will have no regrets," and each time he recalled it, his heart filled with passion. "I want to make a difference for the current dynasty and do something meaningful. But when I think of the emperor and the officials in the court, I feel deep dislike. The court now is not like the previous one. The emperor seeks only pleasure, and the officials do little work. People with strong will cannot find a way to serve the country." Qingqiao feels a wave of sadness. The bright light dims again. At this moment, Su Lingyu has already made a wish and blown out the candles. She holds a wooden knife and cuts the cake into pieces, placing them on small round porcelain plates so everyone can use forks to eat. Qingqiao sees these forks for the first time. She mimics them, holding a small piece of cake with a fork. "Eating like this keeps your mouth clean. It's so convenient. Who thought of this?" "Big sister, it was all your idea." Or maybe Santa had more ideas. "After eating cake, let's have some fish soup." "There's not much, only half a bowl each." "What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late?" Shunming asks his son. Standing under the starry sky, Qingqiao contemplates the vast sky and gains new insights. He repeats what Mu Mian told him to his father. He says, "Even a young child has this kind of ambition and understands this truth. But when I face setbacks, I retreat and feel resentful, depressed, and unfulfilled." Qingqiao feels a bit self-deprecating. "What do you want to do?" Shunming asks. "I want to return to the capital, back to that dirty place, and become a lotus that grows pure and clean out of the mud." "You'll live a very hard life." "Yes, it will be tough, but I am willing to endure it." Qingqiao kneels before his father. "Father, I am unfilial. I cannot serve you properly. Please, father, come with me to the capital." Shunming shakes his head. "I am accused of a crime and probably cannot go with you." He helps his son up. "Since you've made your choice, go ahead. To be safe, we can no longer call each other father and son. In letters, just call each other brothers." "Father." Shunming smiles slightly. "For Lianghua, this is nothing. It's decided." Qingqiao, get up. Qingqiao cannot persuade his father and can only accept his decision. Later, he still calls him father in his heart. Qingqiao stays for another day and carefully instructs his younger brother Xunlang to take good care of their father. Xunlang naturally promised confidently and told Qingqiao not to worry, to focus on planning their future. Shortly after Qingqiao left, a villager reported to Su Lingyu that more refugees had arrived. Some of them had heard that Fuqing was reclaimed and had come back from outside. Now that Fuqing was ceded to Wei, they had no homes and came here. Because few people entered this time, they were quickly absorbed into the worker team. After 3 days, Su Lingyu noticed something was wrong. Many refugees were entering Shitu Mountain, and there were even thefts. Refugees who arrived first at Shitu Mountain dared not leave valuable items at home. They carried their children and belongings to work. Su Lingyu sent Wang Er and Ague to find out how the refugees found this place. Some said there was a notice outside saying Shitu Mountain had land and could be cultivated. Others said they met a merchant caravan on the way, and the merchants told them Dongquan village offered work in exchange for food, so they came here. Now, the number of refugees arriving at Dongquan village had exceeded its maximum capacity. To ensure the workshops weren't deliberately disturbed, Su Lingyu issued work IDs, requiring experienced workers to carry their IDs while working. The more Su Lingyu thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Few people knew that this was a work relief project that paid wages. The officials who initially sent the refugees here had just left without asking questions. But recently arrived refugees seemed to be acting intentionally. Su Lingyu tried several different approaches, but couldn't figure out the reason. Sanner, the signboard is almost ready. Pick a good day to hang it up, Su Lisher said, holding some paper and entering the room. Su Lingyu suddenly realized something, grabbed the paper, and ran outside. Where are you going? Shin Ming was inside writing when he saw Su Lingyu rushing over angrily. He placed his hands on the desk and looked up with a flushed face. Is it you who let those refugees come here? Shin Ming put down his brush. Are you always this rude? People say growing older makes you wiser. How is it that after turning a year older, you become even more rude and disrespectful? Great virtue carries all, and noble character bears greater responsibility. First, you gave me a calligraphy piece hinting I should take on more responsibility. Then you wrote to Wang Jingxing, telling him that the refugees here are well-fed and sleeping peacefully. Wang Jingxing then told the refugees that there was work and wages here, which is why more refugees came. How can you think like that? Why are they coming here to look for someone if they are not their relatives? If they were, they wouldn't come in groups. She also said no, it's not what Wang Jingxing said. Wang Jingxing lived here for a while. If new refugees come in, it wouldn't be just these past few days. It must be you or Qing Xiao who told certain people about this place, causing the higher-ups to ignore local feelings and encourage refugees to come here. Su Lingyu pointed at Xinlang. You betrayed Wang Jingxing. When you were in trouble, you relied on Wang Jingxing to help you gain public attention. When you found a better option, you betrayed Wang Jingxing. How dare you? I am not the kind of person you say I am. Su Lingyu sneered. First, you give a painting to please me. Then you bring more refugees to destroy my business. Flattery and punishment. You handle it just right. Su Lingyu stepped back, hands behind her back. I'm a narrow-minded person. When someone slaps me, I want to hit back. Third brother. She turned around and saw Xinlang outside the door. Angry, she didn't give Xinlang a good look and simply walked past him. Seeing her leave, Xinlang asked his adoptive father inside, Dad, did you really do this? Shunming lowered his head and said nothing. Dad, why did you do this? Refugees are pouring in, causing new conflicts, pushing out the earlier refugees and affecting everyone's sense of belonging. This will lead to more trouble. Stop talking. I have my reasons for doing this. Su Lingyu stood in the pavilion, looking at the crowd on the flat ground across the way and the flow of people on the village road. Refugees who arrived here, tired and thirsty, full of hope, but when they learn they won't receive good treatment, they can't leave immediately. They need to rest for a couple of days before leaving. The steady influx of refugees must be controlled. No more should come. Those who refuse to leave need proper arrangements, or her reputation built over time will be ruined. Losing her reputation isn't the worst. What she fears most is disputes that could destroy her workshop and leave her with nothing. The mountain villa is small, and there isn't much produce or many jobs for newcomers. How can this problem be solved? Su Lingyu sighed deeply, turned and left the mountain, riding a carriage into the city to find Sun Wei. The immediate priority is to block the main roads and prevent refugees from flooding into Liang City and Dongquan Village. Arriving in the city, she paid money to the gatekeeper to inform the general's residence. Long ago, the gatekeeper allowed her to enter, but unfortunately, she saw that it was not Sun Wei, but Madame Sunday. Madame Sun did not speak upon seeing her. She was just drinking tea and seemed to be thinking about something. Since the lady did not speak first, she decided to speak to avoid wasting time. Madam, how dare you speak when the lady hasn't allowed it? You are not allowed to speak. The maidservant beside Madame Sun scolded her sharply. Su Lingyu immediately frowned. Since she was not allowed to speak, she kept quiet. She wanted to see what tricks Madame Sun was playing. After a while, Madame Sun put down her teacup. She slowly said, "I heard that before you went to war, you gave Wang Jingxing a small pouch. Is that true?" Su Lingyu didn't expect Madame Sun to ask about this. A small pouch? Was it worth making such a fuss over? While observing their expressions, she replied, "Yes, that's true. Giving a pouch before going to war means you like Wang Jingxing." So, that was it. Madame Sun was here for her daughter. In a monogamous marriage, the main wife's interests are protected, and the woman's role is clear, helping women trust men. In contrast, having 3 or 4 wives was normal. To strengthen her own position and interests, a woman had to defeat rivals before marriage. After marriage, she had to fight off other women, always watchful for anyone trying to steal her husband or seeking to become the main wife. Madame Sun was the most powerful woman here, holding the highest position of authority. If possible, one should not stand against her. Su Lingyu calmly said, "Madam, you are mistaken. The pouch I gave was to ask Lord Wang to look after my elder brother. My brother is weak, and on the battlefield, swords and blades are dangerous. Having Lord Wang's help is a good thing. My father is far away in the capital, my elder brother is on the battlefield, and my sister-in-law is pregnant at home. My brother is the pillar of the family. He cannot die. Lord Wang used to live next door to me. He treats me like a sister, and I see him as an older brother. I have no improper thoughts about him. Also, my father said that our horoscopes are incompatible. Our signs clash, so we cannot be a family." Having said this much, Madame Sun didn't believe her and couldn't do anything about it. She initially wanted to argue based on age, but then remembered that in this era, marriage age wasn't a problem and social rank wasn't an issue. As long as the benefits were enough, even the second uncle and his wife could marry. "Have you heard that your birthday is on the 7th day of the 5th month? You are 10 years old this year. Can we discuss marriage?" Mrs. Sun asked gently. Her face, which had been emotionless, softened when she learned that the two people's birth dates did not match. Her changing expressions were quick. 9 years old, not yet 10, Su Lingyu said. Her family plans to go to the capital to find a husband, but they haven't met him yet. The servant waiting nearby sneered. "It's shameful to speak like that. If outsiders hear, they'll say, 'At such a young age, she already wants a husband. She's quite wild.' You, servant, always talking openly and secretly criticizing her as a reckless girl." Su Lingyu shot a glance at her. She remembered this servant. She then said to Mrs. Sun, "Today I came here to tell General Sun an important matter. Since General Sun is not here, I will tell you instead. Recently, many refugees have come into the city, and even more have gone to Dongquan village. The number of refugees is quite large, and more are expected to arrive. If we do not stop them, there will be trouble. Small conflicts are okay, but I worry about serious incidents, even loss of life. General Sun's recent victory deserves a reward. But if someone with bad intentions reports incidents of refugees fighting or causing harm, it could cause trouble for General Sunday." Mrs. Sun thought for a moment and then waved her hand, signaling her to leave. Su Lingyu respectfully backed away. After she left, Mrs. Sun asked the servant, "Do you think what she said is true?" "Not entirely sure, but we can't dismiss it either. It's better for us to be cautious." Mrs. Sun considered and said, "Her story about the refugees is probably true. But her claims about Wang Jingxing are likely half true and half false. Have someone keep an eye on her."
Yes.
Su Lingyu left the general's residence and looked back at the signboard, guessing what Mrs. Sun might do. Money and fame are everything. Mrs. Sun would probably tell Sun Wei. Hopefully, someone in the army will stop the refugees from flooding in. Let's go back to the village. Okay. As her carriage left the city, she met servant Zhang Chao riding a horse. "Miss, something has happened." "Did something happen in the village?" "No, someone came back to report. The merchant convoy that Brother Wang took out was attacked by refugees. The refugees stole our goods and injured some of our people. Were there any deaths?" Zhang Chao nodded. one from the Li family and one outsider.
Ugh. Ah.
Su Lingyu felt very upset. Let's go back to the village. A white silk banner was hung on the small building, and everyone from the merchant team had gathered in front of the mountain estate. They were worried about their husbands and sons. Su Lingyu stood on the steps, facing many relatives and friends. Her face was sad and serious as she said, I have some bad news to tell everyone. Our traveling team was attacked. Our goods were stolen, and there were injuries and deaths. Our merchant team sent the strongest men. I believe that lives are more important than goods. We should protect ourselves first, then the goods. But this time, we faced enemies like wolves, many enemies. Our people couldn't even protect themselves. For those injured, the estate will pay for medical bills. For those who died, the estate will pay funeral costs and give 100 taels of silver. If there are elderly people over 50 at home, the estate will give an extra 20 taels for support. If there are children under 3, the estate will raise them until they are 15. Third son, is my husband still alive? The woman wrapped in a blue scarf asked. We don't know about the injured yet. The ones who died are. Su Lingyu solemnly read out 2 names, Li Erniu and Zhang Xianhua. Suddenly, the crowd burst into loud crying and mourning, their grief heartbreaking. Su Lingyu lowered her head, apologizing to everyone. Mrs. Su, worried she might hurt third son, pushed him back inside. She stepped onto the stairs and shouted, Send them back. Let their family members come and go with the estate people to retrieve the bodies of the dead. The grieving Su Lingyu sat on the stone steps, covering her face with her hands, afraid to look at anyone. Her business was just starting to succeed, and now 2 people had died. Life is as fragile as grass, and killing people is not even punished. How can we live in this world? Mamian knew her sister was upset and sat quietly beside her. She didn't know how to comfort her, only wanting to stay with her sister. Wang lay quietly at her feet, resting his head on his front paws. Li Ying came to comfort her, saying, Third son, unpredictable things happen. People have good and bad luck. Before forming the merchant team, you already said that traveling was dangerous. Bandits could attack at any time, so we must be ready for death. You warned them, and they still chose to join. Whether they live or die, it's their choice. Li Ying looked at third son with concern. In the pawn shop, a life is only worth 30 or 50 taels. We've already given 100 taels, which shows kindness and fairness. Su Lingyu looked up from her palm and said, A life is only worth 100 taels. Life isn't valuable. During bad years, many people die of hunger. Those lives are worth nothing. Those who die on the battlefield without earning military merit are also worth nothing. Poor families only earn 2 or 3 taels a year. If you give 100 taels, it could buy them 30 or 40 years of life. How many people have 30 or 40 years? Life isn't as precious as you think. You don't need to carry that burden. Li Ying's words had some effect. At least she felt less burdened. Her guilt eased a little. While releasing her burden, she also felt some guilt. First, she accepted her servant's careful care. Now, she seems to accept the harsh reality that lives are cheap. She understands that with money and power, one can enjoy everything. She has lived in this environment before, so she can easily accept being served by servants. But accepting that lives are cheap, that she cannot do, and does not want to do. Su Lingyu patted her face and prepared to comfort the family of the deceased and arrange follow-up matters. Miss, something's wrong. There's a fight downstairs, the servant, third aunt, hurriedly ran over. Tell me clearly what's going on. Li Ying asked. Third aunt said, Li Erniu's family heard that some refugees killed Li Erniu. They're furious and want to drive all the refugees away. In the chaos, they pushed and shoved, and it turned into a fight. Villagers saw outsiders bullying their own people and went to help, which started the fight. Su Lingyu told Li Ying, Go inside and lock the door. Don't open it unless necessary. Mu Mian, go find Xinlang and ask him to stop the fight.
Okay.
Mu Mian climbed onto a wang, and a wang carried her away. Su Lingyu pulled out a stick and rushed down the mountain with a hu. She had already heard the commotion at the bottom, but she was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice what was happening outside. She didn't know where the refugees got the courage to unite and fight the Li family. Silkworm rearing tools and silk spinning equipment were flying everywhere, and wooden beams for building houses were scattered around. Women and men were mixed together, men fighting in groups, women joining in. It was extremely ugly. Su Lingyu patted a hu.
Roar, roar.
A tiger's roar frightened everyone, stopping the chaos. Su Lingyu raised her stick and struck the ground to wake everyone up. Everyone stop. On the left side of Dongquan village, the others stand on the right. If anyone tries to make trouble, they will be fought first. At this moment, Shun Lang descended from the sky and stood beside Su Lingyu. Shun Lang drew his sword, the bright blade flickering in front of their eyes. Anyone who doesn't listen will be cut first, and then we discuss who is right. In this kind of situation, Shun Lang was much more experienced than her. Faced with threats to their lives, no one dared to hesitate. The two sides faced each other clearly, divided and opposing. Su Lingyu frowned and said, "Keep your clothes tidy in Dongquan village and don't lose face. I won't ask why you started fighting. I know you have resentment, and I know you're scared inside. But now is not the time for internal conflict or fighting. We should protect our things and not let others take them away." Su Lingyu continued, "Many of the new refugees are like Wang Ba. They burn, kill, and loot without mercy. They don't fear the authorities. They know that if they steal and kill, they will run to the mountains and become bandits. But we can't do that. We have families and loved ones. Every family member who dies is a big loss for us. Relatives of the Li family, don't be sad or upset. Their hometown is gone. Their ancestors' graves are gone. They are like floating weeds in this world, and they are even more upset than you. Those who were beaten, don't be angry. Their loved ones died because of you. If you hadn't come, we would farm and eat, raise silkworms, and make clothes. Men wouldn't need to go out trading, and women wouldn't need to compete over who spins better. Since your loved ones just died, it's normal to feel upset. Take a beating now, and things will be more peaceful later. From now on, you are members of Dongquan village. Does anyone oppose this?" She looked around and saw no one objecting. Su Lingyu continued, "First, we cannot let outsiders enter the village again. There are only so many jobs. If they come, you won't have work or wages. The men will be divided into 3 groups, 20 or 30 people each, taking turns guarding the village entrance to stop outsiders. Those who have already entered don't need to be bothered. If anyone tries to steal chickens or sneak around, beat them first, and then chase them out. Second, we must stop outsiders from coming here. We need someone on horseback along the official road spreading rumors about a plague here to scare outsiders away. Third, we should be frugal and save food, so outsiders won't want to stay. Traveling on the roads outside is difficult, and it's hard to come and go. Food prices in the town are very high. Every family needs to save food and avoid shortages. Starting today, there will be a 3-day pause in work. Everyone should stay at home and not go out unless necessary. If someone must go out, they should do so in groups and not alone." After reminding everyone of these rules, Su Lingyu asked if they had any other suggestions. After waiting a while with no response, Su Lingyu said, "Everyone go back to your homes. If there is anything important, we will call a meeting in the village."
You can all disperse now.
Many people left, but the Li family men stayed. They were there to help. They helped clean up the area and apologized to Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu kindly forgave them and told them to be more careful in the future. Without people, everything is lost. Then, Su Lingyu called the village chief to discuss how to protect the village and how to deal with rumors spread by outsiders. The next day, Dongquan village organized itself. They set up fences outside the village and worked together with hoes to stand firm. Su Lingyu also sent some people out to bring back those who had died outside. She watched them leave and then sat on the stone steps, looking at the mountain path. The half-finished stone road was abandoned, and no one knew when it would be repaired. Usually at this time, smoke rises straight up, and women come to work wearing thin shirts and headscarves. Now, there's no smoke, no noise, and the village is very quiet. As the sun rose higher, Snakehead Mountain became lively for a while, but soon everything quieted down again. Feeling sleepy after sitting for a long time, she yawned, stood up with her hands behind her back, and headed back to the mountain lodge to rest. These past 3 days, she had nothing to do, just eating, sleeping, and taking walks along the mountain path when she woke up. Sometimes, she carefully looked at her small workshop and thought about its future. The workshop was rough, with no management system, more wild than untamed like a black market workshop. Seeing this, Su Lingyu laughed at herself. She thought she was a genius, but she hadn't done anything well. She kept trying here and there, but nothing really developed. During these days of thinking, she decided to focus on developing the textile industry. She would slow down expanding her dessert shop for now. On the 3rd night, a big fire suddenly broke out on Snakehead Mountain. The noise of the flames was loud. Many people saw the fire. Some went to put it out. Others just stood and watched. Su Lingyu was one of those who just stood still. Hidden conflicts will eventually explode, she thought. Tsuetsue, tomorrow ask Ague to go to the city, bring a doctor, and have him check the people on Snakehead Mountain and the water source there. We don't want a real plague to happen.
Yes.
Tell those people to burn the bodies first, and then bury them.
Okay.
Su Lingyu put on her shoes, went back to her room, closed the door and windows, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. She didn't know how long the noise from Snakehead Mountain had lasted. That night, she fell asleep quickly, but also felt restless. She woke up 3 or 4 times in the middle of the night, but refused to get up and walk around. After tossing and turning, she fell asleep again. Last night, she didn't sleep well. She woke up feeling groggy and tired. She supported herself with her hands on the bed, reached for her shoes with her little feet. In the end, she put on one shoe, slipped on the other, walking with one foot deep and the other shallow, then opened the door. Miss, did you sleep well? She took the warm water handed by Tsuetsue and drank it all, then remembered she hadn't brushed her teeth. Forget it, just leave it like this. How many people died? 6. Tsuetsue said. It started with a family surnamed Tan. The uncle was unhappy because his wife favored her nephew, and they argued. Then, they teamed up with some refugees who came later and stole food from their house. Unexpectedly, the nephew woke up in the middle of the night, saw his uncle stealing food, wanted to cry and make a fuss, but was suffocated to death. The older brother, who woke up, scolded his younger brother and tried to take back the food. Then, more refugees arrived and rushed in, not only stealing food but also taking other household items. Those refugees, used to stealing, saw food and rushed to grab it. After robbing the Tan family, they went on to rob other houses, causing chaos. While braiding the lady's hair, Tsuetsue said, the newcomers fought with the earlier arrivals. 4 were killed. 1 was trampled to death, and another suffocated. Looking into the bronze mirror, she saw the lady silent and didn't dare say more. Su Lingyu took the comb from Tsuetsue and said, go deliver breakfast to Master Shi and ask him. Are you happy now?
Yes.
The master and servant went down together to Lingyu Mountain Villa. Su Lingyu sat at the dining table, while Tsuetsue went to the kitchen, picked up the food box, and headed to Xin Ming's humble room. The servants saw the 3rd young lady and hurried to share the news and their guesses with her. The man from the Tan family is dead, the woman went crazy, and the 2nd uncle stole the family's silver and ran into the mountains. 5 households were robbed. Even their bowls were taken. They are outside asking to see you. The robbers, having stolen before, saw food and rushed to steal again. They robbed the Tan family and then moved on to other houses. Now, they probably ran to other villages. Many people were hurt in the fight. 1 person even lost a piece of flesh, exposing the bone. Miss, do you think he can still be saved? Ague went into town to call a doctor. You know, you care too much about others' lives and deaths. Your heart is too soft. If it were up to me, those people would have deserved their fate. They finished talking and didn't speak to Miss San, probably because she didn't like them to talk too much. They then went back to their own work. Mumion, who was eating porridge with a spoon, asked her sister curiously, "Why did they start fighting?" This question has many possible answers, and even Mumion might not understand all of them. Still, she chose to explain. Because of jealousy, because of envy. You and I are both refugees. Why can you have a house to live in, food to eat, and clothes to wear, while I have nothing? Is it just because I arrived later? No, that's unfair. What you have, I want too. Since I wasn't given my share, I have to take it by force. Stop. This is mine, not yours, Mumion said, covering her bowl. She thought her sister was trying to take her eggs. Su Lingyu looked at Mumion and continued, the ones who arrived first get the resources first and gain benefits, which helps them feel better about themselves. Seeing other refugees makes them feel superior. They naturally look down on others, forgetting that they are also refugees. Everyone is the same, people without roots. The refugees who come later, because of unfair distribution, hunger, desire for easy gains, or habit of stealing, start to fight. When they see something good, they want to take it. If they can't take it peacefully, they fight or break things. People who lose their moral restraint follow their instincts and become wild. They are no different from animals and cannot be called humans. After a long pause, she said, "This fight was unavoidable. Sooner or later it would happen. Since you already know this, why don't you try to stop it?"
Mumion asked.
She was silent and asked herself the same question. Why didn't she try to stop it? If she had stopped it, maybe no one would have died. Yes, if she could have stopped it, there wouldn't be any deaths today, and the situation wouldn't be like this. But could she really stop it? Could she hold it back? Maybe she could do her best. She told Mumion, "I can't stop it, and I can't hold it back. There are too many refugees, and we don't have enough staff or food. If we send the refugees who come later to other places to live, we have nowhere to settle them. We also don't have enough food to give them. Not providing food and making them stay outside in the open will only make them more likely to rebel." She gently patted Mumion's head and said, "I need to protect you, Grandma, and Liang. If I take all the household items to help others, you will go hungry. That is not what I want. Then I will eat a little less each day so the food lasts longer." Okay.
Mumion.
Yes. These days, take Ahu to walk around the mountains near the village. Why go? Since they ran away, there's no need for them to come back, so they won't cause more trouble. Scare them a little, and make them run farther away. Okay. Ahu will be happy to do that.
Mumion nodded happily.
Mumion thought this was an interesting task. Not only would she take Ahu, but also Awang. Suli took the cooled egg from the third son and handed him the peeled hot egg. Don't think too much. It's not your fault. Eat breakfast. There are many things outside that need your decisions. At breakfast, the 4 dishes were placed on a stone table, and Chui Chui stepped forward to serve Shinming and help him wash up. She put a cloth into a copper basin filled with water, wrung it out, and handed it to Shinming. She carefully told him what happened last night at Snakehead Mountain, then asked, "Miss asked me to ask you, are you happy? Are you happy about the 6 people who died?"
Kui Kui asked again.
Shinming, washing his face, stiffened, then took a long time to recover. Before he could speak, Shenlang stepped forward and pushed Chui Chui away. "Get lost." Chui Chui was not angry. She stepped back, turned around, picked up her food box, and left with her arms crossed. Outside the fence, she said, "Miss couldn't sleep all night. But Master looks very energetic. I think he feels no guilt at all. That wicked girl, if she dares to say another word, I will cut her mouth."
Shenlang scolded angrily.
Chui Chui was scared, quickly holding her food box and walking away, afraid someone would chase her. Shanming, trembling, pointed in the direction Chui Chui left. She actually dared to send a servant to humiliate me. Such a petty person. And you still want to take her as a disciple? Dad, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Sit down and rest first. At this moment, Shenming coughed up blood, and his blood stained the face-washing water red. "Go call the doctor. Quickly go call the doctor." Shenming finally ordered the servant to return and stay with his adoptive father. He was skilled in lightness techniques and went personally to call the doctor, which was faster. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd had already gathered. They were there to work. Some others were there just to try their luck, hoping for a meal. When they saw Su Lingyu, they all stood up together, looking at the head of the household, eager to speak their minds. Just as someone stepped forward to speak, Su Lingyu waved his hand to stop him. They understood that the head of the household had something to say, and only after he spoke could they share their thoughts. Su Lingyu stood in front of them, looked around at the crowd, and waited a moment before speaking. He said, "I know why you came. I also have a plan to make sure everyone has work and earns some money." The villagers of Dongquan village looked as if they had known this all along. The earlier arrivals, worried, relaxed their hearts, while those arriving later showed happy faces. The outside team has returned. Handling the aftermath is important. You all go back first. Come after breakfast tomorrow. I have an important announcement to make, so don't be late. The villagers wanted to ask what the important matter was, but unfortunately, Saner had already left. They then approached the managers, hoping to learn what Saner wanted to say. But the managers didn't know either and couldn't answer them. "Everyone disperse, go home," the villagers of Dongquan village ordered, dispersing the crowd. At this moment, Ague stood on a stone slab and loudly announced, "The head of the household has given orders. Today, the workshop will serve meals. If you have nothing to eat at home, you can come to the workshop for a meal. There will be 2 meals a day. When the bell rings, come quickly. If you're late, there will be nothing left." Meals provided by the household? That's wonderful. Can I bring my relatives? My little one hasn't eaten in a long time. Ague added, "The head said today you can eat taro and bring your relatives. But no fighting or arguing, or you'll be expelled from the village." The refugees were very happy. Meanwhile, the villagers of Dongquan village discussed privately, trying to guess the reason behind Saner's actions. They thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so they simply went home to discuss with the elders. Immediately, an elder went to Lingyu Mountain Villa and, once the elder returned home, privately told the family, "Saner will make an important announcement tomorrow. No one is allowed to oppose it. This is a long-term plan, bringing blessings for 3 generations." This story spread throughout Dongquan village. They kept the news secret to prevent outsiders from knowing. When Su Lingyu returned home, Wang Er was kneeling in front of her. This time, Wang Er led the team, but they lost their goods and 2 people died. "Tell me exactly what happened."
Yes.
"We were traveling through Tiger Ravine when we met a group of refugees. They were slow and walking in the middle of the road. No matter how much we shouted, they wouldn't move aside. When our caravan passed, they stared at the horses and carts, and some even reached out to touch the goods. We warned and tried to stop them, but there were too many. One of them shouted, 'It's food, rice and flour.' The refugees rushed toward us. We wanted to draw our swords, but they kneeled in front of us, begging for food. Even when we gave them some of our supplies, they didn't leave."
Su Lingyu frowned.
This was different from the refugees she had seen before. Liang City had seen refugees more than once, but she had never seen any refuse to leave or pull at others to stay. Most refugees, after getting food or realizing there was nothing to give, would leave. But the refugees Wang Er encountered were strange. Wang Er continued, then someone shouted, "They have food, but they won't share. Rich and unkind. We must rob the rich to help the poor." That's when I realized something was wrong. We tried to fight back, but they beat us to the ground. I kicked and pushed many of them away to save my companions. Then I saw those people cut the ropes and move the goods. I drew my sword, trying to kill them, but suddenly Wang Ba and the mountain bandit leader from Tiger Ravine appeared. They attacked from both sides and I had to retreat. My companions and I ran down the mountain. When we counted the people, Li Erniu and Zhang Xianhua were missing. When we found them again, they had already died. Listening carefully, Su Lingyu spoke. "The goods are gone, the horses are gone, and even the carts are missing. What you met weren't refugees. They were bandits disguised as refugees." Su Lingyu picked up the teapot and held it over Wang Er's head. She tilted the teapot, and a stream of water poured out from the spout, splashing into Wang Er's hair. The water dripped down from his hair and onto the floor. Master, why are you doing this? Sanner, Wang Er is a good person. He didn't steal the goods. Master. The caravan companions kneeling outside the door pleaded for Wang Er. Su Lingyu suddenly turned and smashed the teapot onto their knees. With a gloomy face, like a demon eating meat. Is he a good person? Su Lingyu sneered. Yes, he's a good person. Because you are just like him. All murderers. They shook their heads, trying to deny it. Su Lingyu sharply interrupted their protest. Wang Er is the leader of the trading team. He ran away without looking back. He didn't look back at his two beaten companions. Because he didn't pay attention, Li Erniu and Zhang Xianhua died. And you, when you ran away, didn't notice they were still being beaten by the crowd, didn't notice one of your brothers was missing. Su Lingyu pointed at them, scolding them loudly. Was it bandits who killed them? No, it was you. You're the real killers. Yes, I told you, in danger, saving your own life is the most important. But did I tell you, when something happens, you must stay united, help each other, support each other? How did they die? They were beaten to death. You hold knives, you wield sharp blades. Even if one of you went back with a knife, they might not have died. A brother related to Li Erniu knelt down, crying loudly, repenting, Erniu, I'm sorry. Woo-woo. Everyone present was moved to tears, including Su Lingyu, who also shed tears. She thought the dead were stabbed with blades or bitten by refugees, or died because they missed the rescue time. But when she saw the bodies, she realized she was wrong. They were killed by cowardice.
Wann kriegt, Kautoving her Willi.
He knew very well how Li Erniu and Zhang Xianhua died. He also blamed himself on the way here, felt sad, but dared not speak the truth about the cause of death. Back here, after being pointed out by the master, he felt ashamed to live in this world. He considered himself skilled in martial arts and brave-hearted, but when faced with a fight, he abandoned his brothers. I was wrong. I caused my brothers to die. Master, miss, I am willing to die to atone. Wang Er was overwhelmed with guilt, crying bitterly. No, it's my fault, she said. Su Lingyu sat down and whispered, You haven't killed anyone. You haven't seen blood. You haven't received martial arts training. I let you go out to trade. That's my fault. People who die cannot come back to life. No matter how much you regret, they will never return. This matter is now settled. After returning home, do not tell this news to outsiders and definitely not to family members. In the future, if relatives of Li Erniu or Zhang Xianhua are in trouble, we must help them without hesitation. Su Lingyu sighed deeply and said, Go back and rest well. I will ask Captain Qian, Auntie Mumin's husband, Zhang Yu's brother, for help. You should learn martial arts and how to face enemies. Once the goods are ready, we will them again. The money lost must be earned back. Her voice grew serious as she said, We must take back what was lost. The mountain bandits took my things. One day, I will destroy them. You all go back and study hard. One day, we will defeat the bandits. The crying men became more determined, holding on to a dream, to one day defeat the bandits and avenge their loved ones. Seeing her three sons finish speaking, Madame Su quickly went to help the kneeling men up. Get up quickly. Your family is still waiting below the mountain. Don't let them worry. After they left, Su Lingyu and Wang Er said, If there is a mistake, there is a punishment. Are you ready? Wang Er knelt and said, Please, master, stab me with a sword as a warning. No need for that. A whip will do. Su Lingyu told Agwe, Find a whip and give 10 lashes.
Yes.
Wang Er bowed his head to thank her. Then Su Lingyu helped others to prepare the coffins for Li Erniu and Zhang Xianhua, escorting them down the mountain to reunite with their families. Among those with her was Shun Lang. He knew the cause of Li Erniu's death because he told her about it. Shun Lang was worried she might get into trouble and didn't dare to let her walk alone into the villagers' anger. He was her apprentice, and he had to protect her. But his worries were unnecessary. They had a close relationship, and she was sincere in her attitude. Li's relatives had no complaints about her. The Zhang family was even more afraid to blame her. They were very happy to receive the compensation money. Su Lingyu apologized to the relatives of the deceased and saw them off. Then she was surrounded by members of the Li family, each asking what she planned to do tomorrow. She said the private school is almost ready. The teacher from Nanyang City arrived yesterday. Starting tomorrow, we will begin enrolling students, learning martial arts and studying literature. That's good news. Yes, I've been looking forward to this day. Su Lingyu said, there aren't enough teachers coming, and there are many children in the village, as well as in the neighboring village. We can only select the best, even using slogans like selling ourselves to get an education. That's not acceptable. Of course not. Who would be willing to sell their children? Su Lingyu raised her hand to signal them to be quiet. That's just what we tell outsiders. Among ourselves, we can handle things privately. Officially, we sign a contract to sell ourselves, but secretly, we cancel the contract. Once our situation stabilizes and the school is better built, and we have more teachers, we can remove this practice. Yes, this is a good idea. We all trust third son. He won't deceive us. When there's good news, we focus on our own people first. The spots are limited, so tomorrow you need to fight for them. I will try to include our own children and also pick some from among the refugees.
All right.
We won't make things difficult for you. There's one more thing. Tomorrow I will announce it. It's a bit dangerous. You need to discuss whether to do it yourselves. The next morning, everyone arrived early at the open space, waiting for a few people to gather, then for the crowd to grow. They all wanted to know what third son would announce today. Finally, people arrived, and they saw the host set up 2 poles and hang a map. Then they brought a table with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Su Lingyu stood on a high platform and said, "Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast?" Some quickly said yes, others said no. "Looks like you haven't eaten yet, and I haven't either."
I'm hungry.
"But that's okay. First, let's finish this, then I'll go eat." She signaled for silence and said, "Before we talk about anything, let's set some rules. When I speak, don't interrupt, or it will disturb those who want to listen. After all, there are no loudspeakers here. I speak from the front, and those at the back might not hear well." She was trying to make a primitive kind of loudspeaker, but it wasn't ready yet. "I said before, everyone should have work to do and earn some copper coins. But the workshop is small, and there isn't much work. How can I make sure you all have jobs and wages? Now, there's a way that can help you earn money and get food, but it is a bit risky." The people from Dongquan village wondered why third son's words were different from what he said yesterday. Today, shouldn't he be talking about the school? Some impulsive people wanted to ask questions, but those nearby stopped them. They heard Sainer say, "Look at this map. Here is the entrance to the trade route near Shitu Mountain, and this is the exit. The city here is Yen's City of Wei State. This city has Wei's largest dye workshop. If you bring linen cloth there, you will definitely get a good price." Someone wanted to speak, but Su Lingyu held them back and told them not to speak yet. She said, "You don't have linen cloth, and it's very dangerous over there. What should we do? I have a plan. First, I can lend you 3 pieces of cloth. After you sell them, you give me back the original cost, and the profit you make is yours. According to the prices here, 1 piece of linen costs 68 coins, but in Yen's City of Wei, 1 piece costs 130 coins. The double profit was very tempting. The brave ones wanted to try. Seeking wealth and danger, to survive and become rich, they were willing to take the risk. Hearing about the price difference, many men licked their lips and were eager to go. That place is very dangerous. You have no weapons. What should you do? I've already written to Commander Qian to send some soldiers to teach you basic escape methods. If you survive and make money, that's your skill. If unlucky and your goods are lost, I'm sorry, you'll have to pay for it. If you have no money, you'll have to work to pay. I'm not a kind person and won't do loss-making deals. The first batch I will only lend to those with collateral, families with children. If you want to borrow, come here to register. Once verified, I will lend you the cloth." Before she finished speaking, some people started moving to register for borrowing cloth. Someone asked, "How can we find that dye workshop?" Is there only an old woman? Can she lend cloth? Saner, can we go too? If you're not afraid of death, go. You're crazy. The war just ended. If fighting starts again, going means risking your life. Su Lingyu said, the court has signed an agreement with Dawei, promising no war for 10 years. Trade will continue in this area, but not now. Some troublemakers might still want to attack us out of spite. Anyway, once you leave here, be careful. Going or not is your own choice. If you lose money, your family will have to pay the debt. Impulsive people should think carefully. After the news spread, many people signed up to carry goods. Su Lingyu held the account book, verified the information with others, and after confirming it was correct, distributed cloth to let them leave quickly. The first group of brave people left, reducing the instability in Dongquan village. The village was quiet for the rest of the day. The village chief came to see her. These past few days, I've been worried, afraid that trouble might start again. You don't know, some refugees who can't come here have moved to the neighboring village. They killed a family, set fire to a thatched house, and stole many chickens and ducks. I dare not tell the villagers this news, afraid it will scare them so much they won't sleep at night. Even if I don't tell them, they still won't sleep well. Even I don't dare to sleep deeply, worried someone might come in and harm me. The village chief shrugged, truly frightened. There are guards at the village entrance. We absolutely cannot let them in. With hope, people value their lives. I hope there will be no more trouble. The village chief sighed. There are some things I need you to do. I want you to find a few people to spread rumors that there is a plague here and that a few people have died from it. The village chief frowned. If we say that, no one will want to come here. Even relatives coming to visit will worry. Those who come here are close family and trustworthy people. It's okay to tell them the truth. Spreading rumors is mainly to prevent outsiders from entering Dongquan village. The village chief was confused. Why do you suddenly say refugees are coming here? Su Lingyu casually replied, there is land here. If outsiders find out, they will think this is a good place to settle, so they come. Fortunately, you are here, or I wouldn't know what to do. The village chief sighed with relief. He asked again, is it true about the private school? It's true. I've thought about it. The private school is not open to the public, only for internal use. After all, it's just a family school. If children in the village want to join, they can pay the tuition. But the content taught inside the school is up to me. The purpose of the family school is to bring new blood into the family. The Su family and the Li family are both from humble beginnings. The Su family, because Su Shan is resourceful and provides more money, has higher official rank than Li Yongji. To support their reputation, the Su family needs to train more talented and powerful people. Su Lingyu also wants to use the family school to build her influence and cultivate her own people. Therefore, she doesn't plan to let the children of Dongquan village join. The children of Dongquan village are the most trustworthy, but once they are raised, they are quickly taken away by family members, which makes it not worthwhile. She wants to select a group of refugees to train, both boys and girls. After raising them for a couple of years, they will become helpful assistants. Let me try this for a month first. Once I confirm the teaching plan, I will recruit students from the village. Anyone who can afford the tuition fee can attend. I also need some time to see if Mr. X can teach well. The village chief naturally understood the young man's intentions. He admired the tribal school but couldn't establish one himself. Li Yongji, who was supported outside, had not yet been able to give back to his hometown and would need a few more years. Maybe in 2 more years, things will improve. Alright, try it first. If it works, let the village know. Kids spend all day herding cattle. They should learn a skill to survive better. Su Lingyu saw the village chief off and said, don't worry. When we moved here, we were grateful for everyone's help. We will never forget this kindness. Once the road is fixed, we will bring everyone along. The village chief praised her 3 times and complimented her again before leaving. Taking this opportunity, Su Lingyu made rules for the workshop, fixed the workers, set work hours, and divided tasks. Some jobs would be paid by piece, and others by the day. With clear rules, there would be fewer disputes and less chaos. Those who couldn't get a spot in the workshop could either raise silkworms, plant mulberry trees, grow beans, or farm. As long as they didn't mind hard work and were willing to work, they would always have food and money. The rice plants had started to bloom, so fertilizing and weeding were needed. The manure pit was empty, so it should be prepared for the second half of the year. Su Lingyu listed all the tasks she needed to do, prioritizing them carefully. Perhaps the rumors of the plague had taken effect, or maybe the rumors of people dying from illness had scared the refugees. Few refugees came to Dongquan village. At first, a small group arrived, but later, even fewer came. The people spreading rumors outside had returned. They said they hadn't seen any refugees on the road, so Dongquan village dared to open the gates and allow free entry and exit. The first group of traders returned after selling their goods, and they all made money. The second group brought even more goods. If it weren't for the Su family's large stockpile, there might have been fights over the goods. With the lifting of restrictions, clever people started going outside to buy cloth, began traveling, and formed their own small teams. They have taken control of Snakehead Mountain and are developing freely, with little impact on Dongquan village. Su Lingyu relaxed her restrictions and her vigilance towards them, allowing her workshop to operate again. Days passed with small conflicts. It is said that General Sun received a reward and was promoted to Grand General, in charge of the Western City soldiers. Whether this is true or not, Su Zhong's letter has not yet arrived. One day, Su Lingyu went to settle accounts with Uncle Tong. The threat from the bandits in Tiger Ravine is always present. To get goods across the ravine, they need skilled guards. This naturally involves the guards from Wang Long Agency. Over time, Uncle Tong also understood her ambitions. Fortunately, Wang Long's business is booming and not limited to this area. Otherwise, the first to be suppressed would be the Su family. Although the Su family has Su Lingyu, a remarkable talent. Since Fuqing was seated, Uncle Tong, a patriot, has lost 10 kg of weight, with sunken eyes and dark circles. His face has no flesh, making him look more bitter and harsh. The loss of land and compensation hit him hard. Respecting him as a patriot, Su Lingyu gave him a jar of health tonic wine. She hopes Uncle Tong will have more children and pass on his patriotic spirit. If one of his children can become famous for patriotism, Uncle Tong will be truly remarkable. I heard you've opened up the trade route to Yen City? Uncle Tong asked. Su Lingyu replied, "It's not that exaggerated. I didn't open it. Those refugees did. They relied on their legs and a rope to create a trade route, successfully supporting their families. They also managed to lower the price of cloth in Yen City to 100 coins. Can they trade in the city? At first, no. When Yen City's people found out and killed more than 10 refugees, they couldn't stop them, so they gave up. As long as they pay taxes according to the rules, the city turns a blind eye. Currently, the refugees are trying to find ways to evade taxes. It's likely that soon, they will set up trading spots outside the city and no longer plan to pay taxes inside." Uncle Tong nodded. "Our trading caravan should also go to Yen City. I want to invite a martial artist. Do you have any recommended candidates?" Su Lingyu asked. "You have Wang Er and your master here. Why do you still need to invite someone else?" The officer in charge of money has been transferred away, and no one is left to teach those kids. Wang Er wants to trade, focusing on Tiger Ravine, looking for a chance to kill Wang Ba. He has no intention of staying at the mountain villa. As for my master, well...
Sigh.
Shun Lang had been with those kids for a few days. Feeling confident, he even started to think about founding a sect. He has already sent a letter asking 2 apprentices to come to the mountain villa, and is looking for a territory to establish the Taihui sect. The name he came up with in the outhouse is bold enough to hang on the roof. Truly impressive. What kind do you want? Something gentle, skilled in martial arts, and fond of children. My clan's teachings should be spread out, turned into a private school with many students. Master Wu is too fierce. Outsiders are afraid to send children to the private school. There are 2. When they return, tell them to find you. Uncle Tong, there's a letter. One person handed Uncle Tong a note. Uncle Tong slipped away, looked at the note, and then destroyed it. Once Uncle Tong went inside, he smiled and said, "Things are about to change." Are things about to change? Uncle Tong's words had a double meaning. It was unclear what he was specifically referring to. Su Lingyu thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with an answer. Just in case, she asked Zhang Yu about Wang Long and the situation in the capital. Zhang Yu said, "Your husband received news yesterday that General Sun's promotion to Grand General has been confirmed. My father took over General Sun's position, but the guards of Nanyang City and the garrison of Liang City are separate, and the court plans to split military power from the Grand General. Any news about our eldest son?" "No, probably an internal arrangement, not made public." That made sense. Su Chong hadn't achieved much, and no one paid much attention to him. His rewards would likely come last. And Wang Jingxing? Master Wang killed Major General Su, earning a good amount of merit. Your husband guesses he will leap forward quickly, advancing 3 ranks at once to become a colonel, leading over 2,000 soldiers. He is quite remarkable. Naturally, his promotion is different from ordinary. Jumping 3 ranks isn't surprising. Next door, Little Wang has been a determined young man since childhood, skilled in both civil and martial arts. Now, his achievements are not surprising at all. The day before August 15th, Su Lingyu delivered gifts to the general's residence and also visited Sun's wife to flatter her. After the 15th, Sun's wife and others would move to live in the capital, and she wanted to say goodbye. How could there be such ungrateful people? I must ask if the Wang family still has conscience. Sun Wei held a whip, cursing as he prepared to leave. After a year of military training, Sun Wei was sturdier than last year, with a more determined face and a sense of responsibility as a man. This mature and steady aura was something she had seen in many people. But most people only develop such calmness around 30, when they reach their 30s. Looking at Sun Wei, the young master, he was urged to grow up quickly. At 16, he already had the demeanor of a 30-year-old and the face of a mature man. I am unsure whether to say he is good or bad. In her opinion, it is not good. At 16, he is still a child. But for people of this era, it is good. 16 means he is an adult, ready to be the backbone of the family and take on responsibilities for the entire clan. Angrily, Sun Wei, about to leave, saw Su Lingyu. He didn't say to stop, but simply put away his whip. He approached her and said, "Stay at the mansion and wait for me to return. I need to go out for a while." Su Lingyu saluted him and asked, "Who has upset you? You're about to go to the capital." "It's not a good time for trouble," he replied. Sun Wei left with a final remark, "Maybe there won't be a chance anymore," and walked out of the mansion. Su Lingyu stopped the second steward and asked, "What's wrong with your young master?" The second steward said, "Today, we received news that Wang Jingxing colluded with officials at court, accused the general of enslaving and killing people, and harming the common folk. The general was stripped of his military power and imprisoned in the mansion. The court is also sending people to arrest us and bring us to the capital." The second steward didn't care much and hurried out to stop the young master from causing more trouble, fearing more problems in the future. Wang Jingxing was climbing the ranks through Sun General's connections. He belonged to Sun General's faction, and before his position was secure, he quickly colluded with outsiders to frame his superiors. Such betrayal isn't good. Next door, Xiao Wang wasn't so naive. Could it be that he no longer cares about his reputation? Could it be that he finds his path too smooth and wants to create obstacles, leaving a stain on his career? Su Lingyu handed in a gift list, hoping to inquire about something, but the servants in the general's mansion dared not speak. With the military power taken away and Sun General imprisoned, it was a major event. Likely, Sun's wife didn't want to see anyone. She asked around and, seeing that no one wanted to meet her, she excused herself, saying she had matters to attend to. She left a servant to meet Sun Wei and told him she was waiting for him at the snack shop. She waited for 3 hours that day, but saw no sign of him. It wasn't until 3 days later that she heard the troops from the capital had arrived, and the people in the city were helping Sun's wife move. They demanded that Sun Wei Sun's wife to the capital. This was what was openly known, but many versions circulated secretly. Some said it was a gesture from the court to show respect to Sun General. Others said the emperor was worried that Sun family's military power was too strong and threatened the safety of the court, so he wanted to restrict Sun General. The lack of communication made her unaware of what was happening. She asked Uncle Tong, but he refused to speak. She asked Fu Sheng, who also didn't know. She tried to question Xinming, but he was even less willing to say anything. She didn't know what General Sun had done, but she guessed it wasn't a minor offense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been summoned to the capital by the court. On the day Sun Wei left, Su Lingyu went to see him off. She had relatives working in the government and was afraid of being involved, so she wore a hat. She waited at the 10-mile pavilion for Sun Wei to arrive. At this moment, Sun Wei no longer looked mighty. His chin was covered with dark stubble. He looked more like a real man now. She had prepared everything, but the soldiers wouldn't let Sun Wei leave the team. Su Lingyu sent someone to contact the team, but the people she sent were quickly pushed aside. It showed how cold-hearted those people were and how frustrated the Sun family felt. She changed her plan and asked Wang Er to bring food and follow behind. The team would always stop for rest, eating, and drinking. She sent people to serve the officials and also to take care of the Sun family's master. Once they left Nanyang City's boundary, she would withdraw her people. She had been very kind to Sun Wei and the Sun family. When the tiger is away, the monkeys take over. Mrs. Sun left, and Mrs. Zhang became the most respected lady in the city. With a connection to Mu Mian, Su Lingyu could freely go in and out of Mrs. Zhang's house. They sat down secretly to talk. Mrs. Zhang said, "I guessed you would come to ask. I haven't dared to leave the house these days, waiting for you. What happened to the Sun family?" Mrs. Zhang pointed outside and said, "Someone is secretly betraying them. Your lord received a letter saying Wang Jingxing colluded with officials in the court to suppress the military. He first conspired with the officials to report the general, listing many crimes such as opening iron mines illegally, selling official grain, and oppressing the people. The iron mine case is no proof yet, but the oppression of the people is certain. The general ordered workers to dig Snakehead Mountain and fill the lake, but the official seal used was from the general himself. Filling the lake and digging the mountain might be okay, but the money from selling the land didn't go into the state treasury. It was all embezzled by the general. It was at least 1 million taels, enough for a conviction at the highest level. Those lands weren't sold much, so where did the 1 million taels come from? There was no land sale, but the money from reselling official grain added up. The ledger clearly shows it, solid evidence. That Wang Jingxing is truly inhuman. The general promoted him, yet he turned around and bit the hand that fed him. When mentioning this name, Madame Zhang felt a bit disgusted. Her husband was also a scoundrel, and she was afraid someone might betray him secretly. There's something suspicious about this. I think there's a hidden plan. What plan? Civil officials dislike generals and always want to suppress them. Now that Wang Jingxing has handed in his sword, officials won't be gentle. He took a sword and cut down, seizing the general's military power. Rewarded and stripped of power, aren't the leaders worried the people will lose faith?
Su Lingyu asked.
There are many things that make the people lose hope. Even sending people to Fucheng, nothing the leaders wouldn't do. It's better not to say these things openly. Who will take over here? Not sure yet. We expect news soon. The court was worried that news of the Grand General's house arrest might cause a mutiny in the army. The emperor appointed Zhang Yilong to take over General Sun's position, managing the troops from Nanyang to Fucheng. Wang Jingxing was assigned to take control of Daliang City, becoming the city's new lord and also taking the position of deputy commander there, overseeing more than 5,000 soldiers. One day, Wang Jingxing arrived at the relay station and heard that Madame Sun was resting there. He secretly carried a whip to see Madame Sunday. Madame Sun refused to see him. Instead, Sun Wei came out of his room and punched Wang Jingxing down. "How dare you come here? Do you still have any shame?" Sun Wei stepped forward, trying to kick Wang Jingxing. Wang Jingxing's followers tried to stop Sun Wei, but Wang Jingxing told them, "Just watch." Fake kindness. Acting like a saint but wanting to be a good person.
Uffed.
"How dare you come here? stabbing me in the back, then asking for forgiveness. Who in the world has your shamelessness? Sun Wei threw another punch. Wang Jingxing couldn't fight back or speak up. He endured Sun Wei's beating, but luckily Sun Wei was not trained in martial arts. Otherwise, Wang Jingxing wouldn't have had such an easy time. After tiring himself out, Sun Wei finally let Wang Jingxing go. Wang Jingxing refused to leave. He knelt outside the door and said to Madam Sun, "Wenba was wrong. I don't seek forgiveness. I only came today to apologize to you, and Mississippi Wenba betrayed your kindness and Mrs. Love, but Wenba is sincere to Mississippi Wenba." Suddenly, a basin of water was poured over Wang Jingxing, interrupting him. Miss Sun stood behind her servant. After the servant left, she stepped forward. "I used to think that Liao Tao was my husband. He once promised that he would only marry me. I believed him and looked forward to him proposing, dreaming of marrying him someday. Now he is gone and become someone else's husband. I am deeply disappointed. You keep saying you love me and like me, but for your future and career, you caused my father to lose power and kept him under house arrest. You are no different from Liao Tao, fake and hypocritical, heartless. I have bad luck. The person I like doesn't marry me. The one who wants to marry me has harmed my whole family. I have poor judgment, falling for a man who is irresponsible. My father also has poor judgment, choosing a wolf in sheep's clothing. The marriage cancellation letter has already been given to Uncle Wang, and the bride price you sent has been fully returned. Please don't kneel here to disgust everyone. Wang Jingxing, you think you are talented and a scholar, but you only rose because of my father. You call yourself a gentleman, but you act like a villain. You gained benefits and still come back to disgust people. You did a shady deal, yet you claim to be an honest man. If you have any shame, leave on your own and don't humiliate yourself." Miss Sun walked inside, and the servant closed the door in front of Wang Jingxing, blocking his view. Suddenly, the door was opened again, and a torn purse was thrown out. Miss Sun's voice rang out again. "I heard that Sue Sanner likes you. I won't stop you. Someone like you isn't suitable for me, and I don't like you either." Wang Jingxing picked up the purse from the ground. He thought it had fallen, but it was actually taken away. This purse saved his life. He kept it as a warning to himself. No matter where he was, he must stay alert. It wasn't because of Sue Sanner. If Sue Sanner truly had feelings for him, that would be a big joke. She would rather look at money than at him. He reached out for a guard to help him, but was beaten by Sun Wei and insulted by Miss Sun. In the room, Sun Wei asked his sister, "You've never liked him, even happy about the marriage cancellation. Why are you crying today?" She wiped her tears and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, I was happy about the cancellation because I don't like him. Just lamenting how unlucky I am." Wang Jingxing knew he would be insulted today, but he still came. That shows he truly cares for me. So deep, yet not something I have. Sun Wei glared at his sister angrily. "It's still not too late to regret. You can go out and tell him you're willing to run away with him. Is my younger brother foolish? Don't say I don't like him, and don't say he's unkind and unjust, with a cold heart. Is he someone a woman should trust? Then don't cry. I can't stand to hear you cry. Mother already gives me a headache, and with you here, I can't find peace." After that argument, Su Lingyu never entered the humble room again. This time, she not only came but also brought good wine and tea leaves. She put down the basket in her arms, saw Shin Ming turn aside and ignore her. She didn't mind and went alone to boil water, brew tea, and serve tea. The servant nearby, speaking kindly about her, said how well Miss San treated him. Shin Ming paid no attention and scolded the servant, "Who is really your master?" The servant dared not speak again, lowered his head, and stepped back. Su Lingyu poured a cup of tea for Shin Ming and for herself. Before Shin Ming could refuse, she spoke first. "I came here to ask if the refugees from a few months ago are the ones you brought here? Yes or no? What does it matter?" Shin Ming said coldly. Hearing Shin Ming's tone, Su Lingyu smiled. She stood up and bowed deeply to Shin Ming. "I misunderstood, master. I apologize to you." Shin Ming then turned around, stared at Su Lingyu for a while, and didn't tell her to get up. For months, they had not seen each other, treating each other as enemies. Since Su Lingyu took the initiative to apologize, Shenlang was naturally happy to see it. He quickly stepped forward, helped his disciple up, and said to his adoptive father, "Third brother can apologize, so you should forgive her." Shenlang put down the book in his hand and snorted, "I won't accept it." Su Lingyu got up on her own and sat down again. Shenlang thought her sincerity was not enough and pulled her to bow again. Su Lingyu waved her hand, "No need." Although it wasn't entirely his fault, it also relates to his master. "The reason I came to apologize is because I realized I hated the wrong person." Su Lingyu took a sip of tea and glanced at Shenlang. "Those refugees weren't brought here by you, but by Wang Jingxing, right? Why did he bring people here?" Shenlang asked her. Wang Jingxing, in his petition to the emperor, not only accused him of oppressing and exploiting the people, digging mountains secretly and selling land at high prices, but also of killing refugees, instructing refugees, and robbing the common people. Among these, he pointed out Dongquan village. Before Wang Jingxing went to the capital, he was already planning to kill General Sunday. On the way to the capital, he spread rumors that Dongquan village had many lands and money to earn. He wants more people to know that this vast, artificially dug land is waiting for someone to report General Sun, and then he'll step in. Confident Shenming finally shows a hint of a change in expression.
Su Lingyu knows she guessed right.
It turns out she was being overly sentimental, thinking she was just that Shenming was using to flatter outsiders and climb higher. In fact, the entire Dongquan village is just used by Wang Jingxing to harm General Sunday. Dongquan village has been affected. Either the village was destroyed, or there was a big fight. Or perhaps the Lingyu mountain villa was burned down, causing Su Shan to become angry and write a report to the emperor. This drew outsiders' attention to Dongquan village and attracted some people's interest in Shitu Mountain, which could lead to a war against General Sunday. Wang Jingxing saw this as a chance to take sides and profit from it.
Ugh, so dirty.
Shenming saw her contempt and understood what she was thinking. He reminded her, "You're not involved in the situation and don't know the truth. Don't overthink. Knowing too much isn't good for you."
Yes.
Recently, I made a chess set. There's a piece called the General and another called the Soldier. The general is the biggest, and the soldier is the smallest. Shenming looked at her, trying to understand her meaning. Su Lingyu smiled at Shenming and softly said, "If used properly, even a soldier can defeat the general. If you are not strong enough or lack a solid background, never oppose those in power." This is the lesson Su Lingyu learned. When Xiaowang from next door said he wanted to visit, she decided to show him some workshop secrets. This was the first time they met since he returned. Wang Jingxing was too busy cleaning up after General Sun and dealing with rebels who didn't obey him. When Wang Jingxing arrived at Dongquan village, it had changed a lot, no longer like a village, more like a small town. Thatched houses were gone, replaced by mud brick houses, with many wooden and stone buildings. Oh, those weren't exactly stone houses. They were brick houses, made from sand and clay. These bricks, made from baked sand and dirt, are lighter than stone and softer, but sturdier than ordinary mud bricks. Only the wealthiest villagers could afford to live in brick houses. These were the first to become rich. The road was dusty, with carts pulling bricks and tiles passing by. Wang Jingxing covered his mouth and nose and left Dongquan village, heading toward Lingyu Mountain Villa. The mountain path was short, and soon I saw two girls sitting on stone steps. The older girl was cracking walnuts for the younger one, who eagerly ate the nuts in one bite, squinting her eyes and saying she wanted more. "Yes, Brother Wang. You should call him Lord Wang or Lord City Lord." Mu Mian nodded and cheerfully called out, "Brother City Lord." Su Lingyu secretly gave a thumbs up. "You're cute and adorable, and you're saying everything right. Brother City Lord, here's a walnut for you, peeled by sister." Wang Jingxing took a piece of walnut from Mu Mian's palm and chewed it. "This is a walnut from Jin territory. King Wang's trading caravan has gone far, bringing back many goods not available here." Su Lingyu bowed to make way and invited Wang Jingxing to go ahead. Before he could step forward, she straightened her back. Wang Jingxing's followers wanted to say something but hesitated and decided not to. Mu Mian jumped and skipped, following her sister and the Lord City Lord. Her sister said the Lord City Lord was here to cause trouble, so she had to stay close and pretend to cry or act sick if she saw anything wrong, to help her sister. She knew how to pretend to be sick, but not how to cry convincingly. Never mind, once she got the signal later, she would cry hard, rolling on the ground while crying. That might look real. Not far ahead was the Su family's silkworm house, a row of over 10 buildings made of black tiles and yellow bricks. How many autumn silkworms are raised here? Wang Jingxing asked. This year's last batch, nearly 100,000 silkworms. Su Lingyu pointed to a patch of black ground. In July, a group of refugees set fire to the silkworm houses because they thought I was paying low wages. Although not many were destroyed, the smoke killed all the silkworms in the area. I lost over 500 taels of silver. She continued walking forward. This is the granary, where we store freshly picked mulberry leaves. 2 refugees schemed and claimed they washed the unwashed mulberry leaves, which caused the entire room of silkworms to get sick. Thousands of silkworms died. Last time you said you were writing a book. Have you finished it? Yes, I've organized it. I'm almost done with the ending. For example, recipes for pest control on mulberry trees and medicines to kill pollutants in the silkworm houses. Good things should be kept secret and not given out just because someone asks. Wang Jingxing was not in a hurry. He asked, "How many people do you have here?" "Not many under my command, just hired workers. They come during the day to work and go back at night. Some are from distant villages, staying with relatives. The mulberry picking team has 340 people, and the silkworm raising team has 200. 600 women involved in silk weaving, and a guard team of 150 people. Guard team? They're mostly farmers with hoes, not trained fighters. A few with some boxing skills are considered good. Since there are many people here, we don't need a guard team to keep order." Su Lingyu took him to see the silkworm house. "Do you want to see the silk spinning area? It's hot inside, and they're dressed like it's summer. These women and girls work very fast. Before we even notice, they've already started rolling silk threads. Inside, it's a lively scene with many beautiful women of all shapes and sizes." How could Wang Jingxing not understand her thoughts? If he steps in even a little, countless objects might fly toward him to hurt him. Some angry women might rush out, pointing and scolding. This person just wants to embarrass him and make him angry. Since he entered her territory, she keeps mentioning refugees. Refugees from other places who don't feel connected here often cause trouble, setting fires or fighting with locals, getting into violent fights. This causes her a lot of trouble, and he knows all about it. "I heard you set up a school with over 200 students.
Take me to see it."
"That's just hearsay. Where would there be over 200 students?" Su Lingyu crossed her arms and puffed out her chest as she walked forward. Mamian, walking behind her, grabbed her sister. "Sister, I want some cream cake. Later, when we go back." "There's no time now." "No, I want it now. I want it now. I want it now." This naughty kid. Su Lingyu felt a bit embarrassed and said to Wang Jingxing, "I'll take her back first." "No need, Ashan can take her." Ashan stepped ahead of Su Lingyu and reached out to hold Mamian. Mamian sat down heavily, her eyes red, holding back tears, looking pitiful. "Does sister not love me anymore? You're letting a man from outside hold me."
Wah.
Su Lingyu quickly stepped forward and picked up Mamian. The little girl was so greedy that Su Lingyu almost couldn't lift her. She wobbled a bit, but managed to stand firm. Then she saw a pair of long, rough hands lifting Mamian. The pretending to cry Mamian froze, surprised. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't her sister supposed to carry her home? Wang Jingxing gently said, "Better to let Ashan do it. He's quick and can deliver Mamian to her mother soon." Mumian's eyes widened, her eyelashes fluttered. What should she do? Should she keep crying? Su Lingyu blinked her eyes. Mamian received the order and cried loudly. "Yua! Sister doesn't want me anymore. Sister doesn't love me. I don't want your hug. I don't want your hug." Mamian punched Ashan in the eye and kicked his stomach. Everyone was using sneaky tricks, and Ashen couldn't speak out about his suffering. Woof, woof, woof.
Roar.
A tiger and a hunting dog arrived together, baring their teeth and glaring at Ashen. The tiger's big mouth still had some meat strips. This is a tiger that eats raw meat. Awang Ahu, they are bullying me. Su Lingyu was startled and hurriedly stopped the two animals.
Stop it.
Stop making trouble. Come here.
Shulingyu had Mumian.
Mumian buried her head in her sister's neck, sticking out her tongue to make a funny face, almost going too far. Su Lingyu and Wang Jingxing said, I'll take her back first. Ague, you can walk around with the city lord.
Yes.
Su Lingyu walked a little farther away and whispered, Well done. Mumian shrugged her shoulders and giggled secretly, hee hee. Ashen and the young master. Miss Su doesn't seem willing to let you join the clan school. Such tricks are too clumsy. Everyone knows it's just acting. Find a chance to sneak in and see what's inside.
Yes.
Wang Jingxing moved toward the terraced fields. From above, he noticed the rice varieties were different from what he knew. This might be a new type of rice developed by Su Lingyu, possibly for wider planting. He plucked a rice stalk. The grains were larger. Aside from a bitter, astringent taste, he couldn't smell anything else. This is a new variety that can grow with less water. The lady has been researching it for 3 seasons. This spring was droughty, so it saved some effort. It's mature this autumn and can be sold as seed soon. It can be grown even in dry areas. It's best for places with little water. Although the yield isn't large, each stalk has about 7 or 8 grains. Ague proudly said, Once these seeds are sold, many people won't have to worry about food. Wang Jingxing agreed. She's very impressive. Ague modestly added, The lady doesn't have many hobbies, just likes to research strange things. Wang Jingxing took a walk in the mountains and found a reason to dismiss Ague casually. He still wanted to discover the secret of the mountain villa, but turned around and met Ague's silly son. The silly boy, holding a duck, said simply, Miss, please go over there. She says she wants to invite you to eat. The second fool clicked his tongue and said, Are tasty, and grilled shrimp are also delicious. The mountain villa looked large, but everywhere there were watchful eyes. Wanting to walk alone was truly impossible. No matter what secret she hid, he would find out. Lead the way. Go this way. This path is closer. The second fool led the way. Inside the green hedge of Lingyu Mountain Villa, there was a hidden wall used to block outsiders' view. At the same time, a door was opened to allow people to come and go easily. The second fool handed a token to the gatekeeper, who then allowed entry. Clumsy and simple-minded, the second fool kept looking back while walking. Several times, he turned around and saw that the city lord didn't speak, which made him a little anxious. In his heart, he grew impatient and asked, Say something. Wang Jingxing was initially confused, then asked, What should I say? You ask me, the second fool replied.
Why?
Because the young lady said you would ask me questions, and she told me to answer whatever you ask. Hurry up and ask. Wang Jingxing and his group all laughed. He really was a simpleton. To satisfy him, Wang Jingxing asked, Where are we going? The second fool grinned widely and said, To Nyoto Mountain Valley. There's a fish pond inside, and the young lady keeps her chickens, ducks, and geese there. Wang Jingxing became interested and asked, Besides you, who else is there? My mother, Tan Chao, Tan Boping, Hua Er Nyo, Sister Hua. The second fool listed many names, and Wang Jingxing silently counted. More than 100 people were raising animals inside Nyoto Valley. What are these people doing inside? Raising chickens. They're really good at it. The chickens, ducks, and geese sell very well. You probably don't know. Ducks have to be raised from ducklings, and when they're put into the coop, a layer of rice straw must be laid down. The second fool talked nonstop from the first step of raising ducks to the last. Wang Jingxing felt a bit annoyed, but didn't want to interrupt him. The second fool kept talking about raising ducks, speaking endlessly even if no one responded, as if he could talk all day. Fortunately, they soon descended the mountain and entered the fish pond area. The outermost part of the pond was surrounded by sugarcane fields, then came the moist taro fields, followed by lotus ponds, and finally the fish pond itself. Near the fish pond, many ducks and white geese were resting. On the water, two brownish-green ducks played happily. One dove underwater and stayed submerged for a while before surfacing, holding a small fish in its beak. The other dared not fall behind. It plunged deep into the water and surfaced farther away. They seemed to be competing, seeing who can dive deeper and catch bigger fish. A group of white-legged large birds swooped down onto the lotus pond. The fish pond here is quite big, covering several acres, almost like a small lake. I followed and saw Su Lingyu fishing, sitting by the water, without fear of the cold. Walking on the blue stone slabs, I reached her and sat down beside her. You seem to have plenty of free time. It's just a small business. No need to watch it all the time, Su Lingyu said as she put away her fishing line, catching a crab and a shrimp. It turns out the fishing line has 3 hooks, allowing her to catch live creatures at once. Wang Jingxing had never used this kind of thing. When Alan brought him a fishing rod, he studied it for a while. Putting bait will catch, and using earthworms can catch shrimp, Su Lingyu explained. Recently, late summer, shrimp were most abundant. When you put the hook in, within 3 breaths, shrimp would be caught. I have some crab butter at the top. I'll take some home later. Wang Jingxing threw his line out, waiting for prey to bite.
You called me here. What do you want to ask? Su Lingyu smiled gently.
She knew she couldn't hide her little thoughts from little Wang next door. Little Wang was clever since childhood, and now, in official circles, he was even more cunning. Her little schemes couldn't be hidden from him. She turned around, asked the person behind her to step back a little, then a little more. She threw the baited hook out and said, I regret putting all my eggs in one basket. Su Shan followed General Sun's path to get his current position. Su Zhong had always followed Wang Jingxing's lead. Now that Wang Jingxing and General Sun had fallen out, the Su brothers might have to withdraw. If they don't, there could be a fight. Or worse, one of them might die, or even drag the whole family down. Whatever happens to Su Zhong or Su Shan, it would affect each other. The path isn't yours to choose, so you shouldn't regret, Wang Jingxing said as he saw movement on his line. He pulled it up and found he had caught a crab. This crab was quite big, about the size of his fist. She said, Su Shan followed General Sun, but now that the general has been stripped of power, he's like a tiger chained in a cage. He can't bite anyone. Su Shan has lost his support, and his future will be difficult. Su Zhong follows you, but since you betrayed General Sun, the soldiers who served under him hate you deeply. Su Zhong's future isn't promising either. Do you really look down on me that much? Wang Jingxing cast his line out. You're still too young. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyu smiled. Could it be that the scene at Kyoto was a play you and General Sun staged? Wang Jingxing's attitude grew colder. Your cleverness surpasses what I thought.
Haha, Su Lingyu chuckled lightly.
I didn't send spies around you, nor did I monitor you. It's just a typical scheme of cooperation and betrayal, a common plot in power struggles. Power struggles. Plays? You have big plans, but don't treat my son as a... Su Lingyu started to pack up, removing and placing them into a bucket. Wang Jingxing's killing intent flickered, but was soon let go. This is a good method for growing silkworms and mulberry trees, and also for turning sugarcane and maltose into white sugar. Promoting the first will earn you 3 years of good reviews. Keeping the second, you can do business yourself and won't be controlled by money in the future. The Su family, and you are like ants on the same boat. Since we used to be neighbors, tell me in advance if something happens so I can escape. Wang Jingxing took the books and recipes, refusing to give them up. If that day really comes, I will tell you in advance. Thanks, she continued to fish for. I don't seek great wealth or fame, just peace of mind. Wang Jingxing pulled up his fishing line. The bait on his hook was gone, so he continued to put out bait. I plan to separate Snakehead Mountain from Dongguan Village and turn Snakehead Mountain into a trading port for merchants. Su Lingyu was surprised. Are you planning to trade with Wei Kingdom? There's a clause about trade in the peace treaty. I'm just following the rules. That's good. Thanks for telling me. I need to make some arrangements in advance. She thought about turning all her land into her own, taking advantage of the low prices to buy quickly. Zhang Yilong took over General Sun's position, commanding 100,000 soldiers. Zhang's wife and children would move to Kyoto. When Su Lingyu learned of this, she approached Zhang's wife to gauge her intentions. It was true that Zhang's wife wanted to take Muxin away and bring her to Kyoto. You want to take Muxin? I don't oppose it. After all, you are her biological mother. Have you thought about how Muxin feels? If she goes with you, will she be happy and fulfilled in the future? Wouldn't it be better to stay with me? I can provide her with fine clothes and food, find her a good marriage, and give her a higher status, Zhang's wife said. Yes, the K-pop tree has a bright future with you. But what identity will she have when she goes in? After she enters, who will treat her well? You already have 3 sons and are busy taking care of them. How can you also care for K-pop? She is here, free and happy, wearing silk clothes and silk flowers, not looked down upon, loved by others. If she goes to the capital with you, she will live with an uncertain identity and face contempt from servants. That would be a very painful life for her. Madam, I know you love K-pop, but have you thought about my family? Our ancestral grave is prosperous, and we have 2 good sons. As long as Susan stays safe, K-pop might still have a good marriage in the future. K-pop's 5 older sisters are already enough for you to handle. Bringing K-pop back would only invite trouble. Madame Zhang's face darkened. She only wanted to bring her daughter home. She didn't want K-pop to suffer outside. Seeing this, she knew she couldn't persuade her further. Continuing would only cause a rift. She said, let K-pop choose for herself. She can decide whether to stay or go. If she wants to go with you, I won't stop her. If she doesn't want to leave, please think it over. The next day, she took K-pop to see Madame Zhang. She didn't want to disturb them. Whether she stayed or left, K-pop should decide for herself. Riding a donkey around the city, she looked for good things to buy, asking Cui Cui to go ahead and buy them. From her donkey, she could see far and wide. She saw a stall ahead, crowded with people. A merchant stood high up, calling out to attract customers. Come take a look. See the rare goods from north and south. Anything you want to buy or sell. Because of the war, business in the city only picked up again in October. The first half of the year was not this lively, and there were no merchants coming from afar. Honger, come here. Miss, do you want to buy something? You walk fast. Go ask for few things for me. Okay. Su Lingyu bent down and whispered to her. The servant Honger received the order and ran out, quickly lost in the crowd. 3rd Mississippi, Su Lingyu turned around and saw Wang Jingxing. He was tall and riding a tall horse, much taller than her. As he approached, she had to look up at him. Looking at people like this, the ugly seem uglier, and the handsome seem even more handsome. Next door, young Wang is handsome, the city lord, and not engaged to anyone. He's a perfect diamond bachelor. Waiting for someone? Are you looking over there? After the war, the first foreign merchant arrived here. They could sell anything, and their slogans were very loud. Thinking there might be some valuable items to buy for fun, but there were too many people and I didn't want to go myself. I'll go help Miss and clear the way, Ashan volunteered. Su Lingyu waved to stop him. No need, I have my own way. Where are you going, Lord City Lord? Wang Jingxing said, to meet some people. The Snakehead Mountain Trading Post is about to move. If you want to buy land, you should do it quickly. Thank you for your concern, Lord City Lord. I've already bought some. He nodded, said anything else? And then rode away. At this moment, Honger ran back, slightly out of breath. Uncle Four was worried it would get messy, so he packed several bags. Take them over, and let those people try some, I said. Yes. Honger carried a bag and pushed into the crowd, squeezing into a stall. She placed the bag on the stall and said, Brother, I have good stuff to sell. Many people buy from me, and I've never seen anyone sell things here. What are you selling, little girl? It's something you've never seen. Honger opened the bag and poured out the paper-wrapped items. A man took a package and was about to open it, but was stopped by Honger. Be careful. What you're holding is spicy chili powder. The man didn't believe it. He opened it and saw the bright red contents. He sniffed and immediately sneezed, coughing hard.
Ashu.
What is this? So spicy. It's burning my eyes. Hurry and find some water to wash it off. An old man picked up some chili powder, tasted it, and said, "This doesn't taste right. This is chili powder, grown by my young lady. If you want some, come to Sue's general store," Honger said, and then left. "Oh, I remember you," the old man called out, pointing at Su Lingyu on the donkey. "You're the one who bought a chili for 5 coins last time."
Exactly.
"Last time you came alone, but this time you brought quite a few people." "That's just to take a chance. Looks like luck is on my side this year." The man who could sell anything asked her, "Are all these chili powders yours? How do you make them?" "Of course, I have my methods. These are good things, drought and cold resistant, easy to grow, and they can help keep warm. You should take them out and sell them all over the world, letting their seeds spread across this land. I will give you 5 gene of seeds and 30 seedlings. Take them wherever you can." "Thank you very much. Since you're so generous, I have something good for you." The man hurriedly ran off and then quickly returned, handing her a bunch of seeds. "This is cold melon. It's sweet and has lots of flesh, but it's cold in nature, so pregnant women should eat less. How do I plant it?" "Plant it best on sandy ground." "I'm not sure about the exact method." "Okay, thank you." Afraid Mu Mian might leave, Su Lingyu deliberately arrived a bit late. She walked slowly and reached Zhang's house. Mu Mian was sitting on the steps, looking sleepy, her small head nodding. When she saw Su Lingyu, she immediately perked up and ran over. Smiling, she called out, "Big sister, you finally came to pick me up. If you don't come soon, I'll fall asleep." Su Lingyu patted her head. "Are you done talking?"
Yes.
"Will you come home with me?" "Of course." "Good girl." She looked up at the maidservant of Madame Zhang, who gave a bitter smile. The maid said, "Madame said she had a lot of fun, so let her stay a bit longer." Madame wanted to stay a few more days, but there's too much to do at the estate. She's about to go to the capital, and we don't know when we'll see each other again. These are gifts from Madame. Although called gifts, they filled an entire cart. Madame Zhang had prepared everything in advance. "Please thank your lady for me. Madame said she trusts you. Here's something for you to keep safe." The maid handed her a silk pouch and told her to keep it carefully. "Madame Zhang is going to the capital. Do you want to say goodbye?"
Su Lingyu es Mumian. We've already talked about it.
The journey to the capital is long, so don't stop or play along the way. Arrive safely. That's what matters. I also asked her to write me a letter once she gets there to report safety. Cute Mu Mian, speaking kindly and caring, was very adorable. She was saying these words to her kind father, and Mu Mian had picked them up. Since she made her choice, she accepted it. "Tell your lady to have a safe journey."
Yes.
"Miss San, Miss C, take care on your way." Sue's rice harvest was almost ready, and many people were watching the crops. Everyone knew Sue's rice seeds were the best. They could produce the most flavorful rice or the highest yield. Before the rice was fully ripe, all the desired seeds had to be reserved from Sue's estate. The merchants who sell grains arrived early to the Su family to ask for some rice. They didn't need millions of jin, just a few hundred jin would be enough. As the rice harvest was approaching, someone stole a patch of fragrant rice fields overnight. "Your house is closest. Haven't you heard anything?" "No, my dog barked twice, then there was no more sound. I thought it wasn't a big deal, so I kept sleeping. A patrol team is supposed to be watching. How could something major happen here without them knowing?" "Exactly. I woke up today to find some rice missing. It was quite shocking." Someone pointed to the mountain villa. "They're furious up there."
How could they not be?
Selling rice at market price earns half a tael of silver per jin. Selling seeds at the same price earns 1 or 2 taels per jin. This piece of land is worth at least 300 taels. Someone gasped, "Who could have done this? How many people would it take to harvest this much land?" The footprints on the ground are many, but it's hard to tell how many people there were. Probably quite a few. Su Lingyu and her master went down the mountain to the fragrant rice fields, looking at the messy water paddies. The person who stole the rice was only focused on cutting the grains, leaving most of the stalks behind, and spilled many grains into the water. They just took the rice and left. They scattered grains along the way. If we follow the trail, We might find some clues, Shen Lang said. Let Ah Wang come down and bring people with him, Su Lingyu said. Sanner, a few villagers can go with you, the village chief said. They're heading up the mountain, following a new path from the southern valley. There are grains on the trail, someone loudly announced. Su Lingyu told Ague, take people door to door, politely ask. If they refuse, keep an eye on that household. When I return, I will search again. Understood. Su Lingyu asked the village chief, please guard all the exits and record everyone coming in and out. It might be a bit strict, but the amount involved is huge. We have to be careful. Afterward, I will make it up to everyone. Don't worry. The villagers of Dongquan village wouldn't do such a dishonest thing. No matter who it is, I will record everyone leaving, the village chief promised. He also loudly announced to everyone outside, go back to your homes. Tell your families that Ague will check on them. If anyone refuses, I will personally visit to inspect. If that heartless person was involved in last night's theft, they should speak up soon. Don't wait until they are caught and taken to the authorities. Su Lingyu followed Shen Lang and Ah Wang up the mountain. Along the new trail they made, they reached a fork in the road. There are 3 paths, each with footprints. They are carrying rice, so they probably aren't moving fast. If we are quick enough, we will find them, Shen Lang said. Shen Lang said, I will take the left path. You take the right, and the others with Ah Wang go down the middle. If you can't catch them, come back. Remember their faces. We will find them. Su Lingyu nodded and led her people forward. The road became flatter and easier to walk. These mountain paths were made by woodcutters. People who knew the area would recognize them. The rice thieves were likely villagers from the nearby village. Let's go, keep chasing. Before reaching the village, a man carrying a bucket of manure water crossed the path and saw her. He asked Miss Third, why are you here so early? What are you doing? Have you seen anyone carrying a big bag back to the village or passing through? The man said without hesitation, yes, 5 people with heavy loads. They came from this side. Are you looking for them? They went through the mountain valley to the west and didn't enter the village. Where could they be going from there? To Erlai village or into the city? Hurry and chase after them before they get too far. He urged, keep going straight ahead, turn right at the fork, and when you reach the end of the road, go up the mountain. Follow the path, and you'll find them. Trusting him, Su Lingyu led her team to follow the trail. The man put down his bucket and watched Su Lingyu's figure. He said, chasing people is fine, but why are you bringing a bunch of kids? Young children aren't enough to fight with, he chuckled softly. Su Lingyu and her group walked for a while, but found no sign of them. She wondered if they had taken a wrong turn or if the man was trying to confuse her. Fortunately, on the mountain, she found a rice stalk and new footprints, so she decided to keep chasing. Climbing the mountain was hard, and the people ahead moved slowly. A sharp-eyed person spotted them. Miss, in the woods ahead, look at their baskets.
It must be them.
Hurry and catch up. A young boy, about 13 or 14, saw the targets, grabbed his weapon, and ran after them, determined to stop them. When Su Lingyu and the others reached the top of the mountain, the target was nowhere to be seen, and those people had disappeared. Miss, this way. Chase after them. There's a trap. Don't come closer. Before the person finished speaking, a large net fell from the sky, trapping Su Lingyu and the others. They all drew their knives and cut the net. Before they could break free, Wang Ba and his men surrounded them tightly. They broke the net and protected the young lady behind them. Miss, they have weapons.
Wang Ba.
Yes, Miss Su. Do you remember me? Wang Ba, holding a knife, stepped forward proudly. Are you trying to force us into a fight? Or will you come back with me peacefully? Su Lingyu looked around and saw the guide who was throwing dung water, carrying a pole, heading this way. Where are you from?
Su Lingyu asked.
The third miss asked where I am from. Are you looking for revenge? The man said, it doesn't matter. I'm from Laohu Gorge and the second in command of Laohu Village, Guakaisen. Want me to go with you? How do you know I'm here? We just want to sell rice and get some money. Someone said you were chasing from behind, so we staged a little show, tied you up, and asked Lady Su for some silver.
Shulingyu nodded.
Wang Ba contacted the people from Shi2 Mountain to find out where our fragrant rice water fields are. Then, in the middle of the night, you all came out in full force, only stealing the rice stalks. Once done, you left. That's a clever plan. Last night was a clear moon and sparse stars. Perfect weather, Wakaisen nodded. Stop wasting time. Catch her and bring her back for the money, Wang Ba said, stepping forward with his knife, ready to kill. Su Lingyu drew her dagger. Break out and run separately.
Don't worry about me.
When it comes to running, you're not faster than me. They wouldn't let the young lady face the villains alone. Having been taught that entering the Su family meant being part of the family, they would protect their young lady at all costs, even if it meant dying. Shen Lang pulled several people with a rope, each carrying a burlap sack on their back. Inside the heavy sacks, there was dew-covered rice. These little thieves were very good at escaping and knew the mountain paths well. If Shen Lang hadn't been fast, it would have been hard to catch them. The leader of the group was somewhat skilled, but after a few moves, Shen Lang subdued him. Unfortunately, they managed to escape halfway through. If he had caught them, he could have reported to Sanner and earned a smile from him. Let's go, hurry up, don't think about escaping. Shen Lang was pulling on the rope when suddenly he heard other sounds. Noises in the forest, messy and loud, probably human voices. Just as Shen Lang wanted to jump up and see what was happening, he heard someone shout, "Master, Master, Miss is in trouble. What's going on?" Shen Lang quickly stood up and called the person over. "Master, the people took the young lady," the person said. "Explain clearly." "They're not ordinary villagers. They're bandits from Tiger Ravine. When they saw us chasing after them, they set a trap to catch the young lady and demand ransom from the mountain estate. The young lady refused and led us to break through with injuries. The second in command was very stubborn, so Miss told us to split up. She drew the bandits away so we could go back and report." Furious, Shen Lang hit the person with a hammer.
Who are you?
"Who is she? How could you let her distract the bandits? Useless people. If your young lady dies, you'll all pay the price." Shen Lang grabbed one person. "You lead the way. All of you, take these people back and watch over them." The others ran away.
Yes.
At home, the family waited anxiously. Third son and others went out but were gone for a long time without returning. Desperate, Su Li's wife asked Ague to lead another group up the mountain to find them. The village chief's son, Li Shan, who had chased from the city, also went up the mountain to look for them. Soon, they met the boys returning with the captives. They're back, and they caught someone. The villagers ran toward that side, very happy. "Good boy, well done. You actually caught someone back. It's worth all the effort. He's learned real skills." Uncles from the village gathered around, chatting excitedly, smiling widely. A boy named Ten couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. Someone patting his shoulder suddenly felt something was wrong. If it was good news, he wouldn't be crying. The child's tears meant something bad had happened. The villagers with smiling faces gradually lost their smiles and dared not speak.
Don't cry yet.
"Tell us what happened," Li Shan said. The boy told Ague, "The young lady is missing." Ague was shocked. "Missing? Where did she disappear?" "We were chasing after her, and then..." The children explained everything that happened to the uncles.
Again, it's them.
"Bandits from Tiger Ravine. How did they get here?" "King Ba. It's all because of King Ba. We should have killed him long ago." The constable said, "If it's the bandits from Tiger Ravine, Miss San might have been captured. You don't need to worry. I'll go back to the city immediately and report to the city lord so he can send someone to rescue Miss San." Ague said to Li Shan, "Please take these bandits back. I need to help Master Shin find my young lady."
All right.
At home, Su Lisher had been feeling better for a long time, but still no one returned. Finally, someone came back and loudly said, "Miss San has been taken by the bandits from Tiger Ravine."
Ah.
The bad news hit Su Lisher hard, shaking her mind. She became confused, seeing shadows that seemed to turn upside down and spin around. Grandma, go get the doctor quickly." I'm fine." Su Lisher forced herself to sit up, closing her eyes tightly to avoid seeing anything. Miss San was taken, and Liang was about to give birth. She had to stay strong and not let anything happen. Go report to the officials, send a message, tell Lord Wang to come and rescue Miss San, Su Lisher shouted. Liang helped her grandmother sit down. Go call Muxin. She told her grandmother, we should send a message, but outsiders might not understand clearly. Let Muxin go in person and see Lord Wang, so she can explain our intentions. Yes, yes, yes. Go quickly and make arrangements. Soon after, someone returned. They still hadn't confirmed if Miss San was truly captured, and they couldn't find anyone. By noon, Shen Lang and his team arrived back. Agui looked very disappointed. We didn't find Miss San. Shen Lang said the second-in-command of the Tiger Stronghold was the one who captured her. He's known for his cleverness, not fighting skills. His martial arts are not much better than Miss San's. During the fight, I didn't see any blood or dead bodies. 2 guards were protecting Miss San, so she probably wasn't really captured. This reassured Su Lisher a little. She held Shen Lang's hand tightly. You must bring Miss San back. If she really was taken, tell those bandits, name your price. Whatever they want, just give it to them, as long as Miss San is alive. Shen Lang comforted the old woman. I will definitely rescue Miss San. If she dies, I will cut down everyone in the Tiger Stronghold and bury her with them. Shen Lang and Liang discussed. Prepare some dry food. I'll take 20 men and go into the mountains to search again.
All right.
Liang, heavily pregnant, went to prepare supplies for their overnight stay in the mountains. After seeing Shen Lang off, Liang, holding her belly, sat down and took a deep breath. Her stomach felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, sinking inch by inch. Since Mu Mian was not here, and she felt dizzy and faint, she could only rely on herself. She called a servant and said, Third aunt, go to the village and find Li Zhu's family. Tell them I am about to give birth. Su Li, lying on the chair, stood up and asked, Ing, are you going to have the baby? Probably yes. Liao Posey, go boil some water and get scissors. Hong Yao, go move the ladies' things into the delivery room. People from Shi-Tu Mountain looked at Lingyu Mountain Villa, where the lights were bright. 2 sneaky people were discussing, they probably won't care about anything else tonight. Why don't we also steal something and run away? Are you crazy? Look at those people caught this afternoon, each had broken limbs and was kept in the ancestral hall. Do you want to be beaten too? We'll steal those bags of rice, then some silk threads to sell. We'll escape overnight, sell everything, and then head back to Fu City. Think about it, if people in Fu City have escaped, aren't all the houses empty? Even if not, the villages and fields below Fu City are unclaimed. We can go there and find several acres of good land. Better than eating dry bread here and being bullied. Can it work? It can. Shen Lang has taken people out. The tiger and the hunting dogs have been brought into the city by the 4th Mississippi. The eldest young lady is giving birth. It won't be over before midnight. We'll sneak out in the dark, grab what we can, and leave. No one will know. All right, let's do that. I'll go prepare. Many people had similar ideas, some brave enough to sneak into workshops, others less brave to steal chickens, ducks, and geese, or sneak into water fields to harvest rice. Rice was valuable, and rice grains were easiest to sell. They all wanted to make a quick profit. Wang Jingxing returned from the military camp and rode past a certain place. He saw someone running down the hillside, waving at him. He stopped his horse from afar, and Ashan stepped forward angrily and asked, Who are you? Why are you blocking the road? The person knelt down with a thud and said, Sir, please save my young lady. Who is your young lady? Su Lingyu, the 3rd daughter of the Su family. Wang Jingxing was surprised and dismounted his horse. Where is your young lady? Why are you here? This morning, someone discovered rice was stolen. Master Shen took us to chase the thieves. Who would have thought those thieves were mountain bandits from the Tiger Stronghold? Their 2nd-in-command and 3rd-in-command blocked the way and injured the young lady. Quick, lead the way.
This way.
They climbed to the top of the hill and saw Su Lingyu leaning against a pine tree. Her chest rising and falling showed she was still alive. As they approached, they saw her in a messy state, Her hair was loose, her clothes were torn in places, and her skirt was in 4 pieces. One piece was torn off and used to bandage the wound on her lower leg. He patted Sanner's face. Sanner, wake up. Do you have strength? It hurts. Don't hit my face when you hit me. As long as you have strength, that's good. Stay awake. I'll take you to the city. Wang Jingxing squatted down and, with Ashan's help, carried Su Lingyu on his back. The last time he carried someone was on the battlefield, where comrades were as heavy as pigs. This time, carrying Sanner felt much easier, but he also felt a bit sad. She was so small, less than 10 years old, and she was already supporting her family. She was thinking for her family, planning ways out of trouble. Thinking about the time they spent together, it seemed he had never heard her laugh loudly, nor heard her cheerful, bell-like laughter. They were the same kind of people. Yes, she and he belonged to the same kind. They were wise early, ambitious at heart, and unyielding. Wang Jingxing reached the foot of the mountain, carefully put her down, then helped her onto a horse, turned her over, and held her tightly while pulling the horse's reins. Go back and tell the old lady. He urged the horse to run back to the city with Su Lingyu. The 2 boys protecting Su Lingyu turned around and headed back to Dongquan village, but they had been running in the woods earlier and didn't know exactly where they were now. Moreover, they hadn't eaten all day. They were hungry and thirsty, so they had to find a nearby village for some food before returning. After asking for directions and heading east toward Dongquan village, it was already late afternoon. The warhorse moved faster than ordinary horses, with the autumn wind whistling past her ears. It tousled her hair and even hurt her face. She pulled Wang Jingxing's cloak over herself, curled up in his arms, and felt warm and comfortable inside. Wang Jingxing looked down and saw only a dark head. They still had some distance to the city gates. He felt Su Lingyu's weight shift, and she might fall off the horse at any moment. He looked down again and saw she had fainted, hanging in his arms, which was very dangerous. He had to hold her with one arm and hold the reins with the other. It was risky, but he had no choice but to take the risk. Ashan noticed that the young master's horse was slowing down. He went forward and saw that something was wrong with Sanner. He sped up to clear the way for the young master. He ran straight into the city, even if it scared the villagers. He didn't care. Move aside, move aside. There's a fast horse coming into the city. Everyone get out of the way. Please move. Quickly move aside. With Ashan leading the way, Wang Jingxing smoothly reached Lu Yang's medicine hut. When Lu Li, who was visiting the patient, ran out and saw Lord Wang carrying someone inside, he said, "City Lord over here." While they treated her wounds, they couldn't help but gasp. If they went any deeper, they might see stark white bones. She really can endure this. She doesn't even cry out in pain. She fainted from the pain, so she didn't feel anything. It's surprising she didn't cry when she woke up, said old Dr. Lu. Sir, Ashan called from outside. Wang Jingxing stepped out from behind the screen and saw Mu Chun, who was pulling on Ashan's sleeve, her eyes red like she'd cried for a long time. Behind her were 2 big creatures, their size frightening many people. Wow, my city lord brother, my sister is missing. Grandma told me to find you and ask you to rescue my sister. Grandma also said. Wang Jingxing crouched down, patted her head, and took the handkerchief Ashan handed him to wipe her tears. Don't worry, your sister has been found. Mu Chun, with tears in her eyes, looked innocently at the city lord brother. Did you find your sister? Yes, I found her. Wipe your tears. Old Dr. Lu is treating her now, and she'll be fine after taking medicine. I want to see my sister. In the pitch dark, it was the time for theft and mischief. No, it was the time for sneaking around and stealing chickens. Look over there, they're too busy to watch us. The rice is in the house on the side. 2 little thieves approached the house by the rice drying yard, but unfortunately, the house was locked. Pick the lock. Half an hour passed. It's no use, we can't open it. Forget it, let's go back to the water field and steal a bag from there. Okay. The 2 sneaked back to the water field, in the dark, trying to identify which patch of rice was fragrant rice. Famous for its high price, It's suitable to sell to noble people, but they wouldn't want rice with an unknown origin. Ordinary people, however, didn't mind as long as it was cheap and authentic. They wanted as much as they could get. This is it. Wait, someone is coming. The two little thieves crouched down and waited for a long time, only to realize those people were their accomplices. Come out, I see you all. You're here to steal grain. You go in from this side. We'll come in from here. Let's not bother each other. The two groups exchange messages. Little Suli is about to give birth. Don't wait any longer. Let's get moving. They all squat down together. Cats slip into the rice paddies under the rice stalks, bending the stalks to harvest quickly.
Wow, wow, wow.
Who's bumping into me?
Ah, ah, ah.
One person is pushed out of the water rice field.
Meow, meow, meow.
The blue ox pushes away a small thief, lifts its head and roars, as if celebrating or scolding the thief for being immoral and taking advantage of the situation. Where did this ox come from? It's from the Sioux family. Hurry up and go, hurry up and go. The ox has woken up the villagers.
Meow, meow.
The blue ox kicks off and chases after them, bumping into anyone in its way, regardless of their safety. It's an animal, caring little about people's lives. On the other side, several people sneak into the henhouse. They want to drug the chickens, ducks, and geese to take them away. They haven't even entered yet when a donkey kicks them away. It's that donkey. Don't be afraid of it. Kill it, and you can sell its meat. Those who dare to steal chickens and sneak around know they must carry weapons. They draw short knives to kill the donkey, but the donkey is very clever, repeatedly avoiding their attacks. Before they realize it, the donkey faces them and kicks with both hind legs.
Ah.
One person is kicked over and can't get up. The donkey opens its mouth to bite. The thief quickly backs away. No, don't bite. The two fools are awakened by the noise outside. Seeing the situation is dangerous, they pick up a copper gong and bang loudly. Thieves.
Thieves.
Come quickly and catch the thieves.
Run, run.
The donkey follows behind.
Run.
The donkey is chasing us. Animal. Why are you following us? We haven't done anything to you. Don't bite me.
Run.
If we get caught, this donkey bites everyone. They just escape the mountain pass and gather with the people being chased by the blue ox. Why did you run? There's a cow behind us. That crazy cow, it's fearless and bumps into everything. Run. They're all chasing us. Beast, we'll definitely slaughter it.
Ow, ow, ow.
Don't bite me. A thick candle has burned down most of its length, with a blackened tip of the wick. Wang Jingxing held a needle, carefully removed debris, and adjusted the wax, making the candle flame brighter and more vivid, illuminating the entire study. Young master, Ashen gently knocked on the door. Dr. Liu sent someone to say that Miss San has a high fever and might not last through the night. Wang Jingxing put down the official documents, grabbed his cloak, and took the emergency medicine. Let's go see her. When they arrived at the medicine hut with the young servant boy, Dr. Liu Li was already waiting outside. As they walked, Liu Li said, Miss San's inflammation is spreading quickly. She feels like she's on fire. Grandpa is trying to find a way to lower her temperature. Before Liu Li finished speaking, Wang Jingxing entered the room. How is she? Old Dr. Liu lifted the quilt, revealing Su Lingyu's calf. It seems she touched some plant sap. Her wound is red and black. Check her forehead. She's burning up. If we don't lower her temperature soon, she might become paralyzed or even die. Is there any good way? There is a method, but you need to witness it, said Dr. Liu. A woman soaks in cold water, then honestly communicates with Miss San, transferring her heat. It's delicate because it concerns her reputation, so someone must witness it. If there's a way, do it. I will take responsibility. Good. Then I trust you. Dr. Liu woke the maid and had her hold San to sleep. Half an hour later, the maid dressed and left the house, saying, The medicine has been given, but she's still very hot. Is there no other way? The only option now is to soak her in cold water, but her leg wound can't touch water. Never mind that. Ashen, go prepare ice water. Dr. Liu stopped Wang Jingxing. Her wound already has toxins. If it touches water, she might. Lose her leg. Neither option seemed safe. What other method could work? He couldn't just watch San die. She was a bright, talented girl. Losing her would be such a pity. How sad would the Su family be? Mrs. Su might faint from crying so much. Even Mrs. Su from Kyoto would probably faint from grief. Suddenly, Wang Jingxing thought of an idea. Wet her clothes, especially the ones she wears close to her body. They can absorb heat. If we wet the quilt and cover her with it, it could help keep her legs safe. That could work. That could work. Dr. Liu immediately sent someone to prepare it. Wrap third young master's leg and keep it dry. Wang Jingxing handed the medicine to old Dr. Liu. This is the medicine I brought back from Kyoto for internal injuries. It might help with the inflammation. Old Dr. Liu took it, sniffed, and probably understood what kind of medicine it was. It might be useful, so he cut it in half and gave some to third young master to try. Healing still needs a doctor's care. He can only wait and watch for updates. At the hour of evening, Mushin woke up from her small bed. She groggily slipped down and put on her shoes, walking into her sister's sickbed. Seeing her face flushed and struggling to breathe, she took her sister's right hand and put her index finger into her sister's mouth. She brought a small stool and sat by her sister's bed, then fell asleep again, snoring softly. Outside, Wang Jingxing held a cup of hot tea, staring into space, lost in thought. His tea cooled from hot to lukewarm. Aishan brought him another cup, but he didn't want to drink it and simply held it, letting it cool further. Will third young master die? Miss San, good people are blessed by heaven. Nothing serious will happen. Seeing that the young master looked worried, Aishan continued, Miss San is like a kind goddess. She developed good rice, cultivated large soybeans, mung beans, and red beans, and improved silk spinning techniques. Any of these are beneficial to the people, good deeds. Heaven will protect her, and the gods wouldn't want to take her away. Maybe so. Go rest for a while. I'll sit here a bit longer. Seeing that the young master didn't want to chat, Aishan sat down nearby. Wang Jingxing thought about how he met Susanna, recalling the times she tricked him, blamed him unfairly, or was exposed. He had known her for so many years. Then he wondered, if she died tonight, what would happen? Perhaps he was thinking too much, and before he knew it, dawn had broken. When reminded to go rest, he realized he had been waiting all night. How is third young master? The poison in his leg has lessened. It's not as hot as last night, but he still has a slight fever. He seems to have some awareness, but it's a bit strange. Come and take a look. Wang Jingxing followed inside and saw Mushin sleeping by third young master's bed. When did she come? She arrived during the hour of evening. She didn't cry or make trouble. She just slipped on her shoes and fell asleep leaning on the bed. Looking again at third young master, he saw her finger, with saliva at the corner of her mouth. Most people sleep lying on their side, with drool coming out of their mouths, but Sanner sleeps face down and also drools, which is very strange. No matter how much they wipe, the drool won't go away. When they pry open her mouth, they can see quite a bit of saliva. Does this affect her injury? There has been no sign of any bad effects. Then let her on something. When she was young, she didn't her fingers, but now she wants to make up for it. Understood. Wang Jingxing turned away and called Ashen. Go back to Dongquan village and tell the old lady to come to the city. Yes. Seeing that Sanner is being cared for by a doctor, he decided staying here was useless and turned back to the government office. After about 15 minutes of work, he couldn't help but think of her. About an hour later, he finished his work and returned to the medicine hut. From any point of view, he didn't want her to die. The two big family members of the Su family were lying inside the medicine hut. The medicine boy inside was very careful when coming and going, afraid of angering the two divine beings. Wang Jingxing noticed their presence. You two go outside. Lying here affects the doctor and Sanner's treatment. As soon as he said that, they seemed to understand. Wang and Ahu stood up together and walked to the gate. People coming for treatment and medicine saw these two terrifying creatures and immediately turned away, too afraid to get close. Luli sighed and went to wake Moo Mian.
Can you ask your two pets to go inside, or to the courtyard?
Don't scare people at the gate. How much business am I losing because of this? When Moo Mian woke up, her face was pink and tender. She listened to Lu Li. Pouting, she took a purse from her waist and took out a gold coin. Is this enough? If not, I'll ask Uncle Fourth and Aunt Fourth to send more. That's enough, that's enough. Moo Mian, with so much gold, aren't you afraid of being robbed? Moo Mian pouted and pushed her lips outward. They will protect me. Awang and Ahu, really you too? I heard people say you're here, but I didn't believe it. Who's inside? Moo Mian or Saner? Why did they go to the city so early? Uncle Fourth's voice came from outside. City Lord, hello. I came to find the master. Uncle Fourth's voice traveled from outside to inside. When he entered the inner room and saw the master's appearance, he was so scared his legs went weak. How could this be? I opened my eyes and saw Su Lisher. I wanted to smile at her, but my mouth wouldn't move. Drink some water to soothe your throat, she said. You've been lying here for 4 days.
You really scared us, Aunt Four said.
Knowing she was awake, everyone outside came in to look. That's good, Su Lisher kept murmuring. Su Lingyu then noticed how worn out Su Lisher looked.
I'm tired, she said.
You're not tired. As long as you're awake, everything is fine, Su Lingyu replied. You don't know how she spent these days. She couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep, afraid that Saner might have an accident. Thinking about Saner possibly dying made her heart ache. She dared not think about it. Thank heaven, Saner woke up. That was really wonderful. When a person wakes up and can take medicine, their condition usually gets better. But her foot injury was a bit tricky. Dr. Lu said, it will leave a scar. You should talk to her more. Saner said before that scars don't matter. They can hide under pants, no one will see, she replied. That's good to hear, Dr. Lu told Su Lisher. Because Saner had a severe burn, we covered her with a damp quilt for a day and night. She has a lot of cold in her body. Go home and give her nourishing medicines. Don't stop the warming and toning medicines. After 3 or 5 months, come back for a checkup. I definitely will, Su Lisher promised. When she heard about cold she became very attentive and followed Dr. Lu's advice carefully. This nourishing journey was like spring rain, gentle and quiet. Su Lingyu didn't realize how it happened, just drinking the herbal teas and soups. By the time she noticed something was wrong, it was too late. She started developing at 10, and by 10.5, she had her first period. That's a story for another time. That day, a cart took her home. As soon as she entered the house, she kept asking to see her nephew. The room is resting after childbirth, no wind allowed, Su Lisher said. Quick, carry me inside, she begged. Inside, she saw Li Ying and the little child. Seeing the baby, Su Lingyu felt very happy. They hung a long life lock on the baby's neck. Li Ying smiled and said, he eats milk and sleeps deeply. He won't wake up for a while. Thank you for your hard work at home. Take good care of yourself now. Rest well, and get stronger before you get up again. I didn't do much, just made some decisions and told them what to do. Ague and others worked hard, and many villagers helped out. Without the main pillar of the family, Li Ying took on all the chores herself. This time, she realized how big the family business was. No one discussed it. She made all the decisions. She felt unsure and didn't know if she was right. She thought carefully 3 times before making a decision. She worried for about 10 days, which made her face turn yellow. Su Lingyu saw all these changes clearly. Take good care of yourself. Stay at home for now. After you finish your confinement, you'll be busy. She also shared good news with Li Ying. Dalong will return in half a month, so we need to postpone the celebration for his full moon. That's great. We can celebrate together when his father comes back. Miss San, the village chief, is here. Many people have come to see you, said the servant Chui as she entered. Su Lingyu patted Li Ying to tell her to rest well. Help me get out. The village chief and villagers came to visit, bringing local specialties like eggs, herbal chicken bones, and brown sugar. They didn't bring big gifts, but she accepted them happily and sent gifts in return. Miss San, are you alright? I'm fine, just my leg is a bit inconvenient. I'll need to sit and talk with everyone for now. It's okay. About those bandits. What do you plan to do? The city lord said the bandits in Tiger Ravine are very evil. He plans to go and deal with them. As for the captured bandits, he will handle them. Someone else asked, the sun has been good these days. Your rice has almost dried. Many people outside want to buy it. How do you plan to sell it? According to the rules, 60% will be sold as seeds and 40% as grain. First, sell the seeds at the city price plus 4 coins. Do you think that's fair? No one was faster at counting than them. They might not know how to read, but they could do math. The war had ended, and grain prices had dropped, along with seed prices. Even with the extra 4 coins, the seeds were cheaper than those sold in the first half of the year. This price is good. Everyone can accept it. Set a date, and I'll ask relatives to come. Sue's grain seeds were popular. Since Third Son didn't allow buying on behalf, they had to bring their land records, and buy one by one. How about the 21st? That's when everyone has finished harvesting and drying their rice. It's a good time. These days, the silkworms are climbing the mountains, and I'm busy too, so I chose the 21st. Su Lingyu asked them, do you know about the rice on the terraced fields? Who harvests it? Is there anything different? An old woman spoke up. The soil on the terraces is dry. The rice stalks are yellow, and the grains are shriveled. It was very light to pick up, but if you used a little more strength, the grains would fall out. You just need to hit the threshing basket twice, and the grains will pour out. After understanding the situation, Su Lingyu said, this is the drought-tolerant number 3 rice I developed. It needs less water and is suitable for planting on slopes. The yield is still unstable, so it needs more research. Anyone willing to participate in the research can take 2 gene of rice home to plant next spring. The rice isn't free. You have to plant it yourself, observe carefully, and tell me if you notice anything different. I will also visit your fields from time to time. If I find anyone slacking off, I won't sell seeds to you next year. If you grow it well, and the yield is close to that of terraced fields, you'll be rewarded. Reward: 3 gene of fragrant rice seeds, 2 gene of high-yield number 4 seeds, 3 chickens, 2 ducks, 1 goose, and 1 gene of cake. Everyone present was excited and eager to try. Then they heard it has to be grown on slopes, as long as it's not a field. They thought about where they could plant. Many of their family slopes had been cleared for mulberry trees. If they cut down the mulberry trees to plant rice, they felt reluctant. Planting new land for grains didn't seem suitable either. Where on the nearby hills were there empty spots? Sanner, can my son-in-law's place do?
Not far is fine.
If it's too far, I can't visit often. Not far, just 3 mountains away. 3 mountains? That's still far. It takes half a day to go back and forth. You're an old fool, trying to tire out Santa? All right, think about it at home. If it's suitable, come and ask for some seeds. Also, selling our rice is okay, but don't ruin Dongquan Village's reputation. Tell them that Dongquan Village's rice is 7 or 8 coins higher than outside. Don't sell inferior rice, or you'll ruin our reputation. No more merchants will want to buy our grain.
Who dares?
I'll see who dares. If I catch anyone, I won't forgive them, the village chief said seriously. Go back and check carefully. Don't let crooked ideas ruin our good name. Because of the environmental improvements at Lingquan and the seed improvements, Dongquan Village's rice became tastier than others. The rice from Dongquan Village was very popular with traders who wanted to sell Dongquan's fragrant rice across the country. Before the villagers even stored their rice, a bald eagle smelling the aroma came to steal a piece of meat. The late summer heat is very annoying. It doesn't feel hot, but by noon, the sun is still blazing. Old Lee, wearing a straw hat, walks into his daughter's village. At the village entrance, he sees his grandson tending cattle. Grandpa, you're here. Old Lee takes some candy from his pocket and shares it with his grandson. Is your mother at home? Yes, she's weaving cloth. Good, take good care of the cattle. Then Old Lee heads toward his daughter's house. Years ago, misfortune struck. His wife was in poor health. To get medicine, he sold his daughter to a small mountain village 5 miles away. She married Jia-san, who is quite diligent. But their family is large, and over the past few years, they have had 5 more children. The whole family often struggles to eat properly. In the past 2 years, life has improved a little. They often send help to their daughter and son-in-law, and things are getting better. Carrying a cloth bag, old Lee approaches a small, thatched house. War. Dad, you're here. Father, you're here. Your son-in-law is also at home. That's great. I have something to tell you. Jia-san brings a stool and invites his father-in-law to sit. War goes to fetch water from the well and brings some for her father. Old Lee takes the broken bowl and asks his son-in-law, have the grains at home been prepared? Yes, they are ready and dried. A few days ago, the grain officer from the city came, collected this year's taxes, and there are quite a few leftovers. I plan to take them to the city to sell and buy some high-yield seeds from the Su family. Thanks to the high-yield seeds, the family can eat enough. Before having these seeds, they often went hungry, sometimes only eating once a day and drinking water when hungry. Although he often goes out to do small jobs because he is missing one eye, people are reluctant to give him work, so he doesn't earn much money. Fortunately, his father-in-law sent some high-yield rice seeds, and life has slowly improved over the past 2 years. This isn't urgent, Old Lee says, sharing news he heard yesterday with his son-in-law. Jia-san pats his thigh and agrees. We have many mountain areas here, so it's hard to reach the hilltops. If we had water-saving rice varieties, that would be even better. Old Lee shakes his head. They say these seeds are drought-resistant, but basic water supply is still necessary. The land needs to stay moist year-round. Those drought-tolerant seeds are not good elsewhere, but they are perfect for your place. Our family is still within 5 degrees of the Li Ying young lady. If we buy more drought-resistant seeds from her, it can work. Jia-san looked a bit embarrassed. We still need to sell some grain to have enough money to buy seeds. Old Lee 7 drank water quickly, then wiped his mouth and returned the bowl to his daughter. Also, there's one more thing. Miss San's silkworms are climbing the mountain these days, and the day after tomorrow they should come down. When that happens, we need some clever people to harvest the cocoons. Your big girl and the younger boy are just right for this. Jia-san and Hua immediately smiled. Going to harvest cocoons can earn 20 coins a day. In the past, only the eldest girl went. Now, the younger boy can go too, so they have more people to earn silver. How could they not be happy? This year's white fruit hasn't been mentioned. Are we not harvesting white fruit this year?
Jia-san asked.
Last year, Miss Sen asked someone to harvest white fruit. Their family went, and they cut 5 trees, earning 800 coins. They earned 800 coins in just 2 days. More than what he made doing odd jobs outside. It's those mountain bandits' fault. Miss Sen almost got caught by the bandits at Old Tiger Ravine. Luckily, she's skilled and wasn't captured. But she injured her foot and had to stay in town for several days of treatment, so harvesting white fruit was delayed. Hua looked at Jia-san, then back at her father. Old Lee 7, with a frown, said, Lord Su and Lord Shan will return soon. The silkworms climbing down, selling seeds, and harvesting white fruit all need to be done before they come back. Once they return, they won't have time. Lee 7 made a decision. I think the white fruit harvesting will be done in these days. You should prepare your family and come stay at my place for a few days. Earn a silver or 2, then come back for the new year. In other places, people enjoy autumn by drying the harvest, which turns red and yellow. But Dongquan village also has its own way of enjoying autumn. Instead of drying colorful crops, they dry white ones. When you enter the village, you see every house's roof with baskets filled with white silkworm cocoons. Not only the Su family raises silkworms, but also other villagers in Dongquan village. In previous years, they only raised 1 batch of silkworms per year, sometimes 2. Now they raise 3 batches annually. The harvested cocoons are not sent elsewhere, but are directly taken to the Su family's silk spinning workshop. The price is fair, and they often receive praise. The silkworm raising area at the Su family is lively. Baskets of cocoons are brought to the silk workshop. Hot water is used to kill the pupae, then the silk is spun, and the cocoons are peeled to extract the silk threads. Because of his eye problems, Ja-san rarely goes into the village. When he does, he stays at his father-in-law's house helping to chop firewood or do other chores. Hwar went to deliver food to the children. The children picked a basket of nuts and earned some money. Going home to eat took too much time, so it was better to deliver the food directly. On a hot day, Hwar returned from delivering food and told Ja-san, "Miss Sen has spoken. Starting tomorrow, we will gather white nuts. I have sharp ears, so I signed up as soon as I heard. I grabbed 10 trees. Others coming later might not get any." Hwar was very happy. When he heard this news, he was also very pleased. "Miss San still remembers you." "She remembers me?" "Yes. She said your—" Hwar looked at Ja-san and smiled, then laughed himself. "You look so happy just because she praised you a little. Your face is like it's blooming." "That's Miss San. She praised me." Hwar and Ja-san both laughed foolishly together. On the day of gathering white nuts, Ja-san wanted to see Miss San and meet her. But before reaching the villa, they saw Miss San's carriage leaving. "Is Miss Sen go—" This time, it's a mix of old and new accounts. They robbed goods twice before and killed 3 people. Now they've stolen rice and want to kidnap Miss San. These enemies must be punished. Miss San said she would avenge any wrongs. This trip is definitely to deal with the bandits. Someone whispered, "I heard from my wife that Miss Sen plans to donate 200 taels of silver for the bandit cleanup. Let's keep this talk among ourselves.
Don't spread it around."
Work. After a busy day, Ja-san was very tired but felt good. He put his hands behind his head, stared into the darkness for a while, then looked at his wife and child lying beside him. "I want to help her."
"Who?"
"Miss San. The road to Tiger Ravine is hard to walk, and the mountain is hard to defend. Soldiers can't go up without guides. I used to bring them wine." "Maybe. Aren't you afraid of revenge? Those are mountain bandits, hard to kill completely. If they see you and come back to take revenge, how can we face them?" "My wife is right. Quelling bandits is Wang Jingxing's task. As an outsider, I shouldn't go to the front lines and risk my life." Sitting on a chair, I watched the mountain attack on the other side. The first day of attacking the mountain ended in failure. Today is the second day, and no matter what, we must take Tiger Mountain today. "Miss, do you think they can succeed this time?" Tsuetsue asks. "I'm not sure. Maybe they can." Wang Jingxing and his master went ahead to fight. Both are capable fighters, so maybe they can succeed. Even if they don't succeed, we have to try. This time, the goal is to show strength in the army. Although Wang Jingxing cut off an enemy general's head on the battlefield, his reputation was damaged when he betrayed General Sun. To control his soldiers well, bribery isn't enough. He also needs achievements and merits. Without fighting, and unable to go into enemy territory to provoke, he can only play with his own mountain bandits. Tiger Village is the biggest among the bandit dens, or Wang Jingxing wouldn't target it. The sun is setting. Let's go into the town. We'll wait for good news there. Okay. In the courtyard, a brazier is lit, and a pot of old chicken soup is simmering in the kitchen. Smelling the chicken soup, Su Lingyu counts her accounts, comparing the numbers carefully. Uncle is adjusting his clothes and rushes over. Third brother, they're back. They've returned. Near the city gate, some soldiers have entered with people and carts. They all came from Tiger Village. She puts down her brush and marks a note on the ledger. Take silver to Fuxing Tower, order some meals, and send them to the city lord. She pulls out a purse from the drawer and throws it to Uncle. Tell them to serve Wang Ba and Guokai well.
Got it.
Uncle leaves, and Su Lingyu follows. Let's go greet them. Wang Jingxing enters the city gate and sees Su Lingyu ahead, smiling brightly. Her smile is so radiant, it's almost unbelievable. It's unusual for a woman to smile so openly at a man, and she doesn't seem to hold back. He rides his horse forward and reaches her. Hearing her say, "I've prepared wine for the Lord. I've sent people to deliver it to your residence, to thank you for saving the people." He thinks for a moment and adds, "The fog is starting to roll in. Better go back early." Thank you, sir, for your concern. Wang Jingxing was not interested in talking to her. Did everything go smoothly? Nothing serious. Shun Lang sat down heavily, and Su Lingyu poured him a bowl of water. Drink some water first, then you'll feel better. Shun Lang drank the water in one gulp and sighed. Today was truly unusual. When we go up, they surrender or run away. The carriage returned to their place. Shun Lang helped her down. Aunt Four stepped forward and said, "The food is ready. Master, do you want to drink soup first or eat? Bring everything up. Make another portion, and have Honger and Cui Cui deliver it to the city lord to thank him for helping us clear out the bandits."
Su Lingyu said, "Okay."
Su Lingyu asked, "Did you catch Wang Matzi?" Wang Matzi? The leader? Yes, Wang Jingxing killed him. Only he and the second-in-command can fight a little. The others can't. Wang Jingxing killed the boss and captured the second-in-command alive. The rest immediately surrendered. This finally relieves a worry of mine. I kept thinking about killing him. Wang Jingxing wants to open a trading post. He needs traders willing to come in. If the bandit den isn't destroyed, his plans won't work. Clearing out the bandits is necessary. They had initially wanted to celebrate Wang Jingxing's success, but he was eager to continue and quickly eliminate the nearby bandit hideouts. The celebration would have to be postponed. Su Lingyu needed to return to the village to support the rice-selling effort. Several people had been urging her, and she couldn't delay any longer. Hanga, the maid, was driving the carriage along the village road when suddenly a plump woman blocked the way ahead. Seeing she had an important matter to discuss with the young lady, Hanga stopped the carriage.
"Who are you?"
"What's the matter?" The plump woman looked rough and said, "Tell your young lady to come out and see me." Cui Cui stuck her head out to see who it was, annoyed by the rudeness. "Which village are you from?" "That's none of your business. Tell Su Lingyu to come out," the woman said loudly, stepping forward and trying to get closer to the carriage. Hunger jumped down from the carriage and stood in front of the plump woman.
"Who are you?"
"Why are you so rude?" The plump woman pushed Hung away. "Get out of here." Hanga was furious and clapped her hands, ready to stop the woman. But the woman was stronger. She pushed Hunger aside easily. Cui Cui stood in front of the carriage door, blocking others from getting close. The plump woman grabbed Cui Cui and tried to pull her down. Cui Cui was pulled out and almost fell from the carriage, but Hunger caught her just in time. "Third miss, be careful. She's a bad person," said Jia San as he threw something out. "Get lost, or I'll kill you if you come closer again," the plump woman shouted at Jia San. When she tried to climb back onto the carriage, Su Lingyu's sword appeared and pressed against her neck. The woman had pushed Hunger roughly, and Su Lingyu knew she was a bad person. She sat quietly in the carriage, waiting for a chance to threaten with her sword. "Is your hand faster, or is my sword?"
Su Lingyu asked.
She also said, "I cut off Wang Ba's finger. I'm not a little girl. If you move again, I will make you bleed right here." The woman hesitated, but that hesitation made her miss her chance. Jia San rushed forward and pulled the woman away. Hanga and Jia San worked together to overpower her. The woman was no match for 4 people and was pushed aside. Seeing this, the woman rolled to the side, running while shouting, "Su Lingyu, you killed my husband. I will kill you too."
Su Lingyu frowned.
She hadn't offended anyone recently. Who could her enemies be? Where is she from?
She asked Jia San.
She is the daughter of the former leader of the Tiger Village and the wife of Wang Matzi. Everyone in the mountain village calls her the Spicy Lady, Jia San replied. "How do you know her? Are you also from the mountain village?"
Quickly asked Jia San.
Jia San quickly denied, No. I'm not a bandit. I just delivered wine to the bandits a few times. I haven't done anything else, just asking for some payment." "Jia San, are you going to the city?" "Yes, I am." Third Miss remembered him. Jia San felt very happy inside. Every household made a lot of money. Even some of the new refugees earned quite a bit. They traveled between Liang City and Yan City, selling various goods and making good profits. The day before the winter solstice, the villagers pooled their resources and invited a troupe to perform, singing for 3 days straight. On the day of the festival, the Su family woke up early, cleaned up thoroughly, not because of the autumn harvest festival, but because the men of the Su family were returning. They had heard that they returned to Nanyang City, arrived in Liang City yesterday, and today they were coming home. The Su family cleaned everything, replacing old clothes with new ones and tidying up every corner. Third brother, do you think this outfit suits me? Liang wore a bright pomegranate red dress, her hair high with 2 pearl hairpins. She applied powder and rouge. Today, many people are coming to visit. You should dress up nicely so that no one will embarrass themselves by being rude. You'll get used to it after a few times. Su Lingyu pushed her inside, telling her to put on her nice things. Mu Mian, dressed in new clothes, ran over jumping and shouting, "Sister, sister, do I look good?" "Beautiful. You are the prettiest in heaven and earth." Mu Mian spun around happily. Hee hee ha ha. As the winter solstice sun shone on the land, someone came to report that Su Shan's parade had left the city. The villagers of Dongquan village came out of their homes, standing by the roadside, looking eagerly. After half an hour, the sounds of firecrackers, Swona horns, and gongs filled the air. The parade, dressed in black and red, led the way, followed by 3 Su family men on horseback, then 2 carriages, and finally a carriage carrying a cage. Su Lingyu watched the procession enter the village, saw the 3 Su family men being surrounded by villagers, and saw them returning home in fine clothes. Su Lisher, who was watching with them, secretly wiped away tears. She was overwhelmed with joy. "Old madam, your grandchildren are all successful. Your grandson is promising. Don't drop any more gold beans." "Hold on, I can't help it." Susan was warmly embraced by the villagers as he walked toward the mountain villa, holding his head high with confidence and pride. When he reached a certain spot, he saw his grandmother, his sister-in-law, his 3rd son, the cotton tree, and the Lingyu Mountain Villa. The signboard read, "Lingyu Mountain Villa." The characters were extraordinary, surely written by a master calligrapher. On both sides, couplets were inscribed, sending a mayfly into the vast world, a tiny speck in the great ocean. These couplets were grand and inspiring, encouraging someone to be practical and not to aim too high. Su Zhong looked at Susan. "That's about you." Susan glared back. "None of your business." "Mother, your son has returned." Su Qingqi knelt before Su Lisher. "Grandmother, your grandson has come back." Su Zhong and Susan also knelt. Sushan's wife, Su Zhongsher, did not kneel but bowed deeply in a respectful greeting. Su Lisher was overjoyed and cried again. "Good child, it's enough that you're back. Everyone get up." Su Lisher helped her son and daughter-in-law to their feet, holding her daughter-in-law's hand, and invited everyone inside. Inside, they stepped on blue stone slabs and saw pots of blooming chrysanthemums, some with 16 petals, others with 32, in red, yellow, purple, and snowy white. In the courtyard, there was a wash basin made of stone, with a bamboo pipe flowing with water. After being away for years, returning felt strange to Susan. Although letters described the home, seeing it in person exceeded all his expectations. The surprises here were simply too many. His 3rd son's letters always said the family was poor, making him think their home was small and cramped, but it was actually bigger and more beautiful than the place he lived in the capital. Susan entered with his wife, intending to have Su Zhongsher bow to his grandmother. Su Lisher sat in the main hall, waiting for her grandson and daughter-in-law to bow. With a gentle smile, she was about to speak when she suddenly paused, surprised, then a trace of resentment flashed across her face. Su Lingyu looked toward her grandmother's gaze and saw an old man in black with white beard standing opposite her. The old man looked awkward, wanting to speak but hesitating. A bamboo tray had already been brought in, and Susan and Su Zhongsher knelt together. "Grandmother, have some tea. Grandmother, have some tea." Su Lisher could only hold back her anger and force a smile, saying, "Good, good, grandson. Good, good, granddaughter-in-law. Come, grandmother has a red envelope for you." "Thank you, grandmother. Thank you, grandmother." The servant Ague brought out festive cakes and red dates, saying, The master and young master are back home. Let's share some sweets and fruits to bring good luck. There is food to eat and things to take. Who doesn't like that? The villagers were led out of the yard, many following to the outside of the mountain lodge. Su Li's wife couldn't hold back anymore. She pulled Su Qingqi and stared at the old man.
Come with me.
Liang sensed something was wrong and wanted to go, but Su Chong stopped her. Su Chong hugged his wife and child. Don't go. That was from a past life. We shouldn't interfere. Let me hold my son. He kissed his son's forehead and cheeks before turning to Liang. I'll go greet the guests first. You take the boy back to the room. Don't go outside where it's noisy. Okay. Her husband was back, so she felt a little relieved. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu followed Su Li's wife into the inner room, brought a stool, and sat waiting to watch the scene. She guessed that the old man was the kind grandfather. Su Li's wife glared angrily at the old man. What right do you have to come here? My grandson is an official now. Naturally, I want him to acknowledge his ancestors. So he really was the kind grandfather.
Pa.
Su Li's wife crossed her arms and spat at Su Junshan. Shrew, rude, truly rude. Su Junshan flicked his sleeve, trying to wipe away the spit. Back then, I was penniless. You insisted on divorcing me and running away with that scoundrel. Now that my son is successful, you want to come and enjoy the good life? You're dreaming. Su Li's wife pointed at Su Junshan's nose and scolded him harshly. When we were poor, you never came to find us. You didn't give us a penny. Now you come looking for us, wanting wealth and fame. You're just dreaming. You're talking nonsense. You're confused. A fortune teller once said our horoscopes didn't match, and our fates were in conflict. If we kept going, I thought you were dead until I met Su Shan in the capital. After checking his background, if the family's disagreements lead to Erlang being demoted, that would be bad. I helped plan for Erlang before I came to the capital. I worked hard for him, or he wouldn't be where he is now. You're talking nonsense. Erlang's position was gained through San Er's efforts, using his idea for the down jackets. The jackets on the street cost 20 taels each, sold all over the country. Do you know how much money that is? Erlang's success was because of this, not because of that old man.
Su Qingqi glansde at San Er.
Seeing San Er smile at him, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Yes, San Er made it happen. I have to admit, San Er contributed a lot to Erlang's success. But at this critical moment,
Su Jiangxi kissed Mu Mian's statue.
She wanted to kiss San Er but hesitated. Mu Mian also kiss his mother, Mu Mian said, kissing her mother's face. I miss you all so much that my heart hurts, Mu Mian said, snuggling in her mother's arms. Mu Mian also misses mother, Mu Mian said, burying her face in her mother's embrace. Su Lingyu smiled and said, I think about you often. Su Zhongshi smiled and told Su Li Shi, I brought many gifts for you. Made several sets of clothes with the best fabrics from the capital. I wasn't at home, so you took good care of them. You're mistaken. It's them taking care of me. I've become a wealthy, idle man. The 3 generations of the family talked and laughed inside. Soon, Liang brought the children over, and everyone chatted happily. After the men saw off the guests, it was already late. Su Zhongshi went to instruct the servants to unload the luggage from the carriage and organize everything. A servant girl beside Su Zhongshi scolded loudly, It's so noisy and unruly. There's no respect at all. My young lady just fell asleep, and you woke her up. Su Lingyu, Liang, and Su Lishi all frowned at the same time. When they saw Su Zhongshi really lowering her voice, they understood that this matter was serious. Li Lishi was angry inside. Seeing her daughter-in-law being bullied, she didn't dare to fight back, which made her even angrier. She couldn't say much about her daughter-in-law, yet this outsider dared to bully her daughter-in-law. Zhongshi, come here, Li Lishi called. I found it. This is the lucky embroidered dress for you and your children. Do you think it looks good? Yes, it looks nice. Let me ask you, has she always been like this? Su Zhongshi looked a bit uncertain. She is a noble lady, spoiled. She'll get used to it after a while. Li Lishi sat up straight. I can't tolerate it. but I can. When I met you, my mother-in-law wasn't so kind to me. Li Lisher put on a stern face. A servant woman, Sen Shu, came over. Madam, you called me? Go and call the second young lady. Tell her Madam wants her to set some rules. She should come out after entering the house, instead of going straight to her room. She doesn't greet guests or show respect to me, her elder. Is she treating herself as the head of the household?
Yes.
San Shu went to the backyard to call, but was scolded back by the servants there. San Shu was yelled at and felt a bit angry, but she didn't dare to argue back. After all, she was talking to her mistress. She went back to report to Madam. Only then was Su Zhongsher willing to come out. She really had a big face. Su Zhongsher slowly came out and said, Sorry everyone, I was tired from traveling, feeling unwell, and I forgot the time after returning home. This time, use your brain. If you don't have one, the people around you do. Ask them to remind you.
Su Liesvard silenced Su Jiang completely.
Su Zhang's skills were not yet perfected, and he couldn't control his emotions well. Su Lingyu asked her mother, Has she always been like this? Su Zhang nodded very slightly. Grandmother, she didn't mean it. The road from the capital here is long, so she's naturally tired. Su Li picked up her wine cup and took a sip. Yes, she didn't mean it. She did it on purpose. Her intention to make me uncomfortable is clear, and it's also her way of showing others that you don't teach your wife well. A wife who is taught poorly doesn't respect elders or care for her siblings.
Shushan looked unhappy. Shuhunshan coughed twice.
Second son is different now. He has an official position and needs to keep his reputation. Su Zhang said, I am a noble daughter, the eldest daughter of the chief secretary in the palace, and I'm married into a humble family. That's already a lot of face for me. If you keep pushing, I will return to the capital immediately. Grandma, that's not how rules work. In a country, there must be a ruler and officials, a nation and a family. My daughter is the eldest daughter of a third-rank official in the palace, and she has the highest status here. Although she's your daughter-in-law, her position is different. She cannot be treated the same as ordinary daughters-in-law. She said this to lower Li Ying's status, trying to elevate Zhang Ting's position by stepping on Li Ying. Su Zhong was very unhappy, but there were some things he couldn't interfere with. Su Li felt angry but held back her rage for Su Shan's sake. She couldn't express her feelings openly. Rude. This is not your place to speak.
Get out.
Su Shan scolded the servant angrily. Su Shan, you're actually angry with me? Su Zhang questioned him.
Ugh.
So annoying. Su Lingyu supported her chin with one hand and played with her wine cup. A family dinner turned into this, and it's ruining the atmosphere. Su Qingqi wanted to comfort her third brother, but saw him throw his wine cup directly at Su Shan.
Ouch.
What are you? How dare you strike a court official? She opened her eyes fully, with a cold look, and said, I know who you are and that your family is impressive. But you should remember, this is my territory. If you're a dragon, you stay on your side. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. A tiger? A Wang. Someone's bullying my sister, Mu Mian shouted. Immediately, two huge creatures rushed into the dining hall.
Roar. Ah.
There's a tiger. A tiger. Enough. Stop embarrassing us. Su Shan took Su Zhang's hand and made her sit down. Third sister, let them go outside. Su Lingyu took the two big ones outside and, on her way back to her seat, stopped beside Su Shan. She slapped Su Shan on the shoulder and quietly said, Second brother, marrying a woman who doesn't know how to read the situation or behave properly won't help your career. Sooner or later, she will cause you trouble.
You.
Su Zong wanted to speak, but Su Shan stopped her. Su Lingyu walked around, picked up the wine jar, and poured wine for Su Qingqi. Father, you've been away from home for so long. Third sister missed you.
Here's a toast to you.
Good. It's rare for third sister to pour me a drink. Su Qingqi drank and nodded repeatedly. Good wine. Good wine. You all should try it. The white porcelain bottle has strong liquor, and the brown porcelain has fruit wine. Everyone try some.
Su Lingyu invited everyone.
Su Li also called everyone to eat the dishes. Su Zhang's wife stopped eating, threw down her chopsticks, and got angry. No one paid attention to her or tried to comfort her. Father, eat some vegetables. Muxian stood on a stool, leaned forward, and served her father some food. Good girl. Truly, my dear. It's not love, just something I picked up outside, Su Zhang's wife muttered. As soon as she said that, the table became silent. Dumbfounded, Muxian asked, who was picked up. Su Chong secretly whispered to Muxian while serving her food. Muxian smiled foolishly, covering her mouth and giggling, secretly watching her second brother. Su Shan put down his chopsticks and said to everyone, I'm finished eating. He then pulled Su Zhang's wife back to their room. I've also finished eating, Grandpa Su Junshan, got up and left the table. When Su Lingyu carried in the roasted chicken and saw that 3 people were missing, she didn't mind and opened the roasted chicken to invite everyone to eat. She told 2 more jokes and Muxian performed a singing act, making everyone laugh. The meal was lively and joyful. The next day, Su Lingyu took everyone to inspect their family business. There's quite a bit of income, yet she says there's no money at home, and in her letters, she always says the family is poor. But it doesn't seem like they're that poor, Su Zhang's wife said with a hint of sarcasm. Su Shan replied, Third sister, you really tricked us. To avoid causing trouble for the family, we all cut back on expenses. When you write, don't you mention how hard life is? Every time, you just ask for money, hiding the family's difficulties, making people think your family is wealthy. Su Lingyu smiled and said, Come on, I will take you to see the chicken and duck farms. They are our family's property. I won't go. It's all manure everywhere. So dirty, Su Zhangshi said, walking up the mountain directly. Su Shan explained, She just can't stand hard work. Don't mind her. Let's go. Take me to see. Su Lingyu led everyone toward the chicken coop. Su Zhangshi looked at it with liking and was quite satisfied with another. Almost she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to get into the dirt. Is there lotus root in this fish pond?
Su Zhong asked.
The last batch has been dug out and hidden in the cave, waiting for the wedding feast. The full moon celebration is the day after tomorrow, and everyone is invited to celebrate. The list is ready. You can check it when you go back. Everyone walked inside together, meeting the children bought by the Su family, knowing they are training future talents. Su Zhong and Su Shan encouraged them to study hard. If they learned well, they would have the chance to see the outside world. Those studying literature or martial arts all hope to stand out someday. The officials encouraged them, and they worked even harder to learn from teachers. They went to pick eggs, learned to herd ducks from Er Shah, and talked with Qing Niu for a while before heading up the mountain. Entering the ginkgo forest, they enjoyed the yellow leaves on the trees, kicked the fallen leaves on the ground, played, and joked happily as a family. The joyful atmosphere faded when they reached Lingyu Pavilion. Su Zhangshi saw Su Zhangshi sitting in front of Lingyu Pavilion, looking very unhappy. When she saw Su Shan, she flew over like a bird into the woods, holding Su Shan's hand and acting coquettishly, Husband, I want to live there. That's Sanner's place, Su Zhangshi disagreed. Sanner's place is also our home. Why can't I live there?
Su Zhangshi said again.
The scenery here is beautiful, and from the high ground, you can see all of Dongquan village. This place is quiet and best for you to read. Although you've returned to visit your hometown, you can't neglect your business. When you go back to the capital, you'll still be examined by the emperor. Su Zhangshi still disagreed. It's windy here, cold at night, not good for health. Her repeated objections made Su Zhangshi unhappy. Are you saying I'm too weak to have children? No, that's not it, Su Zhangshi panicked. Are you cursing me for not being able to have children?
Susvangeski cried to Su Shen.
Husband, I've been here for over half a year and there's been no news. I feel sorry for the Su family.
But
I don't want this either. I have been taking my medicine very seriously. Even when I returned here, I didn't stop taking it. Look at how hard I try, but my mother-in-law still criticizes me.
Boo-hoo.
All right, don't cry anymore. Su Shan comforted his wife, while speaking to his mother with some displeasure. Mother, please stop saying these things. Many families haven't seen any progress in 3 years of marriage. Zhang Ting just moved in recently, so don't pressure her like this. Fine, I won't interfere in your matters, Su Zhang agreed. Mother, your sister-in-law is kind and understands what you're thinking, Su Zhong told his second brother. You shouldn't keep saying mother is anxious. Your eldest sister-in-law got pregnant shortly after moving in. People in the village say it's good. Your second sister-in-law hasn't gotten pregnant yet. She needs to see a doctor. Recently, villagers have been talking about her, and some are critical. Be prepared.
Boo-hoo.
Husband, I also want to have children for you, Su Zhang cried even more. Su Lingyu shook her head silently. She stepped forward, holding Su Zhang's hand, and led her down the mountain. What a beautiful white lotus flower, fragrant and lovely, just like her. She's both sweet and pure, deserving praise. What song are you singing? I haven't heard it before, Su Shan asked. It's not a song, just a white lotus flower, Su Lingyu replied. It sounds nice. Sing it a few more times, Su Shan said. Sure, Su Lingyu agreed. Su Shan came to find Su Lingyu, wanting to move into Lingyu Pavilion. I checked upstairs. There are 2 rooms. I'll stay in one, and the other is empty, Su Shan said. No, that's not possible. Upstairs is third brother's place, and it has some of his experimental tools. Too many people and clutter could cause damage, Su Li said firmly. Mostly, she didn't want Su Zhang to disturb third brother's life upstairs.
Why not? Su Junshan asked.
That's third brother's place and also part of the Su family. Since it belongs to everyone, second brother moving in is fine.
Su Li glanced at Su Yunishan.
Who told you upstairs belongs to everyone? Not just this mountain villa. If you go down to the foot of the mountain and across 3 peaks, all that land belongs to third brother. Anyone wanting to do anything must ask him first. Third brother, what do you think?
Su Lingyu asked.
Sure, no problem, Su Lingyu agreed.
Su Li wanted to say something.
Su Lingyu patted Su Li and said to Su Shan, I built Lingyu Pavilion mainly to escape the heat. I rarely stay upstairs now. If you want to move up, that's fine. Just pick an empty room. Peace in the family brings success in everything. Don't let small matters cause constant trouble at home. Su Zhang confidently moved into Lingyu Pavilion, but Su Lingyu, feeling uncomfortable because of the cold weather, moved out of Lingyu Pavilion. Su Zhong loved coming home to hug his son, play with his wife, and tease his child. These days passed happily and quickly. Before dinner that evening, everyone sat together chatting while waiting to eat. Su Zhong peeked at his little nephew, handed over the prepared gift, and casually asked, What's the nephew's name? Has it been decided? Li Ying, snuggling beside her husband, smiled softly and said, Not yet. We're waiting for his father to come back and decide. Su Zhong looked at the little boy in his arms, unsure of what to name him. He looked at his father and said, Usually, the elders give the younger generation their names. Why don't you give him a name?
Good idea.
Su Qingqi took his grandson and thought hard but couldn't come up with a good name. Next to them, Su Junshan grew impatient. With your limited knowledge, you think you can come up with a good name? I am his great-grandfather. I will choose it. Let's call him Su Shan. Someone who is kind and good can win people's trust. Only those who are kind can serve the world, he added. Good people get bullied, and good horses get ridden, Li Shi sneered. You may have read many books, but you don't understand this simple truth.
Why do you speak like that?
Can't you talk nicely?
Someone said.
There's nothing more to say to you. We've already parted ways. After this meal, you should leave quickly. Don't dirty my house, Li Shi said sharply. Grandmother, that's not very kind. No matter what, grandfather is my father's father and your husband's father. How can you chase him out? If others find out, won't your husband be accused of being unfilial? Su Zhang said. Grandmother, please endure a little longer. After the new year, when we go to the capital, we won't let grandfather bother you anymore. Su Shan tried to comfort Li Shi. Li Shi was annoyed. If it weren't for her second son, she wouldn't have to endure so much. Thinking back to those days, Su Junshan was unkind and unjust, determined to marry that woman, ignoring their difficult family situation, and insisted on breaking up. She had never felt so oppressed before. She had beaten that woman, kicked Su Junshan, and voluntarily wrote a divorce letter, taking her son to survive. She had been strong all along, but never felt so humiliated as she did today. Li Shi silently told herself to be patient, to consider the bigger picture, and to think of her second son. I think the name Su Shan is good. It was given by the elders, and is what the family hopes for. He will surely be successful in the future, said Su Zhang. Su Li did not want this name. When she saw her third brother pruning the trees in the yard, she had an idea. Third brother, come here. I want to give a name to our eldest nephew.
Me?
To name him? Su Lingyu stood up from the flower bushes. Third brother, elders are here, but you're over there playing with mud. It's okay if it's your family, but if outsiders see, they'll say you're rude and undisciplined. Su Zhang chuckled and said, maybe outsiders will say that your mother didn't teach you well. Mumian, the sister, tugged at her dress. Su Lingyu bent down and whispered to her, hearing Mumian say, sister, I don't like this sister-in-law. She whispered back, I don't like her either. Don't listen to her nonsense. You can't trust what she says. Mumian nodded seriously. I won't listen. Third brother, what you're doing is also impolite. The elders are asking you questions. Su Zhang mocked the rustic girl of the Su family.
Su Lingyu ignored her.
She stood up, handed her small gardening tools to Tsue, and let Hong-er take off her apron. She took the damp cloth from her third aunt, wiped her hands, and handed it back. Naming is a big matter. Ordinary people can't do it. Most of the time, elders choose names because they are more educated. Su Junshan nodded and stroked his beard. It seemed that third brother also approved of this name. Su Zhong's son would definitely be called this. This third brother was quite good, thoughtful, and obedient. He was truly a child of the Su family. Su Li often argued with him, and even let her younger brother name the main grandson, which was really inconsiderate. But sometimes, the names given by elders are not necessarily good. The previous joy disappeared, and her good impression of Su Lingyu faded completely. Women are always troublemakers, helping outsiders harm their own family. Su Junshan looked at Su Lingyu with a bad attitude. You little girl, what do you understand? Su Lingyu ignored him and said to Dalong, the character, Shan, conflicts with the character used by our ancestor. If he enters officialdom, it would be a taboo. I think we should call him Su Qing.
Why?
What's the story behind it?
Su Shan asked.
Because it has fewer strokes, it's easy to write, and it sounds nice. Su Zhang sneered. I thought it was a good name, but it turns out you were just talking nonsense. Years ago, a Qingyang swordsman saved me from human traffickers. I wanted to use that as my character, but since the sun had just risen and it didn't suit me, I gave it to my nephew. Su Shan said, third brother. Naming is not a joke. Su Zhong replied, since third brother gave it, let's use this name. Su Zhong picked up his son and said softly, little one, you are lucky. This is the character that Sanner gave you. Su Junshan said, nonsense, what kind of manners are these? You're not being silly? Are you proper? Do you want me to tell everyone about your old mistakes? Mrs. Su Li wouldn't let him go. Mrs. Su Zhang looked down on this family, feeling disdainful. She was surprised that such an important matter was decided by a young girl. A bunch of useless people who can't do anything right. Mother, dinner is ready.
We can start eating now, said Su Zhang.
I won't eat. My stomach isn't feeling well, so I won't come to the table, said Su Zhang directly, and left with her servant. Mrs. Su Li's face darkened immediately. Late at night, Su Zhang wanted a snack. I told you to make something to eat. Why did it take so long? The servant said, there's nothing left in the kitchen. Nothing? Nothing at all? The servant hesitated. There's no rice left, only 2 jars of rice grains that need to be pounded. The flour is gone, but there are 2 bags of wheat that need to be ground. It will take until dawn. Surely there's some sugar or syrup. Make some sweet water. The servant lowered her head and said, we found 2 cans of salt, but no sugar. This is so frustrating. They are against me. Old woman. She just doesn't like me. Su Shan, who was reading, was impatient. If there's food, Why bother fussing? The kitchen has no more food.
Just have some snacks.
These snacks are from 3 days ago.
Who wants to eat that?
If you don't make me something to eat, are you trying to starve me? Mrs. Su Zhang spun around twice and pointed at the servant, saying, "Go call that third auntie and tell her to make me something to eat. Hurry up."
Yes.
The servant took someone and headed down to the mountain villa. Walking at night, the cold wind was strong, and the lantern flickered. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the woods, shouting loudly, "Ghost!
Ah.
Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" The three of them curled up tightly, waiting for a while, but no ghost appeared. The servant slapped the maid and asked, "Where? Where? I can't see, just catching shadows and shouting randomly." "Who was shouting just now?" "It wasn't me." "Me neither." "It wasn't you, then maybe it was a ghost." The servant was even more scared. "Let's go, hurry down." The servant muttered in her heart, blaming the young lady for wanting to eat late-night snacks. She is not yet a wife, and her cooking is not good. Yet she insists on cooking to show her virtue. In Kyoto, she doesn't cook either. Who is she pretending for?
Stop.
Hand over your money. Erlang, I heard your servant was robbed, Su Lingyu asked with concern. Don't you know he was robbed? Su Shan was very angry. His land was robbed. What a terrible thing. Last night, he sent a few people out to get some food. They didn't come back, and they were also robbed. 3 people were stripped of their cotton clothes, tied to trees, and their valuables taken. What kind of trouble is this? It made him complain to Zhang Ting all night. Mountains are everywhere. It's not strange for bandits to come in. I was stopped by bandits before, and they even wanted to hurt me, Su Lingyu said calmly. What about the patrol team? Where are they? Why didn't they know the bandits went up the mountain? Oh, the patrol team went to look for the bandits. They expanded the search area and are looking outside. Su Lingyu walked outside with her hands behind her back. Today is Su Qing's full moon celebration. Many guests will come. You can't keep a sour face. Some sly foxes are waiting for you to handle. Second sister-in-law wouldn't think you did this with others, would she?
Su Lingyu asked.
Isn't that what happened? This is your territory. If you want to hire some people to rob, it's not impossible. Su Lingyu looked disgusted. Those cheap goods are not worth my attention. If it were me, I'd tie you up and demand a ransom. Why would I hire some servants? Su Lingyu spoke mysteriously. There are many graves on the mountain. Don't go down at night, or you might get dragged away. No one can save you then.
You.
Most of the female guests today are here to see you. Second sister-in-law can't keep a bad face. Otherwise, they'll talk behind your back. If it gets to Kyoto, I wonder how your close friends will laugh at you. Su Zhongsher looked unhappy, unable to enjoy her breakfast peacefully. Su Shan's eldest grandson's full moon celebration was also the first gathering since his return. It had to be lively. Before dawn, people came to help, killing chickens and ducks, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, cooking, watering plants, sweeping floors, and more. Today, they set up a flowing banquet. Anyone who comes can eat, and after eating, they leave. Except for a few people with status who need Su Shan to accompany them at the table, everyone else is holding bowls and squatting on the ground to eat. Why are there not enough tables and chairs from the Su family? Why are so many visitors coming today? Su Zhongsher has become like a Buddha statue, beautifully dressed and placed at the door for visitors to admire. At first, Su Zhongsher could smile, but as time went on and she saw mostly local people, few with high status, her face darkened. Now, she looks more like a Buddha statue with a stern face. Because of her status, no one dares to bother her. Those who used to flatter her found her hard to talk to, cold, and often giving sideways glances. They quickly left once they realized she was not easy to approach. Wang Jingxing wanted to leave, but stopped at a pavilion along the way. He saw Su Lingyu brewing tea and enjoying the scenery. He went over to ask for a cup of tea to wash away the wine smell. She didn't use the stone bench and table, but set up a bed instead. Sitting askew, covered with a blanket, she looked very comfortable. You really have good taste. Shouldn't you go see them? Wang Jingxing sat down, loosening his robe, and adopted a relaxed sitting posture similar to hers. They didn't come to see me. Those who usually deal with me see me often. Those who don't, visiting won't help. Today was the full moon celebration for Su Jong-sun, but the main purpose was to invite various people to gather here, to strengthen relationships and build connections for easier dealings in the future. Wang Jingxing is the highest-ranking official here, so he naturally came. How long he stays depends on the relationship between the Su and Wang families and whether Su Shan knows how to handle people. Su Lingyu poured him tea. The last batch of Mengding tea, you'll have to wait until before Qingming to drink it. He took a sip, savoring the sweetness of the tea, and said, "They probably know I'm opening a trading post. They might try to take back those lands through Su Shan. Then just give them back. Whatever can be bought, buy it. Whatever can't, return it as a favor." Cui brought in some snacks, and Su Lingyu casually peeled an orange and handed it to Wang Jingxing. "This orange is delicious. I wanted to buy more, but there are none left. I heard Wang Long sent you 2 large carts of oranges. Your family isn't big and your relatives are few, so there should be many leftovers. Share some with me. I love this fruit." "All right, send someone to my residence to get some," Wang Jingxing said with some worry. "Uncle has been speaking unclearly lately. I'm afraid his days are numbered. Tell your father to visit him more often and talk to him. We might not get another chance to see him."
Okay.
"Tell me, what do you think about the trading post?" "There is not much to say. It's just a place where goods are gathered and distributed. Over time, it has become a small market, nothing special." Wang Jingxing tentatively asked, "What if I want to make it bigger? Do you have any ideas?" She replied, "You gave the order yourself, so it won't stay small. When spring comes, traders will hear about the shortcut here and will come this way, leaving the other route. When that happens, Snakehead Mountain will be crowded with merchants and goods, very lively." "Lord City Lord, what do you plan to do? Drop some hints so I can make a quick profit." Wang Jingxing put down his teacup, feeling bored. She didn't say much of real importance, but instead threw the question back at him. She claims to be on their side, opening her heart but not offering any suggestions for improvement. She seems distant, as if she might run away at any moment. When she says she's not on their side, her father and brothers are united with him. She also offers many ideas and plans to help him gather wealth and gain more achievements. "Third son, you'll be 10 years old during the new year, right? May is my birthday, but I'm not 10 yet. Are you betrothed? Oh, you want to propose marriage? You're not married, I'm not married, so why not?"
I don't want to.
"You and I are worlds apart. It's not suitable. Don't belittle yourself. I'm like the clouds and you're the mud. We're not suitable." Ashan was unhappy. "Miss Third, are you speaking backwards? How can you be a match for our young master?"
You caught me."
Su Lingyu looked at the distant mountains and took a sip of tea. "I'm different from you. The things or people I like, I don't want to share with others. City Lord, you are a hard-working, valuable person. Many want to compete for you. If I get involved, I might be killed before I get close." She turned her head to Wang Jingxing. "Getting slapped hurts, and I don't want to go through that again." Wang Jingxing knew that Jin Ling's slap left a deep impression on her. That slap made Su Lingyu who she is today and brought out the sharp-tongued Su Sanyang. It was Wenba's recklessness.
Su Lingyu smiled sweetly.
"A handsome young man like you, Lord City Lord, is very eye-catching. People on the street can't help but look at you more." Wang Jingxing. Cui. "Miss, please stop. It's too much. Too wild." Ashan. "Since you're not interested, why come to flirt?" Wang Jingxing sat for a while before preparing to leave, and Su Lingyu did not see him off. She felt too comfortable and lazy to move. To show her apology, she first expressed her attitude, making Wang Jingxing blame her for being rude. It seemed he didn't care much, so she decided to ignore his indifference. Since she had already offended him by refusing marriage, she might as well offend him again. In her past life, she mostly lived alone and she still did now. She never thought about getting married. Why not marry? It wasn't because she couldn't accept men having multiple wives and concubines. In her past life, she saw many such situations, friends who had families and others who kept lovers outside. She had even dined with those friends' lovers. From her perspective, being surrounded by many partners was quite normal. So, why didn't she want to marry? One reason was she didn't want to compete with women for a man's affection. She couldn't bear jealousy and rivalry. Another reason was that life here wasn't valued much, and there was always a risk of being poisoned or harmed. She was always on guard, worried about her children being hurt. That was something she didn't want. Most importantly, there are many ways to die, and she didn't want to die because of jealousy or rivalry. That kind of death would be shameful. If needed, she could just keep some lovers. Being the head of her own household and having 3 or 4 lovers wouldn't be bad. Haha. Thinking about this, Su Lingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Cui cui, go get some wine. Today is a good day, I need to have a drink. After a few drinks, she got tipsy and ended up sleeping crookedly. When she woke up, she realized it was nearly dusk. Miss, something's wrong. Hunger hurried down from the mountain.
Huh?
What's wrong? Su Lingyu, feeling a bit lazy, lifted her small face, her charming and alluring look like a little fox. Fourth Miss argued with the second madam. Fourth Miss called Ahu, and they're about to fight. Su Shan received the news and immediately went up the mountain. Stop, Mu Mian, stop. Why are you treating sister-in-law like this? Su Shan scolded Mu Mian first. Mu Mian held back tears, pointing at the utensils on the ground, saying, "These are sister's treasures, her culture medium, used to grow seeds. They all got thrown out." Su Shan looked at Su Zhang's wife. She tried to stay calm, knowing her husband was there, so she wasn't afraid of the tiger. Su Zhang's wife reasoned, "This place is far from the mountain villa. I wanted to have some late-night snacks, but it's hard to do that here, so I thought of making a small kitchen. It's so convenient for future use." My talented helper opens the door, and she comes over to point and give directions. When I feel upset, I just have someone move things out. I only ask them to move out, planning to store things properly and move to a better place once I find one. But look at this wild girl. She not only curses but also lets that beast bully me. Su Shan turned to see the kapok seeds on the ground, feeling upset. He pushed Su Zhang's wife to go upstairs. Then he said to the kapok, "Don't pick any more. Go down the mountain." Su Shan went upstairs with Su Zhang's wife and said, "We treat her like family. She's our younger sister. Why do you speak about her like that? What family? Just an orphan girl. Do you really think she's a rich young lady?" Su Zhang's wife said disdainfully. Su Shan rubbed his forehead. "Can you give me some respect? Be polite to them. They are our family, blood relatives connected to us." Su Zhang's wife threw her teacup at Su Shan. "I treat them as family, but do they treat me the same? When I entered, your grandmother mocked me. Your third sister even scared me with a tiger. And your eldest brother only talked to Liang, not even greeting me. Do they respect me? Before teaching me how to behave, go teach them first. I was raised by palace maids, so I understand etiquette. Do you think I did something wrong?" Getting angrier, Su Zhang's wife started throwing things at Su Shan. Su Shan couldn't argue back or fight her, so he dodged and stepped outside. Just as he turned to leave, he saw the third son sitting across. The third son sat on the railing, holding it with both hands to prevent falling, swinging his legs leisurely. Su Shan felt awkward and didn't know how to face him. He gave up pretending and, like a broken pot, went over to him. "Sorry for making you laugh." Su Lingyu shook her head. "It's not funny at all." Looking at Su Shan, she said calmly, "Cultivate yourself, manage your family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. You can't even manage your family well. How can you talk about ruling the world? I thought you had enough ability to stand in the court and speak your mind. But now I see I was wrong. You promised me a big plan, but it was just a big fake on a scrap of paper." Su Lingyu jumped down, clapped her hands, and turned to leave with her hands behind her back. "What does it mean to fail an investment?" Su Lingyu turned to look at him and gave a sweet smile. "You will understand." "Su Sanner, stop right there." Su Shan chased after her downstairs, wanting to catch her and get some answers. But suddenly, Grandma appeared and stopped him. Grandma, don't stop me.
Shulishi pulled Shushan back.
Second brother, stop chasing. If you keep going, she'll just look down on you more. What are you saying? Why would she look down on me?
Who am I?
I am the official envoy appointed by the Emperor, someone who has direct access to the heavens, close to the Emperor himself. Why would she look down on me? Su Shan waved his sleeve dismissively. I no longer care if she respects me.
Slap.
Su Lisher slapped Su Shan across the face. Su Shan covered his face, stunned. You've gone crazy. You've become arrogant.
Who are you?
We raised you with our own rice and porridge. We saved and sent you to a private school. We worked hard to support you. If you don't know how to be grateful, that's okay. But now you look down on us, the farmers. When you gain power and status, you forget where you came from. Nonsense, I didn't. Get down on your knees, Su Lisher ordered loudly. Someone nearby was watching. Su Shan didn't want to kneel, nor did he want to. I did nothing wrong. Why should I kneel?
Shulishi sneered. See?
Even my words you don't listen to. How dare you say you're not proud or arrogant?
Grandma,
You don't have it? You dare say you don't? When your mother went to the capital, her face was full and rosy, like a young girl. Now, her cheeks are sunken, her forehead prominent, looking tired and lifeless, like a walking corpse. It's clear she's been through a lot. Su Shan suddenly remembered his parents, recalling how his mother looked when she first went to the capital. Seeing her now, he realized how much she had changed, but he hadn't noticed before. He looked past Grandma at his mother outside, her figure slightly thin, and his heart felt like it was being torn apart. Su Shan knelt down suddenly. I was wrong. I was wrong. Su Lisher slapped him again. You're not wrong. You don't even know what you did wrong. When your father went to the capital, he was cheerful and brave, standing up for justice. Now, he doesn't dare to smile or speak freely. He's afraid to stand up for your mother.
Why?
It's all because of you, a useless son. Marrying into the family, yet not knowing how to teach or discipline her, she even allows her to bully your mother and look down on your father. Not only do you not reflect on yourself, but you also support her arrogance, together looking down on us. Do you dare admit that you haven't shouted at your mother? Do you dare admit that you haven't looked down on your father? Have you ever done anything to wrong your father? If it weren't for your official position, I really want to drive you out and erase you from the family tree. Thinking of all the past events, Su Shan kneels and cries bitterly. I was wrong, Grandma.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I'm sorry, Mother. What did I do wrong? It's not your fault. Get up. Su Junshan tries to help Su Shan up, but no matter how he pulls, Su Shan won't get up. Mrs. Su Li is very angry. With a stern face, she says, Su Junshan, when you divorced back then, the divorce papers clearly stated that from that day on, Su Qingqi had nothing to do with you. The father-son relationship was cut off, and you are each responsible for your own life and death. This is my family matter, and it has nothing to do with you. If you interfere again, I will have Ahu drag you into the mountains and teach you a lesson. You wicked woman, abandoning your children and disregarding the family's reputation, you must not. Mrs. Suli turns around and calls out Ahu. Ahu howls loudly roar. Terrified, Su Junshan keeps retreating. Mrs. Su Li's actions surprised Su Lingyu, making her very happy. It's good that she stood up to Su Shan, but it ultimately hurt the family's face. The reason she kept letting things happen was for this family, for the old lady, and for the woman who gave birth to her. She didn't want them to be troubled or upset. Those people truly care for her. When she receives kindness and love from others, she must consider their feelings. Seeing this scene, she feels happy and almost wants to clap for Mrs. Su Li. This grandmother is truly strong. Su Lingyu nudges her cheap father. Go bring your father out. Don't be a fool. Oh, okay. Su Qingqi goes to take Su Junshan away, looking at him with pity. The cover that hid the conflict is now lifted, and he doesn't know how to face his son. Su Lingyu asks Su Zhong to stay behind. She helps her mother up, calls Mu Mian, and leaves together. They still need to save face. No matter what Sushan says, he is an official, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. Eris crying makes Mrs. Suli feel annoyed, but also a bit distressed. When Madame Su Zhang is reminded by the maid, she finally understands and comes to plead. Grandmother, it's all the fault of the daughter-in-law. Please forgive my husband. He's your grandson, and you shouldn't treat him this way. He is the most noble person in this family. He brings honor to us. How can you treat him like this? Mrs. Su snorted coldly and said to Su Shan, "Listen carefully. Did you hear what she just said? She's begging for mercy? She's trying to cause trouble. A virtuous woman wouldn't speak like that. Foolish boy, you've been fooled by her beauty. Ah San, send someone to bring the second young mistress to the attic. No one is allowed to step out without orders." The servant, Aunt San, smiled inwardly and called a few servants. "Second young mistress, please." The servants of the Su family are not here for entertainment. They are strong and muscular. It was easy for them to push aside Su Zhang's people. Without much effort, they locked the arrogant and unruly servants inside. "I am the daughter of a court scribe from the palace. How dare you?" Su Zhang faced the servants, and Aunt San didn't dare do anything to her. "Yes, you are the daughter of a court scribe, a third-rank official's daughter, and the wife of the left supervisor. But you are also my Su family's daughter-in-law. The marriage between our two families was arranged by our parents and matchmakers. Since your parents agreed to let you marry in, they can also decide to let you leave. If you don't behave, I can send a divorce letter straight to your parents. I can't divorce you, but I can ruin your reputation. You're stirring trouble." Su Shan may not even be close to his family. Whether he keeps his official position or not doesn't benefit us. Maybe he should just quit and go home to farm. That way, our family can be peaceful. Don't you think?
You.
Shut up and go back to your room, Su Shan ordered angrily. "Grandmother, no matter what, she is my wife. Please be kind to her," Su Shan pleaded. "I won't do anything to her. Just make her eat less for a few days." Mrs. Su softened her tone slightly. "Just stay kneeling here." She couldn't help but add, "Reflect well and get up at dawn."
Okay.
As the light faded and night fell, a cold frost drifted down from the sky onto Su Shan's head. Upstairs, Su Zhang felt distressed and called out, "Husband, get up. Get up. They won't do anything to you." No matter how she called, he pretended not to hear. Su Zhang was upset and went back to her room, ignoring him. Su Zhong brought some food and went to Lingyu Pavilion, telling the servants, "You all may leave now. Come back tomorrow." He built a small fire near Mount Su and roasted some marinated chicken. Guan Xiaoping opened an umbrella and stuck it into a stone stand. "Young master, I am outside under the eaves. If you need anything, call me. Go ahead."
Sunnuntai fan knelt on mat.
"I thought you all didn't care about me anymore." Honestly, the darker it got, the more afraid he became, afraid that his family truly didn't care about him. Afraid they really didn't want him anymore. Su Zhong handed him a jar of wine, took one himself, and took a sip. "Actually, I didn't want to come up here.
Sanner asked me to."
Su Shan was silent. "When I first went to the capital, I saw how my mother looked and wanted to hit you. But my parents told me not to, so I held back. I know I was wrong. I'm afraid you might have just made a mistake in the moment. Sanner said you're like a ball of white thread. When it touches paint, it gets colored. When it meets red, it turns red. When it meets black, it turns black." Su Zhong shared some warm bread with Su Shan, but Su Shan didn't feel like eating. "Do you know why Grandma is so angry? First, because I didn't discipline my wife strictly and let her cause trouble. We are a family. If one suffers, we all suffer. If something happens to me, it will affect you all too. Zhang Ting is naive and might cause problems for the family. If I don't control her, the whole family might suffer. I was wrong. Second, I've received my parents' kindness, but don't know how to be filial or grateful. That's a big mistake. I was wrong." After speaking, Su Shan took a bite of bread. Su Zhong fiddled with the fire. "It's not entirely like that.
Susan looked puzzled.
You shouldn't have gotten involved with Sanner."
Sanea?
Saner is very special in our family. Haven't you noticed? She's the only girl in our family. Mother loves her as if she were her own heart. Sujong looked at Su Shan for a while and sighed. You're really lucky. Even with your foolishness, you can become a close aide to the emperor. Big brother. Su Shan was displeased. Don't make fun of me. Taking his brother's hint, Su Shan carefully recalled, but he couldn't think of what was different. It was just that family members loved her a little more. How is this related to Saner?
Su Shan asked. Shuzon Said.
Let me tell you. Sana was born when we still lived in the city. That day, we finished our private lessons early and went home, waiting for a brother or sister to be born. That year, my mother gave birth but had a baby who couldn't cry. The midwife was so frightened she ran away and didn't even take any money. The baby wouldn't eat milk or rice soup, and everyone thought she was going to die. They called a doctor, but he said there was no hope. They also called a fortune teller, who mysteriously whispered something to my grandmother and then left. A few days later, the midwife died, and my grandmother personally sent money to pay for the funeral. How is this related to Saner? Because the fortune teller told my grandmother that Saner is a descendant sent by our ancestors. At first, Su Shan was shocked, but then he accepted it happily. No wonder Saner knows more than I do. Su Zhong looked back at Lingyu Pavilion. That's her home. Don't let your wife take it away. Su Shan was silent, and his smiling face faded. My grandmother treats her like a guest of honor, respects her like a deity, cares about her well-being, worries if she is hungry or happy. She is more important in this family than anyone else. You've come back, and everyone is happy. But your wife always targets her, looks down on her, and not only took Saner's place but also threw away her belongings. How could she not be angry? Grandmother said she would remove you from the family record, and she wasn't joking. I saw the old divorce papers between grandmother and grandfather. There was indeed a clause about life and death. Back then, your father and grandfather had broken ties, and grandmother created a new household registration. That year, when you traveled, she reported to heaven and earth, thanked Nuan Yang Yang, and reopened the family register. It was led by the Su surname, forming a new clan. Isn't that chaos? Would Saner agree? Would the Su family over there agree? Su Zhong turned over the roasted chicken. They agreed. Saner doesn't mind. She says bloodline is in the bones and manners, righteousness, and shame are on the surface. Changing her name or surname can't change her bloodline. It doesn't matter what her name is. As long as her descendants are alive, that's enough. The Su family in Longzhou also agreed. I don't know what tricks grandmother used, but she spent some silver and got back a document with many names and seals, approving her new family record. If she doesn't want you anymore, you won't be my family. My grandmother won't do that, Su Shan comforted himself. It will happen if you push her too far. Because you don't know how much blood and sweat this family has sacrificed for you. Su Zhong said, you traveled for 3 years and spent 2 years in the capital. During these 5 years, our family worked very hard to earn money, so you could spend it. Our main income comes from seeds, rice seeds. Next is the buying and selling of chickens, ducks, and geese, and only then silk production. Su recalls, food production was low back then. Saner repeatedly went into the flooded fields, checked the soil, and adjusted the fertilizer formula. Under the hot sun, he walked into the fields, observed the rice flowers, and cultivated the rice seedlings. The sun was very strong, and the rice fields were stuffy. Saner was short, and he fainted from the heat in the hot rice paddies. If Qingyao had noticed quickly and rushed into the fields, no one would have known he had fainted. That year, the harvest was poor, grain prices were low, and it was hard to sell at a good price. We finally managed to gather 100 taels, and I sent all of it to you. Once, Saner was working in the flooded fields, selecting rice seeds, when he was stung by a swarm of bees. They stung his face, causing swelling that made him uncomfortable for half a month. Raising chicks, ducks, and geese was very difficult. They would die in large groups just days after birth. Mother felt sad and stayed in the henhouse with Aunt Lon, watching them grow day by day, and gradually learned how to raise them. Saner said that the dead poultry carried bad things, and if people were careless, they could catch the plague. But she had no choice. She needed to support our education. She said she had to take a gamble. If she found a way, it would be a lifetime of wealth. If something went wrong, it was just bad luck. During that time, she was sick but didn't let us get close, afraid it was the plague and would infect us. After losing 4 batches of chicks, she finally succeeded. Over these years, their hearts have been in raising chickens. We only had enough fabric to make a single inner shirt, and during the new year, we dared not visit others, afraid they would find out we were wearing old clothes. Your travels outside are fine, but when you return to the capital, you spend money like water. Every time you write back, you say life is hard and ask for money. We thought, since you asked, you must be in a difficult situation. We sold chickens, ducks, geese, and various grains to gather money for you. Finally, we had some spare money and sent it to you. Mother suggested buying some sesame seeds to make sesame oil. Saner said to forget it. Focusing on your side was more important. Saner made crab yolk butter, which everyone enjoyed, but no one dared to eat too much. They sold it all to exchange for silver and asked someone to bring it to you. Money comes quickly at home, but you don't know the hard work behind it. Raising silkworms, for example, was a method developed by Saner and Grandma after 5 or 6 years of trial and error. They raised many batches of silkworms to reach today's success. For us, they even shared their method of making down jackets with General Sunday. For us, they taught us how to raise silkworms, and Wenbo received this knowledge. For us, they have so little money, and they are afraid to spend it. They have given so much, but we haven't been able to give much back. Sushan feels regretful and keeps crying. Saner is very mean and holds grudges. If you treat your mother badly, she will treat you badly too. If you treat Grandma badly, she will remember it. After dawn, there might be more challenges for you, so be prepared. Su Zong speaks earnestly. You remember things well, except for the wise poems and books. You don't remember much else. I hope you learn from this lesson and find your own way. Su Zhong shares the roasted chicken with Su Shan, but Su Shan doesn't eat. Su Zhong asks Guan Xiaopeng to bring some to his second younger sister as her dinner tonight. He doesn't say much afterward, just drinks a few sips of wine to warm up and lights a fire to stay with Su Shan until dawn. At dawn, Su Zhong has someone help Su Shan go back home. When Su Shan wakes up, there's a loud noise again. She sits sadly on the bed edge and tells Su Zhongshi, who is drinking tea, pack up and move to the mountain villa.
Why?
We live here comfortably, why move? Su Zhongshi is unhappy. I admit I was wrong, but everything I said is true. They are our parents, and we should respect them. Su Shan makes a decision. She stands up, supporting her knees, and walks over to Su Zhongshi, staring at her. She touches her face and says, "You are very beautiful, brighter than the stars in the night sky. The first time I saw you in the city, I was captivated. You are the only noble lady who treats me differently." Gradually, Su Shan's expression changes, becoming a little fierce. Mamian holds a comb and climbs onto a Wang's back, saying she wants to comb his hair. Xiao Wu stands on tiptoe, trying to climb up but can't, crying and asking Sister Si to hold him. Seeing Sister San, he runs over crying, "Sister, hold me, hold me." Su Lingyu quickly picks him up and places him on a Wang. Xiao Wu immediately smiles happily on a Wang. Gaga, gaga. Hey, second brother and second sister-in-law are coming down. Mamian slides off a Wang and stands with her sister. She doesn't like second sister-in-law. Su Shan sees Saner and surprisingly bows deeply to her, showing great respect. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu looks past Su Shan and observes Su Zhongshi behind her. All along the way, Su Zhongshi keeps her head down and doesn't dare to look at anyone. From her profile, you can see that her face is somewhat red and swollen. Su Lingyu told Mu Mian, "Take second sister-in-law to see Grandma." "Oh," Mu Mian replied reluctantly. Su Lingyu asked Su Shan, "Did you hit her?"
Yes.
Hitting is one way, but not a lasting solution. To make someone submit, first you need to be strong yourself, and second, use appropriate methods. Besides physical force, there is also mental influence. Women like Zhang Ting, who grew up spoiled by their parents, are strong-willed. Hitting may not make her give in, it might make her resist more. You should hurt her pride with harsh words and suppress her spirit. Then, use sweet talk to coax her and teach her to obey you. If you tell her to go east, she won't dare go west. If you tell her to kneel, she won't dare to stand. If a person only listens to you and you're not a bad person, she is good. If your heart is not right, she is bad. Understood, Su Shan bowed again. Go comfort your mother. She has been crying since last night. Su Lingyu shivered. I can't take it anymore.
Yes. Wait. Su Shan stopped.
Do you have anything else to say? Your attitude of admitting fault is good. In the future, you should reflect often to avoid another family conflict.
Yes.
There's no need to do that anymore. Stand tall and speak to me. I am still Su Sanner. I won't change.
Yes.
Su Lingyu secretly smiled to herself. This feeling was quite nice. Su Shan and Su Zhang moved back to the mountain villa to live, and Su Lingyu also stayed there. This was truly a family reunion. After several days of sulking, Su Li finally started to smile again. Her impressive actions had made Su Zhang and Su Junshan dare not act out. At first, Su Zhang struggled to adapt to the submissive life, but after being pressured by Su Li and Su Shan, she had no choice but to yield. As the nanny said, this is someone else's territory now.
Just endure for a while.
Once we reach the capital, they will have a hard time. She decided to endure for now. That day, they ate dinner early. Su Lingyu gathered everyone around. She took out a stack of ledgers and set up an abacus. This year, Dad went out, so we need to talk about family matters with him. Also, our own brothers should settle accounts honestly. Now that you are married, you need to be clear about important matters to prevent your spouse from hearing favoritism. Liang first said, Third brother, you must not say such things. Su Zhang snorted, I don't look down on that. That's best. Su Lingyu pushed the account book to Mu Mian. Mu Mian took out the bottom book and pushed the others to her father. Mu Mian said, This year, we sold 1,200 chicks, 800 ducklings, and 634 goslings. Since we bought them from villagers, the prices were low. After paying for feed, we earned a total of 316 taels. That much. Su Zhang was surprised. Mu Mian continued, We also raise adult chickens, ducks, and geese, but we didn't sell many. We supply the Fuxing restaurant all year, and the poultry sales brought in only 387 taels. About rice crops, we faced a drought in the first half of the year, so the harvest was poor. This year, we sold 1,712 taels worth of rice. Su Zhang started to do some quick calculations. For silkworms, we raised 3 batches. The first batch earned 532 taels. The second batch was killed by smoke, so there's not much left, so we can ignore it. The third batch, the autumn silkworms, sold for 1,032 taels. We don't include money from selling ginkgo nuts, medicinal herbs, or vegetables. Most of it was given to refugees. A little bit of money was used for daily expenses. The total is 3,979 taels. Su Zhang suddenly announced the total.
Mu Mian nodded, yes.
Usually, at this point, there's a but. But father borrowed 1,000 taels when he went to the capital to prepare for second brother's marriage. Here is the IOU. Mu Mian crossed out a line on the account book, and the 1,000 taels disappeared. In May, when eldest brother went to the capital, he took 300 taels with him. Do you acknowledge this?
Mu Mian asked.
I can testify, said Su Li. Su Zhang nodded. I also know about this. Mu Mian crossed out another line, and 300 taels were deducted from the account. In July, second brother wrote to say he urgently needed money for celebrating elders, the emperor, and the empress dowager. We asked Wang Long's trading team to bring 1,500 taels for second brother, and here is the receipt. Mu Mian handed the receipt to second brother and asked, Do you acknowledge this? Su Shan nodded. Yes, this happened. Mu Mian picked up a brush and crossed out another line. Su Zhang's mother panicked. There isn't much money left. Yes, there isn't much, Mu Mian said. The full moon celebration for the eldest nephew cost over 100 taels. Currently, there are still 1,079 taels on the account. Mu Mian took out a box, and everyone's eyes focused on it. When opened, it contained only 79 taels. Where is the 1,000 taels?
Su Zhang asked.
Mu Mian looked at her sister. Everyone's attention was on her. Su Lingyu took a sip of tea and said casually, "It's spent. City Lord, I plan to turn Snakehead Mountain into a trading port. I was informed in advance, so I bought those lands from others. It cost nearly 1,000 taels, and the land deeds are here." Su Lingyu took out a stack of land deeds, handing a few to each person. "From now on, we are the largest landholders in Dongquan Village. Big landlords now. The land deeds are in your names. Everyone has a share, even Little Five. When we build houses to sell or rent out or sell goods, those will be your income." Su Lingyu also said, "If you don't want it, you can sell it to me at the original price. Selling to outsiders might hurt feelings." Su Li asked her, "What do you want from me?" "Retirement money. When I make money in the future, I can reward whoever makes me happy. If your grandchildren make you happy, give them more." Mu Mian handed her own over to her sister. "Please take care of it for me." Su Li pushed hers over as well. "I'll rely on you too." Su Shan also handed his over. "Here, take mine. I trust you with it." But Su Lingyu did not take hers. "I want to talk to you all about something," Su Lingyu said while leaning on the table, looking at everyone present. Seeing them stop, she smiled and said, "There's an old saying, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Some things need to be explained to avoid disputes. These account figures are settled now. It's time to talk about asset distribution." She said, "The Great Wilderness Mountain was bought with my money. Logically, all the output from the mountain belongs to me. But there was an agreement back then. The mountain's yield is split 70 to 30, with the government getting 30, and I get 70. Is that correct?" Su Zheng nodded first. Yes, that was the case. But they hadn't discussed it for years. The money earned was used by everyone, and they had forgotten the original agreement. Only now, when brought up, did they vaguely remember. "That's correct," Su Shan said. "Since you remember, that makes it easier," Su Lingyu said. "Starting next year, the mountains produce will be split 70 to 30. 30% goes to the government and 70% to me. Big Brother said that Sanner holds grudges." Su Shan understood that tonight, Sanner wants to split the family and seek revenge for how they treated her before. Su Shan had no objections to Sanner's actions, nor did he have the right to object. "I agree," he said. Su Chong added, "I also agree. I oppose it. A family shouldn't have such rules. Without De Lang and Heir Lang supporting, could you handle these assets? Who paid for the land in the first place? It was the government. Why should you get 70%? Su Junshan said, "In the family from the husband and after marriage from the wife. That's how it has always been." Su Lingyu looked at Su Li. Su Li snorted, "This is our family matter. If you don't like it, go back. Go home and raise your children. Don't think I don't know. The shameless woman gave birth to 3 sons for you." Su Junshan felt guilty and didn't argue. Instead, he said to Su Qingqi, "Did you really agree to this? I'm a useless father. The family's money was earned by them. Sanner is the main contributor. Since De Lang and Heir Lang have no objections, whatever Sanner says goes."
"Dad, don't interfere."
"With the divorce paper, your interference would be unreasonable." Su Junshan was furious. "Foolish, foolish. Do you know how much these funds help your career?" Su Lingyu took a sip of water and smiled. "They don't have money? You can give them some. You're already somewhat successful, wealthy even. This is a good chance for you to show your grandfather's love for his grandchildren." "You're selfish," he said. "I'll tell you, I have more than all of you combined. Besides some water fields, most of the mountain land titles are in my name, bought with my private money. Except for the income from the mountain in front, which goes to the government, 30%. The rest is mine. If you run out of money, you have to ask me for it and sign a loan agreement. I'm generous. As long as you ask, I'll lend. I don't charge interest, just repay on time. I have a thick face." If no one comes to ask, I'll go personally. So, think carefully before borrowing money. These last words were spoken to Su Zhang. If you want more money to spend, you need to work harder. Save where you can and find reasonable ways to increase your income. Su Shan knew these words were meant for him. He understood that from now on he would not receive more help and would have to rely on himself. Third brother, what do you want so much money for? Not to spend on family members. Are you planning to take it to others' homes or give it to outsiders? Su Zhang asked. Su Lingyu smiled slightly. I'm just worried that if you climb too high, you'll fall quickly. I need to prepare a good path early. If something happens to you, I can take my family and escape.
You. How can you talk like that?
She was furious. There is no such thing as a little sister-in-law openly cursing her brother and sister-in-law. Su Lingyu shrugged. You can't blame me. Look at this, the emperor has raised taxes twice already. After winning wars, he still takes land and pays indemnities. Clearly, he's not a wise ruler. Serving him requires being very careful and having a backup plan. Su Zhong said, Third brother, be careful with your words. Su Shan added, Third brother, stop talking. Su Lingyu stood up and picked up her account book. Mu Mian also stood up, holding her abacus. Su Lingyu and Su Shan said, Walk forward confidently. I will support the family. If something happens, you die, I run. I will never hold you back. Mu Mian said, Yes, second brother, third sister is right. After saying that, she ran out with her sister. Actually, she didn't understand what was right or wrong. She just thought that third sister was right. Su Shan, dressed, looked at the night sky in the yard. In the past, he often saw third brother unable to sleep and walking in the yard. Back then, he was young and didn't understand why third brother couldn't sleep. Now he has a family and worries about household matters and his future, and only then does he understand what it means to not be able to sleep. Third sister has clearly said that the family will no longer support them fully. He must figure out everything himself. He seems to have a prominent position, but in reality, he's just a minor official. He rarely sees the emperor's face, and he doesn't hold real power or a good official position. To get better opportunities, he must flatter his superiors and colleagues. Without money, he can't make progress. He has to find ways to earn more and spend less. Second brother. Mother, isn't she sleeping yet? It's late. Why isn't mother asleep? Come and see if you've slept yet. She had something on her mind and wanted to talk to second brother. Su Shan helped their mother under the eaves. The night was deep, with thick fog and frost, which was not good for health. Can't sleep because of what third sister said? Not entirely, just thinking about other things. Money, there are ways to get it. Wealthy people are not lacking in the capital. My daughter has already endured enough for him. How can I still let her worry? Su Zhongshi held Erlang's hand and said, Tonight's matter, Sanner told me about it beforehand. She asked me to tell you that she opened a shop called Suji Dessert Shop, which sells cakes, bread, and pastries. The business is very good, earning about 30 to 50 taels a month. She also trained a group of pastry chefs and accountants. If you need, you can take 2 of them to the capital to open a dessert shop. Sanner means you should ask her personally. If you feel embarrassed, I can help you ask for her. No need, mother. I already know what to do. I was confused for a moment and suffered for it. I was wrong. Su Zhongshi patted Erlang's hand and said, Between mother and son, there's no need to say these things. Before the new year, you should visit Sanner's shop more often and learn some skills secretly. Don't feel embarrassed. Learning is the real gain. The more skills you have, the more options you have for a better life. Don't worry, mother, I understand. Su Zhongshi looked at Erlang carefully, making sure he bore no resentment, then said, You shouldn't blame Sanner for being strict. She's the one who built this family with her own hands. Many people raise chickens and ducks, but they dare not raise too many. First, they fear disease and death. Second, they lack enough grain to feed them. But Sanner free-arranged her chickens and ducks, and not only did they not die from illness, but she also saved a lot of grain for the family. She sells each chicken and duck to earn money to support your private school. You know, when Grandma was sick, The medicine contained ginseng slices. The cost of one dose was huge, and your father's limited money wasn't enough. Saner worked in the fields and dug in the mountains, selling grain to make more money, which improved their life. Don't blame her. Mother, rest assured, I'm not that stubborn. I know what I should do now. It's late. I'll take you back. Sushan knew he was wrong and began to train his wife. He took her to learn from Saner how to run a business. Along the way, he met some people. Saner said they were her core team, whom she trained and planned to use in the future. Sushan worked hard to remember these people. When he met one or two talented individuals, he couldn't help but ask Saner for help. At first, he was a bit shy, but gradually he became bolder. He promised and negotiated, finally gaining one or two useful talents. Su Zhongshi looked down on Saner, even though her husband was pressuring her, but her dislike was still visible. She only started to admire Saner's popularity and achievements after seeing her reputation. She no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Saner. A person respected by the people of a whole city was not someone she could compare herself to. Su Lingyu was very satisfied with them and enjoyed teaching them. She felt happy instructing the young couple. Su Lingyu left the couple at the dessert shop and went for a walk on the street. "Miss, I found the spicy lady," Hunger said. Su Lingyu looked at the winter melon strips, choosing as she asked, "Is there any danger?" "There's a lot of people in the city. She wouldn't dare to attack." "She wouldn't dare outside the city either. Just keep an eye on her." "Third miss, these walnuts, dates, and mountain fruits are good. Would you like some?" the shopkeeper asked. Delicious and popular items. Weigh out 2 jin each. "All right, you're generous. Get more of those hawthorn fruits. Mumu loves to eat them." The remaining 79 taels were quickly spent on buying several carts of New Year goods. Maybe for the next 10 years, there won't be a big family reunion like this year. So, take this chance to enjoy the celebration. People here have short lives. Even if the old lady keeps them, she might not live 10 more years. Let her be happy and avoid regrets. "Shopkeeper, my young master wants to order 15 glutinous rice balls," Ashen said inside. He just realized Saner was happy to see her and immediately waved outside. "Young master, Miss Saner is here." Soon after, Wang Jingxing entered. He wore official robes, which made the girls and women in the shop wink at him. "Are there rice balls for sale here?" "Yes, the old lady of the shop is from Jiangnan. Her rice balls are excellent, usually not available to ordinary people." The shopkeeper was very attentive and smiled. "As long as Miss Saner wants to eat, just come and order. Don't make too many. My wife hasn't learned this craft yet and can't help my mother. Making rice balls isn't simple, and she can't do too many or she'll be overwhelmed." "What fillings do they have?" "Sesame, red bean, green bean. If you want other flavors, that's fine too." "Sesame filling is delicious," Wang Jingxing said. "Then try the sesame filling. Make enough for 11 people."
All right.
"What else do you want to buy?" Wang Jingxing asked. Seeing she didn't answer, he said, "Let's go for a walk." "Go for a walk? Would that cause gossip?" "Next door, little Wang. Don't you know your current popularity? You are like a flower among millions of butterflies. Do you realize how many girls want to come after you? The tea house is nearby. Let's go sit there for a while." She didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she thought it was better to discuss matters at the tea house. Wang Jingxing agreed and asked Ashen to go ahead and reserve a private room. The tea master knew they were coming early and arranged a nice room with good tea and snacks. "Your family is causing quite a stir. Did you send spies to my house?" "As the biggest family around here, of course I need to keep an eye on things," he said with a smile. "You also have many spies watching me." She quickly denied, "I dare not. Even if I had money, I couldn't do that. The officials are all your people, and I have little influence." Wang Jingxing didn't believe her. Whether he believed her or not, she had to say so. Even if she had spies, she would still deny it. "I will promote the silk farming method this year. The number of people raising silkworms will increase, and more merchants will come to buy silk and cocoons. Prices might fluctuate, so be prepared. Thanks for the reminder." Wang Jingxing looked at her and told her he wasn't just being friendly. "You should plan your land use on Snakehead Mountain early to avoid conflicts with my plans." Su Lingyu was very obedient. I want to set up a restaurant and inn. I also plan to build large workshops for silk reeling and weaving, which should be near water sources. Of course, everything depends on your overall plan. If you say a place is residential, I'll put mine there. Her obedient attitude made him quite happy. Although she was young, she knew how to handle things properly. She often kept a serious face, and few people saw her smile unless they were good citizens. Seeing her try to flatter him, he felt a bit pleased, but he kept his happiness inside. Come have some tea. The best Mengding tea. Suddenly, it was Lantern Festival. Everyone gathered around the fire, eating rice dumplings. Su Shan held his bowl but didn't eat, sitting by the fire, not wanting to move. The sesame-filled dumplings lay plump in the syrup, but he couldn't eat them because he was leaving tomorrow. His belongings were packed onto the cart, and at dawn, he would follow the convoy to the capital. Living far from home, he always looked forward to the new year, dreaming of being with his family. I envy families who enjoy a reunion dinner. Now he is experiencing a family gathering and living like a fairy. Days pass happily each day, and before he knows it, the time to part has come. He feels very reluctant. Even when you're outside and suffering or tired, I never saw you cry. Why did you suddenly start shedding tears? Su Zhongshe comforts him. Mother, I won't go to the capital with you. The city is dangerous, so you should keep in touch with your relatives. Visit brotherly often and check on your father. Su Shan wipes his tears and nods, yes. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. Su Zhong takes out his gift. It's a fine wolf hair brush, the best quality, and I hate to use it. I give it to you. Thank you, big brother. Su Lingyu says I don't have much to give, only 200 taels of silver. This is all my savings. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Whether you live or die, be poor or rich, it all depends on your family's efforts. Su Li pours a soup dumpling for Erlang. Sanner's words are just scare tactics. No matter what, this is still your home. If something happens, we won't ignore it. If you encounter trouble, send us a message as soon as possible. Su Shan looks at Sanner, and from his eyes and smile, he understands that Sanner's words about not caring might not be true. Su Li smiles for the first time at Su Zhongshe. Your status is extraordinary. Being able to look up to my heir Lang is his blessing. You may be a bit simple, but your judgment is good. Heir Lang has always been lucky. If you marry him and help him, one day you will become a noble lady. Thank you, daughter-in-law, for understanding. Whether she understands or not, the days in the capital are spent by the couple. All the advice and words of encouragement have been said during this time. Whether they can live better depends on them. Second brother, this is my godmother's address. If you have any trouble, you can find her. Mu Mian gives Su Shan the address of Zhang's wife in the capital. Thank you. Thank you all. Now that you're an official, you can't cry anymore. In the 12th year of Qingping, at night, Wang Jingxing and others sit in the study, discussing important matters. 3 people are on the left, 3 on the right, with Wang Jingxing in the middle. The first on the left is Mr. Xinming. He closes his eyes, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling gently, then suddenly looking worried. It seems he's lost in thought, making him look troubled. Wang Jingxing says to everyone, "Today we received news that General Sun's young daughter has passed away." General Sun's young daughter has passed away. Does he have a fiancée now? He's secretly allied with General Sun and plans to marry a daughter from the Sun family. However, the marriage with the young lady was disrupted due to a scheme. He had hoped to wait until the second young lady grew up to marry her, but she recently died of illness. Although her death doesn't break his relationship with General Sun, it's still not a good sign. He is already 21, and if he doesn't marry soon, it will be hard to explain. What's worst is that the woman he secretly intended to marry is gone, and even his formal marriage prospects are gone. Publicly, besides the eldest daughter of the Sun family, he had 2 other marriage agreements. Once, just before the wedding, the bride was frightened to death by bandits. Another time, the bride's lover eloped and drowned in the water. This year, he gained a reputation for being unlucky with wives. Many families are now hesitant to send their daughters to him. He is also happy to wait, hoping the Sun family's second daughter will grow up. But unexpectedly, the curse of bad luck has even claimed her life. Now, the second young lady is gone. This is a problem. Given the current situation, he should marry and have children quickly to get rid of the curse. Another person said, find a famous master to do a fortune-telling, then publicize that after turning 21, the curse can be lifted. Military strategist Yun Lan suggested, why not ask for the hand of Zhou Han's eldest daughter? She was predicted to not live past 13 when she was born. Now she's already past 13 and looks beautiful. Yes, I heard she's very lucky. Her birth chart matches well, and Zhou Han is the prefect of Longzhou and son-in-law of Minister Lin Ji. With such a prominent family, do you think he will agree? He has met the Lord before and praised him highly. He should agree. Not necessarily. I heard he's afraid of his wife, and the family's children's marriages are all arranged by the mother. Also, the daughters from common families marry well, so this legitimate daughter must be even better. So it seems unlikely. Suddenly, someone else said, Lu Guifei's niece is a good choice. The Lu family has many talented scholars. Lu Ri and Mr. Shen are close friends, and with Mr. Shen's guarantee, it should work. We've tried, but they found out somehow that the Lord is unlucky with wives, so they're hesitant to send anyone here. We don't want a common daughter, and legitimate daughters are hard to find. Who would be suitable? Too low, too high, nothing fits, so difficult. Wang Jingxing leaned on his head and asked himself, why am I unlucky with wives? It's all because I'm waiting for Su Sanner to grow up. The author is too ruthless, not only forcing him to divorce his wife, but also not allowing him to have a concubine. During the long night, I, the official, cannot indulge in women. Am I still human? Am I still human? I really want to drag the author out and punish him severely. First steam, then whip. Shinming made a firm decision and looked seriously at everyone, saying, marrying Su Sanner is also suitable. Her? No, she is not suitable. She is a rough person. I'm afraid not. She is too strong-willed and restless. Shinming said, I also don't like this girl. She is proud and looks down on everyone, seeing all others as insignificant. But she is the most suitable. Shunming continued, she is smart and can do things ordinary people can't. She understands people's hearts, uses temptation, and gains trust through faith. Here, she is very popular among the people. She is well-educated, but she doesn't like to talk with us. I once told her my mind was narrow, that I only cared about one small part of the world, but she doesn't know how vast the world is. The world she sees seems different from what we know. Yun Lan said, the Su family is a government official's family. She is trusted by the people, so she is a good choice. But I worry she is too broad-minded and likes high positions, which might be hard to control. Wang Jingxing waved his hand, signaling them to stop. This matter is not to be discussed. Master, having no heirs is a big issue. You should have children. Master, why not I go to Jiangnan to find a few beautiful women for you? Looking at his eager subordinates, Wang Jingxing sat up straight and asked, how can I make Su Lingyu like me? Hero saving the beauty. She has improved her martial skills a lot and has a group of guards. Do you still need to save her? Poet and beauty. She knows more famous quotes than you. Just send a marriage proposal directly. She has refused over 100 marriage proposals over the years. Let's just go with the flow. If it gets out, people will say I am cursed. In mid-July, at Lingyu Pavilion's swimming pool. She is only 13 now, and still feels like a little girl. But the people here say she is a young lady and can get married. If she hadn't announced her marriage request early, anyone coming to propose would have to break the door to get in. Su Lingyu sat by the pool, splashing water with her legs. Miss, someone has come to propose again. This time, they not only brought a gift book but also gave her birth date and time, saying it matches yours perfectly. She couldn't believe it. My fate is cursed, and even women who are doomed to bring misfortune still have suitors? Who said there are none? The matchmakers are all common children from humble families. They think that marrying you will save 10 years of hard work. Who wouldn't want to marry you and bring you into the family?
Chui Chui said as she entered.
Holding a sour plum drink, she placed it beside the young lady, not daring to look too much. The young lady was too delicate and charming. She couldn't look away once she saw her, so it was better to look less. Chui Chui, this belly band is too tight again. Next time, make it 2 sizes bigger. In less than 2 months, I need a new one. It's a waste of fabric and also tiring to look at.
No worries.
The young lady can wear cloth, and I can wear it too. Mine isn't as big as the young lady's. Although she was 2 years older than the young lady, her chest wasn't as large. It really made people feel jealous. Chui Chui added. Tan Xiaoji came by.
He said he has something to tell you.
Tan Buping was promoted from behind the scenes, working as an external steward, responsible for conveying orders for Su Qingqi. Tell him to speak outside. I can't hear him. It was too hot and she didn't want to go outside.
Yes.
Not long after Chui Chui left, she heard Tan Buping say, the son of Lord Chun of Nanyang City, Chendong, arrived at the trading post yesterday. It seems he's planning to open a workshop. I heard he's combining silk reeling, spinning, and dyeing all together. The master asked me to ask Miss Third if she needs to get involved. There's no way to stop it, and there's no need to. Without the Qin family, there are also the Li, Zhao, and Zhou families. The trading post was built here, and foreign merchants see the business opportunities. Naturally, they want to share. Go back and tell the master to wait and see what happens.
Yes.
Chui Chui came to help the young lady with a massage, talking as she worked. News from the capital says that women aged 14 are being selected for the palace. They all go to choose new palace maids. This is a wide recruitment. Even girls from poor families might rise up, Hong Er said with some envy. Rise up? I'm afraid they might not even reach the tree before they get caught, Su Lingyu said. Go find the old lady and ask her to prepare. Find me a marriage proposal. I want a man who gets married today and dies the next day.
Yes.
No way, rest assured. Su Lingyu sends Su Chao away. Chui Chui watches the man leave, then turns to the young lady and says, this shopkeeper Su, he came to discuss business but didn't bring any proof of his identity. He's not sincere. He has the scent of purple moonflower on him, and his collar is uneven. He must have stayed overnight somewhere last night and came hurriedly today, forgetting to bring his proof. How did you find out? This kind of thing happens often, so there's no need to guess. It's obvious. Su Lingyu walks inside to check the workshop, encouraging the workers to work hard and earn more. Unaware, shopkeeper Su leaves the door and is called away by someone else. Nice to meet you, shopkeeper Su. I am Chendong from Chen's Silk Shop. We have worked together before. Do you remember? Su Chao suddenly realizes, of course I remember. Chen's silk is very popular in Dai. Many wealthy people in the capital wear Chen's silk. You're joking, shopkeeper Su. Please come inside. It's almost noon. Let's eat and chat. Chendong invites Su Chao inside, then subtly signals Xiao Si to leave. Soon, dishes are served, and beautiful women bring drinks inside. Su Chao's eyes light up as he looks at the women sitting beside him. They are even more charming than the lady last night. Chendong says, although the Su family is led by old Master Su, it's usually Miss Su who handles business outside. Miss Su is just a young girl. She doesn't understand much about business deals. Isn't it more pleasant this way? Yes, indeed. The Su family relies on powerful connections, so their meetings are just tea or family banquets, not very interesting. Su Chao drinks and watches the beauties. But Chun shopkeeper knows how to handle things. Come, let's eat and drink. Quickly serve Old Master Su. Old Master Su, we are actually Old Master Chen's people, specially brought from Nanyang City to serve you.
Let me toast you.
Old Master Su, after you finish your sister's drink, you must also drink mine. All right, everyone drink. The next day, Su Lingyu waits at the workshop, but Su Chao still hasn't come to sign the contract. Later, someone reports, shopkeeper Su went into Chen's silk shop and is now with young Master Chendong. They seem to be close and they went to sign the agreement. Ague slams the table. This Su Chao is dishonest. How can he be so unreliable? Business can change quickly, so there's no such thing as a long-lasting deal. Let's go see Chen's silk shop, Su Lingyu says. A group of people followed to Chen's shop to see what was happening, mainly to question Su Chao about his broken promises. They arrived at Chen's workshop, where the manager was already waiting outside. Miss Su-san, a special guest. Is there something you need? That fake smiling face was really annoying. Clearly, they had stolen business, but pretended not to notice. Today, I had an appointment with Su Ji from Yen City to sign a contract, but Su Chao the shopkeeper got lost and went to the wrong place. Since I have some free time, I came in to ask him to come out, so as not to offend your young master. Miss San, wait a moment, the manager stopped her. Miss San, you might be mistaken. Shopkeeper Su isn't here. Our young master is also looking for him. You might want to check at his inn. You're talking nonsense, someone turned to her and said, Miss, I saw shopkeeper Su go inside here with my own eyes. The manager still blocked Su Lingyu and smiled kindly, saying if he's not here, you can send someone inside to look. Miss San, you shouldn't go in yourself. There are secrets inside that I can't reveal. If someone sees, I might lose my life. Su Lingyu stepped back, nodded smartly, and let them go inside to find the person. Half an hour later, they came out shaking their heads, indicating they hadn't found anyone. Su Lingyu looked at the manager, smiling slightly. Old fox, truly clever. The manager also smiled. He's not here, but you don't believe it. Well, I hope you believe now. Since they had stolen their business, how could they let her find any clues? Su Lingyu also smiled. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night and was mistaken today. Couldn't see the face clearly. I really saw him. Su Lingyu raised her hand to stop him and then apologized to the manager of Chen's shop. Sorry for the trouble. Miss San, you're too polite. Next time, make sure to look carefully before coming back so you don't disturb the workers. The manager cheerfully saw her off. After they left, the manager's smile grew even wider. It was still the young master, who was one step ahead, taking shopkeeper Su away. Manager, our Su family is quite powerful here. If we offend them, will it cause trouble? No need to worry. We have someone backing us now. Since the Su family has always cooperated with Su Ji, and they've stored a lot of goods meant for Su Ji. Now those goods are piling up. They might lose a lot of money. The Su family wants to dominate, but that might be difficult. If we could defeat them so easily, that would be great. Let's go back. The manager prepared for a long fight. Su Lingyu returned and sent someone to watch Su Chao's residence, checking the people he had contacted in recent days. Soon, they found him enjoying himself at a flower house in the city. A group of 3 or 5 people led the way, and no one dared approach her. They directly barged into Su Chao's private room, drove out the women inside, and sat down nearby. Su Chao looked a bit impatient. Just as he was having fun, his mood was spoiled. Miss Third isn't at home embroidering, so why are you here? This isn't a place for you, Chen Dong said with a smile. Young Master Chen, you don't know the full story. All the drinks here are supplied by me. I came to settle the bill. I thought you came here to cause trouble, Chen Dong said, pouring himself a drink and apologizing. I'm really sorry for taking your business. I met Brother Su, and we became friends yesterday. He saw I was having a hard time and wanted to help me. Please don't make things difficult for my brother, she said. Chen Dong drank his glass in one go. Su Chao was quite impressed. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Sana, who was staring at him without blinking, and he awkwardly smiled. Then Chen Dong continued, you can also rest assured. The Chen family's ancestors have always been in the silk business, spinning, weaving, dyeing. We have the skills, and the goods we produce won't cause Brother Su to lose money. Chen Dong's words were smooth and confident, making Su Chao feel proud. He initially felt guilty, but after hearing this, his confidence grew. In the past, the Su family in the business district dominated, and all raw silk and satin had to go through the Su store. Now, with competitors entering the market, the goods are just as good as those from the Su store, and the prices are even lower. He no longer relied on the Su store to sell his products. Miss Third suddenly cancelled, which is naturally my fault. but the prices at the Su store have always remained the same. And Chen's goods are not much different from yours, and they are cheaper. I will naturally choose the best. Businessmen want the biggest profit, don't they? Yes, she replied without saying much and turned to leave. Su Chao felt very proud, but gradually stopped smiling. Because he overheard Su Lingyu telling someone, "Remember this face, tell your friends in the underworld. No one is allowed to let this person into Daliang. If you see him, kill him, and come to me for a reward."
She.
Su Chao pointed at Su Lingyu's back. A nearby courtesan, feeling nervous, said, "Young Master Su, you'd better go back early. This person is not to be messed with." Chendong also said, "Big brother, don't worry. I will send people to protect you in the next few days." Su Chao hesitated and asked, "Can she really kill me?" The courtesan replied, "Her master is very skilled and has taken many disciples. If you humiliated her today, her junior brothers and sisters won't let you go easily." Another person said, "Master Shin knows many bandits. If the third young lady issues a warning, you might not escape. It's better for the young master to leave quickly." Young master, Su may not know. The third young lady's older brother is the local guard, and her father is a famous person here. It's easy for them to deal with you. Su Chao was truly scared. He was genuinely afraid. A powerful figure can't always control local troublemakers. To be safe, it's best to be cautious. Brother Chun, Big brother, don't be afraid. Before I came here, my father already contacted Lord Wang, the city lord, who can protect me. I have many men with me, and they can also protect you. Our cooperation remains the same. You just need to stay at home, and my people will deliver the goods out of customs and directly to your door." Chundong's manager said, "The third young lady is very vengeful. We've already offended her, and visiting her now might only lead to mockery, not forgiveness." The courtesan was clever and knew that helping Chundong at this moment could earn her a reward. She said, "Young Master Xiao is truly impressive, to be favored by the city lord. With the city lord's protection, we don't need to fear the Su family. The Su family is bold, but they still have to watch their faces." The women turned their attention and praised Chen Xiao, then went to comfort Su Chao. After everyone's advice and words, Su Chao's heart gradually calmed. Chundong also did as he said, sending many men to protect Su Chao, not only escorting him into the flower building but also inspecting the workshop. The main gate of Su's workshop was clean, with no horse manure on the ground. Not far away, Chen's workshop had several carriages parked outside, horses flicking their tails and relieving themselves. Workers were loading bundles of raw silk onto the carriages. Su Lingyu stood in her own workshop, looking across at the other workshop. "Without this income, we'll lose over 1,000 taels of silver this year," Liang sighed. "We're not just one merchant. Let them do as they will. I already have a way to deal with them." Su Qingqi arrived on horseback, jumped down, and threw the whip to his servant. "Third son, I've already told those people to go over there for a walk." "Go for a walk?" "Well, it's about dressing up as ghosts at night to scare the night watchmen. During the day, let the flower arm woman stand outside the door and chat. Talking like this isn't just ordinary chatting. They tend to gossip about certain women or ladies who come to work." Su Lingyu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a bit low-level?" "Dad, I don't think it will have much effect," Liang said. "Not much effect, but at least it can delay their deliveries." At this moment, a group of constables entered Chen's workshop, seeming to search for something. Soon, the head constable came over, bowing to Su Qingqi from afar, then bowing to her. The constable said, "Miss Third, don't worry. Commander Shi has already talked to us. He often goes over there. We should cause some trouble for them, so they realize who's in charge here. No, I mean so they know who the real boss is. Good, disrupt their business, and it's okay to make them uncomfortable. When you have time, come to Su's tea house for tea. Just say I asked you." "Thank you, Miss Third." Su's tea house is not an ordinary place. Besides good tea, they also serve nice snacks, and most importantly, you can listen to storytelling. Somewhere, a popular martial arts storybook spread, making the storytellers at the tea house very busy every day. It's hard to get a good seat. Chen's workshop, these small tricks are just like kids playing with mud. Su Lingyu is still a woman. She can't be too harsh. Chen Dong looked down on Su Lingyu. But Steward Chen said, Seventh Master said that Su Sanner is quite clever. Don't underestimate her. Don't worry. I already have a plan to deal with her. How's the production? Our people and tools are good, and the silkworm cocoons are plenty. We can produce 1,000 strands of raw silk a day. Very good. Hire more workers to speed up the output. Su Chao, who is timid, is already thinking of leaving soon.
Yes.
Chen Dong shook his chair, tapping the armrest, reciting lines from the Book of Swords and Chivalry. Leisurely, I drink at Xianling, drawing my sword and laying it across my knees. I feast on Ju Hai and toast hoeing. The next morning, Chen's workshop opened its gates, waiting for the female workers to start work. But after waiting for a long time, no one showed up. All the female workers went to the opposite Su's tea house. Steward Chen hurried inside to report to the young master. Chen Dong was being helped to dress. No one came? Yes, not a single person. Master Dong, Master Dong. The young man sent to inquire has returned. He said, Young Master Shao, Steward, I found out. The Su family across has increased the wages for female workers, adding 5 coins to each bolt of cloth. Last night, they also sent people to visit the female workers' homes, telling them not to come work here, claiming our wages are low, and that we are squeezing the workers' hard-earned money. Steward Chun looked worried. Tomorrow is the day for shipments. If no one goes to work, Manager Su will have trouble explaining. Chun Dong chuckled disdainfully. I expected they would use this trick before I came. No worries, I am prepared. Send someone to watch Su Chao. He has woken up. Report to me immediately.
Yes.
Within less than 2 hours, Chen's workshop was busy again. After breakfast, Chen Dong happily headed to Su's shop. He looked at the carriage outside Su's shop and counted. Wow, Su's shop had sent out 20 loads of goods. Selling these, they would earn at least 1,360 taels. Master Su, where are you planning to sell these goods? Su Lingyu saw Chen Dong and told Liang to go inside. Liang is the wife of an official, so she shouldn't personally have good conversations with a man from outside. Good morning, Chen Dong. Have you started working? Su Lingyu looked a bit disappointed, regretting her plan's failure.
Yes.
I brought in quite a few female workers from other villages, and they earn 10 coins more than yours. They're very happy to come work for me. You told them not to come to me, but they insisted on going. Who made my wages 10 coins higher? I heard you have 300 female workers. Will they all come to me tomorrow? Chen Dong laughed heartily, tidied his clothes, and said, I should go have tea with the city lord now.
Goodbye.
Su Lingyu also smiled. Yes, you should go have tea with Brother Wang. Last night, a guard named Ashen came to tell me. Don't worry about me. If you want to act, just do it. Chen Dong's face stiffened. Who doesn't know who Ashen is? Seeing Chen Dong's change of expression, Su Lingyu laughed. Just joking, I was afraid you'd be scared. Humph. After being teased by Su Sanyang, Chen Dong was a bit annoyed. He originally wanted to go see the city lord and build a good relationship, but the city lord refused to see him. He didn't know what the city lord's attitude was. The next day, he arrived early and waited at the city lord's mansion, and sure enough, he met Lord Wang. Although Lord Wang is young, he is very commanding, and he surprisingly does not dare to look him in the eye. Chen Dong considers himself experienced and believes he won't be oppressed by Wang Jingxing. But every time they meet, he feels nervous and avoids disrespecting him. Master. Shopkeeper Chen, why are you here instead of watching at home? Wang Jingxing reminds him, Su Sanner is not easy to deal with. If you want to stand your ground against her, you need to pay more attention to her.
Master.
I have other matters to attend to, so I won't talk with shopkeeper Chen any longer. Watching Lord Wang leave, Chen Dong ponders the words just spoken. The more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he feels. He decides to leave and head back to the trading post. The trading post is lively, with many merchant caravans buying and selling goods. Tax officials walk around with ledgers and seals. At this moment, Manager Chen rushes over. standing in a line with his young master, wiping sweat and saying, "This morning, Suji suddenly said she would manage the meals for the female workers." Manage the meals?
Yes.
Suji's people said that at noon, a bowl of coarse rice could be bought for just 3 cents. If they add 1 more cent, they get vegetables. 2 more cents, they get a stir-fry with green peppers and meat. Is she crazy? Food prices are not low. Whether she is crazy or not, the old servant doesn't know. But if we don't come up with a plan, people will be taken away by the other side. And today, the second batch of goods must be delivered. If we can't deliver, Master Su will surely be angry. People love visible benefits most. Most come to work bringing food, and if they can enjoy a hot bowl of rice, they're very happy. Any employer who cares about their workers' well-being is liked by everyone. Su Sanner is indeed not simple. Master Wang was right about her. Chun Dong thinks again that Lord Wang's reminder must mean he supports him in opposing Su Sanner. He walks a few steps, then suddenly stops and says, "You beat drums and gongs to tell the female workers that we are raising wages by 1 cent per bundle to speed up their work. Also, tell them we allow them to buy meals at Suji, but they shouldn't delay their work." Yes. Chun Dong returns and sends servants to gather the female workers, inviting them to come work for him. When they hear about the extra 1 cent per wage, many hesitant female workers rush to Chun's shop. They smile as they leave, saying, "Shopkeeper Chun is generous. We all want to work here. Shopkeeper Chun, rest assured, as long as you pay on time, we won't go anywhere else. Please come inside. Today's work depends on you all," said Chun Dong with a forced smile. The female workers were very happy. Some young girls dared not face Manager Chun and lowered their heads, blushing as they followed their relatives inside. "Master Su is coming and heading this way," said the servant. Chun Dong called the servants and said, "Go find the agency and tell them we need to transport goods to Yen City. You, go find some carriers and have them load raw silk onto the carts." "Master Chun, our raw silk isn't enough, and today might not be enough either," replied the servant. "Just make a show for Su Chow to see, mainly to buy some time. Go tell the female workers to work faster. We must produce 1,200 bundles of raw silk today." Understood. After thinking carefully and making sure there were no mistakes, Chun Dong patiently waited for Su Chow to arrive. After work, many female workers sat together on the street to eat, while others planned to buy daily necessities and take them home. The business district had become an independent economic zone, more prosperous than typical towns. Workshops paid wages to female workers and carriers. They bought and sold daily necessities and jewelry, so the wages circulated among various merchants. Merchants bought goods from the workshops and sent money back to the workshops. Most of the money eventually flowed back to the Su family. Suji Sericulture Workshop was the largest in the district, with 300 female workers working daily, and the total wages paid exceeded 100 taels of silver. The most prosperous street in the district belonged to the Su family. Apart from renting out a few shops, all other shops belonged to Suji, offering everything from clothing to food and lodging. Moreover, Suji established a private school to teach literacy, writing, and arithmetic. There was also a Ta Hui faction collecting money. Those who didn't want to study literature could learn martial arts at the Ta Hui school, mastering boxing and kicking skills, and then go out with their fathers or uncles to trade goods in other places. Suji distributed wages to workers and used various methods to gather money and bring it home. In the end, Su Lingyu was unlikely to lose money. Suji earned the title of local boss. Wang Long expanded his business and moved to Nanyang City, so the title of local boss fell to Su Lingyu. As a local power, daily income could easily reach 300 taels of silver, which explained why Chun Dong was envious. The second shopkeeper at Suji restaurant pushed 2 carts, loaded with coarse rice, a shiny bowl of green vegetables, and a bowl of stir-fried pork with green peppers. There is also a cart loaded with taro, about the size of an adult's fist. 2 coins can buy 2 taros of this size. Larger taros, about the size of 2 fists, cost 1 coin each. If you just want to eat enough, there is plenty of food. The guards from the agency are also hungry, but Chen's goods are not yet ready. After waiting for a long time and growing impatient, someone finally, bravely, went to buy food. They managed to buy a bowl of rice, but had to leave a deposit of 1 coin to ensure they returned the bowl. Chen's female worker saw someone buy food and quickly went to buy her own. A servant mingled in the crowd, bought a bowl of coarse rice, topped with a spoonful of stir-fried green pepper and meat, and brought it back to the master. Chundong held his chopsticks and stirred his rice. 3 coins for half a bowl of coarse rice, 2 coins for a spoonful of stir-fried green pepper and meat. The green peppers are more than the meat. The Su family really knows how to do business. Such a dishonest deal. Aren't they afraid of choking? Master, Manager Su is asking to see you. It seems he wants to go back to Yen City with this batch of goods. Then let him go back. If he stays here, it's useless, Chundong said. Send more people to the countryside to buy silkworm cocoons. We need to start supplying Nanyang City. Yes. Wang Jingxing is promoting silkworm farming techniques vigorously, and villages under Liang City are expanding quickly in silkworm raising. The amount of cocoons produced exceeds that of the Jiangnan region. If skilled people are involved, the cocoons they produce are top quality. Recently, Chundong obtained silk reeling technology from the Su family and improved the reeling machines. Only then did he come to the trading dock to establish a silk reeling workshop. Reeling silk is not his final goal. He wants to weave and dye fabric. He plans to use the trading dock as a base to reel silk, weave and dye fabric, expand his territory, and sell silk all over the country. He dreams of one day becoming a royal merchant, supplying silk to the imperial family. Obstacles on this path must be removed. He and Su Lingyu can only keep one. Su Lingyu is very strong, but he also has a backer. It's time to ask Brother Su to come down. Everyone get up, prepare to ship out, Chundong called. As Chen's cart rolled away, Su Lingyu approached Chundong. Seeing Chundong smile, she asked with a smile, "Is this the second batch? Just one more batch and the payment will be complete, right? Miss Third has good eyesight. Your goods are piling up, aren't they? Since my family also deals with silk dyeing, perhaps we can work together?" Yes, yes. Su Lingyu shook her head. All the raw silk in my warehouse has been sold, and I earned 300 taels more than you. Chundong didn't believe her. As far as I know, your biggest customer is the Su family in Yanqing. The rest of your sales are through individual traders. With such a large stock in your warehouse, where could the raw silk possibly go? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Su Lingyu looked surprised. Did I not tell you already? Yesterday, I shipped out a batch of 5,000 bundles of raw silk, also headed to Yanqing. It was sold to the rival of Su's, the Niu family. They've dyed a brighter red this year and urgently need raw silk to expand their production. I was hesitant about whether to take the Niu family's deal, but since you took the Su family's business, I had no choice but to accept Niu's offer. My raw silk is more than yours and of better quality. Since the Niu family took the business from the Su family, do you think the Su family's silk can still be sold this year? Will the Su family come back to work with you again? Su Lingyu looked at Chundong seriously and shook her head. That's a one-time deal. You won't make any money from it. Oh, right. My caravan was protected by my master, and it went smoothly, without any trouble. But your caravan might not be so lucky. I think Su Chao's journey back might scare him so much that he might not dare to come here again.
Su Sanner.
Chundong gritted his teeth in frustration. Haha, seeing you angry makes me so happy. Is it you? A thinner man pushed aside the man in a blue robe. Why are you touching me? Be more polite, the man in blue said. Polite? You're seducing my wife, and I should be polite to you? The thin man pushed him again. Out in broad daylight, don't talk nonsense, the man in blue warned. I'm talking nonsense?
Just think about it.
How long have you been here? Using the title of a craftsman to get close to my wife, and even trying to invite her out. Do you think I should hit you? The thin man suddenly pushed the man in blue away and raised his fist to strike him. At that moment, a Goe, the steward of Su's shop, stepped forward and stopped the thin man. No, don't fight. Peace brings wealth, and harmony brings good luck. Ague said to the thin man, "This is one of our craftsmen, earning his living with his skills. Don't hurt him. If you injure him badly, it will cause trouble for Sue. But he's seducing my wife and touching her. Aren't you going to do something about him?" The thin man demanded. "You're talking nonsense. Steward Ague, Lee, have done nothing of the sort. In fact, it's his wife who's been acting provocatively in front of me, trying to me." The thin man stepped forward and pointed at the man in the blue robe, ready to fight. The man in the blue robe hid behind Ague. Ague held back both men and tried to calm them down, saying, "Don't get excited. Let's talk inside. There's nothing to talk about. It's his wife who seduced me. I tell you, you better talk to that woman and tell her to stop bothering me." "No, you should fire her and not let her come here to work," said the man in the blue robe. Ague felt annoyed but kept a calm face. He invited them, "Let's go inside and talk. Sit down and discuss nicely." He said to the thin man, "For your wife's reputation, let's go inside and talk." The thin man agreed and headed toward Suji. But the man in the blue robe refused and suddenly said, "That kind of shameless woman still wants to me. She should look in the mirror." The thin man got angry, turned around, and punched the man in the blue robe, knocking him to the ground. He kept hitting his head with his fist. Hey, stop fighting. Be gentle." Ague tried to pull them apart, but didn't really move. He just wanted to teach this shameless worker a lesson. Stop. Everyone stop fighting." A young woman ran out from inside, carrying a small child on her back. When the child saw his father, he cheered happily. "Stop fighting. He's a worker here. If you hit him, Miss Third will punish you," the young woman said, pulling her husband aside. She kept apologizing to the man in the blue robe and also to Ague. Ague asked the young woman, "Does he often make excuses to go to your place and bother you?" The young woman blushed and nodded slightly. The man in the blue robe got up from the ground and said, "You shameless woman, what are you nodding for? It's obviously you who seduced me." Suddenly, 2 or 3 strong servants ran out from inside and carried the man in the blue robe away. One of the servants, Aunt San, came over and said to the young woman, "The young lady has already found out about this. In a little while, Miss Third will decide what to do. You should go home now and comfort your family. Here's your wages for today. Don't cause trouble here. It's not good for outsiders to see," she added. The young woman took the money, nodded repeatedly, and took her husband home. Ague looked around and said, "Everyone, go back to work. There's nothing interesting to see." Without the excitement, the merchants went back to their business, finding good spots to set up stalls, selling and buying goods. Goods are coming out. "Shopkeeper, I need 200 strands of raw silk." "Is that all the silk you have?" "Everything is here, small workshop, small business. I don't dare to die too much. If you want, you can place an order with me. Look at these beautiful colors. I tell you, Kyoto doesn't have colors like these. Guest, you must be from the north. Look at this fabric. It's thick, durable, and the blue color is very stain-resistant. It's freshly made. Clothes made from this are very comfortable to wear." Outside, the lively noise masked the sounds inside Sue's shop. Soon, a man in a blue robe was driven out. It turns out he was fired from Sue's shop. Many female workers' workplaces are prone to problems. Male workers who enter Sue's shop are either skilled or involved in handling goods. Most work outside, with only a few allowed inside. When incidents like this happen, they must be dealt with quickly to prevent trouble and damage to the shop's reputation. Spinning silk is tiring and hot work. The women often wear thin shirts while working. Sue's workshop built internal and external walls. Access to the inner walls is strictly controlled, especially for men. Even Su Qingqi is not allowed inside easily. The man in the blue robe was a skilled worker and could repair the frame carts inside. Seeing someone attractive, he had bad thoughts. Once Su Lingyu investigated and confirmed his intentions, she immediately fired him. Chun Dong watched the man in blue leave and then smiled, telling the steward, "Send someone to follow him." "Master, do you want to recruit him?" Skilled workers from Sue's shop understand how the frame carts are built. Sue's carts are the best. They help female workers spin silk faster and better. After he was thrown out, 3 or 5 people immediately approached him, trying to recruit him. He might not come here either. Besides, our carts are just copies of Sue's carts. There's nothing new to learn from there.
What I want is more than just that.
Since they can't defeat Sue's shop outside, they will start from within. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, Su Lingyu accompanied Madame Su to the Taoist temple to burn incense. The temple appeared in recent years. The person in charge is the same Taoist priest who once supervised the excavation of Snakehead Mountain. After General Sun returned to the capital, Master Huai stayed behind. He set up a dojo in a nearby mountain valley near Snakehead Mountain and established a temple to worship the 3 pure ones. Because he is kind-hearted, Su Lingyu brought him many plants, improving the environment around the temple. Many pilgrims visit the mountain, and some believers stay to help take care of the temple's plants and trees. Su Zhang and his wife-in-law went into the hall to burn incense and happened to meet Master Huai. Master Huai invited them to sit in the backyard, showing great concern for Su Lingyu's marriage. Su Li held her tea helplessly and said, "Third sister is very stubborn. She doesn't like this one or that one, and I don't know what kind of man she wants." But who asked the master to arrange her marriage? Master Huai shook his head. I don't understand much about marriage. Third sister's fate is different from others. Most people's lives are set from birth, but hers keeps changing. It's hard to predict. I like to try to read her fortune. A few days ago, I checked her luck and saw she might face a disaster this year. Su Zhang and Su Li were both surprised. How can we avoid it? Su Zhang asked. Master, please help third sister, Su Li begged. I often see you eating at our place, and I want to help. After thinking carefully, I realize it's hard to avoid this disaster. It's difficult to remove, but it can be shared. If she gets engaged, maybe half of the trouble can be eased. Su Li felt sad because she knew third sister didn't want to marry. She wasn't interested in love or marriage. It would be very hard to arrange an engagement for her. It seems difficult, she said. Is there no other way?
Su Li asked nervously.
Master Huai said, this year's imperial decree orders girls over 14 to enter the palace for selection. Third sister is 13, but her age is 14 in the lunar calendar. Are you thinking of sending her to the palace? The mother and daughter shook their heads together. Third sister is naturally free-spirited and doesn't like restrictions. She probably doesn't want to go to the palace. Su Zhang said, it seems third sister doesn't want to marry. Last night, I discussed with her. She said she would find someone close to death to marry. First, it would refuse the palace's selection. Second, when he dies, she wouldn't have to marry. Master Huai counted on his fingers and said seriously, the palace is not only not her place, but also her disaster. Her fate doesn't match the palace's people. For her safety, it's better not to go there. Su Zhang nodded, indicating she understood. I can't predict exactly when this disaster will happen. We should find someone for her to marry as soon as possible. Thank you for telling us, Master, she said. I'll donate some incense money to the temple.
No need for that.
If you have Mengding tea, just send some here. Soon after Su Lingyu sat down, a servant brought tea. Before she could drink, she saw Wang Jingxing approaching. He was talking and laughing with others, walking up the steps through a small pine grove. The servants behind them carried loads with food and gifts, as if they planned to stay at the temple for a couple of days. Years of experience had made him mature and steady, and his build was especially strong. If he didn't smile, he looked very heroic. If he smiled, he seemed gentle and warm, like a spring breeze. The charm of little Wang next door had also grown deeper. Su Lingyu turned around and saw Tsue and hung her blushing. With such little courage, you're not even close to him, and your faces are already red. If you were near him, would you even dare to say hello? Tsue muttered, Lord Wang is a divine being from heaven. We can't even dream of him. You dare say you haven't dreamed of him at night? Miss, you're just being petty.
Haha.
Spicy lady. Seeing the spicy lady, Su Lingyu grabbed the servant and ran away. The spicy lady, realizing her disguise was uncovered, ignored everything around her and drew 2 large axes, ready to attack Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu took out a bag of chili powder and threw it at the spicy lady's face, creating an opening to dodge her attack. Spicy. Kill her. Kill this wicked woman. The spicy lady squinted and shouted. Hidden bandits revealed their true forms, grabbing weapons and attacking Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu got a sword from Hunger, who protected her from behind. She pulled Suetsue along, trying to break through the chaos. She swung at one, cut at another. She was not very skilled. Thanks to her master and junior brother's daily training, she managed to hold her own. The spicy lady wiped the chili powder from her face, tears in her eyes, and with her axe, charged into the circle of enemies, wildly swinging at Su Lingyu. The spicy lady was reckless, full of strength, just aiming to kill Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu, someone is paying to kill you. Today, I will cut you to pieces, she shouted. After 3 rounds fighting the spicy lady, Su Lingyu was starting to struggle. She used her sword against 2 axes, but lacked experience in such close combat, quickly falling behind. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in, and someone kicked away the spicy lady's axe, easing her pressure. He then used palm strikes and punches, knocking the spicy lady flying in just a few moves. The once formidable spicy lady was easily sent flying by him. The other bandits pulled up the spicy lady. Boss, this is Lord Wang, let's run. Bah, nonsense. Run everywhere. The spicy lady got up and ran quickly. Ashan chased after her. Despite her skills, she managed to block his attacks. Ashan, don't pursue him. Protect the villagers, Wang Jingxing shouted. Ashan stopped and let the spicy lady go. There are many villagers here. If they push too hard, I worry that the spicy lady and others might use innocent people as shields. Disperse the villagers and let them go down the mountain.
Yes.
Fortunately, you arrived quickly, Su Lingyu said, still feeling scared. The spicy lady is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If she fights with you again, she will definitely lose. Wang Jingxing didn't think this was a big deal. Master Huai hurried over, holding a sword, ready to fight. Seeing Wang Jingxing, he looked around and asked, Are mountain bandits here? They have been driven away. Don't worry, Master, no one was hurt. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for helping us and saving the villagers from trouble. You're welcome. At this moment, Su Zhongshi and Su Lixi hurried over. Seeing that their 3rd child was safe, they patted their chests and prayed for protection. Are you all right?
Don't scare Mom.
Just a moment ago, they were drinking tea, and now they were told about the bandit attack on their 3rd child. Su Zhongshi was so frightened she almost lost her soul. She struggled to walk out, her legs weak, but she insisted on coming out. When she reached the door and saw her 3rd child unharmed, she finally relaxed. She said that there was a disaster, and now an attack had happened. It was true what the master said. This year, her 3rd child was in great danger. They needed to find a husband for her 3rd child to share her misfortune.
Grandma, Mom, don't worry.
Lord Wang saved me. The 3rd child comforted them. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for saving us. We are very grateful. He casually replied it was just luck. No need to thank me. I came here with my friends to visit Master Huai. Su Zhongshi and Su Lixi repeatedly thanked him. Wang Jingxing looked at the 3rd child again and saw her also looked grateful. He calmly accepted their thanks. After thanking Lord Wang, Su Lixi and Su Zhongshi sighed. They felt relieved for their 3rd child and praised Wang Xiaoga's kindness. In the blink of an eye, she has become so mature and steady. She used to be just the little girl next door. Yes, thanks to him. Only because of him did the 3rd child escape danger. Su Lixi remembered that last time it was also because of him that her 3rd child was saved. He is truly her 3rd child's benefactor. Brother Wang Xiao has a bright future, and 3rd son is talented. If they join forces, it would be wonderful. Mrs. Su Liwei dare not think further. 3rd son smiles warmly at her family, but still feels some distance inside. She decides to test him. Mrs. Su Liwei glances at third son, changes her mind, and comes up with a plan. I'm a bit tired. Let's go sit over there. She finds a stone to sit on and casually asks third son, what do you think of the city lord? Her lips part slightly, eager to hear his answer. She feels nervous and wonders how he will reply. Seeing the corner of his mouth lift into a smile, her hope is eased. He's a good official. I think so too. Third son already understands her intention and doesn't need to ask further. She feels a bit disappointed but still hopes third son will find a good partner and live a better life. Yes, she needs to encourage eldest and second sons to work hard and help third son have more opportunities. She wants third son to live freely and happily. Her grandsons are also not very useful. After so long in officialdom, they still can't get her sister a noble title. If Su Zhong were here, he would say the old lady favors her granddaughter and ignores her grandson's feelings. Is it so easy to get a noble title? It should be the elders of the family who can get it, not third son. On the way, third son keeps thinking about the spicy lady's words. The spicy lady said someone paid to buy her life. She has had many disputes with her, and the main suspect is Chendong. But the argument was just words. No one was killed, and his interests weren't harmed. The money he earned, he kept. There's no need for him to hire someone to kill. Is it really him? She needs to find someone to test him. Third son, I heard you were attacked. Are you okay? Su Qingqi ran up from the mountain, panting heavily. He hugged third son and patted his shoulder to make sure he was safe. Before she could speak, he started crying. Those unkind people want to kill you. Wait for me, I'll take people and deal with them. Mrs. Su Zhong frowned. Why are grown men crying? Third son is fine. I heard from people coming down the mountain that those bandits are back. I was worried. Just thinking about my dear third son being cut in half by bandits makes me feel terrible. Bah, nonsense, Su Lisher snapped, pulling her son's ear. Are you hoping something happens to third brother so you can take over the family business? It's not like that, mother. Please don't think that of me. Ouch, it hurts. The family's business was large, and he had a lot of money. He was always surrounded by people. Although he was involved in transporting goods, it was not very reputable. As a mother, she knew her son best. She never let him get involved in important family business. Instead, she told him to go outside and meet merchants, carry goods, and do similar work. To help her young master, Su Lingyu held onto the old lady and said, It's hot in the sun.
Let's go down the mountain.
Humph. I'll let you go for now.
Go down the mountain.
With money and some power, Su Lisher became more confident. She was determined to make anyone unhappy if they made her upset. Of course, this was just her thinking. In reality, she had to be patient with some people. The candle flickered. Shinming sorted the official documents. Important ones needing approval were placed on the desk. Less important ones were set aside. Wang Jingxing used a red pen to approve, reject, or suggest improvements. Today, the hero saving the beauty left a good impression on the Su family, Shenming said. Wang Jingxing looked at Shenming. That fierce woman seems strong, but inside she's empty. She only has strength. If I had arrived a little later, Su Lingyu could have knocked her down. That hero scene was poorly done, Wang Jingxing said. Today was Mu Xiu's day off. He was supposed to have dinner with his uncle, but Shenming brought people to persuade him to go to the temple. On the way, he wondered what might happen, but it turned out to be just a hero saving the beauty. Wang Jingxing put down his documents and asked, What made you change your mind? I still don't like her, but I have to admire her. I've benefited from her over the years, but I haven't done much for her. I've received her kindness, but I don't like her. I often look angry at her. My behavior is quite petty. She's smart from a young age, and I was afraid her intelligence would harm her. Now I see I was wrong. She is the smartest and most worthy of respect in the world. If she weren't so young, I would write her biography and teach her. Shenming sighed, felt guilty, and was insecure. Time has made me understand her fully and see myself clearly. I may have a lot of knowledge, but I am just an ordinary person. I can't stand others being smarter or more popular than me. It's the first time you've opened your heart in front of Wenba and praised others. It is truly rare for you to appreciate Saner.
Sha 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 sha.
At night, it started to rain, and a cool breeze blew in, making everyone inside feel comfortable. Wang Jingxing looked out the window at the rain, lost in thought. Raindrops drifted in through the window frame, and Shen Mingzi got up to close the window. Hearing the master say, different paths, ultimately hard to walk together. Let's forget about Su Lingyu. Send a letter to Longzhou, asking for the Zhou family girl. Shen Mingzi felt regretful but still bowed and agreed. It's late at night. I shouldn't disturb you. You should rest early. Yes, go ahead. Perhaps because the rain outside was heavy, a tiny firefly flew in through the window. It fluttered around inside, blinking happily. Shen Mingzi looked at the firefly for a moment, then carefully left the room. When he stepped out and turned to face inside, he reached to close the door. Just as the door was about to shut, he saw the firefly fly over to the master's side through the candlelight cast the master's shadow on the wall, stretching it longer and making the figure look even more slender. When Boy, ambitious and talented, had few people around him, he often traveled alone into enemy territory. The Zhou girl might not be able to help much. He thought about having more people help the master, fighting through hardships together and moving forward. Among those who had looked out for him over the years, Su Saner was the most suitable. Although she lived quietly, her desire to improve never faded. If given a direction and a goal, she would stand like a female general under the military flag, fearless and commanding. Unfortunately, she had fallen into obscurity voluntarily. The master also didn't want to force her. He closed the door, smelling the scent of rain and night outside, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Since the master said to forget about it, he decided to let it go. Letting her live freely was also good. When the servant brought the umbrella close, he lifted his hem and hurried away. The scorching sun shone down on the earth, and the marketplace was still lively. Workers unloading boxes wiped sweat from their foreheads with towels while loading burlap sacks onto carts. The arrival of summer silkworms kept the small workshops busy every day. Female workers pinched a strand of silkworm silk between thumb and forefinger, lifting it from the water. 2 strands of silk were placed on a rack, while they moved a small cart and handled the silkworm cocoons. The cocoons shrank as they spun, and the silk grew thicker. The shopkeeper Mu and his apprentices improved the spinning machine, blending silk with specially made fine threads to twist into a new type of thread. This was a step forward for the Su family's silk industry and marked the expansion of their business. The silk threads supplied by the Su family come in 7 or 8 different levels of strength. Many foreign merchants prefer to buy from Su Ji, and while they don't make large deals, small orders come in constantly. Chen Dong is very jealous of this. He tries everything to increase the variety of products at Chenji, expand production, and boost income. But he can never catch up with Su Ji, always ranking second. In summer, the women of the Su family like to stay in Lingyu Pavilion. Lingyu Pavilion has fans that don't need human effort and a large pond for fun. That day, Su Lingyu was lying half-reclined inside, gently swinging her legs, eating a cold melon fed by hunger, and drinking sour plum juice offered by Cui Cui. Life was very comfortable. Liang, pregnant and carrying a big belly, came inside and looked at the 3 people in swimsuits. It's still more comfortable here. You're pregnant and can't stand the cold. Don't overdo it. It's fine, just resting as usual, Liang said, climbing onto the bed with a thin cover over her navel. Recently, I haven't wanted to go to private school, saying it's not as cool as home. At this moment, Mu Mian brought her 3-year-old nephew inside. The little boy, wearing a red belly band, was as white and chubby as a doll from a New Year picture. Seeing the swimming pool, he couldn't take his eyes off it, giggling and clapping his hands, wanting to go into the water. That's the deep water area. Cui Cui will take him to the shallow part to play. Su Lingyu told Cui Cui to look after Su Qing.
Splash.
Mu Mian dove into the water, then surfaced, already swimming some distance away. Every day after her nap, She felt uneasy unless she swam a few laps. Liang drank her sour plum juice and said, "This morning, I heard that Lord Wang is being transferred to Nanyang City." That's a promotion. No, not exactly. The higher-ups clearly said that Lord Wang is going to Nanyang to give up his military power, Liang explained. That's not good news. Nanyang City is better than Liang City. If it were me, I would rather give up military power than leave Liang City, Liang said. My husband says the higher-ups see the good here. They want to transfer Lord Wang and then send someone to pick the peaches. In the past 3 years, they promoted composting methods, rice planting techniques, and sericulture basics, which made Liang City's taxes 3 times higher than elsewhere. Someone has already taken notice of this. If Wang Jingxing hadn't achieved military merit and gained some support, he might not have stayed in his position for long. Entering Nanyang City is indeed better than staying here. I should go to congratulate him. Where is my brother-in-law going again?
Su Lingyu asked.
She was asking about Sister Mu Mian, Zhang Yuefu's family, who is also her business partner in Nanyang City. Nothing much, just a promotion in rank. He's now 1 grade higher, managing the troops in Nanyang and Liang cities. My husband said it might be a separation of civil and military officials. Military camps are managed separately from the city. Military camps are not under city control. This is about dividing the power of generals, favoring civil officials over military ones. People have been beaten at their doorstep, and after winning, they still have to cede land and pay compensation. Yet they still promote civil over military. This country doesn't seem to want to be strong and prosperous for long. What does the eldest son want to do? Liang shifted into a more comfortable position. He probably wants a promotion. That's good news. We should celebrate again. I heard that the Pan Stone Opera Troupe has a new play. Why not invite them to perform? That would be wonderful. Liang yawned. She was about to sleep. Su has many things to do. When the masters want to escape the heat, they take turns. Liang went out in the morning, and now it's her turn. Su Lingyu lifted the bath towel, turned her body, raised her long legs, and then stood up. Mu Mian, it's our turn to work.
Huh. Oh.
Bring down the chilled watermelon and squeeze it into juice. In another basin, several large green-skinned, black-striped watermelons floated. Originally called cold melons, they were improved and cultivated, turning into red-fleshed, black-seeded watermelons. They are not as delicious as modern watermelons yet, so they need further cultivation. The workshop was very hot. Su Lingyu had people dig a large pond inside, fitted with 2 water wheels. People stepped on the water wheels to bring water into the workshop, cooling it through evaporation. When the water wheels turned, they drove large gears, which in turn drove smaller gears. One rotation of the large gear made the small gear turn 3 times, pulling the special fans on the roof, creating cool breezes for everyone inside. Su Lingyu picked up a gourd on the watermelon juice through a bamboo straw, while keeping track of the accounts. Even with fans, water cooling, and refreshing drinks, she still felt hot. She wished she could tie up her hair to let her neck breathe. 3rd Mississippi. The tax officer is here. Come, please sit. You sit too, she added. The tax officer didn't dare to be presumptuous and first asked her to sit. He owed his position as chief clerk to his humility. Seeing Chui bring the drinks, Su Lingyu greeted them. It's so hot today, and you have to go everywhere. You must be tired. Here, have some cold drinks to cool down. Thank you, Miss Third. Miss Third is always so kind. Is this watermelon juice? The one bought out in the city? It's not anything special, just drink it. The watermelon is ready. When you leave, each of you take one home to share with your family, Su Lingyu said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Third. Many thanks, Miss Third. The brothers collecting taxes were very happy. To ordinary people, they looked impressive. But those in this line of work knew they were not as powerful as merchants. At least, they couldn't buy whatever they wanted. The tax collector opened the tax record and said, the Su family is a big family in Liang City, so normally they don't have to pay taxes. But Miss Third owns so much land that you can see, so just give a little. It makes our work easier, don't you think? We don't want to make things difficult for you. I received your letter yesterday, and today I've prepared the silver and coins. Su Lingyu waved her hand, signaling Cui Cui to bring over her purse. Thank you for understanding, Miss Third. Is your master doing well? He needs to go to the city tomorrow. I want to discuss some matters with him. Do you know if he's at the government office? The tax collector thought for a moment and shook his head. The city lord hasn't appeared for 3 days. He might be on another mission. Miss Third, please wait a moment. When he returns, I will send someone to inform you immediately. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Miss Third. Since the matter is settled, we won't bother you any longer. Seeing them leave, Su Lingyu saw them off at the door. Cui Cui pouted. It's clearly an official, so why do they still have to pay taxes? Why do they have to serve them? If we don't build good relations with them now, no one will help us if something goes wrong. The higher your position, the more humble you should be. It's like keeping a backup plan for yourself. Under the lady's watchful eye, Cui Cui lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Su Lingyu went into the city to stroll around. Everyone around her greeted her warmly and tried to sell her their best products. The visiting merchants found it strange. Who is the girl riding a donkey? She seemed more popular than the city lord himself. After asking around, they learned that the pesticides and high-yield rice popular in this area were all made by her. That was the mysterious girl everyone was talking about. They looked at her curiously, and the more they looked, the more stories they could tell when they went back. Su Lingyu brought gifts to the government office. She heard that Wang Jingxing was not inside and had not been there for 3 or 4 days. Where did he go? Did he not tell you? Seeing them shake their heads, she was puzzled. That doesn't seem like something your family senior would do. Xiao Wang is very diligent, holding power tightly and being very controlling. Yet, he didn't arrange anyone to manage the office and just disappeared. Could it be that he went on a secret mission when the court was promoting him? Su Lingyu thought she guessed right. The more capable a person is, the more likely they are to be sent on secret tasks. Let's go to the Wang residence to deliver the gifts. Since they couldn't congratulate him in person, they decided to go to the Wang residence to send their regards and show sincerity. Carrying the gifts, she wobbled to the gate of the Wang residence. Surprisingly, it wasn't a servant opening the door, but Master Shi. When Shenming saw her, he frowned and looked displeased. Since you're at the gate, why didn't you get off the donkey? Do you know that's rude? It was indeed a bit rude. Su Lingyu climbed down from the donkey and bowed to Shenming. Master Shi. Shenming replied. News from the capital says Lord Wang is getting promoted. I came to congratulate Uncle Wang. No need. Your Uncle Wang isn't feeling well. He just took medicine and isn't seeing outsiders. Shenming refused her bluntly. Bring what you want to send. I will pass on your message. Her master's impatience and cold attitude made her unhappy. Over the years, her master's attitude had softened noticeably. Why was he suddenly so cold and indifferent? Was it because he was hard to get along with, or was there another reason? Forget it. Such a strange person, with unpredictable temper. She was too lazy to think about it. She waved her hand for Cui Cui to bring the gifts, then politely bowed and took her leave. Many on the street, relying on Su Ji's goods for business, were happy to interact with her. She was warmed by their friendly greetings, which helped dispel her negative feelings from Shenming. That candied plum is delicious. Buy some. The sauce pork knuckles are good. Half a jean, please. Old whose sticky rice cakes are out. Hurry and queue up to buy some. Grandma loves this. Su Lingyu wandered around the street, then happily returned home. In her arms, on the donkey, and in Cui Cui's arms, were her spoils. Entering the city was like going into a large shopping mall, seeing something good. She bought it without hesitation. A beautiful face is placed at the shop or stall, asking for this or that, and no one refuses her. She used to pay with a card, now she uses recognition. Life is much easier than before. Back at Sue's place, she shares the food with everyone. While chewing crispy taro and meat strips, she tells her cheap dad, Uncle Wang's illness keeps coming back. Shouldn't you go see him? Su Qingqi teases his grandson and casually says, Last time I visited him, He looked healthier, with a rosy face and fewer spots. It's probably not a serious illness this time. And if something serious happened, Lord Wang would be more anxious than us. I haven't heard of him calling a doctor, so it's probably not a big problem. Su Qingqi holds his grandson close and gives him a piece of milk cake. Once I visited Brother Wang and saw the Lord carefully feeding him medicine from a bowl. The Lord's filial piety is beyond praise. Su Qingqi feels a bit envious. He moves closer to his third son, teasingly saying, "I don't need you to give up riches and fame like the Lord did, or abandon the high salary in the capital. As long as you take good care of me when I'm sick, I'll be very happy. Tell these words to your son," he continues. When the Lord gave up the imperial exam in the capital and ignored temptations there and returned home alone, he was called a great filial son. Even if I wanted to give up my official position for you, I need to have that kind of strength. Third son, you're no less than a man, Su Qingqi says, lifting his grandson and tapping his leg. You don't need to do anything special. Just make me a set of clothes. That's enough. Poor old dad. I can't even serve you, he adds playfully.
Su Qingyak spitifel.
Su Lingyu glances up at him and continues organizing today's account books. The thread I've been working on is almost ready. When it's done, I'll make you a pair of jeans and teach you to be a proud man, the most enviable dad in Liang. Really? Of course. When you wear the jeans I make, you'll definitely be the most handsome guy in town. Ha, Dad, I'm waiting for your gift. Although he doesn't understand what the most handsome guy means, he's happy that she's making him pants. This will make him happy for at least 10 days. Su Qingqi can't sit still. He takes his grandson outside and accidentally reveals to him that she's making clothes for him. He then listens reluctantly to the compliments outside. All day, Su Qingqi keeps smiling happily. Su Lingyu is also amused by his childish behavior. The sound from Lingyu Pavilion is very cool and refreshing, making people feel comfortable enough to sleep peacefully. She placed the reclining chair under the shade of a tree, enjoying the summer breeze, fanning herself gently, and gradually fell asleep. Master has returned. Miss has fallen asleep under the tree.
Ha!
Su Lingyu was awakened by the noise, feeling a bit sleepy-eyed, and mumbled, "Master has returned." Shen Lang remained silent and quietly came to her side. She yawned, looked up at her master's face, which appeared somewhat grim. It was either an incident with the trading caravan or her master was upset about something. During her master's absence, everything at home was fine, and her junior brothers were well-behaved, with no major problems. What could be making her master so serious? Did the trading caravan have trouble? She asked. No, someone wants you to go somewhere. She was suspicious. Who? Shen Lang didn't answer, but signaled for her to follow him. Though worried and a bit doubtful, she still followed. They left the Lingyu Pavilion and walked along a mountain path. Su Lingyu realized they were heading in the wrong direction. She waved her hand to tell Tsue to go back and asked Hunger, who knew some martial arts, to follow. After passing the wall, she saw a man with a scarred face, big dark circles under his eyes, and an anxious look on his face. Seeing her, he became excited, as if he had something to say. She remembered he was one of Wang Jingxing's people. Had Wang Qingzhang's incident happened? Third miss. The man bowed 90 degrees and saluted her when he saw her. Judging by his appearance, it was likely that Wang Jingxing's situation was serious. Wasn't Xiao Wang next door talented in both literature and martial arts? Shouldn't his subordinates have grown stronger and more numerous over the years? Why was he injured? Those people were truly useless. Let me go back and bring some things, she said, turning to head back. No, third miss, it's too late. Please follow the young man. Su Lingyu frowned and looked at Shen Lang. Seeing him nod, she decided to trust them this time. Let's go. Coming down from another mountain, Su Lingyu was arranged onto a carriage. The dark-colored carriage headed straight for the city. Before reaching the city, it veered south. Where were they going? Could it be to sell her? She believed it wouldn't be like that. Her master's character was trustworthy. Sigh, she hadn't given any instructions before leaving. If she didn't return by nightfall, her family would be very worried. The carriage moved quickly, passing through a mountain valley and arriving at a small village. No, it wasn't just a small village. It looked more like a military camp. Several people were active on the outskirts, seemingly busy, but actually on alert. There were not many people, only about 100 or 200. To stand firm alone, one must have their own strength and armed power. I believe these are Wang Jingxing's reliance. Before entering inside, the carriage stopped. Put on this cloak. She took the cloak handed by her master, skillfully tied the strings, and put on the hood.
Done.
Supporting her master's hand, she got off the carriage. Before she could look around, her master held her head down. Don't look around. She understood this was a private place. The more she looked around, the easier it was to be in danger. But when entering a strange place, the first task is to find a way out, a safe escape route. The brim of the hood blocked the view of outsiders and also her sight. She could only see a small area in front of her, but the full scope was unclear. She could only act according to the situation. Let's go this way. Even if she couldn't see them, she could sense many eyes watching her. She walked very carefully, guessing whether her master might betray her and trying to figure out whose place this was. After getting off the carriage and climbing a mountain, she was glad she often trained in mountain climbing, so she wasn't afraid of uphill paths. Not long after, she saw Ashan. Strange. Ashan had the same kind of dark circles under his eyes. But Ashan looked more sorrowful. She boldly looked around and saw many guards dressed in black. Some familiar guards looked very worried. She had a bad thought. Could Xiao Wang from next door have passed away? We've arrived, Shen Lang said. Su Lingyu lifted her hood and saw Yunlan, and also Wang Jingxing not far away. On the sunny, Wang Jingxing leaned against a tombstone, like a lifeless sculpture. Who is in the tomb? Yunlan said, Uncle Wang. Su Lingyu was shocked and asked hurriedly, and who is the person in the city?
Fake.
Why not hold a funeral? The official is about to take office. Holding a funeral would mean mourning for 3 years. We can't afford that. She understood everything now. Family ties and status. Wang Jingxing chose status. For the sake of his position, he followed the advice not to hold a funeral and even asked someone to pretend to be his uncle. She looked down on him a little. Then she quickly dismissed that thought. Wang Jingxing wasn't the kind of person who valued power over family. If he cared about power, he wouldn't have given up the imperial exam, left the capital, and returned to Liang City back then. If he valued power, he wouldn't have stayed in Liang City for so many years, starting from a small official position. If he valued power, he wouldn't have changed himself just because of the common people. You must know he is talented in both literature and martial arts, with extraordinary wisdom. If he had stayed in the capital, he would surely have a position among the 6 ministries.
Su Lingyu sighed.
People are different. Some dare to gamble, others cannot. Perhaps for various reasons, he was afraid to take big risks, hoping the emperor wouldn't take away his worries, so he continued to stay in his role. How many days has it been? She asked. 2 days. The official said he left the government office 5 or 6 days ago. Yunlan mentioned that Wang Jingxing has been gone for 2 days, and Uncle Wang only passed away the day before yesterday. Thinking of generous Uncle Wang passing away so suddenly, she felt sad for him. We want to take the master back, but Ahu is guarding nearby. Whenever we get close, it bites. It has hurt my 2 brothers. Please, miss, take Ahu away. If possible, go and persuade the master. Bring some incense candles. I will go and pay my respects to Uncle Wang. After they delivered the items, she carefully walked over, holding up her skirt, and saw Ahu lying nearby. This creature has betrayed him, being friendly with outsiders and no longer close to its master. No wonder it often ran into the mountains and didn't return home. When Ahu saw her, it only lifted its eyelids and then lay down again. She kicked this traitor, telling it to stay further away. Ahu got up, took a few steps outward, then lay down again. Squatting in front of a stone tablet, she saw it was an uninscribed stone monument, a plain blue stone with no words. Wang Jingxing was cautious. To avoid outsiders discovering, he didn't even carve words on the tombstone. She lit a fire stick, lit the incense candles, and paid respects to Uncle Wang. She said to the grave, "Your death was worth it. At this moment, you are an anonymous person, but one day, your name will resound across the land. Your silence has bought him 3 years. Those 3 years were not wasted. He loves the people, understands their hearts, and knows their feelings. During these 3 years, his strategies will help millions of common people avoid hunger and live better lives. Some die weighing as much as Mount Tai, others die lighter than a feather. But your death weighs heavier than Mount Tai. First, it allows him to pursue his ambitions without being confined by regional boundaries. Second, it enables him to serve the people wholeheartedly and build a prosperous and glorious Daliang." She took out wine from the basket, uncorked it, and poured it into a cup. "This cup of wine is for you. Thank you for raising such a good official for the people. This cup is for you. Thank you for your generous help back then. If it weren't for you, there would be no Su family today. I will toast you again with this third cup. Uncle Wang, you go ahead first. We will meet again someday." She glanced at Wang Jingxing and continued, "Next time we meet, it will be when Daliang rises and shines among the nations." She poured wine onto the ground, completing her farewell ritual. Seeing Wang Jingxing looking lost and sad, she didn't know how to comfort him. "Please accept my condolences. Ahu is gone." She took Ahu away. Ahu stood up, looked back at Wang Jingxing, then turned and left with her master. The guards nearby saw Ahu leave and quickly stepped forward to advise her master. "Oh no, the master has a fever. Quickly carry the master back." Yunlon arranged for someone to take her back. She also told Ashan, "You take Miss Sen home." After everyone dispersed, she asked Ashan, "Does your family have any other relatives?" "They're all gone," Ashan said sadly. "He's the only one left in this world." Staring at Wang Jingxing's back, she felt his sadness and loneliness. Once, she had a time when she was happy but no one shared it, and when she was sad, no one helped her. She didn't need Ashan to her. She took Ahu and headed into the mountains, walking back home from the other side of the mountain. Ahu often came here to play and naturally knew the way back. On the way, she asked Shenlang, "Do you know who Wang Jingxing really is?" "I don't know." "Don't know or don't want to say?" "Don't want to say." She already knew Wang Jingxing's background was extraordinary. A young boy, raised by his uncle, receiving one-on-one lessons from a teacher, and martial arts training from a warrior. Every move and gesture was full of etiquette, like a child from a wealthy family. Is he a descendant of a traitor? So, he's a descendant of a loyal general. His whole family was executed? Only he escaped? "How do you know so much?" Shenlang asked back. "Guessing." "Is he a descendant of a famous general?" Shenlang looked defeated and honestly replied yes. For a while, she didn't speak. Shenlang asked her, "Why aren't you asking more?" "No need. I can probably guess." "Huh." The master and disciple, with one tiger, continued walking into the forest. A loyal general and a famous general can only die from one reason: conflict of interests. She continued, "Princes fight for power. The winner becomes king, the loser dies. Officials who make wrong choices or follow the wrong people are either executed or exiled. Political struggles are bloody and fierce. The losers are either beheaded or banished. It's not hard to guess how the Wang family died." Shenlang's face darkened. No wonder his adoptive father didn't like her. She was too clever, always thinking ahead and close to the truth. As a teacher, he couldn't even show off his knowledge properly. Is Wang not his original family name? It's best you keep these things to yourself. Don't tell others. All right. Aren't you going to say something? Like about this wrongful case? I can't say anything yet. Just know that Wang Jingxing has been kind to me. If he faces difficulties, I will help if I can. Let's run. Otherwise, we won't make it back before dark. Yes. Can 2 legs catch up with 4? No, you missed some people. The master and disciple Shenlang were running swiftly through the forest, while a tiger chased after them. Am I fighting for the throne? No, I am fighting for the common people, those who have no clothes or food. Living can't bring them happiness. Dying means I won't burden them anymore. De Lang, you're the eldest son. Escape. Escape and never come back. Don't come back no matter what. When I die, just bury me where the sun shines. No grand funeral, no need to tell outsiders. After living so many years, I should have died long ago. Don't. Wang Jingxing woke up suddenly from his dream, startled. He looked around and realized he was back in reality, far from his loved ones. Those dear people he could no longer reach or see. Thinking of his deceased family members, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with grief, covering his face and crying loudly. Tears fell from his chin and spilled through his fingers. Heartbroken and unable to control himself, he could only wash his face with tears. On the ancient road, men are told not to shed tears easily, only when truly heartbroken. Ashan and Yunlon held medicine, about to push open the door when they heard their master crying. They also shed tears, unwilling to disturb him. The decree was issued. Wang Jingxing was to move to Nanyang City. Several matchmakers' letters came along with him. On the day Wang Jingxing left, the people of Daliang City gathered in large numbers to see him off. His policies on grain and silkworm farming greatly benefited the people, who were very grateful. It was proper to see him off. As a prominent family in Daliang City, the Su family must send someone to see off the guest. Su Lingyu stands far away, watching Wang Jingxing happily chatting with others. The brighter his smile, the sadder she feels inside. Who can understand his loneliness and sorrow? Why does it seem like Lord Wang has lost weight? Suetsue asks doubtfully. Yes, he's a bit thinner, his cheeks are sunken. Is Miss not going over? There are too many people. I can't go. Nanyang City isn't far. I can visit him any time. Let's go back. Father will handle the greeting. Su Lingyu signals the servant to clear the way and head home. A simple farewell is enough to show her feelings. On the way back, she meets Ashen. Ashen says, Master wants to see you.
Now?
Wang Jingxing isn't in the city, saying goodbye to others. After leaving the city, he wants to see you. She understands. She knows he's a secretive outsider, worried and needing a private talk, so she must keep her mouth shut. Wang Jingxing is cautious and suspicious. This is understandable. She changes carriages and follows Ashen to a hidden forest. There are guards in the forest, so safety isn't a concern, but they need to worry about silencing anyone who might talk. The young master next door isn't cruel, but that doesn't mean he won't kill if necessary. After waiting a long time without seeing anyone, she sits on the carriage's front, taking the driver's seat. She leans on the carriage board, swinging her legs in the air. The imperial decree has come down. Many families have proposed marriage to your master. How does your master feel about it? She casually asks. Ashen, holding a big sword, leans against a tree, chatting with a third young lady. There are 3 letters from the capital, asking for marriage. Mr. Shen and Yunlon seem very pleased. The marriage will be decided soon. I should prepare a gift to congratulate your family on the wedding. Don't add salt to the wound, Ashen whispers, leaning closer. Master cried terribly yesterday. The master is here. Su Lingyu jumps down from the carriage. When he reaches her, she places her right hand on her left wrist and bows to Wang Jingxing. Lord Wang, greetings. Before leaving, I felt it wasn't right to leave without saying a few words. Please go ahead. This time, the one taking over Daliang City is Bao Xing, the son of the Bao family from Longzhou. He was a jisher in Qingping's second year, served as a compiler in the palace for 3 years, and has been working in the Ministry of Personnel ever since. He has some skills. If he implements certain policies and you oppose them, you must think carefully first.
Thank you, sir.
Also, he has some kinship with Qinji, and they might be working together against you. If you can't stay in Dongquan Village, move to Nanyang City. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't leave Dongquan Village, she said. Her roots are in Dongquan Village. How could she leave?
Do as you like.
In a couple of months, I will have Su Zhong leave. Whether he stays or goes is up to you. Indeed, as the situation improves, Wang Jingxing is promoted, and Su Zhong is promoted along with him. Congratulations, sir, on your promotion. Su Lingyu suddenly bowed to offer her congratulations. He was in a bad mood and was impatient with her. That's enough. Go back now. She bowed again, and then turned to leave. Her confident and swift manner made her seem cold and unfeeling. Especially Wang Jingxing, who was hurt by her indifference. He had many things to tell her, but when he reached her, he couldn't speak them out. Those thoughts remained hidden in his heart.
Sir?
Let's go. The carriage wheels moved forward, leaving behind the place where he had lived for many years. He knew that place was not his true home, but it was where his uncle was buried and held many childhood memories. Now, as he left, he felt a deep reluctance. He opened the letters his uncle had left him. Letter from uncle to nephew Jingxing. Dear Jingxing, listen to your faults as if hearing your parents' names. Your ears may hear, but your mouth must not speak. Gossiping about others' faults and making false judgments is a great evil in my eyes. I would rather die than see my descendants do such things. You know how much I dislike this, so I am writing again. Wrap yourself in humility and follow your parents' teachings, so you won't forget. I hope your words are careful, humble, frugal, and respectful. Be authoritative when needed, worry for others, and find joy in their happiness. The way to govern a country is to first make the people rich. When the people are rich, the country is easy to govern. When they are poor, it is difficult. Rich people respect their homes and elders, and respect for authority makes governance easier. Poor people are careless about their homes and elders, and daring to disobey authority makes governance hard. Therefore, a good ruler first makes the people rich, then governs them. The words about ruling are no longer warnings but guidance. The way to keep a family safe is hard to explain. I think Su's third son is very good for marriage. His appearance and demeanor are charming. He understands people's hearts, is wise and sensible, remains calm in danger, and cares for his people from the highest point. Marrying into his family, future generations will be successful, sons like dragons, daughters like phoenixes. He wanted to tell his son many things, but he lacked the strength to write them all down. Li Hong'er, Jia San's wife, left the Su shop carrying 2 bolts of fabric. Jia San, a commoner, looked puzzled. Wasn't this for Miss San? Why are you bringing it out? Li Hong'er opened her cloth bag. This was a gift from Miss San. It's good silk, meant for making a fine outfit for you. Making clothes? Miss San said your improved weaving machine produces beautiful silk with unique cloud patterns. She's giving this to you. Really?
Of course, really.
Jia San felt proud and elated. Miss San praised me again. She asked you to come here tomorrow to discuss a business deal. She wants to buy your skills. Jia San felt like he was floating on clouds, his feet no longer on the ground. No, I won't go home. I'll stay at my father-in-law's tonight and see Miss San early tomorrow. Inside the Su shop, Su Lingyu was examining the new fabric Li Hong'er brought. The female managers nearby watched. These patterns are quite rare. Looks a bit like clouds in the sky. Not quite. If we change it a bit, it might look more like clouds.
Su Lingyu nodded.
We still need to improve. The new machine should be able to weave cloud patterns better. Maybe even longevity symbols. Congratulations, Mississippi. You've found another skilled worker. More people will want to do business here in the future. One manager said, with a smile. Su Lingyu put away the new fabric. Go and get busy. This is a secret, don't tell anyone. She dismissed the managers, yawned, and stacked her account books. She placed her handkerchief on the ledger, held the book with both hands, rested her face on it, and took a nap. The new city lord, Bao Xing, hadn't arrived yet, so everything at the government office was managed by Su Chong. Su Chong was very busy. He even took his father to the office to help with some chores. Although his father didn't understand official matters well, he knew how to deal with people and calm restless folks. Because of this, the Su shop no longer needed a shift boss, and Su Lingyu didn't want her grandmother or mother-in-law to stay at the shop in the hot weather. So she and Mu Mian worked harder, taking more shifts. Summer was hot, but sleep was sweet. Not sleeping would be a waste of youth. In a tea house somewhere in the business district, the dismissed worker, Li, was having a meal. He ordered a plate of mung beans, pickled pig's head, and a small jar of wine. He ate happily and said, "Without me, the sous shop won't be as good. It mainly deals with silk reeling and spinning. But I also did a lot of work on the fabric because I wanted Sue's silk to be even better." The man drinking tea nearby smiled and said, "Lee, don't say that. Just now, someone from Sue's shop came and sold 2 bolts of cloud pattern silk. I heard that the man from that shop used to be a carpenter who could fix weaving machines. He figured out a way to weave cloud patterns, and Miss Sue was very interested. She directly rewarded him with a medium-sized bolt of silk." Medium-sized silk. That's worth a lot of money. Lee, the skilled worker, didn't believe it. Do you think every carpenter can improve a weaving machine? If every carpenter could do skilled work, the wages wouldn't be so high. You're better, Lee. After leaving Sue's shop, you could get higher pay. That's impressive. Lee Hung, the skilled worker, lifted his head proudly. The man said, "Lee, you should go back and study machinery properly. Without new ideas, you'll be fired sooner or later." He turned to his friend and said, "Having a skill can support you for a lifetime. But at Sue's shop, it's not like that. They see you have a skill and hire you, but if someone in their family learns your secrets, they'll find an excuse to dismiss you. Then they won't have to spend much to keep you, and they'll learn your craft. Isn't that better?" Lee slammed the table.
Don't talk like that.
"But it's the truth. Look, if you're irreplaceable and very important, would Sue's shop fire you or throw you out? It's probably because your skill in fixing and repairing silk spinning machines was learned by those young guys working for Sue's shop. When you're useless, they just throw you out. You thought you were so impressive, but it turns out you're just someone Sue's shop doesn't want, discarded by others."
Ha ha ha.
The small shopkeeper at the tea stall quickly stepped forward and said, "Lee, don't listen to them. They're just jealous of your skills. They're deliberately talking badly." He then said to the men, "From your accents, you're not locals. You don't know that Miss San is a very kind person and wouldn't do such things. She used to be good, but maybe not anymore. People change when their appetites grow," one man said, pulling out 9 coins and slapping them on the table. He joked, "Not working farming or planting seeds, but coming to weave cloth, trying to get more benefits, I suppose." The shopkeeper took the money and turned to Lee. "Don't listen to them. I don't know who sent them to slander Miss San. Am I one of those unkind people?"
Lee technician snurta coldly.
Lee technician slapped the copper coin and left with a dark face. The owner of the tea stall shook his head as he took the money, not commenting on the quality of the customers. On summer nights, it's not only hot but also full of mosquitoes. The guards at Sue's shop brought special incense sticks. The incense sticks were mixed with herbs that repel mosquitoes, and the smell was very unpleasant in the air. Snap. Mosquitoes. Look, it bit me and drew some blood. Mosquitoes only bite you, not me. Let's go. It's time to patrol outside. Yeah, take a walk around, and then go back to sleep. The patrol team, holding sticks, left the small house and went to the workshop. Not far from Sue's shop, they heard the sound of a gong. Flooding. Flooding. Come quick and help with the fire. Flooding. Flooding. The patrol team ran over, grabbed a wooden bucket from the corner of the wall, and rushed to the water jar to scoop out water and pour it outside. Near the small shop where Sue's shop was located, thick smoke was billowing, with some sparks flying. Everyone on the street ran out, pouring water from buckets and basins to put out the fire. The flames that had just started quickly went out, but before they could celebrate, a child pointed at Sue's workshop and shouted, "Fire! Fire! It's burning over there." The patrol team was shocked. "Help with the fire! Quickly, help with the fire! The big fire is rising. How can we put it out?" The captain grabbed the water bucket and ordered the team, "You two go operate the water wheel. The rest of you, go ring the gong to wake up the merchants and tell them there's flooding. Ask them to come help fight the fire. You go tell Miss Third that the workshop is on fire. Silk spinning uses a lot of water." Sue's shop built a large pond, letting water flow from above into the workshop and instructing different areas on how to use it. When the patrol team reached the pond and tried to operate the water wheel to fill the pond, they found the water wheel had been cut down. The pond also had a hole dug in it, and water was flowing out rapidly. A man hit his thighs with his hands and shouted in distress, "What should we do now?"
Forget all that.
The water will can still be used to lift water. We just need to pour water from above. As long as water gets inside, it won't burn too many things. Su Lingyu stood in front of the workshop, looking at the half-burned building. She showed no expression on her face, but inside, she was very angry. The workshop, covering 20 acres, was half-burned. We went to put out the fire, but we forgot about this side. The thief took advantage and ran inside, setting the house on fire. The fire spread quickly, and the flames suddenly flared up. We didn't have time to run back. It was an oil-based fire. Water couldn't put it out, so we used sand to extinguish it afterward. The patrol captain was very worried. The workshop was burned down in his hands. He couldn't compensate for his family's loss. The master grew more silent, and he became more anxious. Mu Mian crouched down and pried open the wooden plank on the ground. "Sister, I smell oil." Third young master is outside. Su Qingqi called her from the door. Seeing her sister go out, Mu Mian happily followed. Su Qingqi pointed at the old man and called him over. "Third miss," the old man bowed. "Chiba said he knows who set the fire," Su Qingqi said. "The old man often sells tea at the street corner. The day before yesterday, Li Heng came to my stall to drink, and he met 2 foreign merchants. They kept talking badly about you, trying to cause trouble." Li Heng looked very upset and seemed to believe what they said. "He usually comes twice a day to drink, but yesterday he didn't show up. The person who set the fire might be him." "Definitely him," someone outside shouted. The people outside loudly said, "I saw his wife buy oil. She said Li Heng was working on a new craft at night, using oil. She bought 10 jin of oil at once." Now there's another witness, making it hard not to suspect Li Heng. Su Qingqi raised his voice. "Come, let's go find Li Heng. That ungrateful dog." Su Qingqi took people to find Li Heng. His wife lied, saying Li Heng wasn't at home. When they burst into the house, they found Li Heng hiding under the bed. Now it's clear, evidence shows Li Heng set the house on fire. Su Qingqi tied Li Heng up and took him to the government office for trial. Looking at the broken beams and collapsed pillars, Su Zhong sighed. He said to third son, "It's not good that this happened now. If I lock up Li Heng, people outside will say I am biased, protecting the family's interests and disregarding human life. If I let Li Heng go, the family's reputation will suffer. Do you think this is easy? If the eldest son locks up or kills Li Heng, when his position becomes threatened, someone might come forward pretending to be a witness and accuse him of killing innocent people. If the eldest son easily releases Li Heng, Su Ji will have to suffer silently." Su Lingyu said, "You need to gather eyewitnesses and physical evidence and handle the case fairly. Not only that, but you must also ensure Li Heng's safety. Let him live well and observe the progress of the case. First, you should hold a public trial. Second, do not let officials from the government imprison him. Outsiders should guard him to prevent anyone from using him to commit crimes or slander us. That's all we can do." Su Chong also felt overwhelmed. Li Heng, a skilled worker, was brought in. He struggled and shouted, "It's not me, I didn't do it. I didn't set the fire." Servants put him down at Su Chong's feet. Li Heng stood up, nervously and timidly saying, "It's not me, I didn't set the fire." "Since it's not you, why are you hiding under the bed?" Su Qingqi asked. Li Heng hesitated, "I'm afraid. I've always been timid, and I worry you won't believe me." Su Chong asked him, "Where were you last night?" "At home."
Who can testify to that?
"My wife can testify, and our child can also testify," Li Heng replied. Li Heng's wife loudly said, "My husband was really at home. I can prove it." In court, family members' words might not always be trustworthy. The wife's testimony was less credible. Besides them, who else can prove you were at home? Li Heng, choking, said, "Everyone's doors are closed at night, and I was either at home or outside. Who can see me?" "Exactly, no one saw you, so you are highly suspicious. Take him back to the government office and lock him in the dungeon."
No, sir.
"My husband really didn't go out. Li Heng's wife ran and knelt down to speak. Li Heng was even more scared, trembling as he said, I really was at home, working on machinery. I didn't leave. I hear weaving sounds from my house, and you can hear them outside, Li Heng quickly added. Su Chom ordered someone to find Li Heng's neighbors and ask if they heard any sounds. Some said yes, some said no. The night watchman said, I heard noises from Li's house, like weaving or knocking on wood. I don't remember clearly. Men can weave cloth, and women can also weave cloth. No one can prove who is inside, Su Chom commanded. Bind him and tie him to that post. I will find out the truth. Li Heng begged desperately, it's really not me. Su Qingqi and his son walked together. Li Heng is the main suspect. He was just dismissed, so he must be angry, they said. He is familiar with our workshop, and there is evidence from witnesses that he bought kerosene. We didn't find any kerosene at his house earlier, so he must have set the fire himself. Based on last night's situation, someone lured the guards away, then entered inside to set the fire. The fire started exactly where silk cocoons and fabrics were stored. This person must know the workshop well, but he has accomplices. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been successful. Anyone could be suspicious, not just Li Heng. Su Zhong arrived at the first room that caught fire. Santa was already inside, watching for a while. Any clues found? Su Lingyu thought for a moment and said, No, the person who set the fire is very clever. He soaked cloth with oil and used it to ignite the fire, then added more wood in the storage room. This made the fire spread quickly and made it hard to put out. The attack was carried out by a team of at least 6 people. One set the fire outside, another inside, and some hid in the dark, waiting for our patrol to leave before setting more fires inside. Su Zhong said, investigate who has been living here these days. Su Lingyu told Wang, check the gatekeeper's house too. They have keys, and it's possible they open the door for the intruders. It might be an inside job. All the managers should be questioned. Now, there are many tasks to do. Su Qingqi sent people out to bring in all the managers for questioning, asking if they gave keys to outsiders, where they were last night, and where they kept the keys. Meanwhile, Su Zhong investigated whether anyone noticed anything unusual last night or saw outsiders around. He also asked if they saw Li Heng leave the premises. Su Lingyu sat in the main hall of the workshop, listening to reports from all sides and organizing her thoughts. The workshop was burned down. Wow, it's quite a big fire. Chen Dong peeked inside the door. It's all black and charred. It will probably take days before we can reopen. Seeing the trouble at Su's workshop, Chen Dong felt very happy. Chen Dong, do you have free time? Su Lingyu, hands behind her back, walked out. As the host, you don't have to weave cloth yourself. That gives you more free time, Chen Dong asked. Heard the warehouse burned down. Is that true? Are you trying to kick someone when they're down, Chen Dong? Not at all. I would never do such a thing. Chen Dong smiled warmly. This batch of silkworm cocoons in the warehouse, you can't use them, right? The finished silk threads, no one wants them anymore, right? Why not sell them to me? I'm very skilled at handling this kind of raw silk that has been smoked or burned by fire. How much are you offering? Not to let you lose money. 5 cents less than the original price, and it's yours. Thank you for helping me solve this problem. It seems your wish might not come true. Everyone was gathered here. What's going on? Yuanda, the elder brother-in-law of Fusing, came over with some people. Yuanda and his men entered the Su workshop and immediately saw Saner. His smiling face gradually relaxed. He also saw a little troublemaker he disliked. Businessmen believe in leaving a margin. They shouldn't be ruthless, to build good karma for the family. But this little guy is even more cunning than his father, and his methods are much harsher. He's done many ruthless things. Chen Dong doesn't like Yuanda much either. Yuanda has always been an enemy of the Qin family. He has suffered many losses at Yuanda's hands and grew up losing out. Every time he sees Yuanda, he doesn't want to show a good face. But today he's happy, and talking a few words with Yuanda is fine. Saner, what are you doing? Yuanda asked suspiciously. Chen Dong pouted. See for yourself. It was burned by fire. He looked inside and saw a messy scene on the east side, with tiles scattered everywhere. Burned goods piled up into mountains. Several women wearing masks were tidying up the remnants in the warehouse. Did you ask someone to do this? Yuanda asked Chendong. Don't think I have a villain's mind. I do honest business. Unlike you, who resort to sneaky tricks when you can't win. Chendong looked down on Yuanda. Yuanda also looked down on Chendong. 50 steps and you laugh. At 100. We're both the same. Brother Yuan, is this the Su shop you mentioned? The man behind Yuanda was short and stocky, with a slightly yellowish complexion. He spoke with a smile, giving a good impression. This is a typical business face. People say appearance reflects the heart. This man has a friendly, prosperous face. I'll introduce him. Yuanda introduced Su Lingyu to his friend. This is the famous Su Sanner. All the good goods I sell you come from her. This is Zhou Rong, the chief clerk of Beiyang. Zhou's shop is in many big cities. He's here to buy goods, specifically a batch of fine white silk fabric. Brother Zhou wants to buy 30,000 rolls of white silk. My workshop can't handle that much, so I brought people to find you, Yuanda said. Zhou Rong smiled and said, I heard that Miss Su's method is unique, able to produce the most silk fabric in a very short time. I don't know if it's true. I came with Brother Yuan to see the excitement and to meet Miss Su and Mr.
So,
Chendong laughed and said, You might be disappointed, Zhou. Last night something happened here, so your kindness might be wasted. Yuanda didn't like Chendong and said to Zhou Rong, in those days when refugees flooded in, fights often broke out. Once a fire burned the villa, destroying 2 silkworm rooms. Miss 3 managed to survive. I believe she can get through this too. Brother Yuan, silk and silkworm cocoons are very delicate. Being burned like this, they might be unusable. Chendong and Zhou Rong looked at him and said, Brother Zhou, look at this. After such a big disaster, repairs will take at least half a month. How can there be time for business? Chendong cupped his hands and said, I'm not talented. I set up a workshop across the street. Brother Zhou, you can go take a look if you want. Just a look, no pressure. Also, give them some time to tidy up here. It's dirty, dark, and ugly. It would be nice to have a cup of tea at my place.
Yuanda was angry.
This kid was more annoying than his father. His father would secretly buy business, but this guy cut in openly, extremely annoying. Yuanda signaled to his third son to speak. Su Lingyu asked, I wonder what kind of fabric Brother Zhou is interested in? For example, patterns or weaving methods. This batch of goods is to be sent to Qin country. The newer and more unique, the better. Of course, the quality must also be high. When do you need it? In a month and a half. Yuanda really hoped his third son would take this deal. He didn't want Chendong's kid to it away. Su Lingyu thought for a moment, but shook her head. Sericulture is my strength. I am still exploring weaving techniques. The weaving workshop was close to the warehouse, but half of it was burned, and many parts are blackened. It probably can't produce anything in a month. Yuanda felt a bit disappointed. Zhou Rong, the shopkeeper, was even more regretful. He wanted to give this deal to Miss 3. A month and a half was the final deadline. Chendong, both proud and modest, said, In business, if you take someone else's order or have good ideas, you must act quickly. Otherwise, you'll miss the opportunity. Brother Zhou, I've bought all the silkworm cocoons in this area. But they don't have much silk here, and it's mostly yellowed and burnt-looking. The fabric made from this won't look good. Why don't you consider this, young man? Chendong pointed to the workshop across the street. Look, that workshop has many people and produces a lot. They will offer you the best price. Business is about mutual agreement. I don't force this deal on you. I just want to invite you to take a look. Yuanda tried to stop him and said to Zhou Rong, Brother Zhou, maybe we should. Zhou Rong raised his hand to stop Yuanda. Chen is right. Let's go see the other workshop. Even if we don't make a deal, it's good to learn something.
Please, this way.
Chendong led Zhou Rong to the other side. Yuanda could only watch his brothers leave, feeling disappointed and frustrated with Sanner. Aren't you good with words? How come, when the deal is right at your doorstep, you don't try to keep them? Our family has so many problems. You brought a good deal, but I can't handle it. Su Lingyu turned to invite Yuanda inside. Once inside, Yuanda realized the situation was much worse than he thought. This is a serious problem. Our business for the second half of the year is ruined. Luckily, we don't rely on these for food, or we'd have nothing to eat. Yuanda looked at the situation with regret. Leave the matter here to your father and brother. You should go back and take care of the rice crops. Selling seeds makes more money. Do you know how much money you made from selling your seeds? Yuanda drew a circle in the air with his finger. It's 3 times more than here. Chen Dong went to Su's shop again, specifically looking for Su Lingyu. Last night, I drank with Manager Zhou all night. He even recognized me as his younger brother. This deal is definitely mine. Chen Dong was proud. Look, if you develop some new seeds or farming methods, everything will go smoothly. But if you get involved in this, you'll either get burned in a kiln or your workshop will be destroyed. You're not suited for these kinds of business. Young lady, you should stop trying to be a merchant. Go back and plant flowers and rice. Maybe someday you'll become a saint like Madame Huang. There's no point in messing with these things. Chen Dong shook his head and pouted. This kind of business needs a man. You should stop pretending. Look, this fire will burn away all the money you earned this year. You stole my family's business and are still showing off here. Be careful, or the wind might out your teeth, and you'll get nothing good. Mu Mian pouted in displeasure. But she didn't care about her displeasure. Getting this deal means she can have a good year. Chen Dong said, raising silkworms, selling seeds, and selling pesticides are enough for you to make a profit. Why compete with the people? Su Lingyu directly ignored him and looked down on Chen Dong. After gathering enough evidence, Su Zhong began to judge Li Heng. She wanted to go and see. At the trial scene, people were crowded around, all eager to watch the lively event. Su Zhong moved the trial table to a high platform and judged Li Heng. Who are your accomplices? Who did you give the kerosene to? Sir, I really didn't set the fire. I bought the kerosene, but I didn't set the fire. The kerosene disappeared overnight. Li Heng said, my wife put it under the bed, but when I looked, I couldn't find the jar. They caught me and I don't know what happened. Smack. Su Zhong struck the gavel. You won't confess unless you are pressured. Bring the 10 strikes. Sir, I am innocent. The timid person couldn't bear to hear the tragic cries and looked away. After the 10 strikes, Li Heng couldn't move. Li Heng, are you going to speak or not? Sir, I really didn't do it. Li Heng begged and cried. Bring in Li Heng. The constables brought in Li Heng. She sat slumped, begging for mercy, when she saw the officials. Sir, I was wrong.
I confess.
Li Heng's wife came to see me once, and we drank together. I was drunk and felt someone touching me. When I woke up, I felt the key was wrong. I was afraid to say anything, afraid of punishment from Miss San. If I had known this would happen, I should have told Miss San earlier. Li Heng kowtowed repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Su Zhong struck the gavel again. Arrest Li Heng's wife. The constables took Li Heng's wife away, and she was carrying many bags, seeming ready to escape. Li Heng saw this and cursed angrily, Wretch, it's all your fault. You conspired with others to harm me. Do you still want to escape? The constable said, Sir, last night we kept watch on her. We found out she was secretly communicating with Lai Quan, who collects night-scented herbs, and was packing her bags to run away.
Wow.
Secret communication. Adulterer. Wretch, adulterer. Li Heng, chained, stood up unsteadily and staggered toward his wife. He kicked her, hitting and kicking her repeatedly. Lai Quan, who collects night-scented herbs, stepped forward to protect Li Heng's wife and push Li Heng away. Li Heng, respected and well-paid, with a handsome appearance. Lai Quan is short and ugly, with little family wealth. Why does Lady Li Heng like him? Someone in the crowd throws vegetable leaves onto the stage, aiming at Lady Li Heng. Seeing this, Su Zhong knocks on the drum and shouts for silence. The constables immediately beat their warning sticks to calm the crowd. Under the sound of the sticks, no one dares to speak. Su Zhong asks Lady Li Heng, Who did you give the key to? Lady Li Heng looks at the incense burner and remains silent. The constables understand the hint and step forward, separating Lai Quan from Lady Li Heng. They push Lai Quan to the ground, making him unable to resist. Lai Quan, did you set fire to Sue's workshop? Lai Quan doesn't answer. The constable presses the warning stick down harder, and Lai Quan is overwhelmed with fear. Please spare me, sir. I only gave the key to the shopkeeper Li Wei. Su Zhong suspects something is wrong and sends someone out to find the truth. Go quickly and catch the culprit, he orders.
Yes.
Then Su Zhong asks Lai Quan, did you participate in the arson? The constable continues to press him down. Yes, yes, Lai Quan shouts repeatedly. I was responsible for cutting the water cart and pushing it over. Su Zhong breathes a sigh of relief, finding a lead to uncover the mastermind behind the scene. Who ordered you to do this? Lai Quan, in pain, dares not hide and says, it was the shopkeeper Chen from the east. Get out of here with that nonsense. How dare you accuse me? Your whole family will suffer. Chen Dong, who has been watching the scene, stands up and points at Lai Quan, cursing him. Shopkeeper Chen, the officials haven't said anything yet and you're rushing to jump out. Are you guilty? Yuanda asks him. Chen Dong sneers. Guilty of what? Stop talking nonsense. Step aside. Chen Dong runs onto the stage, bows to Su Zhong, and says, although I am a merchant and oppose Su's business, we are not enemies. I am not a fool. I wouldn't do such things to cause trouble for myself or my family. Please, sir, investigate the truth and clear my name. Lai Quan points at Chen Dong and says, sir, it's him. It's this man. He said that if we burned Su's shop, he would give each of us 200 taels of silver. He even arranged a way for us to escape and come back after 10 or 8 years. Chen Dong is surprised since you say I made an agreement with you. Tell the officials where we agreed, when and how many people were involved. On the 8th day of July, you and a few others met at Lu's restaurant outside Shangwu at the hour of Yin, along with Li Wei from the oil workshop. Chen Dong smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and turned to face Su Zhong. Sir, this person is lying. Although I often go to Lu's restaurant for drink, I remember the dates. On the 8th day of July, I did not go to Lu's restaurant at all. You're lying. You went there, Lai Quan knelt and said. At that time, he ordered a bowl of mutton, a jar of wine, and 3 small dishes. I remember all of it. Chen Dong sneered, then turned to the crowd below and called out, Mom. Do you remember what Chen did on the 8th day of July? Mom, who was watching the fun with the girls, fanned her face with a fan and laughed. On the 8th day of July, Lu Hong was having her face painted. The bride and groom fought until dawn. Everyone says Chen Dong's family has a man with extraordinary martial skills. Ha ha ha. The girls in Flower Willow Alley all burst into laughter. Su Zhong felt a bit disappointed. The main suspect had been cleared. Who could be behind the scenes? We will have to wait a little longer. Once Li Wei from the oil workshop is caught, the truth will be revealed. The people who went to catch the oil workshop returned and said they couldn't find Li Wei there. When they arrived, the workshop was already empty. Su Zhong asked Lai Quan, did the other accomplices confess? If not, wash your backside thoroughly and be prepared to sit in jail. Lai Quan kowtowed and begged for mercy, then named 3 people. With the names, the officers resumed their patrols, searching for the fugitives. The magistrate began to find the local chief, and based on his description, drew a portrait and listed the suspects on a wanted poster. The case was temporarily paused here. Su Zhong announced that Li Heng was innocent and released him. Li Heng went to his wife and asked, how long have you been with him?
Slap.
Li Heng slapped his wife and then started hitting her with fists and kicks. Li Heng's wife curled up on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Zhong couldn't watch anymore and ordered someone to take Li Heng's wife back to the jail. Li Technician, don't you even realize your wife is wearing a green hat?
He joked.
Li Technician, my sister is beautiful. You don't need much bride price. Come and seek her. Hearing this from the neighbors, Li Heng became even angrier. He tried to hit his wife again, but was stopped by the officers. Reluctantly, He could only curse at his wife's back. After Su Lingyu returned, she called her master and summoned her junior brothers. She asked them to ride out, post notices, and watch for the arsonist fleeing. She also sent a second group of people to search slowly from village to village, determined to catch the arsonist. In villages radiating from Shangwu, when they learned that the arsonist had burned Miss San's workshop, offended Miss San, and that there was a report about 3 gene of high-yield rice seeds, everyone eagerly wanted to help find the culprit. Everyone with active minds went out to look for strangers. Soon they caught 3 people. That afternoon in Yen City, they caught Li Wei from the oil workshop. Li Wei was very clever. He even hid in Yen City. If the seeds hadn't been so tempting, Li Wei might have been caught earlier. Afraid of delays, Su Zhong held court late into the night. After some questioning, all 4 arsonists pointed to Li Wei from the oil workshop. Lai Quan said, "I don't know if that person is Chen Dongjia. Li Wei told me so. He said it was Chen Dongjia's order, and if it was done, he wouldn't worry about money." Li Wei initially denied it, but after Su Zhong used torture, he told the truth. The man only said his surname was Chen but didn't say his full name. "I thought he was Chen Dongjia. I took his 300 taels, and he told me to set fire to Su's shop. After it was done, he gave me 1,500 taels." Su Zhong pointed at Chen Dong and said, "But that person?" Li Wei looked him over, shook his head, and said, "No, that person is taller than Chen Dongjia, with broader shoulders." He suddenly remembered that person had a Kyoto accent, so he might be from Kyoto. This meant Chen Dong had no suspicion, and Su Zhong immediately let him go. After more questioning, Li Wei still couldn't identify the man. He felt a bit disappointed. According to the law, they sentenced the culprits. Li Heng's wife would serve only 3 months in jail and could be released soon. Chen Dong stepped down from the high platform and faced Yuan Da. "Brother Yuan, are you disappointed?" "Somewhat. If you weren't the mastermind, I'd be struck by lightning." Chen Dong shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity your oath wasn't sincere. If the gods heard your vow, they would surely grant your wish." Yuan Da said to him, "People shouldn't be so malicious. They will face retribution. Likewise, Brother Yuan, you should behave well too." Watching their banter, the cottonwood tree asked her sister curiously, "Since we're actually enemies with Chen Dongjia, why did they start fighting first?" "Because of conflicting interests. When there's a dispute over benefits, everyone becomes an enemy." Su Lingyu said to Chen Dong, "At first I suspected it was you, that you ordered someone to do it. I apologize for my attitude back then. Sorry, I misunderstood you." "Third Miss, you're generous." Chen Dong accepted her compliment. He added, "Third Miss didn't make things difficult for me, so let's just forget about this matter." Yuan Da rolled his eyes. This Chen Dong loved to act tough. "Third Miss, you better watch your people. If something happens, you'll lose your investment." Chen Dong smiled happily, holding his cup. "Brother Zhou is waiting for me to go back. Everyone, I'll take my leave." "Look at him. Really asking for a beating," Yuan Da muttered. Su Lingyu didn't mind and said, "Manager Yuan, please come inside." Chen Dong's life was quite comfortable. He looked at the account book, humming a little tune. The first batch of goods with Brother Zhou had been shipped out, and a few hundred taels of silver appeared in the accounts. He poured a cup of Mengding tea and took a sip.
"Ah,
"This Mengding tea is really good. It's just a bit too little." Master, there's a crazy woman outside," a servant came in and said. Chen Dong was displeased. "Where did this crazy woman come from? Why is she here?" "She said that Manager Chen defiled her daughter and wants you to come out and settle it, or she'll report to the authorities." Chen Dong put down his teacup, unhappy.
He knew his own people well.
He repeatedly told Manager Chen not to touch the female workers in the workshop, but he didn't listen. It was okay if he had married female workers, but now he had also involved unmarried women. Isn't that causing trouble for the workshop? Send for Manager Chen and ask someone to bring that crazy woman in. Yes. Soon, the servant returned and said, "Master, that woman doesn't want to come in. She's outside cursing the sky and scolding. Scolding you for having a son and not having a hole." Clap. Chen Dong slammed the table. very annoyed. He went outside, where many people had gathered. They pointed and whispered about Shinji. The woman pulled a girl covering her face and cursed loudly, "Heartless dog, raised on, black-hearted dog. Everyone, don't let your wives or daughters come here to work. The managers are not clean and cheat workers out of their wages with all kinds of tricks." The servant pointed at the woman and scolded back, "How dare you? This isn't your place to be rude. If you dare speak disrespectfully again, I'll report you to the authorities." "Report me? Good, report me to the authorities. Let the officials administer justice so that everyone knows about your shameful act." The imposing Chendong stepped forward and faced the woman. The woman recognized him and lowered her voice when she spoke. "You are Chendong's family, right?" "You, woman, should not eat food carelessly or speak recklessly. Look at your daughter, so ugly with no hips and no face. Are you sure the officials will take notice of her? Are you trying to avoid paying your debt?" "Madam, if you want to make false accusations, you need a good reason. If you want money, just say so. Don't use your daughter's reputation to cause trouble. Besides, she might not have any reputation at all, and maybe she's not even your daughter. Perhaps she's from a brothel. If everyone brings women here claiming that Chen's work is good, then I'll be surrounded by trouble. Madam, you need to prove your girl is a pure girl, so I can pay you fairly."
Ha.
The onlookers laughed, thinking the woman was just trying to extort money. Unaware that their laughter hurt the girl's pride, she suddenly rushed toward a tall pillar. Immediately, blood splattered onto the blue stones. Chendong was stunned. How could she be dead? Why did she run and hit the pillar?
"She's dead."
"Someone has died. Let's go, let's go. Disperse, disperse." They only found it funny and didn't realize how stubborn the girl was. She would hit the pillar just because she was upset after a few harsh words. If they had known she was that stubborn, they wouldn't have laughed at her. Someone died, and it's a double death. Reporting to the officials won't help. She chose to die. Who would want to work at such a workshop? Sigh, it's all fate. The fate of the poor. What do you mean, the fate of the poor? That woman lost her daughter and received 100 taels of silver. If it were me, I might do the same, send my daughter to hit her head. This person's words were truly heartless. It's best not to associate with him. The owner of Chen's workshop protected the manager, forcing female workers to their deaths, and the news spread widely. That day, many female workers refused to work and went home. They were afraid of trouble and also of being falsely accused. After this incident, few people wanted to work at the workshop. On the first day, only a few stayed. On the second day, even fewer. Chendong became anxious and sent people farther away to find female workers. Good things don't go out the door, but bad things spread far and wide. Even with free food and lodging, few female workers are willing to come and work at your place. The place is almost empty. Why is no one here? Yuanda smiled as he entered Chen's workshop. Su Lingyu followed behind, happily admiring the layout of Chen's workshop. It was her first time inside Chen's place, and it felt like stepping into her own workshop. The design was exactly the same as Su's, and her ideas had been stolen. If there were intellectual property rights, she could definitely get a good amount from Chendong. "This place doesn't welcome you," Chendong said rudely. "We came uninvited. We didn't expect your welcome." Yuanda glanced inside. "The deadline for the second batch of goods is approaching. What are you going to do? If you can't deliver the goods on time, you'll have to pay compensation." "What's the penalty again?" 312 taels. If you fail twice, it adds up to 1,248 taels. 3 times, it becomes 2,496 taels, Su Lingyu said. Yuanda looked at Chendong with pity. "You probably can't afford that money. Maybe you should write to your mother for help. Don't be too pleased with yourselves." "I will find a way," Chendong said angrily, unable to speak clearly. Su Lingyu looked inside at a few scattered people and shook her head. "No one will come. As long as my price is high enough, someone will come to work." "No, they won't," Su Lingyu said firmly. "This is my territory, my people. I still trust them. If they say they won't come, then they won't. At least the women from 4 or 5 nearby villages won't come to work." Since you established Chen's workshop here, I ordered some carts to be made and given to the female workers for free, but they had to sign a contract. The cloth they weave must be sold to me. Otherwise, they face a penalty of 300 times the value. These women can weave cloth and sell it without leaving home, taking care of their families and avoiding gossip. Why not do it? Chun Dong pointed at Su Lingyu and then at Yuanda. It's your trap. You're working together. Zhou Rong is also one of you.
Duan smiled warmly. Su Lingyu smiled fondly.
You are a bit clever. If you don't burn down my workshop, I might show mercy. But you are too ruthless. I can't bear to let you suffer a big loss. Chun Dong denied it. Madam Su has already filed a case. The arson is not related to me. Your false accusations won't scare me. I have actually found evidence. Su Lingyu waved outside and said, "Bring him in." Outside, the waiting servant Wang Er led a person inside. This person was Chun Dong's servant. Chun Dong's face slightly changed, and he spoke first. "Su Lingyu, you caught my servant, forced a confession, and accused him falsely. What a clever trick. Such dirty methods should be widely known. Let everyone see how ruthless you are. Why are you in such a hurry? Your servant hasn't said anything yet. Are you feeling guilty?"
Duan de Mac Chendon.
You're the one feeling guilty. Back then, you used these mean tricks to betray your father-in-law. I dare to admit it, but do you dare? I haven't done it. Why should I admit to something I didn't do? Chun Dong looked at his servant. Why were you caught?
Tell me honestly.
The servant said, "Young master, I don't know why I was caught. I was taken while I was still sleeping. Please, young master, speak for me." Su Lingyu, don't think that just because Su Zhong is temporarily in charge of Liang City, you can act recklessly. In 2 days, Lord Bao will arrive here, and I will report you to him.
Su Lingyu didn't reply.
She waved outside, and Wang Er brought in a second person. This person is your servant and is also key to this case. Su Lingyu pointed at the servant lying on the ground. This person has already told everything about his master. The one pretending to be you and making deals with Li Wei is your servant. I don't believe you weren't instructed by him. Although there's no direct evidence, a witness statement is enough. Su Lingyu found a place to sit down. The day before the fire at the Su shop, I had already met shopkeeper Zhou. We just signed the contract when the fire broke out. At first, I suspected you, but had no proof. Luckily, Brother Yuan brought shopkeeper Zhou here. Yuanda meant well, but unfortunately, the shop was burned down. It wouldn't be right for shopkeeper Zhou to come all this way for nothing, so I deliberately let Brother Yuan bring him to your place to talk about business. As expected, you made a move to seize the deal. If you were the mastermind, you would have betrayed us later. If you weren't the mastermind, then at least it gives shopkeeper Zhou an explanation. He can go back and report. I've never let go of the suspicion about the fire at the Su shop. I kept thinking it might be you. I also heard that someone around you has a Beijing accent, so I ordered someone to bring Li Wei and secretly follow you. We really found some clues. Your servant has a strong mouth and is very loyal to you, but unfortunately his servant is not like that. He couldn't hide his search for someone, which gave me a way to break through. Chun Dong feels defeated. He is lost. Was that person at the door also sent by you?
No.
I didn't even know that girl was pregnant. I only heard that Chen couldn't control himself and liked to flatter others. I thought I could use this to cause trouble for you. But I didn't expect that incident to happen. Her mother is a strong-willed woman who wanted to report her daughter to the authorities. On the way, they changed course to the trading post, deciding not to report but to ask you for some money. Unfortunately, your foul mouth pushed her to her limit. I sent someone to spread the word, but not many people want to come here. Even if they are eager for higher wages, they dare not come here. Chun Dong sat down, admitting his failure. You're a bit clever, but you prefer to take shortcuts in business. Our interests don't conflict. I sell my goods and you sell yours. Our prices are low, and the quality is good. Both Wei and Jin countries have trading teams coming here, so there's no worry about selling our products. If you honestly do your work, within 3 years, your father will be proud of you. Unfortunately, you haven't established yourself here yet and want to reach the top immediately. I have already written to your father, informing him of everything you've done here. From Su Lingyu's eyes, Chen Dong saw contempt and disdain. Chen Dong smiled painfully. He had been mocked by a girl. Then he sincerely apologized to Su Lingyu. Sorry. After leaving Chen's place, Su Lingyu looked back at the Chen family's gate. This doesn't seem like him. He actually apologized. Yuanda said he used to be good, but he learned bad habits from his second uncle. Grandpa Chen's decision came quickly. He summoned Chen Dong back and sent Chen Lan to take over Chen's place. He paid compensation to shopkeeper Zhou, but only for the first 2 times, trusting that the third delivery would arrive on time. Chen family Chen Dong knelt in front of the ancestral hall, receiving his father's whip. Father, enough, stop hitting him. Older brother knows he was wrong, Chen Shi advised. Knows he's wrong? If he knew, he wouldn't resort to such means. That was the case before, and it's still the case now. Such a disobedient son is better not here. Father, he's our eldest brother, the head of our family. How can you say such things? Grandpa Chen, remembering, became angry. Such an useless eldest son is better not here. Come, bring the family tree and expel this rebellious son. No, master. He is your eldest son. East, quickly kowtow. Bow to your father. Admit your mistake, Madam Chen cried. Chen Dong kowtowed coldly, saying, Father, I was wrong. Seventh master pointed at Chen Dong and said to Madam Chen, listen, is this the tone of someone admitting fault? Chen Dong stood up, calmly saying, remove my name from the family tree. Big brother, what are you talking about?
Rebellion, rebellion.
I will beat you to death, you rebellious son. Whip sounds. Seventh master whipped him hard, knocking Chen Dong unconscious. Madam Chen ignored seventh master's angry scolding and took Chen Dong away. After resting for 2 days, Chen Dong, dressed in plain clothes, came to seventh master's study. The first thing he said was, living here is very tiring. I plan to leave. Just pretend I am not your son. Are you blaming me? Resenting that I hit you?
Yes.
Seventh master, angry, stepped forward and slapped him. It's right for me to hit you. If you were as sensible as third brother, I wouldn't have to hit you. Chen Dong turned his head away, facing his father directly. It's impossible. I will never be as good as third brother. Seventh master snorted coldly. Of course you can't compare to third brother. He is the true young master, the future head of the Qin family. That year I was 7. Director Shen Ming told my father that I was average and not suited for studying. Father insisted I go to school, saying I could become top scholar and bring glory to our family. To gain my father's favor, I studied hard. Articles that others could memorize after 2 or 3 readings, I read 10 or 20 times. Finally, I gained the teacher's recognition and was recommended to Baihe Academy. Father said third brother was the most talented in studying and told me to give the recommendation letter to him. I said I also wanted to be top scholar. Third brother was young and not suitable for Baihe Academy. Father personally spoke to the teacher, saying I was slow-witted and wouldn't benefit much from studying. I was only 13 then. I couldn't pass the imperial exams, so I asked my father to help me get an official position. Father said Chen's trading business would be handed down to me and told me not to become an official, but to learn business with second uncle. That's how it is. You can't study well, you can't do business well. Now you can't even be a decent person, seventh master harshly scolded Chen Dong. Yes, I can't. I can't do anything right. Chen Dong suddenly raised his voice, startling seventh master. When I was young, I wanted you to hug me. I said I would recite for you, but you didn't want to listen. When I grew up, I said I wanted to continue studying, but you told me studying was useless. Fine, I agreed to go into business with you, but you handed me over to Uncle Air. What am I supposed to learn from Uncle Air? How to eat, drink, gamble, and indulge. I asked you to help me get an official position, but you said my third brother would eventually enter the government service, and only one person from the family could rise to the top. So I listened to you and decided not to compete with him. I worked hard to learn business, but you left me with Uncle Air, who is lazy and careless. You also assigned me to manage affairs with Chun, who likes women, and you sent me to a remote, desolate place. I've struggled to make some progress, but then you said I was not capable. I told you I couldn't do it and wanted to stay close to you to learn from you. You said I was slow and foolish and that I would embarrass you if I stayed with you. You told me to learn more from Uncle Air. I don't understand what I could learn from Uncle Air. Just tell me, what good is there to learn from him? When my third brother failed the imperial exam, he said he wanted to learn business from you, and you immediately agreed. You said he was more talented than I was and should be taught directly by you. To gain your approval, I tried to find ways to increase my income. I went to villages to buy cloth, hire skilled workers and embroiderers, trying to produce better colors and fabrics. But then you said I was not focused on the right path and didn't understand how to do business. Can you teach me what it means to do business? Why did I go astray? Why does even Su Lingyu look down on me? Because father said my third brother earned 5,000 taels in half a year. The business yard is like a golden hen, and I was supposed to earn 5,000 taels in a year. Even Su Lingyu couldn't make that much money, so how could I? To achieve this, I had to do what I did. Fourth uncle. Fine, you did wrong, but you blame me for it. If you're brave enough to do it, you should take responsibility. But you can't even do that. You really make me look down on you. Just to earn your respect and praise, I tried every way to do my best. I wanted to learn well, to become skilled. Who would teach me?
Who would help me?
I was once a gentleman, a talented scholar full of youthful spirit. Now I've become the person I hate most. I've gone mad, completely crazy. Send someone to take the young master back to the courtyard. No one is allowed to let him out without my permission. Tears flowed down his face as Chendong calmed himself. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times heavily to seventh uncle. Then he drew a dagger and cut off his left thumb.
You.
Bright red blood spilled, and his severed thumb fell. Only then did seventh uncle realize how serious Chun Chi's actions were. Father, please let me go. I live so tired because of you. Chun Lon, 17 years old, inherited the workshop. At 27, he was respectfully called Seventh Lord. He was proud of his life. Throughout his life, he had no stains or faults, but now he has a rebellious child. Using blood to threaten him made him furious, truly furious. Seventh Lord Chen trembled as he pointed at the door, his lips trembling, shouting with all his strength, "Get out." Wrapping his wound with clothes, Chen Dong walked out of the study, standing in front of the door, looking around in confusion, unable to recognize if these were his family members. East, are you trying to make your mother angry?
How could you?
Chen Dong moved closer. Big brother, why are you doing this? Chen Dong moved closer again. Husband, if you want to leave, I will go with you. Chen Dong stopped to look more, then moved forward again, heading outside the gate. Chen Dong's wife tore off her hairpin, wrapped her wound with clothes, and followed her husband. From then on, the martial world gained a 9-finger scholar, followed by a young woman carrying a small child. 3 years later, this 9-finger scholar made a remarkable name for himself in Jin State. A short article on a forum caused no scholar in 100 years dared to compete for first place. This 9-finger scholar, whose origins and past were unknown, appeared as if out of nowhere. Many years later, people called him the Sage of 9 Fingers. Su Lingyu saw Lord Bao Xing 3 days after he arrived here. It wasn't that she didn't want to see him, but Lord Bao was too busy. He was diligent, entering the government office on his first day to inspect departments and listen to opinions. It wasn't until the 3rd day that he wanted to meet the major families of Liang City. He didn't see them all at once, but requested individual meetings. The most prominent family in Liang City was the Su family. Whether in official positions, shops, or land, they were well known. A mountain villa, a Lingyu pavilion, became a symbol of Dongquan village. 30 acres of water fields, 2 5-acre fish ponds, a 10-acre lotus pond, and a 100-acre mulberry forest. These proved the Su family was a major family in Liang City. Those who liked the Su family called them the perfect family. Those who didn't like them spat and muttered, calling them the big dog family. The carriage heading into the city rolled forward steadily. Third brother, why do you think Lord Bao wants to see us? Su Qingqi asked. Seeing you is because your son, out of fear of Jiro and Kyoto, does not want to offend you.
Seeing me is because of the seeds.
I am also an expert in farming, producing so many high-yield seeds, so I must meet you. There are benefits for him in dealing with me. To be honest, his achievements are all thanks to me. Naturally, he needs to see me.
Just boast if you want.
Don't be proud. In this world, if the people are not careful, they cannot survive. Don't take pride in small accomplishments, or it will harm you someday. Su Lingyu leaned on the window frame, mocking, if I were in my place and produced so many good seeds, I would definitely be featured in the national newspapers and receive awards. I might even be personally honored by leaders. Not to mention getting a government position, I should at least get a few million in rewards. But here, you've given away good ideas and gained nothing. The money earned isn't much either. It's really boring. Enough, ancestors. Now outside, we shouldn't speak like that or people might hear. Su Qingqi peeked outside and saw no one listening, then withdrew his head. He whispered, is there really a reward of a few million? More than that. If you do well, you could get several millions. Sighing deeply, Su Qingqi imagined being rewarded with a few million by the emperor. If such a moment truly existed, he thought he would go crazy. Why don't you ask about the official visit? Su Lingyu woke from her dream and shook her head. How could the emperor meet common folks like us? That's impossible. She was about to mention the official visit. Master Shun is here, Hunger, who was driving the carriage, said. The carriage stopped, and Shun Lang jumped aboard. Su Qingqi made space for him to sit. Su Lingyu took a teacup from a hidden compartment, filled it, and placed it on the seal. Master came from the city, ran into you, and decided to come up and sit. Shun Lang said, news from Nanyang City, says Chen Dong has left the Qin family. What happened? Did Chen Xie expel Chen Dong because of this? Quite the opposite. Chen Dong voluntarily asked to leave the Qin family, even sacrificing his thumb. Su Qingqi asked, did he cut off his own thumb? Yes. The message says Chen Dong wanted nothing but to leave Nanyang City with his wife, heading south. No one knows exactly where he went. He is a real man. Su Qingqi admired him. Family members who don't behave well are something she has seen before. She never thought of forcing them to leave. Blood ties are strong, and it's hard to cut them completely. Even in large families, relationships are difficult to break. When dealing with relatives who cause trouble, she can only give them a minor position or support them with a small amount of money. She doesn't expect him to achieve great things, only that he doesn't make mistakes. That would be enough. Su Lingyu said, doing this only makes him feel sick. If Chen Dong bears a grudge, he will definitely come back. Siblings fighting and family members harming each other are the easiest ways for a family to decline. Uncle Chen's actions might only bring him trouble. Unless Chen Dong leaves the family and falls on hard times, with no chance to recover. I also think Uncle Seven's actions are unfair. Chen Dong made mistakes, but he is still his child. We should bring him back and teach him properly. He can change. It's a pity Uncle Seven doesn't think that way. I heard he plans to establish a family shrine and remove Chen Dong's name. This has caused a big fuss. Su Lingyu told her master, send a letter to the trading caravan heading south, ask them to meet Chen Dong and help him as much as possible, guiding him onto the right path. Being a good person is hard. Being a bad person is easy. If I can help him, I will. I'll go back now and write the letter. Shun Lang said this and headed outside without stopping. He simply jumped down from the carriage. Seeing him land safely, Su Lingyu withdrew her gaze and went back. On the way, she and her adoptive father sighed about Chen Dong's difficult journey and how life is not easy. This reminded Su Qingqi of his own hardships in childhood, making him nostalgic. Su Lingyu advised him to write more letters to the capital and told him to warn his children and grandchildren not to get too close to Grandpa to avoid upsetting Madame Su. The carriage entered the city and went straight to Bao Daren's residence. Bao Daren was planning to hold a banquet at his home to entertain the Su family father and daughter. In 3 days, they prepared the house and cleared space for the guests. Madame Bao was very capable. As soon as the father and daughter got off the carriage, they were greeted by the housekeeper. The man was taken to the study, and the woman was taken to the backyard to see Madame Bao. Perhaps due to feudal ideas or because Bao Darren underestimated her, he didn't even see her himself. Since he didn't want to meet her, she didn't bother to pretend or waste her energy. Su Lingyu, with her hands behind her back, followed the housekeeper. Madame Bao was waiting in the garden. Fortunately, it rained a little yesterday, so the weather wasn't too hot. Many flowers in the garden were blooming, and the scenery was quite nice. Seeing Madame Bao, she was graceful, and her face was extremely beautiful. With eyebrows like willow leaves and lips like cherries, her cheeks carry a touch of pink, and her smile brings a gentle spring breeze. She is plump but lacks energy. If she rested a few more days, she would be even more beautiful than Yang Guifei.
Greetings, madam. Su Lingyu bowed slightly.
Miss Third has arrived. Come inside and sit. Her soft tone made her tremble a little. Madame Bao kindly stepped forward, took her hand, and invited her to sit down. Holding her delicate, fair hand and smelling her fragrance, Su Lingyu felt her bones relax. Such a charming beauty truly makes people like her. You're too kind. Please sit, madam.
I'm sorry for rushing over.
I didn't have time to tidy up some things, so I can't invite Miss Third inside. Madam, you're too polite. I can sit anywhere, by the field, on the rocks in the water, anywhere to rest is fine. Madame Bao looked her over and said, coming from the north, I heard Miss Third tends to farm, and I imagined a rough face and calloused hands. But seeing you today, you're so different from what I imagined. You're even more beautiful than a fairy. You're flattering me, madam. Are you from Jiangnan? People as wealthy as you are rare. She wanted to praise Madame Bao's beauty, but at this moment, she was a young girl. Complimenting an adult woman as a girl is inappropriate, very inappropriate. If others think she's flirtatious, she would end up making a mistake. Madame Bao liked her very much, holding her and chatting about family matters, asking how many people were in her family, how many servants she had, and inquiring about the harvest from her fields. Su Lingyu answered, some truths and some lies, knowing they would check later. She didn't need to tell everything honestly. They complimented each other for a while before Madame Bao invited her to a meal before she left. After seeing off the Su family, Mr. and Mrs. Bao sat together. How did it go on your side? Mr. Bao asked. Very clever. I said what I should and didn't say what I shouldn't. Flattering words came one after another, and I almost got carried away. If I were that naive, I would think she respects me greatly and wouldn't dare disobey my orders. She's quite cunning. And you? Even more cunning, said nothing, just wasted words. Don't be upset, sir. This was just a rough check. We'll need more time to see her true character. First time meeting, neither of them knew each other well, so it's natural to be cautious. Bao Xing was persuaded to leave and was not so angry anymore. How is your sister's illness? When talking about her child, Madame Bao looked worried and sad. Our doctor said she caught a cold. The Dr. Lu Yong here said it was due to bad water and soil, but it's not serious. Just need to buy some soy milk and tofu from the Li tofu shop outside and give her a little to eat. The two doctors had different opinions, and she didn't know whom to believe. Tomorrow I will buy some and see if it helps. If not, I will use our family's remedy. Okay. The couple talked for a while, then Bao Xing left the mansion to go to the government office. Madame Bao, with her servants, continued to pack and arrange the boxes and items. In the carriage heading to Dongquan village, Su Qingqi and Su Lingyu sat facing each other. Madame Bao asked you about what? Nothing much, just about the family members, the number of servants, and the size of the land. What did you say? There are quite a few people at home. 2 older brothers and their wives, a younger sister, a younger brother, 2 nephews, and 1 child who hasn't been born yet. Not sure if the child is a nephew or niece. There are many servants with people coming and going to serve. The fields have many hired workers, about 100 paid monthly. There are also many land contracts. I don't remember the exact number. When I get back, I will find out and tell you. Su Lingyu thought carefully. Her words were correct and did not reveal anything else. She nodded and said, "Yes, that's all." Madame Bao also asked about family relationships, whether relatives get along well, and about the relationship with the Longzhou Su family and Su Junshan. Su Qingqi said, "These relationships are obvious, and they won't mind if they check." Madame Bao just wants to know if the rumors are true and how good the relationship is with the Su family in Longzhou. The Su family in Longzhou has fallen on hard times, with few officials and poor business. Many people are close to Su Shan now. You should write to Su Shan, warning him to be careful and not let himself be used. Second brother isn't that foolish. Su Lingyu glanced at him. Su Shan looks most like you. Su Qingqi awkwardly said, "I may not hide money well, but I'm not stupid." She said, "Madame Bao is in office to earn some achievements and get promoted. We shouldn't stop her policies. If she isn't a fool, she wouldn't risk harming us." Su Lingyu was annoyed with her cheap father. Manage your people better. Don't let others pull you aside. Remove those who are lazy and cause trouble. My people are all good, not as you say. Fine, I'll remove a few. Send them out to deliver goods, along the furthest route, to the capital. That should be okay. Wind accidentally lifted the curtain. She saw a familiar figure. She opened the curtain and looked carefully for a while, then said, "I have some matters to attend to. I'll return to the mountain villa. You watch over the trading post. Go ahead." Instead of returning to the mountain villa, Su Lingyu turned and headed up a nearby mountain path. After crossing 2 hills, she finally reached her destination. But she was stopped, with 3 bows and arrows aimed at her, ready to shoot at any moment. Meanwhile, Ashan told her master, Miss Third came by herself, walking through several mountain paths with her skirt. It's torn in many places. I wonder if she's hurt. Yunlon stopped Ashan from speaking and said, "She knows enough already. We can't let her come any further." Ashan muttered, "That dress is worth a lot. She doesn't care about that, so she must want to see the master." Today was the 49th day after Uncle's death. He came to burn incense and bow his head. Wang Jingxing stood up, patting the marks on his knees. "Let her come in."
All right.
Ashan hurried out. Wang Jingxing moved to another place to see her. It wasn't appropriate to see her in front of Uncle. She wasn't qualified to meet Uncle yet. Su Lingyu bowed to him. His face looked thinner, with dark circles under his eyes. Though his body was slim, he looked more spirited. He had lost his youthful innocence. If he grew a beard, no one would think he was a young boy. He accidentally saw a white hair and felt a little pity for him. The young master of the mansion now had white hair, heartbroken and hopeless. "Why are you here?" "I came out of the city and saw you by chance, so I came to check. You should take care of yourself. You look better thin. Go back now. Don't come here if there's nothing urgent." Seeing he wasn't joking, she didn't stay long. Wang Jingxing asked Yunlon to send her back. Ashan complained to his master. "Miss Third wanted to come see you, and she made a special effort. How can you be so cold?" Just a few words, and she sent away. Wang Jingxing glanced at him, as if asking, "What do you want to do?" "At least we should invite someone to have a meal to show our care and gratitude. Without thinking of better ways, we can't please women, especially someone like the Third Mississippi."
Ashan.
"Yes. Are you married?" I am not married yet. Don't you know that, master? Since you haven't won a woman's heart, how can you teach me to do it?"
Ashan blushed.
"I've seen pigs run, even if I haven't eaten one. Stories about Sima Xiangru and Zhuo Wenjun are just like that. A good woman needs to be chaste and pursued boldly. If you shy away after one remark, you won't catch a good girl."
Get lost. Yes.
Su Lingyu left the mountain valley, planning to take a shortcut home. Suddenly feeling someone behind her, she turned and saw Ashan rushing over. "Is something wrong?" "I'm very sorry, but could you please join the master for a meal?" "A meal?" Today is the 49th day since the master passed away. He's in a bad mood, and having someone with him would be best. Today's meal was a simple outdoor cookout, with roasted chicken and mushroom soup. Su Lingyu watched them pluck feathers, clean the chicken, and roast it over the fire. She sighed, wondering why she had agreed to join the meal. Why did she agree so impulsively? She had sat quietly for a long time without saying a word. So awkward. The soup is ready. Come and eat some. Wang Jingxing had no appetite.
You eat.
I should eat a little. If I don't, I won't be healthy and all my ambitions will be lost. Wang Jingxing forced himself to eat a bit. Bao Xing has a good reputation, knows how to govern well. Your status is special, and you're good at farming. Bao Xing won't harm you. He might even help you. If you face problems, discuss them with him. There could be a turn for the better. Chen Lan is Uncle Chen Dong's second son. He's not a good person. You can't trust half of what he says.
All right.
Let's go back. He was very tired and didn't want to stay here any longer. He was sent to watch the small workshop at the trading post. He wasn't happy about it, but after coming here, he realized it was somewhat interesting. There weren't many fun things, but money came quickly. As long as shipments were made on time, there was no worry about losing customers. His purse grew thicker, and he walked more confidently. The ingredients from Dongquan village were good, and in 2 months here, his waistline had grown by an inch. Little Zazai sighed happily, saying life is really good. That fool Chen Dong doesn't understand how fortunate he is here. Second young master, it's not that the eldest young master doesn't understand the benefits here. It's that the higher-ups have too high expectations of him. They want him to earn 5,000 taels in half a year, so he made a foolish decision. Now, they have no demands on you. Second young master, you can do as you like. That makes sense. Today, I plan to go to the city and visit the flower houses for some entertainment. Sir, there's a cockfighting event in the city. I heard the organizers are quite influential, and the officials won't chase them away. We might as well go have some fun. All right, let's go. Eating, drinking, and having fun, no one enjoys it more than Chen Lan. But today, Chen Lan was destined to be disappointed. Before leaving the trading post, a steward hurried over to stop him. Master, you need to go to the city. Don't block the way, the servant said, shooing the steward away. The steward looked distressed, crying out, Master, if you leave today, our workshop will lose a lot of money. The plump Chen Lan squeezed into the carriage window. Speak quickly, don't block my fun. Second young master, that Sue's shop is too overbearing. Yesterday, we agreed on a price with an old farmer for some silkworm cocoons. But today, Sue's shop stole the deal. The price there isn't much higher than ours. This batch of high-quality cocoons will produce top-grade silk. I need this batch for my current orders. If it's stolen, we won't be able to deliver on time, and late delivery means losing money. Again, it's Sue's shop. They've already taken cocoons from 2 or 3 villages, and now they want it from me too. They're too overbearing. Turn back and talk to Su Lingyu. The carriage turned around and hurried to Sue's shop. Sue's shop was bustling with activity, loading and unloading goods, taking orders, delivering cocoons. People of all kinds were there, dressed in fine silk and satin, or in rough linen and. Seeing this lively scene, Chen Lan felt jealous and bitter. Sir, it's right over there. Chen Lan struggled to get out of the carriage and tidied his clothes. Seeing his steward, he asked the old farmer, Why didn't you sell me the cocoons? The old farmer was timid. Yesterday, my eldest son came. He's not very wise and gave a promise without thinking. Miss San has been kind to us. She not only taught us how to plant mulberry trees, but also how to make insecticide. Her kindness is a gift. How can we not repay it? Don't you agree? I think we should. Old man, honesty is important. Once you promise someone, you must keep your word. It doesn't matter if that person is your eldest son. Since you've promised, you should fulfill your promise. Many people have thanked Su Lingyu, and you are just one of them. If it doesn't work this time, wait for next time. Maybe next year's spring silkworms will be ready, and then you can sell to her. You sell me the silkworm cocoons, and I'll pay you an extra coin per jean, so you can make more money and make your family happy, right? Chen Lan saw the old farmer hesitating and became impatient. Old man, you're so clueless. Our Chin store is a big place, with many people coming and going. Can I cheat you out of your weight or seize your money? Go, go, go.
Come to my side.
I'll pay you more and teach you how to explain to your family. Chunlon pulled the person to follow her. Wait, Chin's shopkeeper, this isn't right. A Gui ran out from inside. Behind him was a young boy, the old farmer's grandson. Very clever. The boy, seeing that he had been waiting outside in the sun for a long time and was feeling uncomfortable, took his own silkworm cocoons and ran inside. He wanted to find someone in charge to ask about the quality of the cocoons. Everyone in the village said his family's cocoons were top quality. If they truly were, they would definitely attract attention. He was thinking about whether he could sell the good goods early. This led to a scene where two families were fighting over the goods. Tell me, what's wrong with this? The problem is with you, Chinlon said, pulling the person and calling a servant to bring the old farmer over. A Gui went to stop him but was pushed aside by Chinlon. Who do you think you are, daring to stop me? If anyone's stopping me, it should be your master. Chinlon left with her people, and a Gui could only watch helplessly. Why didn't the steward go up to stop her? Chinlon has been acting shamelessly more than once. If this keeps going, it's not good. We need Miss San to step in and teach her a lesson. A Gui went back to report to Miss San, asking her to think of a plan. The next day, Su Lingyu stood in the middle of the road, holding a parasol and setting up a table with a teapot. Whenever someone came to sell cocoons, she would ask, "How's the quality? Where do you plan to sell it? This finished product is good. It can fetch a good price anywhere, but don't sell to Chen's store."
Why?
Because I don't like it. Think carefully. If you sell it there, your family won't get good seeds. Hearing her threat, Chenlon was furious. Su Lingyu, what do you mean? What do I mean? Literal meaning, don't you understand? Chenlon pointed at her. You're not playing fair. Opening a shop is about making friends and earning money. What you're doing just makes enemies. I have quite a few enemies, Su Lingyu said, pointing around the marketplace. All these small workshops, none of them are my friends. Su Lingyu pointed at Chinlon. Your nephew has caused me a lot of loss. You've been here less than 3 months. Tell me, how much of my business have you taken? Your workshop's female workers are increasing, right? The number of boxes in your orders is growing, and the amount of work you send home with your female workers is also rising. You say I stole your techniques, took your skilled female workers, and even tried to steal your sellers. Isn't that going too far? Aren't you my enemy? Chenlon, shameless, replied, You can't blame me. You act selflessly, letting others steal your techniques. That's your fault. If you have good stuff, you shouldn't hide it. You deserve to be stolen from. Do you know why mosquitoes are so annoying? Su Lingyu asked. Because they blood. Miss Third, you're mistaken. I'm not attached to you, you're blood. Mosquitoes clearly blood and then buzz around in front of me. If they keep bothering me, I'll slap them to death. Su Lingyu slapped her hand, hinting at Chenlon. Chenlon understood her meaning. It's not appropriate to silkworm cocoons at someone's door. At most, next time, she would stay further away and send someone to contact privately. No open stealing, but stealing in secret is fine. Miss Third, you're right. How long do you plan to sit here? It's too hot here. I booked a table at Sue's tea house. Why don't we go listen to a play and have some tea? Chenlon lowered her stance and asked someone to leave. Su Lingyu descended the stairs. You go ahead. Watching Su Lingyu leave, Chenlon licked her lips. That proud posture. If I could just touch it, it would be exciting. This woman, occupying most of the shops and still greedy. Be careful she doesn't choke you to death. It must be said that half of the reason the marketplace could develop is because of Su Lingyu. She is the local boss. This isn't Nanyang City, nor Chen's place. She doesn't have enough strength to confront Su Lingyu directly. When the time comes, she will make sure everyone knows that the marketplace is under her control. Then, all the profits from the marketplace will be hers.
Let you feel proud for a while.
Master, that's Lady Bao's carriage. The steward pointed to a modest carriage not far away. Chenlon smiled politely and ran over obediently. It was indeed Lady Bao's carriage, and he was quickly stopped. Chenlon followed 2 people and spoke to Lady Bao inside the carriage. I didn't know the lady was here. I apologize for not greeting you properly. The shopkeeper Chen is too polite. My lady has been staying in the estate for a long time, so she came out for a walk, said the maid inside the carriage. This trading town doesn't have many beautiful spots, but there are a few good places to eat. Not far ahead, there's a restaurant with good seating where you won't be seen. No need. The lady has an appointment with Miss San, so I won't trouble shopkeeper Chen further, said the maid. A voice from inside the carriage came. I appreciate your kindness, but I had already made plans with Miss San earlier. I couldn't inform you. The lady is very kind. Just hearing your words is enough, Chen Lan replied respectfully, bowing slightly to show he understood his mistake. Only then did Lady Bao instruct the carriage to leave. After the carriage departed, Chen Lan spat on the ground and said, officials only care about receiving gifts. They don't understand how hard it is to run a business. Don't be upset, sir. Getting angry isn't good for your health, said the servant softly. Sir, I have a plan, the servant whispered to Chen Lan.
Chen Lan not det vi pitten, litsten café.
In Nanyang City, a friend took Chen Lan upstairs to a restaurant. The emperor wants to select a lady for the palace. 12 palace maids have been sent, and Wu Huanggonggong has arrived here. My brother knows him well, and will introduce him to you. Gonggong Wu looks friendly and kind. You can speak boldly with him. As long as you give enough respect and gifts, small matters are nothing. Thank you, good brother. Chen Lan followed his good brother upstairs, saw Gonggong Wu, and quickly bowed. Greetings, Gonggong. Replied Gonggong Wu, still willing to speak kindly. Chen Lan knew how to behave and quickly presented a fine gift, a top-quality box made of yellow rosewood, containing valuable items inside. Gonggong Wu was very pleased. Gonggong, this is my younger brother, who just arrived from Liang City. He learned about your difficulties last night and came to offer help.
Oh.
Chen Lan received a hint and took out a painting from her. She personally unrolled it and showed it to the grandfather. What do you think of this woman? Grandfather Huan first looked at it casually, then focused more carefully, and finally examined it closely. He was quite pleased but also a bit worried. We still need to see her in person. This time, he traveled quite a distance, passing through many places. He saw many beautiful women, each more striking than the last, but none left a lasting impression. He heard that his rival, Grandfather Da, had found a charming girl with a natural fragrance, and he believed that returning with her would surely earn the praise of the official in charge. He was upset because someone else had taken her. He was determined to find someone even more beautiful. She is in Liang City, at the Merchant's Inn. Who is she? She is the sister of the left supervisor, named Su Lingyu, living in Dongquan Village, Liang City. She is just a few months shy of 14. Age isn't a problem. But the daughter of the left supervisor's family isn't on the list. Even with her beauty, she could be added to the list. Based on the portrait, this girl is exceptionally beautiful, with a striking appearance, and is sure to be loved by the emperor. Chen Lan carefully said, this girl is extraordinary in appearance and highly skilled. Do you know about fragrant rice, grandfather? What does that have to do with her? This rice was cultivated by her. She grew the seeds and sold them to villagers in various towns. The villagers grew good crops and sold them to merchants everywhere. She has such skills? Her abilities are quite impressive. Let me tell you everything. Chen Lan recounted her deeds to Grandfather Huan. Grandfather Huan was both pleased and worried. Such a diligent, talented, and beloved woman. Would she look like the one in the portrait? Being so loved and entering the palace to serve the emperor is a way to bring honor to the emperor. It is the emperor's grace that allows the people to have food and clothing. All of this is thanks to the emperor. To show gratitude, many scholars and officials will praise and respect him. And all of this is thanks to you, grandfather. Without your efforts, how could the world thank the emperor? Grandfather Huan, skilled in schemes and tactics, knew all the inside details. If he could bring Su Lingyu to the capital and promote her widely, he would not only earn the praise of the official in charge, but might also receive a reward from the emperor. Let's go and see her, Grandfather Huan said. Please, this way, this way. Chen Lan felt very happy inside. Su Lingyu was quite beautiful and a legendary woman, so she was sure her father-in-law would notice her. Based on the information she received, she guessed that Lord Huan would try to bring Su Lingyu into the palace once he saw her. When Su Lingyu left, did Shangwu say that he would decide? At that time, the money would come pouring in. No more worrying about the old household's faces. No more fear of them. In Nanyang City, Chen Lan went to see Lord Huan. Shen Ming received the news immediately. Lord Huan was from the capital. No matter what he was here for, someone had to watch him. First, to prevent him from causing trouble, and second, to find out what he wanted so they could support him and have him speak well of them. After Chen Lan and Lord Huan left, Shen Ming learned what they discussed. Should I tell the master and Lord Su? Shen Ming raised his hand to stop him. The master and Lord Su are out on patrol and won't be back soon. Listen to my instructions first. Find someone and send out 2 letters.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Chen Lan, disguised, visited Shangwu and went to Shangwu's estate in Shangwu. She hosted him with good food from Shangwu's place. These merchants don't come from Nanyang City often. Most are here to buy raw silk, silk fabrics, vegetable seeds, and grain seeds. Please sit. This spot is good. It's just right to see Miss Third of the Su family. Every 3 days, she goes to the workshop for a walk. Lord Huan asked, using the whole village's effort to produce raw silk and silk fabrics is a good idea. But what about the farmland? Rent it out to villagers to farm. They grow either fragrant rice or high-yield rice. The farmers not only pay taxes, but can also sell their crops at good prices. Look, here she comes, riding on a cow. Her figure is comparable to a noble lady in the palace, but her face. I can't see clearly with the veil. Don't worry, when she reaches the gate, she will naturally take off her veil. When Lord Huan saw Su Lingyu, he immediately sent someone to Nanyang City to call the team to Liang City. When the team arrived, he tidied himself up, dressed in S-clothes, and personally went to the main gate of Liang City's government office. He caught Lord Bao off guard, but fortunately, Lord Bao remained calm. They greeted each other without surprise, exchanged health greetings, talked about affairs in the capital, described the scenery from the capital to Liang City, and arranged accommodations and transportation. Lord Huan was very happy, almost forgetting his original purpose. It was only after a young disciple reminded him that he remembered why he came. He said, "The order for the selection has been issued." The old servant was sent to find people from the common folk. When he arrived in Daliang City, he saw many lively and beautiful young women, and one of them was on the list. Bao Xing was surprised and thought for a moment. He asked, whose girl could she be? The list is not an ordinary girl. She is related to high officials. Bao Xing thought about his own daughter, who was less than 7 years old, so it couldn't be her. Could it be the Su family girl? If it is her, there might be some trouble. Bao Xing glanced to the side, and the servant understood his signal, quietly slipped away, and headed toward the Bao family estate. Bao Xing asked, "Do you know which lady the official is talking about?" "Master Bao, you're really good at pretending not to understand." The official, Uncle Huan, took the list from his young apprentice and pointed to the page for Nanyang City, showing it to Bao Xing. It clearly listed Su Lingyu's name, with the note sister of left supervisor Su Shan. Bao Xing felt a bit nervous and asked, "The left supervisor is only a 7th-rank official. His sister, Lady Su, probably shouldn't enter the palace for this election, right?" Who says she can't? Usually, the family of a 7th-rank official doesn't need to go to the palace for this election. But since he's a court official, the emperor's order is clear. Regardless of background, anyone can enter the palace for this election. She is not even 14 years old yet. It takes several months to go to the capital. When she arrives, she'll just turn 14. After saying a few farewells to Lord Su, she should go into the palace for this election. If she doesn't succeed, she can find a marriage proposal in the capital. Uncle Huan casually sipped his tea, glanced at Master Bao, and took another sip. He put down his teacup and said, "The imperial decree has already been issued, instructing officials everywhere to assist with this election. To go to the Su family, Master Bao will need to lead the way." Bao Xing had not been here long. His daily work and dealings at the government office meant he interacted with Su Qingqi more often than with Su Lingyu. He didn't know what Su Lingyu thought about whether she was willing to enter the palace. If she was willing, that was good. If not, he would have to persuade her. Whose side should he persuade? Whose side should he support? He needed to think carefully. Uncle, since you just arrived, you must be tired. Why not rest at the back? That's a good idea. Please send someone to spread the news about the selection. Tomorrow, girls who wish to enter the palace should bring their household registration to the government office. Also, please clear some space. Uncle Huan handed the selection notice to Bao Xing, who respectfully accepted it. He then sent someone to find the master teacher to post the notice. Let the steward arrange an open space for Lord Huan to use. Why does Lord Huan need to find Lord Bao? Isn't it better to go directly to his house?
Chan Lan asked.
You're so naive, but still don't believe me. Going to Lord Bao's place is official business. If you go straight to the Su family, it's like using public resources for personal gain. Now, send someone to spread the news about the selection and also announce that Su Lingyu is on the official list. Everyone will know that the emperor wants her. Who dares to compete with the emperor for her? Good idea. Thank you, elder brother. If you really want to thank me, send the skin and bones in your account to my room for a night. Of course, of course. I'll send someone back now. Tell her to wash up well, and tonight, let elder brother teach her a lesson. The news about the selection spread quickly through Daliang City like a spring breeze. People talked most about Miss Su San. What if Miss Su San leaves? What should we do? Miss San is so lucky to be chosen by the emperor. If I had Miss San's beauty, I could become a noble lady in the palace. If Miss San leaves, do we still have good grains? Hurry and hide your family's grains. Keep an eye on the Su family's supplies. If Miss San leaves, there won't be good grains anymore. The grain shops in the trading district were crowded and prices kept rising. Rumors spread in the villages, emphasizing, Miss Sen has a strong reputation and the officials know her. This time, it must be the emperor who selected her. If you want to take this chance to propose marriage, think carefully if you can handle the authority of the government office and the pressure. The danger isn't just for you. If your family gets involved, it will be even worse. This is what the emperor wants. If you dare to compete with the emperor for her, are you brave enough? Those who knew Miss San well were worried for her. The villagers of Dongquan village were the most anxious. Miss San said she doesn't want to marry, but no one knows what she truly thinks. This time, even if she doesn't want to marry, she has to. The higher-ups want her to leave. Can she really escape? I heard that a girl from Longzhou ran away, but her whole family was caught and thrown into the dungeon. With 2 Su elders around, it shouldn't happen, right? And those on the official list are all officials' families. They still got caught, didn't they? Someone else asked, what if Miss Sen runs into the mountains and forests? Will they just let her go? If Miss Third runs into the mountains, the old woman, will bring her water and food every day. I will also bring her things. The worries of the Su family are no less than theirs. She's too young. How could she be on that list? I heard that once she reaches the capital, she'll be of age. Is sister going to become a noble consort? Mumian asked. Little Five said, everyone outside is saying sister will go into the palace. Can I also go to the palace? Mrs. Suli was very worried. You two go play outside. Don't bother us here. He's back. Wang Er is back. Third aunt said by the door. At the start of the year, news came that there would be a selection of talents. Su Lingyu asked Mrs. Suli to look for someone to marry who was about to die, so she could live as a widow afterward. If the person's appearance was good and the plans were almost settled, the dowry was secretly prepared. If Su Lingyu encountered any trouble, they would marry immediately. Once the fuss died down or she found someone she liked, they would divorce and marry someone else. Everyone in the Su family waited for him to come inside. When they saw a figure, they hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Wang Er was panting, catching his breath. That family wouldn't let me in, they closed the door. Then they sent word that her name was on the list, and they didn't dare compete with the emperor for her. The previous plans don't count anymore. They don't want to cause trouble. Mrs. Suli slapped her thigh and cursed angrily, "These cowards." "Mother, don't be upset. There's also Shin Master. Shin Lang quickly returned, bringing bad news. He said, over at Lang Mountain, they don't dare to compete with the emperor for her. They returned the silver and money given by the old lady. Those ungrateful people. If it weren't for us, they wouldn't survive. Shin Lang put down his teacup. Maybe we should choose someone for my disciples. They're all orphans, and I and Sanner take good care of them. They're obedient. If any of them have bad intentions, I will kill him with one sword. Is her name really on the list? Lady Bao asked. Yes, Lord Bao said. Lady Bao looked worried. I don't know if this is good or bad. The reason this city has achieved what it has is because of her. If she leaves, it will definitely have an impact. It's like officials being promoted. When the previous official leaves, the policies he left may no longer be effective. In a few years, this place won't be as good as it is now. Do you think I should keep her here? The person who came here is Gong Gong, the apprentice of the chief. Offending him would also be bad. Bao Xing expressed his doubts. That ink looks different from others, as if it was added later. Could it be that Lord Huan saw her beauty and decided to act on impulse? That's possible. You might secretly send someone to find out. Whether she enters the capital depends on her decision. That makes sense. My daughter has been chosen. Yes, chosen. Ha ha ha, she will become a noble lady in the palace. My daughter was also selected. She will be a noble consort in the future. This scene often erupted in the city of Daliang. Many ordinary people sent their daughters to be chosen, and if they were selected, they celebrated loudly. Those not chosen came quietly and left quietly. Chun Lan entered the government office and whispered to Lord Huan, Lord Huan, Su Lingyu is missing. I heard she left early this morning with a big bag, heading into the forest behind the mountain. She might be hiding there. Humph, how far can a girl go? Lord Huan was not worried at all. You don't know, she's with a white-eyed golden tiger, so it's easy for her to come and go from the mountain. If she stays in the forest for 10 or 15 days, it's not a problem, Chun Lan said. I also heard that last night someone leaked information to her. When she was in the previous city, her name wasn't on the list. It was added later. Lord Huan squinted. Who leaked the information? It's probably hard to find out, since many people saw the list, said Lord Huan's disciple. What should we do now? Of course, we should go and see the lady. Lord Huan suddenly stood up and rushed out. He went straight to Bao Xing. Master Bao, I've been here for 2 days. The people I sent to notify have gone. It's time to see Miss Su. Bao Xing had no choice but to bring the guards and follow Lord Huan to Dongquan village. The large group headed to Dongquan village, causing a stir among many people. When they arrived at Shangu, no one was there, so they went to Lingyu Mountain Villa. Suddenly, Su Qingqi came walking toward them. Lord Huan and the others had to dismount and greet him. Welcome, your lordship. Sorry for not receiving you properly, Su Qingqi bowed. Please don't trouble yourself, and I don't mean to impose. Lord Huan helped Su Qingqi up. Why have I come?
You should know clearly, he said. What?
I don't know anything, Su Qingqi replied. Lord Huan immediately looked stern, then put on a gentle expression again. Yesterday, someone came to deliver a message. If you are not clear about it, I will let you listen to it again. Not long ago, the emperor learned about Miss Su San's deeds and was very impressed. He wanted to meet her, but then found out she was about to turn a certain age, so he sent someone to deliver a message, asking to bring her to the capital. First, so she could participate in the selection, and second, to give her a noble title as a reward for her contributions to the people. Elder Steward Huan explained the reason for the sudden appearance of the message and also raised Miss Su San's status. He made the Su family think that the emperor valued her and wanted to see her. Usually, ordinary families would be very happy and immediately agree to her entering the palace. Unfortunately, Su Lingyu had already given orders not to let her be burdened by marriage. Moreover, Mrs. Su Li received a warning from a Taoist priest that the palace was a dangerous place for Miss San, and going there would mean risking her life. Mrs. Su Li strongly opposed Miss San entering the palace and also forbade her from participating in the selection. Su Qingqi couldn't do anything, So he stopped Elder Steward Huan and tried to buy some time for Miss San. If that's the case, it would be great. She can also go to the capital to see her second brother. But Miss San is not at home. She went into the mountains to find wild rice. I'm afraid she won't be back soon. Su Qingqi was initially very worried, but then became very happy and called a servant. Wang Er, quickly go into the mountains and bring Miss San back. Su Qingqi smiled and said to Elder Steward Huan, don't worry, she will be back soon. Master Su, are you sure Miss Sen really went to find wild rice? Or is she running away? Are you delaying for her? No way, how could she? Going to the palace means serving the emperor. Flying high to become a phoenix is a matter of glory for the family. How could she give up? Su Qingqi also told the steward, don't believe what he says. There are some conflicts between us. He's trying to stir trouble. I heard that Miss Sen left with a lot of belongings. Going into the mountains requires good preparation. Would she go empty-handed? Su Qingqi instructed Elder Steward Huan, please go inside. Miss San will be back soon. Originally, she shouldn't have gone into the mountains today, but the forest is different from outside. If you don't go early, the wild animals might ruin the good things there. That wild rice is good for cultivating resistant rice varieties. She's very concerned about it and went into the mountains before dawn. But she will be back soon, so don't worry. Mrs. Su Li came out to greet them. Elder Steward Huan saw her and dared not accept her Li. He said, you are the lady of the house. I dare not accept your grand gift. I pay my respects to you. Mrs. Su Li is 54 years old this year, which is considered a long life. She can ignore some worldly rules and do whatever she wants. In a few years, when she turns 60, she won't even need to kneel before the emperor. Mrs. Su Li walks ahead, leading guard Gong to the left to prepare, saying, I knew you were coming, so I prepared some snacks.
Don't be polite.
If you like something, just tell me. I'll get some for you to take back. You're too kind. Today, the main purpose is to deliver the betrothal gifts. Since the arrangements are a bit rushed, they are not very formal. Once Miss San becomes a concubine, we will use the best for the 6 ceremonies. Guard Gong waves his hand outward, and his apprentices bring people to carry the betrothal gifts forward. Mrs. Su Li puts down her smile and exchanges a look with her son. Guard Gong secretly smiles to himself. No matter what tricks they play, once the gifts are delivered, they will give them even if they don't want to. Chanlon follows into the courtyard and bows to the guard, saying, there is something I need to tell you, sir. Go ahead. Chanlon gestures, calling someone over. Who is this person? This is Tan Chao. Sir, this person is Tan Chao, a servant of the Su family. He has something to tell you. Chunlon hints for Tan Chao to speak. Tan Chao says, last night, the master and madam discussed sending Miss San to Nanyang City to find the eldest young master. Early this morning, Miss San led people over the mountains from the back hill and headed toward Nanyang City. After crossing Liang City, a carriage will pick her up.
Merese suri klanches hertit, hating Tan Chao.
Su Qingqi is very disappointed. He has always been kind to his servants, and they are so loyal, yet there is a traitor among them. Guard Gong glares fiercely at the Su family members, saying, are you planning to disobey the order? Su Lingyu is right in front of the emperor. If you don't hand her over, it means you are disrespecting the imperial order. That is a death sentence. Your entire family will be wiped out. Since she is no longer here, please, old Master Su, come with us. Let's go see Mr. Su and send Miss San from Nanyang City. Let's go. My master said to choose one disciple to marry, but she doesn't want to. There is always a way out. Why give up so easily before trying? Moreover, those junior brothers are skilled in martial arts, but none are good-looking. Even if she marries first and then divorces later, she wants to find someone she finds pleasing. Guard Gong and others walk along the main road, while the junior brothers take a shortcut, spreading the news that they are chasing after them. They hurry and slow down, arriving in Nanyang City, heading straight to Wang Jingxing's residence. Third miss, we know everything. Yunlon says you can't see the master right now. Even if you enter the residence, They won't tell you that the master is in the left pavilion. Xinlang gave Ashan a thumbs up. Good brother. Ashan nodded, saying it was the right thing to do. Ashan stepped forward, opening his arms to block her path on the left side. You really can't go in. Su Lingyu moved to the right, stepping through the moon gate, and soon saw the pavilion. Third miss, you can't go inside. Yunlan stopped her. Xinlang stepped forward. How dare you stop her? Master Xin, please don't cause trouble. Yunlan was suddenly pushed away by Xinlang. Such poor martial skills, and you still walk around the martial world, Xinlang said dismissively, patting his clothes. Yunlan was speechless. Su Lingyu approached, knocked on the door, then pushed it open. Inside was a scene of springtime, an unclothed Lord Wang, and a woman just finishing dressing. Sorry to disturb you. No disturbance. The healer woman stepped aside. Master Wang's wound was just dressed. He needs to rest before getting up. Only then did she dare to enter. Master Wang, are you injured? She looked inside and saw he had a back wound, with white strips, almost like a mummy. Su Lingyu waved her hand, signaling the healer woman to leave. Just lie down. I don't need you to get up. She sat by the bed and softly asked, How much do you know about my situation? Master said it. You came here because you don't want to enter the palace. What do you plan to do? I plan to buy you. She took out 2 gold bars. My silk business doesn't make much money, but I sold quite a few seeds. The mountains produce is also good. Over the years, I saved these 2 gold bars. What's the specific plan? I'll pretend to go to the capital with that. You will act as a bandit in Nanyang City, injure and rob some young women. Then you'll appear to eliminate the bandits and bring the women down the mountain. By then, my reputation will be ruined, and the Grand will be injured again. No one will want me to go to the capital. Are you sure you want to do this? She didn't care about her reputation. After thinking it over, she believed this was the best plan. This plan is quite good. Wang Jingxing sat up, pulled on his undershirt, and tied it. Do you know that reputation is like a face? If you ruin your reputation, it's like losing your face. Without a face, how can you survive in the future? Seeing her so indifferent, he became very angry. His tone was a bit urgent. There are ways to handle everything. Why do you want to take such a risk? If someone finds out, do you know how much trouble it will cause you? That's why I came to see you. Only you and I know about this plan. I haven't told anyone else. She said, I've investigated. When Huan Gonggong was in Nanyang City, he never received any letters from the capital. He went to Liang City because Chumlon was causing trouble behind the scenes. As long as he damages the list or the record, I won't need to go to the capital. Wang Jingxing tapped his fingers rhythmically, thought for a moment, then asked her, Were the names added later? Huan Gonggong didn't show you the list when he was choosing talents in Nanyang City. No, there were no officials or relatives from Nanyang City who needed to go to the palace, so I didn't see his list. If the names were added later, it's easy to fix. Arrange it quickly. Huan Gonggong will be in Nanyang City soon. I'm worried about unexpected problems. Wang Jingxing pulled back the blanket, tilted his chin, and told her to step back. He scolded her angrily, a woman entering a man's room alone. What kind of manners is that? Do you still have any shame? Su Lingyu pouted. People are in a hurry. She sneakily glanced. Oh, you've grown up a bit. Shameless. Seeing her look, Wang Jingxing blushed with anger. Where in the world is there a woman so shameless and reckless? Lord Wang, the rest of her life depends on you now. Get out. Such a woman who willingly ruins her reputation. What future does she have? Thinking of this, he became even angrier. This woman would rather destroy her reputation than make other requests. Like marrying him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wang Jingxing sat down at his desk and wrote some names. He had many people working under him and many unfamiliar faces, but pretending to be bandits was a bit tricky. Remember, they weren't attacking a merchant convoy, but an envoy of the imperial court.
If caught, it could mean death.
Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a yaw. A person stood in front of him, looking at the names on the paper, and after a while, asked, Is this really a good idea? He leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples, and said, Go call Mr. Shin. I need him for some things. When Yunlon brought Shinming into the inner room, there were already many drawings, lists, and letters on the desk. Looking at the master, he saw a tired face, eyelids drooping as if he was very sleepy. Sir Shun has arrived, Your Excellency. Your Excellency?
Yes.
He's here. Please sit. Wang Jingxing stood up and tidied the items on the desk. I called for him because there is something I need to discuss. I will go and get some food for Your Excellency, Yunlon said, and left. After Shinming understood the full story, his face darkened. Has Your Excellency made arrangements? If the incident was stirred up by Chenlon, she must have encouraged Lord Huan to leave. It will be within 5 days. Please bear with us these days. I cannot agree with this. Why is Your Excellency so afraid? You are usually decisive, but when it comes to her, you hesitate. Wang Jingxing remained silent. People live their lives, and they can ignore many things, but dignity must be kept. Miss San is proud. Even if she is cheerful and greets everyone, she is strong-willed. She has no arrogance, but she has a backbone. Her talent in business makes others jealous. If the plan is carried out as planned, it will ruin her reputation. Anyone who disagrees with her might use this to provoke her, slander her, or insult her. What will she do then? She might act indifferent in front of others, but suffer privately. Perhaps she will, like you, use coldness to hide her feelings, quietly dealing with loneliness late at night. Seeing that Your Excellency remained silent, Shinming decided to speak boldly. From the beginning, I knew about this. I sent a pigeon to Longzhou, subtly informing the Zhou family that Your Excellency might face difficulties with heirs. The Zhou family's wife might find out by tomorrow or the day after. As for the wedding gifts to the Zhou family, I told them to delay. When the gifts arrive at Zhou's residence, they probably won't accept them. Regarding the Liu family that Your Excellency is waiting for, I also sent a letter to apologize and hinted that there might be difficulties with heirs. The Liu family has replied, clearly indicating they will not proceed with the engagement. Shinming, Wang Jingxing said through gritted teeth. Unfazed, Shinming continued, I know Your Excellency favors Miss San but is troubled by the current situation and dares not speak out. I have already sent someone to intercept the messenger sent by Lord Huan to Kyoto. Kyoto knows that Miss San has few followers. With a little effort, Your Excellency can unite with her. Wang Jingxing slammed the table and asked angrily, Who gave you the right to act on your own? Just wait 2 days, Your Excellency. I will make sure everything is arranged properly. Once Su Lingyu left, Shangwu became my territory. Later, my older brother and I would go together, and we would all get rich. Sure, let's go together. Yes. Excellent wine. You have good taste, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You solved the problem for Lord Huan, and for yourself. Big brother, don't say that. I can't just say I got lucky. It's all thanks to Su Lingyu. After all, she defeated my nephew and coincidentally, it's the day of the big selection. Chanlon said, it's better for Su Lingyu to leave for the capital sooner. When the time comes, big brother, you should help. Please speak well to Lord Huan and ask him to return to the capital early, just in case. Of course, I'll go see Lord Huan tonight and mention Su Lingyu's matter. Thank you, brother. Yunlon brought food into the courtyard and heard that the master was about to confront Mr. Shinming. She was so scared she handed the tray to a Shan and rushed inside. Between the master and Shinming, the master looked furious, but Shinming was very calm. Master, let's talk nicely. Don't be angry and vent your frustration on a wooden post. If you kill Mr. Shinming, there will be no second Mr. Shinming. Yunlon boldly stepped forward, grabbed the sword in the master's hand, and begged him to put it down. Wang Jingxing not only refused but held the sword even tighter. Shunming said, Shun Lang is a wandering swordsman, but look at him now. He's willing to stay for Su Sanner and work with her on the Tai Hui sect and manage the merchant team.
Why?
Because Sanner knows how to get along with people, to win their trust and buy their loyalty. One person can make a whole village, even 3 villages, believe in her and serve her. How impressive is that? Can any woman compare to her? Master, give me the sword. Shunming is wrong. You can scold him back without using a sword.
Junlan skolet Shenming.
Why did you anger the master? Your words may not reflect everyone's thoughts, nor what the master truly thinks. If you make the master angry, you might cause him to lose his life. Master, big matters should be settled with words, not easily with swords. Once blood is shed, everything will be irreversible. Seeing the master loosen his grip, Yunlon seized the opportunity to the sword. Seeing that the master had no further intention, Yunlon quickly pushed Shinming out and called Ashan to bring in the food. Master, have some food first. Shouldn't your wounds be treated? Yunlon, while setting down the bowls and chopsticks, noticed that the master hadn't moved. She glanced at him secretly, her movements slowing down. Would you like some porridge first, then go to sleep? I will wake you in half an hour. Seeing no response, he thought she didn't want to, so Yunlon stepped back. Wang Jingxing was silent for a long time, so long that people outside thought he had fallen asleep.
Ashan. Ashan?
Someone outside finally heard and pushed Ashan, calling him by the master. Ashan hurried inside and asked, Sir, did you call me? Where is she? Third miss? She and Lord Huan and others said they are leaving for the capital and are very reluctant to leave their family. They're staying at home tonight and will go to the station tomorrow. Seeing her master about to leave, Ashan quickly went to get clothes and a cloak. It's already late at night, around midnight. Third miss is probably asleep. Would you like to see her tomorrow? Wang Jingxing stretched his arms and let Ashan help him dress. Take the nearby spies away. I need to talk to Su Lingyu.
Yes.
Lord Huan and others were worried Su Lingyu might escape again, so they placed many spies around Su Zhong's residence. If things went well, it was fine. If not, they risked getting involved. The meeting at night must be kept secret from outsiders. When Wang Jingxing arrived at Su Zhong's place, he heard a servant whisper, Third miss just went to bed. Please wait a moment. At this moment, Su Zhong went out in his robe and bowed to him outside the door. It's midnight now. Lord Wang, is it appropriate for you to come?
Sorry to bother you.
I just want to say a few words to my sister-in-law. I'll leave quickly. Su Zhong asked someone to let him in, then heard that Third Miss had woken up. He wanted to call her out but was stopped by Wang Jingxing. Wang Jingxing entered the courtyard as if it were his own home, heading straight to Third Miss's room. Su Zhong wanted to stop him but was blocked by Ashan. Liang, heavily pregnant and worried, said, Maybe I should go listen. It's late at night, and it's not good for a man to go into Third Miss's room. That's right. You go and see. Be careful. Ignoring Ashan's objections, Liang went to the back courtyard. He could handle Ashan alone. He might not win, but he could at least block him. Su Lingyu hadn't gotten up. Only the room was lit. A green curtain blocked the view, so she couldn't see inside the bed. She was lying on the quilt, pressing her pillow, guessing Wang Jingxing's purpose for coming. She also thought about the plan's execution and what might happen. If danger arose, she wondered how to save herself or protect her life. She needed to consider everything carefully to avoid risking her life unnecessarily. Miss, Lord Wang has entered. Yes, stay outside and keep watch. She waited for a while, but didn't hear Lord Wang speak. She lifted the mosquito net to peek, and when their eyes met, she smiled awkwardly and quickly withdrew. Has Lord Wang made arrangements? She felt this was rude, so she pulled back the blanket and looked for clothes in the dark. Suddenly, there was movement by the bed, and a mosquito net was pulled tight, causing the bed to dip. She paused for a moment and said, Lord Wang, honesty and integrity are what you taught me. Are you planning to change that? You don't need to get up. I just want to talk to you. When I finish, I will leave. Selingjia then lay back on her side, propping her head with one hand and playing with her hair with the other. She raised one leg onto the blanket. Tell me, is there something you need help with? He remained silent for a while. After a moment, she poked the green mosquito net. You're hesitating. Are you here for personal reasons? What kind of person are you looking for? I don't know. Why did you refuse to enter the palace? I can't handle the rules. What do you think of Lord Wang? Is Lord Wang offering himself as a candidate?
Yes.
Selingjiu covered her mouth to hide her smile. No wonder she hesitated, so he was here to offer himself. You are like a bird in the sky, overlooking the land, flying freely among the trees. I envy you. Without realizing it, I was drawn to you. Sometimes, hearing news about you makes me want to see you. If you were nearby, I would want to look at you more and talk to you. What is love? I don't know. They say this is love. Thinking of someone is love. Longing for someone is love. Wanting to protect someone is love. Selingjiu remained silent and continued to listen. But I am afraid. I fear emotional ties. I worry I will become soft-hearted. I fear I won't be able to hold a sword. I fear I won't dare to move forward. If I don't leave a way back for myself, can I really move forward bravely? Yes, I believe I can carve out a path through blood. There is nothing in this world worth remembering for him. Doing what needs to be done is enough. He said, once the plan is carried out, your reputation will be ruined. I will not marry you. People have three main forces: the family, outsiders, and the wife's family. I have been delaying marriage to find a wife from a powerful family. The marriage alliance with the Sun family could have continued, but Miss Sun entered the palace, and the Sun family's second daughter passed away, so the marriage plans were delayed. My family isn't powerful enough, she said, touching her face covered with a cloth. Currently, we're still weak and can't offer much help, so we've never formally proposed marriage to your family. Why are they coming again? Because they can't let go of their obsession, and they were scolded by Xin Ming, who pointed at them and yelled. Su Lingyu chuckled secretly. She often got scolded by Xin Ming too. He said, it's not good to follow me. You often worry, sometimes get scolded, sometimes face danger. I want you to keep being free, fly in the sky, overlook the land, weave through the woods. Sing when you want, rest when you need. Live freely, happily, and wonderfully. As long as I can move upward, I will bring your brother along. That way, if you cause trouble with a big eagle outside, I can secretly protect you. Thank you for thinking of me this way. It's just wishful thinking. You're honest. What if I get married? Would you be jealous? Then marry him. Once married, I won't have to watch over you. From now on, you walk your own path, and I walk mine. You're so cold. Wang Jingxing looked at the dim room and said softly, I'm here now, and I apologize for being bold. I'm not threatening you, just giving you another choice. He said, if you marry me, I can arrange for Uncle Huan to go back and not mention your matter again. If you choose the old plan, everything is already arranged, but I can't guarantee it will succeed perfectly. Still, it will be as you wish. Wang Jingxing stood up. You still have time to think before you leave. When you decided, tell Xin Lang to come and tell me. She couldn't decide right now because she didn't know Wang Jingxing had such intentions. Usually, she thought their relationship was just cooperation, friends teasing each other. But she didn't realize Wang Jingxing had other feelings for her. It said, I treat you as a good brother, but you want to sleep with me. It's truly confusing. She heard the door close and then Liang asked her, Third sister, what did you talk about? Not much, just that he likes me. Liang was shocked. Dad and Dage are coming over. Go outside and stop them. I'll change my clothes. They had been waiting outside for a long time. When Wang Jingxing went out, they stopped him to ask a few questions, but Wang Jingxing said nothing and let them imagine whatever they wanted. Wang Jingxing is the local official here, and he is also Su Daoyang's superior. They didn't dare do anything to him. After a few warnings, they let him go. The father and son discussed and decided to go personally to ask the third brother. Su Lingyu dressed and went out, seeing everyone gathered. She briefly explained Wang Jingxing's intentions, but kept her own plan secret. Actually, Lord Wang is a good choice if you don't want to go to the capital, Su Chong said. Su Qingqi said, this kid is quite clever. I can't see his true thoughts about you. Could he be lying? Lord Wang is very loyal and wouldn't deliberately tell lies. Su Qingqi looked down on him. What about the Sun family? When Mrs. Sun went to the capital, he knelt at the station and spoke heartfelt words. He seriously told the third brother, Wang Jingxing is not trustworthy. Then there's only the option to go to the capital. but that's too dangerous. Your mother and grandmother don't agree. Do you want them to be crying all day? Su Qingqi said anxiously. They might cry now, and it would be very upsetting. Before and after the event, I told you everything. Go back and sleep. I will think carefully about how to choose, the third brother said, sending people out. Su Chongqi took a few steps back, then turned around and asked, "Can we use something else instead of this marriage?" Lord Wang said, "He can help you. If we use other things to exchange for his help, could it work?" Su Lingyu shook her head. Maybe this method requires a big sacrifice. If it could be exchanged, he wouldn't have proposed marriage. Go back, don't worry about me. Third brother, no matter what you choose, we will support you, Su Qingqi added. It would be even better if we could help you arrange the wedding. Yes, I will think about it. After seeing off her family, she yawned and told Suetsue to go back to sleep. Not far away, she saw her master. You're here to join the fun too? Shun Lang helped out the candle. I want to tell you something quietly. With the candle blown out, everything around was dark and silent. If someone broke in and shouted about catching a thief, they might really catch the two of them. The story of the teacher and apprentice's love would surely spread through the streets by morning. After getting used to the darkness, Shun Lang and Su Lingyu found a place to sit down. Listen carefully as Shun Lang softly says, "My adoptive father just came to see me and told me many things. I can't remember all of them, but I will share what I do remember. You can sort out yourself." He says, "Lord Wang's words are all true, and he told you not to doubt him. Lord Wang is decisive in other matters, but he hesitates when it comes to your situation because he doesn't want to hurt you. To force Lord Wang to open his heart to you, my adoptive father disrupted the negotiations between him and those two families. Also, Lord Wang is currently outside, and his reputation isn't very good, first because of his wife and second because of difficulties with his children. Well-known families are reluctant to marry their daughters to him. Lord Wang is a man of integrity. Once he trusts someone, he will protect them well. The worries you have in your heart may not come true. A family's strength depends on two things, a man's perseverance and a woman's support. If you can tame Lord Wang, then you will hold all the power in this household. You will control the concubines and everything else. Lord Wang is a talented man, destined to become a noble. Following him is no worse than entering the palace. Your own people will also benefit from this." Shun Lang thinks carefully and feels like there are only these points. He feels something might be missing but can't remember what. He thinks again and recalls one more thing. And also, if you keep up your current attitude, managing the household will be absolutely fine. My adoptive father thinks highly of you. That's all. That doesn't sound like him. When did my master start favoring me? She asks with a smile. It's about right and wrong. My adoptive father still knows how to choose. Compared to your master, he's not a fool, Shun Lang replies. He kicks his legs. If you go to the palace, you'll definitely become a consort.
I still believe in you.
If you go to the capital, I will take my disciples and descendants to travel the world. With the noble consort as our banner, I'll see who dares to stop us. Thinking about it, he feels incredible. The more he thinks, the more mighty he feels.